RJ, right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We made it to a Friday here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Always my favorite day of the week.
Yeah, I wonder how many other people in the world would say it's not Friday when it comes to the weekday.
Yeah, I think it's got to be the favorite day. Thursday is maybe right up there.
No, not right up there.
Thursday's almost Friday.
Yeah. Thursday would win second.
Yeah, Thursday's definitely second.
Wednesday would win third.
Absolutely. Monday's the worst.
Yeah.
Monday's the worst. Unless it's like, ooh, Rebecca, is this Rebecca Black? Yeah. Everybody's looking forward to the weekend.
Sometimes I wish we could channel the energy of a Friday show for the rest of the week, but you just can't duplicate it.
You can't duplicate it, man. You just can't. You know it's the best day because it's like the day before vacation. You know you're looking forward to something.
Yeah. I still think about the 4-day work week and how that would change everything.
Well, the 4-day work week will be a thing the year after we retire.
That's right.
It's happening more and more. I know my wife and her fellow colleagues in the law business, they're doing that way more now, where it's 4-day work weeks. Not necessarily for the attorneys, but the people that work in-house, like the clericals and the assistants, they're like, yeah, just come in 4 days a week.
Ready for the weekend? Any big plans?
It's my mom's birthday today. Happy birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
Yes. How many? She's 69, so how many of those jokes am I going to make
today? What did you not get her?
I didn't get her anything. I did get her a Mother's Day present. But birthdays,
wow. Way to really go out there on a limb.
What's wrong with you? Why are you being a cold son?
I just don't do it. I'm not into gifts.
But if they didn't give you one, you'd throw a hissy fit.
Oh, demand one. I said, well, you see, for me, I don't expect gifts from my kids.
You don't expect gifts from them,
right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't give gifts up. I give gifts down.
I don't give gifts up. You give gifts down.
I kind of understand what you're saying. Like if I try to buy my parents a gift for their birthday or man, I get yelled at. What are you doing? Don't buy me anything. So okay, I got it.
I don't offer to pay for dinner when I go to dinner with my parents. But if my kids at some point offer to buy me dinner, I won't. No, I'm your father. I buy the dinner.
Okay,
and that's I just pass it down. Pay it forward. I'm paying it backwards, I guess.
Troy, what are you up to?
Let's see. Tonight, got a little date night with the wifey, so we'll do that tonight. And then tomorrow.
Where are you going?
Out just down the street. There's a new place called Native Station in Royce City. It's like a beer garden. So we're going to go over there and have some brews and not remember. And then tomorrow, volleyball tournament, Sunday volleyball, and then Monday morning at 6 a.m. While I'm here, my wife and daughter Avon will be on a plane to Orlando for a week-long volleyball tournament.
Good Lord. What?
Well, it's just the amount of trips that he has to go on for, or she has to go on for,
I know.
For volleyball.
Yeah.
What about you? You just by the pool.
Yeah, I got a 2 brisket challenge tonight.
Well, brisket challenge.
Two briskets. It's gonna be.
What are you on the Food Network?
Yeah, it's gonna be a long night because I'm supposed to have dinner, but now I have it's a timing issue of you put the briskets on before you go or when you get home, staggering around the kitchen, trying to figure everything out, dealing with fire, dealing with smoke. And then having to go ahead and stay up for another extra hour. So do you put it on at 6:15, 6:30 p.m., or do you put it on at midnight, 12:30 a.m.? That's my big weekend challenge. That's what it is. I'm making one of these to take to my dad. I'm making it as a pastrami.
Well,
I've brined it. My wife, oh my God. If she is not just so fed up with all these ideas I come up with as I'm buying pink curing salt and pickling spices. So I'm brining it. It's been sitting in my fridge. I don't have any space for this. I got one brisket that's been sitting in my fridge with this homemade brine and curing solution since Monday.
So you're going to...
So I got a pastrami brisket in the fridge. I have the other brisket for tomorrow at the pool.
Okay.
Defrosting as we speak.
Okay.
So I'm going to cook both of them, but trying to make my own pastrami instead of just buying it pre-cured at the store.
So after you cook it, the pastrami, how long do you let it sit for? What's the...
hour minimum.
No. Like you're not going to your...
No. Then tomorrow. I'll slice it all up. Then I had to freeze it. Then I got to figure out how to take it versus sending it because he's cheap and I can't send him like Goldbelly pastrami. There's no Jewish delis sitting there in the Eastern Shore of Maryland. So I'm like, I'll go ahead and make it, and then he will just take piece by piece, and it'll last for up to a year. So I'm gonna try with the own pastrami. You like pastrami?
Love pastrami. Huge fan of pastrami. I love all the salted cured meats.
All the salted cured meats.
Give me all of them.
I know we're big fans of Guga Foods on YouTube, Sean and I, and we watch that. Listen, the whole 2 brisket challenge thing, dude, just do what Guga did. He did it. It worked. Microwave. Just microwave a brisket.
Did it work?
Yeah. He was blown away by it.
How long did he microwave it?
I'll look it up. I believe it was 40 minutes. Then he poured the juices over it, put it back in for another 20.
Yeah.
And he was shocked because it had bark on it.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, so just microwave it.
How big is that microwave?
So,
yeah. That guy does some crazy stuff. He's insane. Is your dry aging experiment working out as you had hoped?
Oh my God, it's great. I love doing it. I would love to have a dry age fridge, or not fridge, but a contraption. But man, those things are expensive, so I just go with the bags. But yeah, just go to a butcher, ask for the meats, put it in there, and it's been lovely.
877-881-1053. As always, send me what you're cooking or what you're working on this weekend. Any advice or tips are gladly accepted at 1053SS. You said it was over, that the home team would not win another game, that they blew their chance in Game 3, and that looks to be the case after last night.
Rooney grabs, couldn't clear. Held in Sergachev at the right point. Sergachev. Shoot, score! Right point, Sergachev. Sergachev. Shoot, score! Sergachev!
Same thing.
Another goal for Sergachev. It's 2-1 Lightning. Who drove up the middle? Hagel. He's going to score an empty net goal. Score! Hagel!
Who is this other guy trying to get a word in?
Yeah.
This other guy trying to interject with the call on Lightning Radio as Tampa Bay beats the Rangers at the Garden 3-1. They were down 0-2. They're up 3-2, and they are 1 win away from the epic matchup, hopefully, against the Colorado Avalanche.
That's right. It is, I have to think of his name. It is Phil Esposito. Phil Esposito.
Yeah,
Phil Esposito. He was I believe, one of the founding members of the Tampa Bay Lightning as he sits there at the young age of 80.
Oh, he's 80?
He is 80.
Phil Esposito? God, you want to make somebody feel old. Jeez. I thought they were going to win Tampa, that the Rangers had blown their chance to win this series, and Tampa was starting to click. And last night Vasilevsky had a really good night outside of one goal, which was a tremendous goal from a very bad angle by the Rangers. But other than that, Tampa played their game. They played a great game, and they were able to pull away at the end. They got a late goal to go up 2-1. Then they added the empty netter, but we're going to wrap this thing up tomorrow night.
Will you have Colorado? Did we say that Colorado would be the favorite over Tampa in Vegas?
Yeah, I think they'll be the favorite in Vegas over Tampa. Yeah. And I would pick them to win.
Congratulations to the Oklahoma Sooners. Absolute dominance as they won Game 2 of the Women's College World Series. They sweep the Longhorns, and they secure back-to-back national championships. They won 10-5 yesterday. In Game 1, I think it was 16-1.
16-1.
16-1. Second straight national title, 6 overall. First school to win back-to-back since they did it in 2016-2017. They have the third most national titles in Division I behind UCLA and Arizona. No school has won more than 2. Again, they have 6. First team to win consecutive titles as the number 1 overall seed. They finished with 64 runs and 17 home runs, both most in a single World Series. 67 hits tied the 21 Oklahoma team for most in a single World Series, and the 26 runs most scored in a championship series. The previous high was 21. So just dominance and history with the Sooner squad.
They are absolutely the best team. There's no doubt about that. This team is so dominant. The program has become the best program. This is part of what happens when the World Series is in your backyard. The World Series is 20 minutes away. It adds a little bit of intrigue to the program, and they have completely capitalized on it.
They're the number one story on ESPN.com.
Yeah, I mean, they're so dominant right now, and they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. And then, Troy, when Tennessee wins the College Baseball World Series, we should be the number one story on ESPN.com.
Of course, easily.
Because we are the villains. Man, are we ever the villains.
Why?
Oh, we're so cocky, so raw. We had a guy who hit a double over the head of the center fielder in the Georgia Tech game in the regionals. As he's rounding first, he gives the center fielder the middle finger. Like, just so cocky. Like, in your face cocky. Like, everybody hates Tennessee. Like, everybody hates him. And just, completely, like, just discount, double check him all day.
The Rangers are getting set to take on the number one story in baseball right now. After what Tony La Russa did with the White Sox, we'll get you set for that. And struggling with money and gas prices and inflation, there's a solution. Get ready for roommates. It's the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Game 4 tonight of the NBA Finals. We got Tim McMahon on with Get Right. We got Mike McCarthy from Cowboys practice yesterday. Loaded Friday. Glad you're waking up with us to get it started on Sean and RJ.
Coming up in the next G.
They're going to intentionally walk him. on 1 and 2?
Yep.
Can you explain that to me?
I would think you don't want Turner to do any more damage, and you want to take advantage of the lefty-lefty.
Typically, at 2 strikes, the league batting average is quite low.
Oh, yeah. It is that.
When was the last time you saw somebody intentionally walked on 1 and 2?
Doesn't happen often.
Then you got to play what happened afterwards. NBC Sports Chicago with the call. They are flummoxed. They are in disbelief.
Yes.
With what happened yesterday. Set it up, RJ, with Tony La Russa and the White Sox, who the Rangers are about to start facing tonight.
Tony La Russa, the White Sox are pitching to Trey Turner. Trey Turner's got a 1-2 count on him, and they decide at that moment that they are going to walk Trey Turner.
6-5 game.
6-5 game. Against left-handed hitters.
Freddie Freeman on second.
Trey Turner, yes, they have an open base. Trey Turner against left-handed hitters for his career. He's batting .319.
Left-handed pitchers, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
.319, .380 on base, .503 slugging. That's an .883 OPS. Is very good. Against right-handed pitchers, batting .297 with a .351 and a .487 on base for an .838 OPS. That's also very good. So it's not like he is some dog against righties and some monster against left-handed pitchers. But he decides to walk it with 1-2. And then Max Muncy comes up. Max Muncy did not walk.
2-2 is driven in the air the other way, deep to left, and a home run. So they intentionally walked Turner, and then Max Muncy off the lefty. It's an opposite way 3-run homer, and it's 10-5.
Max Muncy, Sean, you might be asking, how does he do against left-handed hitters? Well, let me give you his batting average and stuff against right-handed pitchers. He's batting .228 against righties. What's he batting against lefties? .253 for his career.
Oh.
His on-base is higher against lefties. His slugging percentage is higher against lefties, which means his OPS is higher against lefties. Max Muncy actually hits lefties better than he hits righties. But Tony La Russa doesn't know that because Tony La Russa just thinks, well, I invented lefty-righty, so I'm going to use lefty-righty. And I would say, well, the lefty must be harder to hit. I'll take a lefty-lefty matchup all day over a lefty-righty matchup, even though the numbers don't really show at all what I'm saying.
Now, Muncy came in struggling. I mean, he was hitting 150. Trey Turner was hitting 303.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 11 games since coming back from a left elbow injury, he had 5 runs batted in. But look, the whole thing boils down to 1 and 2.
Yeah.
You had Trey Turner at 1 and 2. He's a .254 career hitter after a 1 and 2 count against a lefty pitcher. This season, hitting .333 in such situations. So that's La Russa saying .333 at 1 and 2. We didn't want to go ahead and risk that. Is there any way to defend it for Tony? 1 and 2.
I mean, look, there's a way to, if you really,
why didn't he just
do it from the start?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Why did he just do it from the start?
I don't remember if Freeman was on first at the start of the at-bat.
Yes, he advanced in a wild pitch.
There you go. That's probably the reason.
That's
probably the reason. Once the base was open, he decided to move on to that. That is going to be the reason. And that's, look, that would explain why he didn't do it from the very jump.
Yeah.
And I would understand that. But also at 1-2, I'm going to take my chances. I'm going to take my chances with the at-bat. Even though I know in today's game, guys swing just as hard with 2 strikes as they do with a 2-0 count. They hit home runs like crazy on 2 strikes. That didn't happen before.
Here's the always pleasant Tony La Russa talking to the media about the decision after the game.
You explained the thought process on the intentional walk with
Turner?
Turner at 1-2 on the count.
So let me ask you a question. Is there some question about whether that was a good move or not?
I guess at 1-2 is the question at the count.
Do you know what he hits against left-hand pitching with 1-0-1 or 2 strikes? Do you know what he hits? Well, you know what Muncy hits with 2 strikes against left-hand pitcher? I mean, is that really a question? Because it was 1 and 2? Turner was a strike left against a left-hander is not something you can avoid if you can. And we had an open base, and Muncy happened to be the guy behind him, and that's a better matchup. Here again, somebody disagrees. That's the beauty of this game. Welcome to it. But that wasn't a tough call.
Was there a reason for waiting until 1-2 though? Not right away? Was there a reason to not do it right away and wait till 1-2?
Well, that's when the pitch got away.
Yeah, so there it was with Freeman advancing. But is there anyone who likes this guy? Is there any
Bobby Knight, Bill Parcells,
Bruce Hornsby, Bruce Springsteen? Those are his best friends behind the scenes.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. Bruce Hornsby wrote a song about Tony La Russa back in the day.
Like Popovich was an ass during the sideline interviews, but he could be pleasant. Belichick and La Russa, are those two in a category by themselves?
Look, I can see those two getting along. Misery loves company. Now maybe there's a chance. I know we're Saban.
Saban will even smile and lighten up a little bit. La Russa just seems like this miserable SOB.
Yeah. I suppose there's a chance that
he's tired of blowing into breathalyzers.
You get him out of the stadium and away from the media, that he's different around friends, but I can't imagine he has a lot of friends.
There is, but to be like, is that really a question?
Is that really?
Like, seriously? No one's supposed to ask him about 1-2. So Tony La Russa is getting laughed at and made fun of. Truckwreck.com text line. To be fair, he's 98 years old. He's 77. 77 years old for the White Sox, who will get set to take on the Rangers tonight on this radio station.
Hey, we have a lot of older people in the news lately. We were talking about Esposito and the Tampa Bay Lightning in the previous segment, and now we're talking about Tony La Russa, John Sterling, the play-by-play voice of the Yankees, not doing road games. He's 83. Man, I'm so worried about, I wasn't worried, but, I just turned 44 like a couple of weeks ago, and I thought, man, I'm already 44. I got 40 years ahead of me doing stuff.
I know.
My God.
I used to think the vision, the hearing, everything would go, barely able to walk at 70, and these guys are calling games and in charge of baseball teams. So, 40 is the new...
40 is the new 20.
40 is the new 20. There you go. Okay, you got a... actually, we don't have enough time for that right now, but I guess Britney Spears' wedding was interrupted.
Yes, by Jason Alexander, not George Costanza, but by her first husband, Jason Alexander.
Yes, he stormed the wedding grounds, somehow got inside of her house. Has anyone?
Nah, it was the dust up. He didn't storm it.
Stop it.
Did anyone follow along with that last night? I'm staying away from your meme that you tweeted about with Jack Del Rio, but I tried to follow it along on Twitter a little bit. I was more interested that Fox News decided not to broadcast the event whatsoever. But
they went a whole hour uninterrupted.
Yes.
No commercials.
But I could not. I could not sit through it. I was just going to read the highlights afterwards of the congressional hearing. You?
I didn't follow it at all. But during the day I was.
Well, it was on at night. Late night.
The congressional hearing?
Yeah.
It was prime time viewing.
Prime time. I know. I was searching around during the day and waiting for it, and they're like 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. That's when they aired it last night.
At 6 o'clock, I was at baseball practice.
Oh, yeah.
Because, why wouldn't it be? It's 178 degrees outside. I was dripping with sweat.
More gross yesterday or during the Derby with the Cowboys in Frisco?
It was probably more gross yesterday. It was hotter, I thought, yesterday than that Derby day. But I got a coach. I was out there taking swings, taking rips, man hacks, hitting grounders, getting into rundowns on purpose.
Okay.
I had to do all the things. So I had to take 2 showers yesterday. I hate taking 2 showers. What a waste of water.
Did you follow it at all?
I watched a little bit of it. I mean, my wife she's intrigued from a legal aspect, so I was watching a little bit of it with her. I was intrigued by the videos, like when they had the documentarian up there, and he actually shared footage of the Proud Boys and what they did. I was like, whoa. So yeah, this definitely was planned. It wasn't just like, oh my God, we're so angry, we're going to do something. No, it was all planned out. So I was intrigued for a while. A lot of questions from the 12-year-old. What are we watching? Because she was watching, didn't know what it was. So watch a little bit of it.
877-881-1053 to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. Happy Friday to y'all. We're live on the Fan Cam. We are live on Twitch, and we are also live on YouTube. It looks like he may be taking the offseason seriously for the very first time. The one thing that we all wanted from the best player in the Metroplex, the Luka video that came out yesterday, the fallout from the brand new golf taking place on the LIV Tour, plus the Celtics are going to be even worse tonight in Boston for Game 4, and the Warriors are complaining a lot about it. Maybe the worst thing you can do against the massholes. 6 a.m. headlines with Sean and RJ after this.
Miss anything? Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We made it to a Friday, 6 a.m. headlines to get you ready for your day and your weekend with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Troy Hughes on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I didn't think I could get as much enjoyment from a 10-second video clip of a guy holding a big medicine ball as I did yesterday when the Luka workout video came out. Richard Simmons? Is that the guy?
Richard Simmons making people skinny fat for decades.
And now he's held against his own will.
Against
his will, I should say, according to some. Some people say that he hasn't made a public appearance because people around him are not allowing him to go out and be public anymore. But
hold him captive or something like that. Not captive, but like a Britney Spears kind of thing.
Richard Simmons, Billy Blanks.
Oh, yeah, Tybo guy, right?
Christine Summers. There's a Suzanne Summers?
Suzanne Summers.
Yes. Suzanne Summers. Whoever you want to throw out there.
Christine Summers must have been somebody from your past.
No, she was not. That's what I was thinking of yesterday is Luka was already working out with the medicine ball tied on the bands. Maybe he's taken day one of the early off-season training seriously.
Man, maybe he is. I know he's got some international hoops this off-season to play.
Again?
Every year. And those are the best ones, right? Because that means that he's going to stay in shape a little bit longer.
Yeah, because no, they're not the best ones because he said last year he took off after competing for his country.
Right.
Because we were watching
the Olympics,
that live action in here,
Yeah,
and then he slacked off. So I hope he's not just training for that.
Well, he might become Luka Dončić a little bit later on in the offseason, but right now he's still working. Don't know what that was. Don't know if that was rehab. Maybe he could be rehabbing something.
Yep.
Because that's a rehab kind of exercise.
Yeah, definitely not rehab. And the guy who posted the video, he's apparently the trainer for the Slovenia basketball team. So yeah.
Dang it. Doing it for your country? No. Come on. Do it for the Metroplex.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to see this being done for Slovenia. I want to see this being done for 105 through the Fan and Mike Bassett. Come on. But, that was obviously put out with some intent, and there's a reason behind it. With all the talk and the one major criticism, right? And that's what's exciting to me. Are his numbers going to be that much better? I don't think so. How can they be? But there's a little bit of exciting intrigue there for me. Just to see him day one hitting the ground in the best possible condition that he can be in, just to see him tap out all the greatness that he has moving forward.
Look, that would be great for him to do.
Like prime Shaq. I'm like, okay, Shaq would get into shape 50 games into the NBA season, and then he was set to go in peak physical form and destroy everyone in the postseason. I just kind of want to see that with Luka from day one.
It'd be nice. Now, it wouldn't really impact, I don't think, his playoff performances because, it would because he gets in shape by the end of the season anyway. Like Joker. It would impact October, November, December, January. Where Luka really did not have the best first 30 games of the season.
Yeah, but cardio, I don't know if I agree with that because maybe his cardio is so much better and improved by the playoffs, but he still looks the same, which tells me maybe he could drop 15 pounds. And that would obviously help.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he could. Maybe his body, not everybody's body type is, calls for you getting shredded. Being shredded does not mean you're in shape. The cardio does. The cardio aspect of it, the ability to run up and down the floor without getting winded. If he wants to lose 15 pounds, he just needs to eat better. That's just a diet thing. That's all of us. That's Abs made the kitchen, Sean. It's a t-shirt. That's what he needs. But that's but he wants to be able to enjoy Slovenian food, whatever that may be, and that Slovenian beer with Boban, whatever that may be.
All right, fallout from the LIV Golf opener yesterday. We got Phil and his clothing. We have the smear campaign from the PGA. We got the format that you didn't seem to like very much. Let's start off there with what happened. Do we have a leaderboard, or this I'm going to different sports websites to check out the leaderboard, but I'm not seeing it for the LIV Golf tournament.
It's not anywhere. So ESPN, let's see. ESPN does not have the LIV Golf Tour on their website. So they don't have the LIV Golf leaderboard. But Louis Oosthuizen's group was in the lead, or is in the lead, I should say.
Because right now they're showing the Canadian Open on the leaderboard. That's it. But
yeah,
what did you think? How much of this did you watch when you left here?
Honestly, I didn't really watch much after I left here because it was online. And by the time I got home from the gym, it was over. So I watched a little bit of it on my phone. But look, it looked just like a regular golf tournament. You know, we were wondering how it was going to look. Was it going to look any different? The one thing that was really noticed was the scoreboard on the screen. It had a very Formula One feel to it. People were saying they had big time Formula One vibes, where the way the abbreviations of the names and the scoreboard looked on the left side of the screen. So there was that was involved. But you know, the actual golf was fine. I mean, these are all really good golfers and professionals, and these are all champions, and most of them are major champions at some point.
How about Phil, his clothing, and this reporter?
Okay, so Phil's clothing. He comes out rocking all black. All right, he wore the all black
as he usually
attire,
does.
As he usually does. So as he usually does. But this time, there's a little bit of a conspiracy theory going on. Phil wore a black hat, black collared shirt, and then a little jacket, a light vested jacket over top. The first photo he did when he was doing an interview had a blacked out Masters logo on the left lapel. After that first hole and that first tee shot, every shot of him did not have that Masters logo on his jacket.
He changed?
He changed.
Why would he wear the Masters logo first? Just to try to kiss up, say, don't forget about me?
Well, maybe. Or maybe, and look, nobody has ever seen.
And why doesn't LIV have their own apparel? Why isn't he wearing a LIV jacket?
Well, they probably do, but maybe he has his own sponsors that he wants to wear, stuff like that.
Well, the Masters is not a sponsor.
No, they're not. This was the subtle message. We don't know what the message was, though. Was the message, hey, don't forget about us? Or did he black out the Masters logo on purpose as an FU for them maybe keeping him out of the tournament this year? Which I would doubt, because Phil, along with Tiger, will be members there one day. At least that's the speculation, and he would not want to go down that road. But that's the Phil attire.
Okay.
All right. The reporter, Alan Shipnuck. You talking about this one with the Greg Norman photo?
Yep.
All right.
This guy sounds like he's got the perfect name. Shipnick. Hello, Shipnick. Shipnuck. This is the guy who wrote the Phil book.
Yeah, this is the guy who wrote the Phil book.
This is the guy who ended Phil's. He got him, banished for a while, right? By leaking the Saudi comments.
Yes, basically, he got him banished for a while. This guy sucks. Okay, I'm just gonna come out and say it. This guy is a piece of work. So he sits there and he gets thrown out of the press conference, and then he texts Greg Norman. Are you aware that I just got muscled out of Phil's press conference by a couple of your goons? ? Luckily for you guys, I kept my cool and de-escalated the situation. Please call me to discuss. Greg replies 2 hours later. Did not hear. Thanks for letting me know. Alan's reply. That's funny because, and he posts a photo of him getting escorted out and Greg right behind him.
Yeah.
Greg's right behind Alan.
Greg Norman's face has turned into a meme from this.
Yeah. So then he posts this.
Yeah,
and this is where this guy's a sleazeball. You don't post private text messages. That's not what you do. That's not what you do. Especially as a reporter. You should know better than that. Right? Am I wrong here? Am I the only one that's wrong here?
No, I think the only time when you, just off the top of my mind, when you would do it is there was a huge, big public dispute between you and that person, and they're calling you a liar, and this never happened. Then I would release our text messages to prove it. But otherwise, in this instance, no, I think it's wrong.
Greg didn't call him a liar publicly.
Right.
Greg didn't mention it at all publicly.
Right.
This was what I thought was low.
A little sleazy. This guy seems Weasley.
He is Weasley because there's a lot of speculation that he leaked the Phil comments without Phil's permission. Phil said he was off the record. Who gives this guy an interview? I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw him. I wouldn't touch him ever again. So Alan Shipnuck And his tweet, "You cannot make this blank up. I texted Greg before someone sent me this video. I had no idea he was lurking behind me." So that's the reporter.
Yeah. And now the smear campaign on Bryson DeChambeau and Patrick Reed.
Yeah, this is from the PGA Tour. The PGA Tour has basically sourced out all these smear campaigns against Bryson and Patrick Reed. They didn't do it against Dustin Johnson or Phil. Everybody really knows Dustin's like a party guy, and the public probably wouldn't believe a lot of the smear campaign against Phil, but we would buy it against Patrick Reed.
I mean, we already have it against Phil with the gambling stuff, and Phil's in enough trouble.
So somebody told Golf Digest, blank, quote, "It began to feel like an unwinnable situation. It was clear that he did not feel like he had to play by anyone's rules."
Talking about DeChambeau.
Talking about Bryson DeChambeau. Continuing to say that he's the most difficult person to deal with. He changes, him and Patrick Reed changes agents every week because once the agent says the PGA Tour is doing nothing wrong, he finds somebody that will be a yes man. That DeChambeau was somebody who felt he never had to play by the rules. He always felt he was smarter than everybody else. And it's like, yeah, we would believe this easily about those two clowns.
Yeah.
All right, but the PGA Tour has obviously started the smear campaign to basically ruin the reputation of anybody who leaves, which they hope is going to keep others from leaving and defecting, which it might. It very well might. Rory McIlroy is so image conscious. He doesn't want to leave. There's a reason that Jordan Spieth and Justin Thomas and haven't taken $125 million of guaranteed money. And it ain't because they're morally high. It's because they don't want their image to be tainted. Dustin Johnson doesn't care about his image. He cares about going out and finding the next party.
Yeah.
Phil cares about paying his gambling debts. That's what they care about.
So that's all the fallout from LIV Day 1 here on Sean and RJ. Around the NFL, the NAACP president saying it's time for Jack Del Rio to resign after the dust-up at the Capitol comments. Derek Johnson saying it's time for Del Rio to resign or be terminated. His comments could not have been more offensive and ignorant. The insurrection and attempted coup was far from a dust-up. Each day we learn more and more. Downplaying the insurrection by comparing it to nationwide protests, which were in response to public lynching, is twisted. You can't coach a majority black team while turning your back on the black community. It's time for you to pack up and step off the field. So that was the NAACP president on Jack Del Rio. Look, that's taking it, in my opinion, a little bit too far. Del Rio made his comments, which I disagreed with tremendously and attacked him over. And then he said, I apologize for it. And then I think we move on from here. This is for his own organization and his own players to deal with. My prediction is Jack Del Rio will not last the season. I think he'll step in some more controversy like this just because I've looked at his Twitter account, but I don't think this is not a fireable offense, and I do not think that he should be terminated.
The locker room will dictate, as the locker room often dictates whether guys stay or go.
And their record will dictate it too. They start off 0-3, they start off 1-4, then they'll dislike Jack Del Rio, and they start off 4-0, then everyone will probably be feeling a lot better there in D.C.
Yeah, if he was the head coach, I think it's a little different.
Yeah, I agree.
It's only because you could pinpoint the record at the head coach. Like if they're 0-3 or 1-4, and their defense is giving up 36 a game,
right?
Like he's going to go.
Yeah.
If they're allowing 19 a game, then they'll be fine. And that's going to be the reality of it. This is a performance based industry, and Jack's always been a good defensive guy anyway. So it's like, if the team performs well, he'll keep his job. If they don't, he'll be fired. It's pretty simple.
But you agree with me, he should not lose his job off of his comments.
I don't think he should lose his job off of his comments. I think that he was off base on the dust up. That's just minimizing. He's doing the same thing he was trying to combat against. He was trying to say that we've minimized the riots and the fires and the looting, but then he minimized that. Like you can't minimize both. Like they're neither one should be minimized. Neither one was acceptable. And if you think one was acceptable and the other one isn't, then you're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. Neither was acceptable.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, live on the fan cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. One of the best NBA reporters out there. I think certainly the best Mavs reporter, Tim McMahon, was on Get Right last night. What's going to happen with Jalen Brunson? How are the Mavericks going to get a big? And Tim's thoughts on the NBA Finals with Game 4 this evening, next on Sean and RJ.
Well, let's get that home sold at opendoor.com/KRLD. Forget that stupid open.
boss, a.k.a. Soda and Ruben and Associates. If you are struggling financially, Tolos, facing foreclosure or repossession, IRS, credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. Give Mark Ruben a call. He'll take the weight off your shoulders and get you back to living life again, thanks to 1-800-LAWYERS.
Game 4 of the NBA Finals tonight in Boston. We'll get to Golden State probably inciting this crowd even more with what's going to happen this evening at the Garden or whatever the hell they call it. The Celtics, of course, lead the series 2-1. Last night on Get Right, KG and Reggie had on Tim McMahon, NBA reporter, Mavs insider, and they asked him what is going to happen with Jalen Brunson this offseason.
To me, Brunson, he's proven you can win in the playoffs with him. He knows how to play off of Luka. He knows, hey, when Luka's sitting, I'm going to run the show for a little bit. His ego's not getting in the way. Now, he earned a lot more money than you wanted to pay him. But again, I get back to if you have Jalen Brunson, and if he's making 22, 24 a year, he's still a tradable asset. If you don't have him, you don't get cap space. You just don't have to pay luxury tax. And I always say the best way not to pay luxury tax is don't put a competitive roster around Luka Dončić and let him be the one forcing his way out. You'll shed a supermax contract if you go that route, and obviously the Mavericks have no intention to do that. I expect Jalen Brunson back next year, and I'm not telling you if he signs a 4-year deal, 5-year deal, I can't guarantee you he'll be here the whole time. But I do have a lot of confidence in saying that signing Jalen Brunson to that contract will benefit the Mavericks one way or the other.
There you go. A lot in there from McMahon. 22-24. You keep a contending team. You appease Luka versus just not having Brunson. And if it doesn't work out, you have a tradable asset at that price. McMahon laying out at least 4 reasons why you go ahead and give him this extension and hope that he takes it here. And he plays well with Luka, and they won in the postseason with him.
At $20 million, that's fine. At $22, $24 million, that's fine. At $30 million, I don't know. I wouldn't know that I would do that. I would be much more hesitant at that price point to pay for him. I would do a sign and trade. If you could find a way to do a sign and trade, that would be the route to go.
I think what they have to be asking, and hopefully I don't think they've figured it out yet. Easier said than done. What's our final piece after we re-sign Jalen? What are we doing? What is the next piece and next step after that to push us over the top?
Well, they don't. I don't even think they know.
Yeah,
and nobody. It's nobody
difficult.
Yeah, nobody can know. There's no way of knowing what the final piece is going to be.
Well, you can know if you can know who you target. You can know who the plan is.
Yeah.
How are we going to have the money to do that? Who else are we going to pay? What's the plan? What is the ideal plan for the final championship piece? Because Jalen Brunson and this returning team is not it.
They need to figure out who they, like you said, who they want to target. All right, who they want to target, and then how to get them. And I also believe that they need to figure out. Let's just look at it this way. Looking from the Warriors' perspective, we talked about this before. They made a trade of they knew KD kind of wanted to go somewhere else. They did the sign and trade with Brooklyn, and they got back D'Angelo Russell, who they knew they didn't want to keep, and they flipped him. Now maybe that's Jalen Brunson. Maybe Jalen Brunson's that guy that you don't want to keep. And then you flip him because he has value, and then you get something for him. And that's what they did. And they got Wiggins and Kuminga for D'Angelo Russell.
Is it worth it to overpay Brunson to have a second-round playoff team in order to make Luka happy versus gamble because this isn't a championship team? You gamble, you lose Jalen, then you got to replace him and get someone else. It's like this is the much safer route to take, even though this doesn't lead to the ultimate destination.
Well, here's the thing. Does it make getting that destination more difficult?
Well, we know with this current team they're going to be in the playoffs. Right?
Well, yeah, I would think that even without Jalen Brunson, they're in the playoffs too.
Yeah, it's going to be harder. You lose your second best player. I mean, he's definitely their second best player. So that's
they would replace him with Hardaway, who's back. Now that's not like, you're not replacing them with Kyrie Irving,
right?
But the drop off is not steep.
Yeah, Tim Hardaway to me, totally different player. He's more of a Dinwiddie clone than a Brunson. He's a shooter. He's a shooter.
That's kind of what you want with Luka.
Yeah, but Jalen Brunson can do much more.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna have Dinwiddie. I'm gonna have some shooters around. To me, it's not even a question. 10 times out of 10, I want Brunson over Tim Hardaway. Tim Hardaway is just if he's on, I can beat anyone that night, but he could definitely be off. I'd pick Dinwiddie over Tim Hardaway if given that chance, because they're basically the same type of role on the team. So I'm not feeling great if Jalen Brunson leaves about the Mavs. They're not going to be as high of a seed, in my opinion. I can lose all the other guys. I can lose Maxey and find him. I can lose Powell easily. I can lose the majority of these guys. But Brunson, I rely on him for a lot. That's my take on that. We know that they're going to pay him. We know that they're going to bring him back and re-sign him. Hopefully, it stays down there at about $22 million a year.
Hope so.
Versus him going to the New York Knicks with his pops and a bigger role.
And then that's one of the things you got to combat against.
Yeah, the role is going to be the problem. The role in his pops is going to be the problem. I'm sure you get a little tired if you're Steve Kerr and John Paxson on the Bulls. You know what your career is going to be. Jalen, you're a spot-up shooter, and that's it. Jalen Brunson, right? This kid has pedigree, national champion, big-time player coming out of school. Yes, he's undersized, and I think he's limited to a degree, but he may have it in his mind a little bit that he's capable of much more, right? John Paxson, Steve Kerr, these spot-up shooters, they know they're not capable of any more. Go to the right situation and be asked questions and answer about Michael and Scotty. Jalen, I don't know. You get tired of answering Luka questions nonstop, and he felt that rush. He got that spotlight in the Utah series, and who knows if he'll be hooked on it.
You pay me $25 million, you can ask me about anything. Literally anything you want.
Well, anyone will pay me 20. I can get 25 elsewhere, too.
No, I get that.
I can get 25 and not be asked about the other guy nonstop.
Yeah. No, I get that. But you wonder, like, he knows. At least I would think he knows that Luka's the best player on the team.
Yeah.
He probably shouldn't be all that butthurt about answering questions.
Maybe he thinks he can go somewhere and be the best player on a team. Maybe he thinks that.
Oh, he definitely. I would definitely think he thinks that. I assume a lot of players in the NBA think that.
Sure.
The guys at the top of their crafts and anything would think that. So, what does he want? That's the question. Does he want to? Take his chance of being the guy and take that money? His best chance at a supermax is not with the Dallas Mavericks, or his best chance at a max contract is not with the Dallas Mavericks. It's by being a number one somewhere else.
Tim McMahon on with Get Right last night, laying out the possible plan for the Mavs to be adding a big.
What the Mavericks are trying to do is they're trying to find, say, 50% of Gobert's impact at 25 or 30% of the price, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, with Gobert, it's not just what you would have to pay him, but what you would have to give up to get him. Multiple picks, probably one or both of Bullock and Finney-Smith. It's too much. Now, Clint Capella, for example, is a guy who could be on the move this summer. I think the Hawks are certainly willing to discuss him. I do think, he's a guy's making about half the money as Gobert. I think he's a guy who isn't as impactful, but does impact the game in a lot of similar ways. And, he got him and Trae Young hooked up on the most lobs in the league this season. If you catch him from Trae Young, I promise you can catch him from Luka Dončić. JaVale McGee is a name that I know interests the Mavericks. And whether he starts or not, he'd be more of that like 18 to 20 minute per game guy. But the other part of this is, obviously, the Mavs had a ton of success playing Maxi Kleber at center, going 5 out with all 3-point threats on the floor. They still want to play that way a lot, particularly in the playoffs. They just want to be able to have a guy who can really be impactful as a finisher, as a rim protector, as a rebounder when they play the more traditional style. And, Dwight Powell has been a really good soldier for the organization. he's not a starting center on a contender, and they understand that.
Clint Capella is still only 28. Feels like he's been in the league much longer than that to me. He was 11-12 last year. The year before, 15-14, 14-14, 16-13. Like, I didn't realize Capella. I know we got a lot of hype in Houston, but these are some monster numbers for Clint Capella.
Yeah, not bad at all. Like he's a guy you could target, and he wants to have an upgrade over Dwight Powell. Huge upgrade. If
I added Robert Williams to next year's team, not Robert Williams, but a guy like that, he was picked at 27, and the Mavs pick at 26. If I add Robert Williams, how much farther do you have them? Hell, I'll give you Gobert. If I add Gobert with the current squad, how much further do you put them?
I think short of another offensive number 2 or another number 1, then we saw their ceiling. I think we saw it. That doesn't mean that they can't get lucky,
right?
But I think realistically, you have to factor in how lucky did they get to where they were. You see, nobody wants to talk about that.
Nope.
Like it's just they got there because that's what they are. Well, no, they weren't. The history of the NBA shows they weren't. The history of the NBA shows that 4 seeds don't make the conference finals. They don't make the NBA finals. When they do, it's a very big rarity.
Like, we know they're going to be behind the Suns in the regular season standings next year.
And Golden State. And probably Denver. Because Denver's going to have Jamal Murray back.
Maybe the Clippers.
And they're going to have Kawhi back. So maybe they are behind. Maybe they are 3rd, 4th, 5th in the West. That's not an NBA finals contender. It's not a Western Conference Finals contender either, So you've got to find a way to get that other offensive number 2.
Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. More from Tim McMahon on Get Right last night a little bit later on in the show. But you thought you were done with him? No. You're about to see a lot more Jason Garrett on your football television screens. We'll explain the news that happened yesterday next on The Fan. But every single weekend, Mark, Scott, and Gene want to wish on up. Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. We're your home for Rangers baseball and the Dallas Cowboys. And Jason, of course, who appeared on this show every single Monday for a decade, has moved into broadcasting, and now he is going to replace Drew Brees in studio on NBC's Football Night in America.
Hey guys, how we doing?
Nice move up for Jason as he was sitting here calling these USFL games, and now he's going to be replacing Drew Brees alongside Rodney Harrison, Tony Dungy, and Mike Tirico.
Okay, very good. I saw this yesterday. I think it'll be a good addition. It's you want to talk about so him and Dungy together. Those are classy guys.
Yeah,
they're both pretty. I mean, they're very they're very smart, very classy.
Then you got Rodney.
And then you got Rodney Harrison. So that's kind of the give and take there.
And I don't know if Jason got the Notre Dame job yet. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Maria Taylor who is replacing Mike Tirico and Tony Dungy. I don't know if they're still going to have Rodney there. I think they put Rodney on the road along with Collinsworth's kid. They have him there at the game. So in studio, Maria Taylor, Jason Garrett, and Tony Dungy. And then let's see what happens with the Notre Dame job.
Yeah, and that's a good that
would
gig.
seem to fit him too.
It would fit him. It's a good gig. It's just, I think they just do the home games anyway. For Notre Dame, I don't believe they do the road games for them. So that would be a travel wise, you couldn't really get any better. You're only going to go there about 7-8 times a year.
What happened to Drew Brees?
Well, that's the question. There's thoughts out there, and the NBC head came out and was like, yeah, this was Drew did this on his own. Contrary to reports, Andrew Marchand had said he was kind of pushed out. They didn't really like him, but. The new reports out there were detailing that Brees may have left on his own, and that they explained that he didn't return because he wasn't really ready for the grind of the NFL and then going right into the grind of TV and color analysts. So
I give it 1 month, before we see a Drew Brees like video that Luka put out yesterday. Of him working out, and here he goes. He's flipping tires and he's pulling sleds. He's making a comeback at the age of 43.
If he tries to flip a tire, he will tear his labrum that he already tore,
or the hair plugs that he had done.
You think he could? You think he can come back and play, or you think his arm is gone?
I think his arm is gone. I think his arm and Peyton's arm are in the same place, which is the graveyard, man. It ain't attached anymore.
Broncos apparently want Peyton Manning involved in some capacity. Tom Brady yesterday once again said, I have no issue with Bruce Arians. Me and Bruce Arians, totally fine. He did not deny the Miami Dolphins rumors about ownership. He's like, I have a lot of conversations. So that was obviously in play. So Brady, future ownership, maybe after his broadcasting career. He was sitting there talking about Gronk, and Gronk still has not made his decision to come back and play. So Tom was talking about anything else jump out from Tom in that before we move on?
No, I mean, the fact that he's not committed beyond this year. He doesn't know what his plans are beyond this year. Okay. I mean, I expect him to test free agency after this year.
Oh.
He's a free agent. I would not surprise me at all if he's not quarterback in San Francisco next year.
And you mentioned the Broncos. Did you see the tweet about John Elway and the ownership that he was asked to purchase back in 1998? Back in 1998.
Were his teeth in it?
Yes. In fact, most of the picture is of his teeth. John Elway in 98 had a chance to buy 20% of the Broncos for a mere $36 million. He said no. And then Mr. Walmart comes in with $4.65 billion and buys it. That means that his investment for Elway would have been worth today $930 million. You know that hurts.
Oh, yeah.
That hurts.
But he still got a steakhouse, though. So congrats on that.
Yeah.
I think, or no, Shanahan. It's Shanahan's steakhouse. I don't know if Elway has a steakhouse there.
If he does or not.
So is that how they tell you? You know, when they tell you about the cut and the color of the inside, they just base it on Shanahan's face.
The leather.
Yeah.
What type of leather is this?
Do you want 20-degree weather Shanahan face, or do you want 60-degree weather Shanahan face? Which one?
Man, we're not very nice here to the looks of the Denver Broncos. And then you got Peyton Manning's forehead to throw into it.
Huge forehead. One of the biggest foreheads I've ever seen.
Someone needs make a drawing of Elway's teeth with Shanahan's skin and Peyton's forehead all on one.
Yeah, get on that, Texas William.
Get on that, Texas William. That's right. Speaking of ownership, LeBron James on the shop says he wants to own an NBA team and he wants to put it in Vegas.
I want to own a team.
Buy a team?
Yeah, I want to buy a team.
There
for sure.
There you go. Buying a team and then talking is a little tricky. If you own the team and
Yeah, I would much rather own a team before I talk. I want a team in Vegas.
Good for you.
Oh, yeah. I want the team in Vegas.
What does he mean before he talks?
No idea. I was trying to figure that out too. No idea. Not a clue.
Not like broadcasting.
I would doubt LeBron wants anything to do with broadcasting. I would be stunned.
Why? I would have doubted. I would have doubted it with Tom.
Right, but $375 million makes you overlook a lot of things. I don't think they're paying $375 to do NBA games on a Tuesday.
Probably not. But at the same time, the last 4 seconds of that clip, I was like, really?
I want a team in Vegas.
Good for you.
Oh, yeah. I want the team in Vegas.
Oh, man, team in Vegas. That's crazy. What are you talking about? There's going to be an NBA team in Vegas easily in the next 4 years.
Well,
easily.
Yeah, Adam Silver said right now we're not planning on expanding. We're going to expand. But there's LeBron, who, of course, just became a billionaire.
Yeah, I know our one listener in Sacramento is gonna hate for this, but it's
Rod, what's up, Rod? Send me some more salsa.
How they haven't forced the Kings to move to Vegas blows me away.
Yeah.
Like, get out of that. I'm sorry, again, I'm sure it's a wonderful place, only an hour from Tahoe. Get out of that crap hole and move to Vegas.
Yeah, the Kings and the A's should just go in together on moving trucks.
Yes.
And just make one big move at the same time.
Yes. They could probably get a Groupon for doing 2 at a time.
Yeah.
He sent you salsa?
Is that what you picked up? Is that what you picked up?
Did you say send me more salsa?
Yeah, he owns a salsa company, or he makes his own salsa. It's really good. It's better than that crap Schlereth has. God, that stuff's horrible.
In NorCal?
Yeah, well, Mark Schlereth, when he was on the show, Mark Schlereth.
Yeah, I know he's got the salsa, but I didn't know you tried it.
Yeah, I made a dig at him, and we laughed, but in my mind, I was like, no, seriously. It's not
Northern California salsa?
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
It's good.
I don't know, but I don't trust salsa north of the Red River.
What are your salsa requirements?
Yeah.
High onion, high cilantro count.
High onion, high cilantro.
Okay.
Not chunky.
Respect.
So
I don't want it chunky.
So
either.
you don't like eating garlic, but you're fine with raw onion.
Love onions. Absolutely love onions.
You love what?
Onions.
What?
Onions!
Thank you.
All right. A lot of economic issues.
Well, politics.
Gas issues.
Oh, politics.
Inflation. The hearings last night with Ivanka. No, I'm not going down that road. This is what?
Oh, my God. I'm just thinking Stephen Colbert last night was live after the hearings, and he played a clip of Ivanka Trump, and then he commented
where she said, yes, I came to realize that the election was not fixed.
Yeah.
People were saying, how fast is Donald going to disown her?
Yeah, and then Stephen Colbert said it was a bittersweet moment for the former president because he got screwed by his daughter.
Dude, I should have never gone back to you. Anyway, we set all that up because people are trying to save money, try to cut corners where you can, and that brings us to RJ's situation.
Well, not really just my situation.
Okay.
It's a situation of many, right?
I don't know. We're about to find out on the text line. How many people have roommates?
How many people have roommates? Now, I have somebody living with me.
Yes.
That's more for tax purposes, though.
Your nephew.
Yes, I did claim him as a dependent last year.
Dude,
what? A dependent?
You what?
Yeah, so my nephew moved in. He doesn't know
How old
that.
is he?
He's 26.
Yeah. We met him at one of the fan hangs at Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that's cool, dude.
Where RJ forgot Bobby Belt's existence.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
But noticed his wife.
I didn't even know he had a wife. So my nephew moved in with me last year, late last year. And, because he wanted to move, he wanted to move to America, quite frankly. He was living in Connecticut. And he wanted to move to America. So he comes down here, got a great job now, number one air. And at the time, he was out of work. So he moved in with me. And I was like, yeah, I absolutely will have you move in with me. I will claim you as a dependent, and I will get a little bit of a refund on my taxes. In a related story.
Sounds illegal. Yeah.
No, he lives with me. I've taken care of him.
Yeah, okay.
My mom claimed my dad as a dependent last year.
Okay.
As she should, because she's his primary caretaker.
All right.
So I have a roommate now. He doesn't pay. He pays me nothing. I don't accept payment from him.
Really?
He's family. You don't charge family. He pays me nothing.
He hasn't offered. You didn't accept? You won't accept money? That's bull.
He mows the lawn.
Okay.
And he takes out the trash.
And utilities?
No.
Wow.
No. Rent-free.
Very nice.
Rent-free.
Rent-free by mowing and taking out
But
trash.
that probably has to be the case so he can claim him.
Yeah, I think so.
That's it. Yeah, he's an employee.
There had to be a kid.
So the New York Times had an article about roommates. And they're a great solution to the housing crisis, which, by the way, last year in August, they said America's housing crisis is a choice. They said it was a choice.
Oh.
But now this one,
choice.
They basically say, stop complaining. If you're unable to afford rent, just get a roommate.
Get a roommate.
And I'm thinking to myself,
thanks, Biden.
There is no way in hell, if I'm a 35-year-old, that I'm going to get a roommate I've never met before. And share a lot of these roommates in New York City are sharing one-bedroom apartments.
Where's the other person sleep?
In the bedroom with you in a separate bed, or they sleep on the couch.
Oh my God.
Outside, like in a pullout.
Wow.
Like they've got their one person's bedroom is the living room, and the other person's bedroom is the bedroom.
Nightmare.
There's no way.
The only way is that person is working opposite hours of you or never home. Has a boyfriend, has a girlfriend that they're always staying with. That's the only way. Then you can go ahead and split your rent.
It is like I'm sorry. Like there's no way if I'm 22 years old, I could deal with anything.
Yeah,
I could deal with that.
Of course, save money.
22, 28. Man, I think the cut was like 26, 27. I had to get. I was living with my parents for a while. That was miserable.
Yeah,
I had to get out. There's no way. There's no way past about 26, 27. I could remotely consider living with somebody else that I wasn't intimate with.
What would be the biggest lifestyle change you would have to make if you lived with someone next month randomly? You were desperate. The one thing you do around your house that you wouldn't be able to do. Don't say walk around naked.
That's it.
You don't walk around in the living room naked. You sleep naked.
No.
You don't just walk around and go and get your mushrooms and mustard at the fridge with your hot dog out.
Absolutely do.
How am I going to carry these 3 donuts?
I absolutely do. I walked to the kitchen naked. I never shut my door. And now that I've got my nephew living with me, I have to keep my door shut basically all the time.
Yeah.
And it gets hot in my room. Yeah, like that's the number one for me.
Listen, I'm not questioning him about, you don't walk around naked. There's several people that do that. That just walk around flipping and flopping.
Women
do all the time.
Women do.
Yeah.
Women do. Not men just walking around sitting on the couch.
Nah, some guys do that. No, not on the couch. Like leather?
Yeah, I don't sit on the couch with it. No. I don't sit down.
Sit on your Shanahan.
Yeah, that's right. I don't sit on things completely naked.
Okay.
But like I let
you won't sit on things, but you sleep in the bed over and over. You get back in those sheets.
Yeah. But like,
yeah.
I don't. But I'll walk around naked. I got to air dry. That's how
about just get a towel.
Nah, it never dries it completely. I mean, that's how you get all
what?
So you get yeasty down there. You don't want to do that.
All right.
Thank you.
So
thank you, Mrs.
That's how you grow things.
Troy, when's the last time you had a roommate?
Oh my God,
Did you live with D?
Yeah, my best friend did. No, he lived with us.
What?
No.
Easy.
Yeah, D lived with us.
Easy, DiCaprio.
Yeah, no.
Good
D,
Lord.
DiCaprio. Yeah. It wasn't like that, even though people in Rockwall was like, there's one. No, it was like, no. He lived with us when my family and I were just starting. And it was great because, like you said, he had different hours than us. I worked early mornings doing radio. The wifey was doing law stuff, and he was working clubs and night stuff. It worked out perfect.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the best way to have a roommate.
All right, let's get to headlines to get you ready for your Friday and the weekend. NBA Finals Game 4. I mean, when we say must win, it needs to mean must win. Is this an absolute must win game for the Warriors? The Rangers back in action against Tony La Russa after what he did yesterday, and it looks like the Stanley Cup Finals are set. Headlines with Sean and RJ next.
Well, let's get you over to Diamonds Direct, whether you're buying that $3,000 diamond pendant.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
NBA Finals Game 4 tonight in Boston with the Celtics up 2-1. You know, Brad Sham may be listening, and he is very literal. I'm doing this for Brad when it comes to must-win games.
I appreciate the literalness.
So when it's like Game 3 or 4 of the NFL season, and we say it's a must-win, he goes, so you're telling me if they lose, they're out of the playoffs. Yeah. I'm calling tonight a must-win for the Golden State.
What the hell are we doing?
A must-win for the Warriors tonight. They have to win. If they lose, the NBA Finals are over.
Yeah, I'm calling it a must-win as well because if they do lose, they are out of the playoffs because they're not going to win the series.
Tough, Snowflake.
And even if they extend it by a game or two, we know what's going to happen. They're going to if they lose tonight, then they lose in 6 games.
I agree. That would be your prediction.
And and look, about time I would have been right because I've been wrong the entire postseason basically, which I'm fine with.
Yep.
But yeah, this I totally agree. This is a must win. It's again, you're not going to be out of the tournament if they lose, but they're for all intents and purposes going to be out of the tournament.
And you're going in wounded. Like Steph says he's going to play, but he may not be 100%. This is going to have to be, sometimes you get those games. I remember with the old Lakers, like a championship resolve. That championship mystique that can't get knocked out. That is what it's going to take tonight. I don't know how they're going to do it. I don't know who's going to step up, but I'm not feeling good if I'm the Warriors, even though it says Robert Williams, who was amazing in Game 3, is questionable for tonight. He's been dealing with this leg injury for a while now, but this is going to be tough. But yes, it's a must-win game.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Otherwise, I think it ends in 6.
Yeah.
Golden State goes back, they win one at home, and then the Celtics celebrate in front of these fools.
And I hate to judge effort. I really do because I think most of these guys at this time of year they're giving about the same. Man, it looks like the Celtics are getting every loose ball. At least in games 1 and 3, it looked like that they were just getting everything. That they were faster. They wanted it more. They were hungrier, and maybe they are, but it looked like that on the TV to me.
And now the Warriors are going to incite these fools even more in the crowd because of what Clay said, of what Draymond said. Draymond's wife went on social media and talked about the classless Celtics fans. Guys, this is not going to help. It's only going to make things worse. And don't be hypocrites. What you were talking about with Draymond Green in the Grizzlies series, don't be hypocrites. Yep. There were kids in that crowd, too.
When Draymond's flipping off the Memphis fans, were there no kids? Did the Grizzlies have a rule that says you have to be 18 years old to go and enter that building? Does the NBA have a rule that says you can't watch those games on TV if you're under the age of 17?
How would you guys deal with that or approach that? Troy, you take the 3 kids to a game, and it's that Boston-type environment.
I would.
Does it make you uncomfortable? Does it?
I mean, I've done that before. I've been to games where it kind of got like that, and maybe not as aggressive as a Boston game, but I've been to games where I've told the kids, listen, there's going to be some people around that are going to get really loud, really aggressive, and they're probably going to yell a little bit and maybe say a couple of curse words. That's just because they're really dedicated fans. And I'm fine with that now. There's been a couple times where someone may have said a racial slur around us, and I've had to tell the kids, why don't you go get something to eat?
Yeah.
And I've had a little talk with someone, but yeah, you preface it.
Yeah, I'm not even going to ask you. That's Wednesday night around the dinner table with your kids.
Oh my God, I brought my kids. So my kids had a wiffle ball tournament yesterday before practice because why wouldn't you at 4:00 in the afternoon have a wiffle ball tournament for 2 hours?
Yeah.
Before you had to go play a baseball practice.
Oh.
So I left. I went and got them and brought them some dinner, like a pregame little meal. Brought them some Chick-fil-A. Okay. And what does Julian say when I get there?
You shut up!
No. He said, "Oh wait, are these fries for me too?" And I said, yeah. He said, JC, that's awesome. And I'm like, just rolled up the tongue. I was like, I'm sorry, what was that? These fries are now mine. Yeah, these fries are now mine, son.
So, NBA Finals, Game 4 tonight. Where are we at with the spread of this game?
Ooh, I'm going to guess it is 3.5. Boston by 3.5.
Now, Wasn't it 3.5 the other day? No, it was 4. It stayed at 4. It's at 4.
4. Okay.
4 right now.
4
for the Celtics. Someone's going to have to be a hero for Golden State. So we'll see what happens. And they got to stop disappearing in these fourth quarters like they did in Game 1 and Game 3 the other night. It looks like the New York Rangers are about to disappear in the Eastern Conference Finals.
Rooney grabs, couldn't clear. Held in Sergachev at the right point. Sergachev. Shoot, score! Right point, Sergachev. Sergachev. Shoot, score! Sergachev!
Same thing.
Another goal for Sergachev. It's 2-1 Lightning. Who drove up the middle? Hagel. He's going to score an empty net goal. Score! Hagel!
Legitimate question. How many microphones did they go through a game?
Oh, you think he breaks them?
Oh, without question. He blows out the actual wire. He does something to the microphones. There's no doubt about it.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, you can.
I never heard of that.
You can blow out a microphone just like your voice can blow out like a glass, a piece of glassware if you hit a certain note. If you scream enough into a microphone, you can damage it. And I know Dave Mishkin over at Lightning Radio has done that at least a few times in his life.
Tampa scores twice in the final 2 minutes to win at the Garden, 3-1. They're up 3-2, and it looks like this thing is over, that the Rangers will have squandered a 2-0 lead.
It looks that way, and if you look at it, beyond that, the Rangers feel the same thing. Because what did they do last night? As soon as the game was over, they're still on the ice, and about 6 Rangers got into it with about 6 Lightning players. Fighting, like tackling, punching, fighting. After the game was over, it was a brouhaha. Sean, it was a pretty good fight, and especially
Donnybrook.
Yeah, it was a real Donnybrook.
Donnybrook or Donnie?
I think it's Donnybrook.
Donnybrook. Shawnee Bonnybrook.
Yeah, Shawnee Bonnybrook. So it was good. But you can tell the Rangers feel it. They're feeling it now, and now they're down 3-2, and the Lightning are going to go wrap this thing up at 6.
The Rangers are going to take on the Chicago White Sox. They had the day off yesterday, and it's going to be the White Sox against your Rangers on 105.3 The Fan. Perfect timing because Tony La Russa is in the news at the top of the headlines.
Yes, he is. Tony La Russa yesterday walked Trey Turner with a 1-2 count on him. Okay, I'm going to say that again. He walked Trey Turner with a 1-2 count on him. Now, context. There was an open base, and before the 1-2, the 0-2, I guess it was before there was 2 strikes on him with a 1-2 count, Freeman had advanced to second base on a wild pitch. So the base became open. He would have, if the base was open, I assume, walked him to start anyway. Max Muncy gets up and goes yard.
2-2 is driven in the air the other way, deep to left, and a home run. So they intentionally walked Turner, and then Max Muncy off the lefty. It's an opposite way 3-run homer, and it's 10-5.
It was 6-5. A fan is screaming. He's got 2 strikes, Tony.
Yeah.
He's got 2 strikes. They walk Turner. Max Muncy makes him pay, and Tony La Russa did not like the questioning after the game.
You explained the thought process on the intentional walk with
Turner?
Turner. At 1-2.
So let me ask you a question. Is there some question about whether that was a good move or not?
I guess at 1-2 is the question.
Do you know what he hits against left-hand pitching? With 1-0-1 or 2 strikes? Do you know what he hits? Well, you know what Muncy hits with 2 strikes against a left-hand pitcher? Is that really a question? Because it was 1 and 2? Turner was a strike left against a left-hander is not something you can avoid if you can. And we had an open base, and Muncy happened to be the guy behind him, and that's a better matchup. Here again, somebody disagrees. That's the beauty of this game. Welcome to it. But that wasn't a tough call.
Was there a reason for waiting until 1-2 though? Was there a reason to not do it right away and wait till 1-2?
Well, that's when the pitch got away.
Trey Turner, 1 and 2 counts against lefties this season. 254. Sorry, 254 for his career. This season, 333. 5 for 15. So that was enough of a sample size for Tony to say he's dangerous. He's a 333 hitter. with this 1-2 situation, this or Joe Madden intentionally walking Corey Seager?
What's worse?
Bigger, huh? What?
Joe Madden intentionally walking Corey Seager is a bigger honk because you're giving up a run. You're voluntarily giving up a run.
Yeah.
This was you could still say the numbers supported this one if you wanted to. So look, this isn't the most egregious. It's odd. Look, I am all for counterintuitive thinking. Just because it's not conventional doesn't mean it's wrong. Doesn't mean it's right either.
1 to 10 on the dumb scale.
I would not have done this. I would have taken my chance with 2 strikes. It's a 1-2 pitch. I would have taken my chances.
8? Less?
No, I would say less.
Oh, okay.
If there was a runner on first and not second, then it would have been a 10 out of 10 on the dumb scale because you put a guy in scoring position. 5, 6.
Oh, so you're 50-50 almost on it.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. I wouldn't have done it, but you don't
think it was idiotic. You can't think it's idiotic if you think it's a 5.
I personally think it's idiotic, but I get the thought process that he is going through.
Okay.
I understand that. So I get it, but I would not have done it. I think that is like just, it's 1-2 pitch. If you don't trust your pitcher to be able to get a guy out with 2 strikes, you shouldn't have him on your roster.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line, live in the fan cam, live on Twitch, and now live on YouTube. Fallout from the LIV Golf Tournament, day 1.
Well, the fallout, obviously, the PGA Tour suspending 17 players, and we don't know what they're going to suspend them for or how long. I do know one of the hesitancy of the other tour members that have not deflected, and there are going to be more, is they want to be able to play in majors. And they need to find out if these guys are going to get official World Golf Ranking points, which, by the way, the LIV Tour has applied for officially to get those World Golf Ranking points. So if they get them, game on.
And who decides that?
A committee made up of the USGA, the RNA, the PGA of America, the European Tour, the PGA Tour, and I believe the Asian Tour, which is now owned by LIV Golf. LIV Golf bought the Asian Tour.
Okay.
So they are going to get some points out of it, they think. But the fallout is this was wild and awesome and terrible at the same time. Like, it was the scroll on the left side, not the scroll, the scoreboard, the leaderboard was completely wild. Like, they had everybody abbreviated. It's like, guys, I don't even know half the guys in this tournament. Don't abbreviate the names.
Yeah.
Who is SKWA? I have no idea who that is. No idea who that is. I do know who PMIC is. Phil Mickelson, I do know that. Or JOH, I know that. I get that one. But it had a lot of Formula One vibes. People said so. A lot of people liked that aspect of it. Phil wore all black, but he also changed in the middle of the round, it seems. He had on a black vest with a blacked out Masters logo on the crest for his pre-round interview. Hits his first tee shot, and now that black crest is no longer seen the rest of the day. Where did it go? What happened to it? And why was it blacked out? The Masters doesn't make blacked out logos. The Masters makes basically one logo. If you're a Berkman's, it's a different color, but they basically make one logo. So did he color that out on purpose? Did he get it specially made? Because if he colored it out on purpose, that's definitely a message to Augusta National.
Headlines on a Friday, our number 1 rated segment of the show. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Cowboys practiced yesterday, and we have the official preseason schedule that's out. Mike McCarthy on Dalton Schultz skipping practice because he's not happy about his contract, and a little Deion Sanders story for Trayvon Diggs, all from the head coach of America's team on Sean and RJ after this.
Why don't you do me a favor and check out the Odyssey app in my station? It's called Stadium Anthem, streaming 24/7 all weekend long and more on the Odyssey app. Segment this morning brought to you by the Can Academy. It's also brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. You think there'll be less big trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect you or protect them. So find someone to protect you. It's Frankel and Frankel at truckwreck.com.
Wilson slot left. Play fake. Quick pass to the right. Schultz will walk this one in. Touchdown, Dalton Schultz.
I can't believe Dalton Schultz is getting this much attention. Dalton Schultz, franchise tag. Dalton Schultz not happy with the negotiations for a long-term deal. Dalton Schultz saying he's going to go ahead and leave practice. He's not showing up. Mike McCarthy being asked about Dalton Schultz. Yesterday, I was talking to Bobby Bell, and I was like, all right, practice recap on the home of the Cowboys tomorrow, Cowboys Insider. He's like, nah, the only thing was really Josh Ball getting into a fight with someone. That was really it. Otherwise, it was pretty slow out there at practice. But Dalton Schultz is not there, and Mike McCarthy was asked, out of sight, out of mind, different tight end to throw in there to catch passes from Dak?
Not necessarily. I mean, Dalton's been here. I mean, Dalton's been here every single day, since the season's been completed. So, I don't think there's been a week where I haven't seen Dalton. So, so I'm not worried about his commitment or, what he's done. I mean, he's in great shape. If he was standing here, he'd tell you this is the strongest he's ever been. So, I mean, he's put a tremendous amount of work into the offseason, and I think this is clearly why I separate it. It's business. It's business that he's tended to, and it's understood. But to think that he hasn't done the work would not be accurate.
And then balancing the contract situation with what he does on the field. You already heard McCarthy talk about business. Here's the other clip.
I don't look at it as a balance. I think that they're two different entities. Business is business, and I'm in the business of winning football games. So we all have contracts. We all have these type of situations that come about. Timings obviously plays into these decisions and transactions, and now. It takes you as a head coach. It takes you a few to get used to it. But I think you have to learn to separate things. And in this world, it's too competitive. There's too much work to be done. And Dalton deserves this position that he's in. And so hopefully we can get it worked out.
Man, things came to a screeching halt this offseason with the Cowboys news. Right? Let's go around the room. Okay, still need to figure out what this game is called when you go around, and then when you run out of the answer, you got to drink. Kind of the adult version of Duck, Duck, Goose. You start, RJ. We'll go counterclockwise. Cowboy offseason drama leading up to the draft. Go.
Franchise tagging Dalton Schultz.
Okay, very weak answer, but we'll accept so the game can continue.
Jerry Jones became a new dad.
Yes, That is one. You guys go back and forth, or I can just name whatever.
Right.
I'll go Rich Dalrymple.
Oh.
PR man.
Okay. Stephen Jones got a new nickname.
Again, very weak answer. You're losing so far, but fine. Catboy will accept.
Amari Cooper goes to Cleveland.
Oh, good one. A lot of drama in that. Randy Gregory. Easy follow-up.
Gregory.
A lot of drama in that.
Gregory. Okay.
You're missing a big one. There's a big one left on the board.
Is there really?
Yes.
A big one left on the board. Well, I'm not going to. Let's see. I'm trying to think what the big one is now. You threw me off.
Okay, you're eliminated. You're
out.
out.
That's fine. You threw me for a loop.
You're now out. Troy, you can win the game.
Oh, no, I can win the game?
If you can name the last big off-season piece of dramatic news, controversial news for the Cowboys.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Does it have to do with a player or someone in the office?
Player.
It has to do with the player? Who am I missing out on the player? Who am I missing? You already said Randy Gregory. It's not DeMarcus. No.
All right, it's a member of the defense.
My God, have I already forgotten about this?
Yeah, that shows you. Somebody died because of it.
Oh, my gosh, yes. Why am I? It's Kelvin Joseph.
Kelvin Joseph.
That's it.
All those things happened.
Wow.
It seems like it was like a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
Then the draft. Then quiet, which is good. Quiet things down. And now we're sitting here talking about Dalton Schultz not going to practice.
I don't like quiet.
We know you don't. You like the drama. You like the noise.
Yeah, I mean, that's I'm in this business for a reason.
For business.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, business. Drama's bad. Drama's bad.
Yeah.
Peace is bad for business.
No, Jerry Jones' car crash.
Oh, the car crash.
Gosh.
I forgot about that one.
They already got to throw that in there.
Yeah.
I knew there was another one with Jerry.
Car crash. We got car
I
crash.
knew there was something else he boned.
We got
T-boned.
Oh no, T-bone. Car crash. Kelvin. Dalrymple.
Sir.
What?
I'm trying to think of. Is that it? Is that all the offseason moves?
You're like 10 seconds behind the reaction.
I was stunned.
Jesus.
I was stunned into silence. It's okay.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Here is Mike McCarthy with a Deion Sanders story when asked about Trayvon Diggs.
I think it's a compliment to, if you think of the great corners that play in this league, it's just, I always, because the only time I ever seen Deion Sanders play was 1995. We played down here at Thanksgiving, and he was nursing a hamstring, and they played, kept Coors, and Darren Woodson kept coming up on the tight end. We were getting the post throw, and we kept throwing it, and he kept limping back there, catching it, or getting his hands on it, and I can remember the bus ride home. S.J. Herman Evers was his secondary coach. He was like, "What the hell were you guys thinking about going after Deion?" I said, "Well, it's quarters. The post was open." He's like, "Quarters? It's Deion Sanders." So that's, and I think that's where, any aspiring young corner would like to get to someday with that, that type of respect, and hopefully we're talking about him someday like that.
So now let's see. I can't wait to hear from Diggs. I know the easy answer is working on everything, working on all aspects, but what did Diggs want to concentrate on the most this offseason after a year in which the analytical websites, the PFFs, said it was really, really overrated? But when you look at the highlights and when you look at the counting numbers, all-world season in other people's eyes when it comes to Trayvon Diggs. So I can't wait to hear what he worked on when we go out there to training camp and get everybody on.
Hopefully it was coverage, staying in front of your man. It's keeping him within the next 10 feet of you and not giving up the most touchdowns in the league. That would be a nice thing to work on. That's my hope.
All right. Yesterday, Bobby
less
Belt.
time on the hands machine.
Man, he wasn't. He's not delayed on this point.
Less time on the hands machine and more time doing the Rocky Balboa chase a chicken around a coop.
Is there any other Cowboy in your mind who could qualify as most overrated? Because it appears as if you've settled on one.
Well, no, I don't think Diggs is overrated. I think we have overrated his genius. Like, we have looked at his genius, which is intercepting passes, and completely ignored everything else about his game. And, that's just, I'm just trying to change the world here, Sean, day at a time.
Okay, day
at a time. I just wanted to be a better cover corner, which is more important than interceptions.
Josh Ball apparently getting into a little fight yesterday out at practice. You got some teams reporting coaches. I think it was in Chicago with Eberflus. They were getting too physical at one of their little practices. So here's Mike McCarthy on trying to balance that while sweating it out in Frisco.
Yeah, I mean, we had 2 young guys today that got a little rambunctious, and had a chance to visit with them, both afterwards, and just on all fronts. You got to practice the same way, and this, frankly, and it gets this way in about the second week too at training camp. It's, guys are going against each other every day, and you get up to the 4th, 5th, 6th, padded practice, things start to get a little chippy, and I think us playing against or practicing against 2 teams this year will probably help that part of it. But we're at that point. These guys are, we're trying to practice safe and be smart, and definitely after the 5th step in the rush part of it, and keeping things clean around the pocket and all that, and but they're human. It was hot. This is our hottest day, and it got a little chippy out there today.
So there you go. There he is talking about trying to keep guys from fighting each other at this point in time. Mike McCarthy also on a coaching list that came out.
Yes, he is. Pro Football Focus has come out with their NFL head coach rankings for 2022. And, they did go through.
How are they determining this?
They are determining, it's actually kind of funny how they're determining this. So
where are we going with this?
Yeah. They wanted to account for the team's talent level and predict something less volatile than wins. So what they did was they created this model where they used the salaries of each starter on both sides of the ball, including an indicator for if the player is a rookie, right? So like that way, that usually rookie salary is a little bit less, So they're taking that into account. And the target is points scored or allowed in the season.
No, that's not the point.
So a starter is defined as the person who took the most snaps in their position, filter out key injuries. And they adjusted that at several positions to give an estimate on the amount of wins each coach accounts for each year. Okay. So they did this, and it came out the number 1 coach in the NFL. If they had an average roster, they made every roster the same.
Okay.
Number 1 coach in the NFL was Bill Belichick. With an average roster, he should average an 11.7 and 5-3 record a year, so almost 12-5. Number 2, John Harbaugh.
Still probably underrated.
Yeah,
overall.
So they basically give him an 11-6 record every year. Number 3, Andy Reid. With an average roster, he would be 10-7. That's tier 1. Tier 2, good coaches. This is the first one that jumped out. Coach Bro.
Kingsbury?
10-7. Outside of quarterback and wide receiver, Kingsbury has not had much to work with in terms of offensive talent.
Wow.
Yet he has still managed to make the offense hum. Unfortunately, he has left much to be desired on the defensive side of the ball thus far. Number 5. Another one I don't necessarily agree with. Pete Carroll.
Whoa.
Number 6. Matt LaFleur. Number 7, Kyle Shanahan. He said the write-up on him, by the way, he should be a 10-7 coach with an average roster, which ironically he doesn't even have with a great roster ever. Shanahan's been publicly lauded for impressive offensive outputs despite middling passers running his offense, and this is borne out in the data as well. Unfortunately, his overall mediocre defensive outputs, considering the talent at his disposal, has been captured too. Number 8, Mike Vrabel. Number 9, Frank Reich. And number 10, Mike McCarthy. 10-7 average record with an average roster. Quote, while there have been criticisms of his play calling in Green Bay, he doesn't call plays in Dallas. He's had no issue helming prolific offenses throughout his career. His Achilles heel, however, is his inability to oversee defensive performances that live up to his team's talent level.
Inability is, okay, not game management, but what about defensive performances?
Inability to oversee defensive performances that live up to the team's talent level. So his defenses have been more talented than the defenses have performed.
Underachieved.
Yeah. So which I gotta say, I don't really get on Mike for that. That he's not a defensive coach. Like, I don't care about Kyle Shanahan's defense. I don't care about Sean McVay's defense, who, by the way, was number 11.
McCarthy ahead of McVay?
Yeah.
From PFF.
Yep.
Wow.
What it says about McVay is the data suggests he's lived up to his reputation as a fantastic play caller, oversees great offenses at his time as the Rams coach.
Okay, let's take a little college football break. I've been trying to defend this guy a little bit, try to justify his decision, but a guy who used to coach a local program, man, he finally took it too far with the whining and the excuses. Little college football on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to
Brought to you by Buyers Barricades, a full-service provider. Taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
I don't know who is advising Lincoln Riley, but my advice to him would be shut your mouth. Stop talking about Oklahoma. Stop talking about the decision. You've covered it. You've addressed it. All you do is make people in Sooner Country despise and hate you more. Lincoln Riley talking to CBS Sports, and he was saying, no, I wasn't scared of the SEC. I wanted to sit there and have stability at one place. I'm 38. I want to experience different things. I want to win. The opportunity is so good. How could you not do it? Blah, blah, blah. But this is where I think he finally stepped over the line. Look, I could defend going to USC over Oklahoma. I could defend going to California and living there and being a rock star or not being a rock star in the land of celebrities. I can defend all that. Going to play in that conference versus what the Sooners are going to. But, man, I think he stepped in it even more when he talked about the lack of talent that he had at OU. And that's why he lost and never won a national championship. I've walked into 4 playoffs, and I've never had better than maybe the third best roster of the 4 teams. Every other year, we were 4 of 4. We had really good rosters, but they weren't the same. I can't imagine that there could be a setting that we could build a better roster than we can here. So the ceiling Lincoln Riley is referring to here, much higher talent-wise than the ceiling, the floor, MJ.
And the roof.
That he apparently had at OU, and he just went into the college football playoff with a tremendous talent disadvantage.
Yep.
That was Lincoln Riley talking to CBS Sports.
What a joke. Now you're passing the buck to the players? You literally had...
You recruited the players.
Yeah, he did. You literally had the overall number 1 pick in the draft for 3 of those 4 games.
And Hurts, right?
And then Hurts.
Well, you talking about the final 4 games?
Yeah, but
the quarterbacks that he's had, it's insane.
He had Baker Mayfield, number 1 pick. He had Kyler Murray, number 1 pick.
Hurts, second round.
Guys, the most important position, you had the advantage in every game. That's, Now,
look, are they less talented than Alabama?
Sure.
Yeah, so you less talented than Georgia, less talented than Clemson over the years? Yeah, I get probably, but it's just excuses. Just shut up. Stop talking about it. I mean, it's better for us. I love that he's doing it, but if I was advising him, if I was at USC, dude, pretend you never coached at Oklahoma until we face them at some point in time one day on the schedule. Just stop talking about it. God, as much as I would love, I don't know which game I would anticipate more. If Bama played at A&M, I don't even think that would come close to my dream of USC playing at Oklahoma. Can you imagine? That would be like LeBron going back to Cleveland the first time. It would be incredible to have Lincoln Riley return to Norman.
It has to be in Norman. It can't be at USC. And it can't be in a bowl game. It's got to be in Norman. And that'll happen when USC joins the SEC. That'll happen.
Okay. Not a lot of immediate promise there.
I think that'll happen in the next 8 years.
Okay.
And they will be followed by the rest of the group. Notre Dame, Ohio State, Michigan. There'll be one conference. They'll all be in one giant conference.
Did Oklahoma's talent compare to Notre Dame?
Oklahoma.
More.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, compared to Alabama or Clemson, Lincoln's right. I mean, their talent level wasn't as good as those teams.
And he's probably right that in a perfect world, he can get more talent at USC. It's the state of California, right? You don't think so?
I mean, Oklahoma's had a longer track record of success recently than USC has.
Yes.
USC needs to prove they care about football. They're trying. But
talent bases. Who's got the advantage with the talent base?
Texas has a more talent-rich state for football than California, not by a wide margin, but enough. And Oklahoma basically just pulls from Texas. I think it's pretty similar what you can get. There's a reason Oklahoma is. I mean, I got to go back and look. I think Oklahoma's got more championships. They've both been they're legendary programs. Both of these programs are. USC might be a little bit higher, but I think USC is a better job because it's in one of those states where you have to leave, you have to get on a plane. But it's minimal, man. I mean, you're talking about splitting hairs, circumcising mosquitoes.
Lincoln Riley stepping in it again, just continuing to talk about OU. Sean and RJ. Now an article that you absolutely fell in love with, and I started reading this. Jamarcus Russell with his own story, one of the all-time busts as the number 1 pick.
Well, don't say he was a bust because he doesn't say he was a bust. But I'm just going to read the first line of this article, Troy, on the Players Tribune.
All right.
Players Tribune is still a thing?
I guess it is.
It's the thing to go to when you want to retire and write a biography about it.
Okay.
First time I drank some codeine, I was 14 years old.
And clip that.
That's the first sentence.
That's the first sentence. It was a normal day at the park in Mobile. Football was jumping. You go to the park by my grandma's house, there's always some kids playing, some older guys shooting dice, just sitting around with a cooler. Normally, they were drinking beers, but more and more, I started seeing these grown men drinking sodas. I'm not thinking anything of it. I know everybody. I'm chilling. Jamarcus, get you something from the cooler. So I go over and grab a drink. But I grabbed some drank instead.
He got some lean?
At 14.
Oh, wow.
No, ain't no musta. I had to grab some drank because a couple minutes later, this pineapple orange got me faded. And then my boy, I'm not going to say his name, he realized what's going on. He starts panicking. He's like, yo, don't tell nobody in your family about this. You're going to be straight, but you're going to go lie down for a minute. He knew mama would have tore his butt up if she found. My uncles, my daddy, everybody would have been looking for him. Man, I never even smoked weed growing up because I was so scared to come back home to a house full of my aunts and uncles smelling some loud on me. I'm going to use so many of these words. They'd have taken turns whooping my butt. First time I smoked weed, I got released by the Raiders. My family had me locked in. So he said,
how much of this do you drink to get knocked out like this?
I mean, I don't know.
You've done it. Look at the stupid smile on your face. You've definitely done it.
No, trust me, he definitely has not. He's never had drink before. He's never had a purple chongo.
I've never had lean.
No, he's never had lean before.
Have you, Troy?
I have popped some codeine, though.
You have done that multiple times. I've had a sip of lean before. It's disgusting. It's cough syrup and Sprite. It is a disgusting mixture and a quite dangerous one for the kids listening. It is nothing to mess around with. Yeah. If you want to do the Sprite challenge today, which is like the new hot TikTok thing, that's fine.
What's that?
That's where you chug Sprite and try not to burp.
Yeah.
Because your burps are beyond ridiculous.
Yeah, they are.
Like you're going to rip a hole in your esophagus. But, this isn't that surprising. When you hear this kind of story, it's surprising for him to say it was like at 14. I was like, oh, my God.
Yeah, he goes on to talk about how he was at LSU and they were handing out painkillers like Skittles.
Yeah.
But,
And that he would drink again.
Yeah, he'd be in class. 10 o'clock in the morning, get a styrofoam cup from the cafeteria.
Oh, my God.
Because he said he was dealing with an injury.
Yeah, he had to separate his shoulder or something like that. And,
someone ratted him out.
Someone ratted him out. For having that drink, but he's like, if I had 4 pain pills in my pocket, nobody would have thought anything of it.
Right. And this was in high school. He was doing
this. This was at LSU.
Okay,
but the first time was 14.
Yeah, I'm saying he threw javelin in high school. By the way, if you didn't know that, Jamarcus Russell.
Dang.
He says, look, I know the rumors about me. Jamarcus Russell was a bust because he was drinking syrup. He was on some thug stuff. He didn't love the game. He goes, man, my story's so much deeper than some drink. It goes deeper than the Raiders, deeper than football. 10 plus years of people slander my name. I've never said a word. Well, now it's my turn. And then he goes on to list all the participants in his life, like his dad and Uncle Ray and my mom and just everybody going in on his grandma and how his mom was and the fact that his mom and
they had all the attorneys and doctors on the mom's side of the family.
Yeah, and his mom, got really on him one time because, he punched a coach from when he was 9 years old from another team.
Slapped him.
Because the coach slapped him. He slapped somebody in the back, like, nice cut, bro. Like, my kids do that all the time. Nice cut, G. And they'll slap me in the back of the head. Well, this guy hit him on the back of the head. It's like, hey, good game. And he whooped, he hit him. But there's a story that he tells about Jimbo. Now, he goes on, before he tells the story about Jimbo, he tells him a story about the Raiders. How the coaches, only Al Davis wanted him. None of the coaches on the Raiders wanted him.
Yeah, Lane Kiffin did not want Jamarcus Russell. He wanted some other random guy. What's his name? Oh, Calvin Johnson. That's who Lane wanted.
So, he's been taking Ambien for his sleep apnea, and, he's 6:30 a.m. After practice, he goes to the team doctor discussing everything. And, he goes on to say how in a quarterback meeting, he was with a white coach, white quarterback, and they started MFing him. And he said, basically, sir, I'm not trying to be funny or anything, but watch how you're talking to me. My mom and dad don't even talk to me like that. So the coach doesn't say anything. He starts playing film again. He starts complimenting him. Hey, J-Rock, I like your footwork here. He said, I'm sitting here for 5 minutes, not saying a word. You could have heard a pin drop in there. And I don't know why, but I couldn't take it anymore. He gets up, slams the table, and hits it. And he says, now, that's how you talk to me from now on. I haven't started a football game since.
Wow.
That's what he said. He said Jimbo was the only, he got cussed out by Jimbo 1,000 times, but Jimbo was the only one that took time to coach him his entire coaching career because he was his OC.
That's right.
At LSU.
That's right. Jimbo told everyone else,
Just let me handle it.
just let me handle it. I got this.
He's like, I got to know him as a man. In the NFL, it's not really like that. Outside the facility, I never even had this coach's phone number. Outside the facility, we didn't speak. There was no relationship. So he didn't mention the coach. Lane Kiffin obviously was working with quarterbacks. He was the head coach there. But I don't remember who the OC was that would have been working at the time with the Raiders. But there, a lot of stuff in here on that, on Jimbo, and it's a great read.
Yeah,
it's a great read.
And we hadn't heard a ton from him since he disappeared.
No, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's back in Alabama. I think he's back home. I remember seeing an article several years ago where he was hanging out at a barbershop back in his hometown. So, yeah, you don't hear a lot from Jamarcus Russell.
Yeah, the final line of this, or the final paragraph of this, I wasn't supposed to be I wasn't supposed to be here. I'm talking here. I shattered every expectation. I was Mr. Football in the state of Alabama. I brought Nick Saban to the hood. I got millions to wear Nikes. I got to play the game I love. I was the second black quarterback to go number one after Mike Vick. I ain't no failure. I'm a king. I'm still.
Wow. So there's Jamarcus Russell in the Players Tribune. Let's go shopping. Let's do some NBA shopping for the weekend. You got a former basketball executive on where Jalen Brunson is this offseason and what he's going to cost to the rest of the league and the Mavericks. Let's see if we can add to this roster to push them over the top. And the Luka video that had me giddy yesterday, next.
But let's get you over to QC.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
8 o'clock hour kicking off Friday edition on DFW Sports Station, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Going to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible here on 105.3 The Fan. So I heard Kevin Hagelin going over this list yesterday. And again, I like to kind of win.
Everybody loves lists.
Everybody loves lists. And John Hollinger, who used to work in the Grizzlies front office, works for The Athletic, and he has the top 25 NBA free agents through his own rating system. Tier 1, the Max All-Stars, Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving will turn 31 next season. Of course, he has the opt-out of his contract that would pay him $37 million. He can become a free agent. But the report out of New York is it looks like Kyrie would go ahead and sign an extension to stay with Kevin Durant and the Nets. So maybe like 5 for $245 for Kyrie. Will Kyrie Irving sign another max extension, yes or no? Anywhere.
Yeah, he will.
Agreed. Would you sign him to it? He told you.
I'm just any team, or am I the Mavericks?
Mavericks or any team. Both answers.
Yeah, you got to. I hate to say it. You have to put. Kyrie brings other people to your team.
Like who?
Like Kevin Durant.
I think Kevin Durant brought Kyrie other way around. I thought that was the order. They both teamed up together. They both decided.
Yeah, they both decided. But like Kyrie is, you have to. He's the devil. You've got to get in bed with.
Yep, I agree. He'll get another max deal. Number 2, James Harden. He has a player option, $47 million next year. $47.5 million, despite losing a step, not being an MVP type that he was in the armpit. If he opts out, he can re-sign a new deal starting at a maximum of $46.5. He turns 33 in August. Will James Harden sign another max contract?
Yeah.
Patrick Beverly on TV going, yeah, he better. He better. He's a max player.
What'd you say the max was? 5 for $245?
That was for Kyrie's situation.
Yeah.
I don't know what it'd be for James. I think it would be
4 for 2.
270.
Oh God.
5 years, 270.
Yeah, someone will sign it. Someone will sign him to it.
That's tough for me as well.
If you're a,
I definitely would not do it. I'd give Kyrie the max before James, even though Kyrie's crazier. I think Harden is a bigger powder. I mean, you feel the same? You would you sign Harden to a max deal if he was available here?
No.
Why
not here. I don't think he works here. He's too much of a ball dominant
Luka.
player.
People think that, Luka's the white version of James.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch it. I would not touch it.
Bradley Beal. And will James get a max deal from somewhere else? I'm going to I'm like 51-49 on it. I'll probably say 51% yes, although I would not do it. Bradley Beal, number 3. If he opts out and signs a 5-year max, it'll be $42.7 million and $242 million for 5 years. 5 years, $242. He turns 29 in June. So everyone has been waiting for Bradley Beal to escape and get out of D.C. That would seem to be a dream fit here. We've been talking about this for a couple of years now.
He would be a dream here. An absolute dream type player to pair with Luka. He doesn't.
Classic shooting guard.
Yeah, but man, that dude does not seem to want to leave. He seems like he's embedded in the community and everything, and good for him. Like it's funny. Like that's the admirable thing to do, or I shouldn't say admirable. I think it's the old school thing to do. You can debate on whether it's the honorable thing or not to stick with the team that you've been with. But he seems to like it there. So if that's what he wants, that's what he wants.
Number 4 on Hollinger's list, Zach LaVine. Played the second half of this year on one leg. Knee issue teams may be worried about. He's eligible 5 years, $212 from the Bulls. So that would be 36.5 for this upcoming season. 27 years old, and he may not love all the attention and looks that DeMar DeRozan has been getting in Chicago. Zach LaVine has been a name talked about around here, specifically by KMC as well. So those are the tier 1 guys, 4 of them. Tier 2, the not quite max guys. At number 5, DeAndre Ayton. Phoenix surprisingly did not extend Ayton before last year. Seems reluctant to pay him the max after they fizzled in the playoffs. Sign and trade could help them skip the luxury tax. So DeAndre Ayton has been a name thrown into headlines, a lot of negative ones here as of late, as people are wondering whether he plays video games, staying up too late playing video games at night, and not concentrating enough on hoops.
Yeah, it's yeah. What is he? What exactly is he going to concentrate on hoops for at midnight about? What's he going to do?
Well, I think that's kind of just like a little microcosm of, how much does he care even when he's there? I don't know, but he's going to be 24 next season. Would you pay DeAndre Ayton max money?
No, I wouldn't pay him max money because I don't like the position. The position of center is a dying position. There's a handful of people who still think it matters, and it did at one point. The game is different now. It's not a center-dominated game.
John Hollinger with his NBA projections of what these guys are going to get, and he's got them ranked. Number 6, Miles Bridges, Charlotte power forward. And at number 7, Jalen Brunson. I'll read you everything. His projected money, guess the projected money for Brunson that he's going to get just in terms of yearly salary.
24.
Higher.
29.
29.3. Brunson's strong playoff run for the Mavs silenced some of the chatter that A, Dallas might be willing to let him walk, and B, another team could get him for well below the max. Now it seems like any serious offer would have to be for at least $100 million over the next 4 years. Whew, that's 25 off the jump, somewhat limiting the potential suitors given the greater difficulty of meeting that threshold in a sign and trade. If you're wondering about the Knicks, they'd have to dangle a lot of not terribly desirable filler in front of the Mavs to get a deal done. Good luck with that. So he's kind of eliminating the Knicks, where Jalen Brunson's father went to assist Tom Thibodeau as a coach. As a small guard coming off a career year, this evaluation is likely at the high end, 29 a year, of where the league sees Brunson, but he should be able to get in the $25 million a year range. The more interesting question is what this might do for Dallas's plans. Increasing his salary from $1.8 million to this princely sum will also put the Mavs about $30 million over the luxury tax line and produce a whopping $85 million check to the league. Something's got to give. So if you're believing in the basic Cuban conspiracy theories, there's a part of Mike who's obsessed with all these numbers and knows it better than us. There's a part of Mike that doesn't believe that Mark Cuban is willing to write that luxury tax check. We're going to see.
We're going to see. Does he want to write that check or not? He has not really wanted to write that check since it's become more prohibitive and more expensive to go above the luxury tax threshold. If he doesn't want to write it, then the Mavericks are going to be in, they're going to be in trouble to field a great roster. You have to be able to be willing to spend above the luxury tax if you want to succeed in today's NBA. You just have to. Just like in the NFL, your cash to cap ratio's got to be, you got to be spend more cash than cap, and you've got to be able to circumvent and manufacture and work around the cap. You've got to be able to do these things in sports. You could get lucky and be the Tampa Bay Rays. Where you have a cheap roster that gets you to the postseason, gets you to the World Series. But the likelihood of that sustaining itself, unless you're a great organization, are slim.
You should go look at how many teams are spending NBA luxury tax money. Golden State, by far and away the most expensive. They're paying their players $176 million, but as repeat offenders, they're going to owe over $170 million in tax, so $346 million. Clippers were the NBA's second most expensive team. They came in at around $250. Only the Clippers, Nets, Lakers, and Bucks spent even half as much as the Warriors did this year. And the rest of the NBA, as I told you yesterday from Zach Lowe, not very happy with that.
All right, so this is the luxury tax payroll for 2022. So I assume that this is for the upcoming season. It says 2022. There are 11 teams that paid money, at least $3 million. Lakers, Hawks, the Mavs are right now $6 million over. So they would owe $6 million in luxury tax. Sixers, Jazz, Nuggets, Celtics, Nets, Bucks, Warriors, Clippers. The Warriors and the Clippers owe 52 and 56 respectively. Number 3 is Milwaukee at 19. So they are blowing the competition out of the water. But you notice what those teams all have in common. They're all playoff teams. Like the playoff teams that are on the outside looking in. The Heat, the Suns, the Cavs, the Timberwolves, the Raptors. None of those teams were threats. Bulls, they were young. Grizzlies, they were young.
In case you missed it from before, Tim McMahon was on Get Right last night, and Tim is about to lay out 4 or 5 different reasons why the Mavs should and will probably bring back Jalen Brunson.
To me, Brunson, he's proven you can win in the playoffs with him. He knows how to play off of Luka. He knows, hey, when Luka's sitting, I'm going to run the show for a little bit. His ego's not getting in the way. Now, he earned a lot more money than you wanted to pay him. But again, I get back to if you have Jalen Brunson, and if he's making 22, 24 a year, he's still a tradable asset. If you don't have him, you don't get cap space. You just don't have to pay luxury tax. And I always say the best way not to pay luxury tax is don't put a competitive roster around Luka Dončić and let him be the one forcing his way out. You'll shed a Supermax contract if you go that route, and obviously the Mavericks have no intention to do that. I expect Jalen Brunson back next year. And, I'm not telling you if he signs a 4-year deal, a 5-year deal, I can't guarantee you he'll be here the whole time. But I do have a lot of confidence in saying that signing Jalen Brunson to that contract will benefit the Mavericks one way or the other.
So that's Tim McMahon last night on Get Right with Reggie and KG. Back to Hollinger's list for the bigs, because we're all talking about Brunson and getting a big. Mitchell Robinson is the first one that he lists. Mitchell Robinson plays for the Knicks. He's restricted, and Basket's been playing around. We're trying to figure out sign and trade possibilities if Jalen Brunson wants to go to New York. This says, let me see, rare position of being an unrestricted free agent at just 24 years old. The concern would be lack of offensive ability. He's gotten up to about 270, but he's your rim protector. He's the ideal shot blocker, rim runner type role. So Mitchell Robinson put on this list. Nurkic from Portland. And that's basically the offseason preview of what is going to be available. Some of the other mid-level exception guys. Otto Porter Jr., we're seeing him in the finals right now. Malik Monk, Bobby Portis, Dante DiVincenzo, Danny Green, Ricky Rubio, Joe Ingles, TJ Warren, some of these others. Montrezl Harrell still out there. So that's the offseason. John Hollinger with the preview.
Yeah,
Brunson, number 7 on his list.
Yeah, you get those guys like Montrezl Harrell and some of those, I don't want to say enforcers, but, glue role players. Those aren't bad routes to take, but the problem is you're probably going to overpay for some of those guys. And those are probably guys you can find in the draft. But you got to be willing to be patient with them. And the Mavs, have the Mavs shown they can be patient with a lot of players? They're willing to, go through the draft and go that route. That's how you stay under the luxury tax. How does Memphis and Minnesota stay under the luxury tax? Because they got young players. They went the draft route. That's how you got to do it.
877-881-1053. The possession and the belonging that you just keep losing. Which one do you just keep losing the most? Plus, we have to make our Game 4 picks for tonight. Hit us up on the truckwreck.com text line at 877-881-1053. And has anyone ever objected to any wedding that you've ever been to? We got some audio of it happening yesterday. All of that next on The Fan.
103 The Fan, courtesy of the Odyssey app. This segment brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, a.k.a. Soda. Also, Mark Rubin and Rubin & Associates. If you are struggling financially, Tolos, facing foreclosure or repossession, IRS credit card, or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. Give Mark Rubin a call. He'll take the weight off your shoulders and get you back to living life again with Mark Rubin at 1-800-LAWYERS.
I don't know what my boy Charles Barkley is doing, but he's screwing up a sponsorship, and he's being a hypocrite. Charles Barkley is getting ready. Apparently, Charles has his golf game back, I've heard.
Oh, yeah. He changed his swing. He got his swing back at least.
Yeah, got his swing back, and apparently he's playing pretty well. But they're preparing for that celebrity Tahoe tournament that's going down.
Yes, I think it's at Edgewood.
I don't know. I hate you golfers. You guys, with the way you refer to these places.
Hey, man, you want to go to Sawgrass?
What, by its name?
Like we all just know it. Like, oh, Edgewood. It's not Augusta. Yeah. It's not Madison Square Garden.
I love how you cooking people just refer to the cut of meat by its name. Okay. Like we just know.
Okay,
good point,
so
good
more.
Point.
What do you mean good point? So
no,
more
I
people, no, you don't get it.
No.
More people know Edgewood than
more
brisket?
people. Yes, more people play golf than smoke brisket.
More people know what a brisket is than what Edgewood is. That's what I'm saying. Like name 5 other courses that are non-majors. Just rip them off the top of your head. It always sounds like so so preppy, so like uppity. Like what's that? Go ahead, just name a few.
Okay, so like for example, I
was not Pebble Beach. You know what I mean?
Okay, so they don't play majors there ever. Like Winged Foot, they play majors. They play U.S. Opens at Winged Foot.
Okay, Winged Foot is New York.
Yeah, I think it is Winged. Yeah, I think it is New York.
Okay, like you know what I mean? Just like
they're playing at Brookline Country Club for the U.S. Open next week.
Okay, that's in Mass. That one
that's
I know.
In Massachusetts. I mean, look. I mean, you can go with Riviera.
Okay.
Torrey Pines. Cherry Hills.
Yeah.
No. See, you're basing
Sage Valley.
You're basing this, Sean, on who knows it, like the popularity of it. And he's saying towards you, well, you're naming these random meets. It's what you're passionate about.
It's what you're passionate about.
Like if I was talking about car stereos on this station with you guys, and I said, man, the Rockford Fosgate's way better than JO Audio, nothing like the precision power from back in the day. Yeah. You guys would be like, what the hell are you talking about?
I didn't know.
But if you're passionate about it,
I didn't know that a filet mignon was also a tenderfoot, or whatever the hell it is.
Okay, now you're an idiot.
Barkley. Barkley was talking during a media event. He said, there's too much sports gambling.
What? We've
got people in the stand, and Charles, he's a spokesperson for FanDuel. Right? On TNT, he always does the over-unders for the games that are coming up. There's too much of it. We've got people in the stands betting on who's going to make the next free throws. Think about it. If I was a scumbag, I'd look at a guy in the stands, a friend, and say, yo, I'm going to miss both of these free throws. Now that's cheating. I had an NBA owner say in the next 3 to 5 years, they're going to be making triple what they do on TV revenue from sports betting. And when you get to that point, I think it's really scary. I mean, come on. If you're able to bet on if a guy is going to make 2 free throws in the middle of a game, that's obsessive. Look, gambling's always been part of sports. That's why the NFL is King Kong, and I'm concerned you can sit in the stands and make bets now in the middle of a game. But the toothpaste is out, and I don't know how to put it back in. Now, this is Charles, who was always in Vegas. You saw him one time at private setup, right?
Well, he was right there in the main God, what do they call it? The main pit.
Okay.
The main pit, but he had a roped off area on the corner.
He has said he's lost $1 million on gambling at least 10 to 20 times. And here he is talking about too much gambling, an ambassador for FanDuel, maybe even a degenerate gambler. He bet $100,000 on himself to finish in the top 70 last year at this same tournament. He finished 76 for what it's worth.
Yeah, but he may have been talking about FanDuel during the NBA season. It may have been just wait, what is this? BizJournals.com. Charles Barkley signs multi-year deal with FanDuel. Okay, never mind.
Yeah.
You may want to correct that with those guys at FanDuel.
What do y'all think? Has it gotten too much? Can it be too much?
I mean, look, can it be too much? Yes, everything can get oversaturated. I don't think it's too much. Because here's the thing, we haven't even scratched the surface. We're going to have kiosks in every stadium. In 15 years, you'll go to AT&T Stadium, and you'll be able to place a bet on the Cowboy game at the ATM machine that look-alike thing they're going to have. That's just the reality of it. That's where we're headed.
Wait.
And I'll be on the halftime show doing the halftime gambling line. I'll be like that handicapper at Lone Star Park, talking all fast about the horse in the third race.
Yeah.
That's where it's heading. So is it already oversaturated? Is it already too much? I mean, it better not be, because that's the road we're going down.
So there's Charles. When's the last time you made an in-game bet? Have you done it? You have it on any of the apps?
I really have reduced.
When's the last time you gambled? When's the last time you bet on a game?
NCAA tournament?
When I went to Vegas a few weeks ago.
But you bought a futures bet?
Yeah, I bought a futures bet. I was going to buy a current bet, but I couldn't find my wallet at the time.
Yeah, I just I don't usually bet outside of the NFL, college football, or the NCAA tournament that much.
All right, 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. Hit us up here on the show. The thing that you're going to lose this weekend, where's this coming from with AirPods?
All right, Josh Hart. You know Josh Hart? No, not from 40 Days, 40 Nights. That's
Josh Hart.
Former Laker?
That sounds about right. Yes, Josh Hart. Yes.
Okay. Sounds about right.
Sounds
NBA
about right.
player?
NBA player Josh Hart.
Okay.
Has a podcast. And he was responding to somebody who asked, is it bougie to buy a second pair of AirPods so that when I'm traveling I can listen to them while my first pair recharges, asking for a friend? And Josh responds, acceptable, especially if you lose one. I've had too many AirPods. And then he posts a photo that says, I've lost too many. And these are all the photos of I guess if you go to your Bluetooth on your phone, it shows a link, a list of all the items that have been paired with that phone.
Oh.
And he has lost 15 pairs of AirPods. And it looks like he's lost, let's see, 1, 2, like 8 AirPods, 2 AirPods Maxes, 3 AirPod Pros. I'm sorry, 4 AirPod Pros, and then 3 Beats Studios. Like, this guy is the most forgetful dude out there. So I was thinking to myself, what is the one thing that we lose the most? And for me, it's easy. It's sunglasses. I lose sunglasses all the time. I almost lost a pair of this yesterday. I found them. They were in the back seat of my car on the floor. Luckily, my kids didn't step on them.
Right.
But, what is that thing? Is it the AirPods? Is for you? What is it?
Mine's sunglasses as well. I cringe when someone gives me sunglasses as like a Christmas gift or a birthday gift. I can't have expensive sunglasses. They all have to be cheap pieces of crap. All I need it, driving here every once in a while, maybe a day drink, and the pool. But if I go out, back in the day, when I would go out day drinking, man, they'd be gone. You try to sit here and put it, and I refuse to get those, the Bama Bang. What's that strap on the back?
Crokies.
Crokies. I refuse. I know that's a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
Is to get Crokies to keep them on, but you try to balance them on your forehead, you get a few drinks in, then you try to tuck it in the top of your shirt, you stretch the neck out, so it's easily sunglasses for me.
All right, and by the way, going through that list one more time where he says he lost 3 Beats Studio headphones, you should just throw those away anyway, because those are
Beats.
Yeah, the Beats are not good.
My God.
It's all marketing, man.
You put a Beat label on it, it's the greatest thing ever, even though, certain stores won't even guarantee their warranties for them. But in any case, I think sunglasses will probably be the go-to. Sometimes your keys, but people have a little fob on there that you can connect to your phone and not lose it too much. But for me, it's the charger. When you have 3 kids and a wife, you know how hard it is to find a charger? And mostly it's, I lost it. You didn't lose it. It's somewhere in this house, in a book bag, in a couch cushion. That's what we lose the most in our house. Chargers.
And remotes.
Remotes.
You know how much Velcro I have around my bed?
Ugh.
Oh, really?
No idea.
Yeah, what are you doing over there?
She is stuck up the Velcro everywhere within arm's reach, right by my wrist, where I got a fan remote.
Uh-huh.
I got a TV remote. I got the Netflix remote. I got the 3 remotes.
Hey, you need a universal remote, it sounds like. That sounds like you do.
Velcro everywhere for the remotes. What's coming in on the text line?
All right, people on the truckwreck.com text line. I have 2 pairs of Ray-Bans in the bottom of Lake Texoma.
Yes.
I lose pens, sunglasses, and girlfriends.
Pens! I have to hear my wife talk about gel pens one more time.
I lose my charging cube all the time.
Yep.
I've had my Beats Pro for 5 years, still work perfectly.
All right.
Thanks,
find me literally one ex-NBA dude without a podcast. Let's see. What's a good app to gamble on sports with? Well, I don't know. In Texas, you know, it's hard to do. But you know, I use Bovada for my stuff. And then more people talk about, you know, gambling. We'll be placing bets from our phone and stuff.
All right. More importantly, because I know this is going to be a much more rare answer, have you ever, the scene in the movie or the TV show, speak now or forever hold your peace, have you ever seen someone object at a wedding you went to? That exact thing didn't happen, but Britney Spears apparently got married, and the ex-husband tried to crash it. Jason Alexander.
Yeah.
He was like running up on it, gets tackled by security, somehow got inside of her house, but he's trying to break up the second marriage.
Yeah, Jason
Or
Alexander.
third. I don't know how many she's on.
Yeah, well, I think this is her.
Well, K-Fed,
Yeah,
right?
K-Fed.
Oh, K-Fed.
But I'm not sure if they were married. But anyway, Jason Alexander, they were married for 55 hours in Las Vegas. That's what Vegas will do to you. But yeah, he crashed her wedding before it even began at her home. And of course, you know, when you got to crash a wedding, you live stream it.
Hey, where's Brittany at, bro? I'm Jason Alexander, first husband. I'm here to crash the wedding, bro. So here's the inside scoop, guys, of the bullshit wedding. Jason Alexander. You love roses? Who are you?
What's up? Michael.
Michael, that's Michael, guys. It's Jason. First husband, here to crash it. Now, my name's Jason Alexander. Brittany invited me here. Britney Spears invited me here. She's my first wife, my only wife. I'm her first husband. I'm here to crash the wedding because nobody's here but Sam. So where the fuck's the family and there's Kate right there. Kate! Go over there. Let's go.
Now, at that point, he recognizes one of Britney's sons and tries to approach him. And to take the comedy out of this guy has already been accused of like stalking some of her family members back in Louisiana.
Oh,
so
because that sounded like just a bit.
Yeah,
that sounded like, oh, I'm going to live broadcast this and get my name out here like a loser.
No, this is a guy that has something that he's dealing with, and he decided to live stream it at her home.
Oh.
Yeah, but I've never seen anyone like stand up and I denounce this wedding.
Right.
I've never seen that.
No, I've seen the bride almost want to throw the groom out of the wedding when his phone rang.
Oh,
yeah. This is when cell phones, like, you know, you first started getting the small ones, those small little pocket, you know, those little small Nokias,
tiny, Motorola,
and it would go.
That's pretty good.
Like that little ringtone, and it went off. Like back when you actually had sound come out of your phone, it went off. And the look she gave him, man. Oh. If they could kill. If looks could kill.
Someone at the NFL Network says that Jerry Jones and the Cowboys need to go get this receiver. Same conference, due for his payday as well. Would you be down for Dak getting another weapon? This is a Jerry Jones type move, according to someone at the NFL Network. We'll pitch it to you next.
Let's get you over and get you some.
Russell, look out. He's going to fire inside. Reaching up, making a catch. Does he hang on? He does. It's a touchdown. It's a touchdown, Seahawks, and it's Metcalf who reaches up and makes the catch.
Rich Eisen, basically the head of the NFL Network, he doesn't toss out a bunch of gossip. He doesn't really engage in a bunch of rumors. The other day on his show, Rich Eisen, Michael Irvin's boy, which, by the way, I can't get Michael Irvin rolling around in a bed out of my mind after this local commercial I saw. Did you see that commercial?
Yeah, I can't think of what that place that is.
I don't know what the company is, but it's some bed deal he's got going on. He's just rolling around, rustling and tussling, and I was like, get that off my screen right there. But Mike and Rich are boys, and here's what Eisen said. Dallas should be on the phone to Seattle right now. How huge would DK Metcalf... Why are you clapping?
I love this already. I don't even know where it's going, but I love it.
Okay. I'm going to probably end up disagreeing. How huge would DK Metcalf be with a star on the side of his helmet? I do appreciate his star ability to make himself a figurative star wherever he goes, but the star on the side of that helmet, Thanksgiving days, Monday nights, Sunday nights, DK Metcalf on the Dallas Cowboys is exactly the play that Jerry Jones would make. It's exactly the play Jerry Jones is built to make. So, Rich Eisen, you're talking about all this receiver money. You just saw what Cooper Kupp got. You know Debo wants to get paid. We know about Devontae. We know about Tyreek. Talking about Jerry Jones, and that is an obvious move. He should go and get DK Metcalf.
And you're mentioning wide receivers. Don't forget Hunter Renfrow. This morning, he signs with the Raiders again, 2-year, $32 million extension, 21 guaranteed.
He got 16 a year?
Yes. He deserves it.
You're going along with he deserves it?
Yeah, he's a baller. He's without question a baller. I know one of our Tolos and good friend of mine, Muma, who's a hardcore Raiders fan, always preaches about how great Renfrow is. He was damn impressive last year, and I think he definitely deserved that. But, I mean, DK to the Cowboys? Seriously, are the Cowboys going to make a move like that?
No.
Okay. No, they're not.
Well, they just let Amari go. Like, Amari Cooper and DK Metcalf, what's the difference? You know, how far is the gap between the two? DK...
Well, they're different players, for sure.
Yes.
Like, vastly different. DK is more of a...
Who's better?
You know, again, like, they're so different. I don't know that I would even, like, try to compare the two in terms of who's better or not. Amari is obviously a much better route runner. DK is... Okay, DK is more your T.O. Des Bryant type player.
Yeah.
Whereas Amari Cooper
he's like your tactician. He's your, he's your craftsman.
Yep, absolutely. And there is a big call for both. And look, if they wanted to make a move for DK Metcalf, I'm cool with that. Look, again,
you would sign up for any receiver, any big name receiver with a rumor like this. You're diving in head first.
Offense, baby. Give me offense. Stop spending money on the defense. Give me offense. Yeah, I absolutely would.
And if you're looking at the numbers between the two just last season, they're pretty much parallel. I mean, DK Metcalf had 7 more receptions. He had 102 more yards than Amari Cooper.
What are you giving up there, Chief?
Well, that's the question. You know, what's it going to take?
Oh, sport.
Sport, I know.
What are you giving up there, Steve?
What do you got there, Buckaroo?
Boy, what are you giving up, Cat Boy?
Yeah. That's a good question. And it's going to take a one to get him.
Yeah, and it's going to take $22 million to sign
at least.
Yeah, I'm out. Least. This is why you drafted CeeDee Lamb. Let's see if CeeDee can be the one.
Okay, you got your 2.
All you Michael what?
You would have your 2 already with Gallup, but you need a 3.
Yeah, and you can find a 3. You can find 3. 3s grow on trees. That's my T-shirt.
On trees.
3s on trees. 3s can grow on trees.
I do hope that one day we get to the point where.
And I got a tight end holding out, so he must be great.
Yeah, he must be.
He must be awesome. We just franchise tag. So, again, we can't be dying for DK if we think that the points per game are not going to drop a ton. That's what a lot of the numbers people told me. With Amari gone, the numbers per game with the highest scoring offense in the league is not going to plummet, so we should be okay with a great quarterback that we have.
Well, it should be. Patrick Mahomes, the Chiefs are not going to drop off that much offensively, losing Tyreek Hill. Patrick Mahomes is Patrick Mahomes because he can make another Tyreek Hill. But
aren't you seeing some action, though? You emailed the other day about some Chiefs disrespect.
There is some disrespect in Vegas. People saying that it is, the Chiefs under is one of the best bets in the league, and I think they're over at 10.5. Like, guys, they're not only winning 10 games this year. Like, unless Mahomes gets hurt, they're going to win 12 games again.
The Cowboys scored 31 a game last year. That led the league. What will that go to without Amari? Kansas City was third at 28 a game. I feel much better about the Chiefs staying at 28 than the Cowboys at 31.
Yeah, I don't see the Cowboys stay at 31. Although, with the division being poor, I mean, they might. They might.
True. And the Chiefs being
division is going to be great.
Yeah.
So I don't really know. I don't know how that's going to shake out, but look, at some point we'll get to.
And DK got issues too, by the way.
Oh, he can't run a route to save his life.
Well, he's if you think Amari is lacking emotion, DK goes overboard the other way. He's a personal foul or unsportsmanlike waiting to happen. Good for him, but in terms of talking to therapy, maybe he's going to betterhelp.com/Sean and RJ. But DK has talked about being unable to control his emotions, and there's games where DK seems like he disappears. Something happened to last year's Seahawks. What the heck happened with all those receivers and the great Russell Wilson? It feels like DK Metcalf can take over an entire game whenever he wants. Sometimes he does not, but too much compensation. I got my young guys that I'm waiting on and that I've re-signed. No thank you.
Yeah, but Rich Eisen is alluding to the fact that DK Metcalf could help out the boys. And if you look at what Pro Football Focus put out, maybe that's something they need as they put out their top wide receiving cores going into the 2022 season, and the Dallas Cowboys come in.
Hang on. Let's try to guess it. This is the top receiving cores?
Yes.
Are we going with 3 receivers, tight end included?
It just says wide receiver core, and I do not see tight ends on any of this list, but I only have where the Cowboys are at.
Oh, you don't have the others?
Let me pull it up. I can get it. Hold on 1 second.
Well, meanwhile, RJ and
I got it.
We'll go through these. So let's try to name the teams ahead of them. Will Philly be ahead of us?
So
AJ and Devontae.
AJ Brown.
I'm going to say
no.
Okay. I will slightly lean towards yes. Cincy should be ahead of us.
Tampa.
The Raiders.
They got Devontae and Renfro.
Waller, I don't know if Troy said. I can't remember if he said they included
Denver
or not. Judy,
Sutton, Tim Patrick. That's a nightmare.
I'm going to say Denver's behind us.
Okay.
Rams.
Oh yeah, Rams for sure.
Rams. Seattle. If you talk about DK
on Amari's level,
Lockett,
Tyler,
and Baldwin. Is Baldwin still there?
No, I don't think so.
Where is he?
Retired.
Did he retire? So that's 5 or 6.
Okay.
So I'll say the Cowboys are at 7.
All right, then the wide receiver course going into the 2022 season, according to Pro Football Focus. Number 1, you guys didn't even mention. The Cincinnati Bengals.
No, he mentioned it.
Oh, you did mention it. Sorry about that. Yeah, Cincinnati Bengals, number 1. Tampa Bay at number 2. The Dolphins at number 3.
Oh, forgot about that. They got Tyreek and then Waddle, right?
Yes.
The Eagles come in at number 4. Number 5, the Raiders, who we just mentioned, Hunter Renfrow signing there. Of course, they got Devontae Adams, Darren Waller, as you mentioned. Top receiving cores going into the 2022 season, according to Pro Football Focus. Number 6, the 49ers. Number 7, the Rams. Number 8, the Bills. Number 9, the Chargers. And at number 10, the Denver Broncos.
Oh, wow.
And then at number 11, the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then at number 12, the Dallas Cowboys. And I'll just read the first and last sentence of what Pro Football Focus said. The first sentence: the losses of Amari Cooper and Cedric Wilson hurt, and they're the reason Dallas slides just outside the top 10 list on this list. And the last sentence: free agent acquisition, James Washington and rookie Jalen Tolbert will compete for snaps as the number 3 receiver and vertical threat in Dallas's offense.
Well, I mean, Gallup's a vertical threat, the main one right now. Yeah, I mean, look, it's a good receiving core, but losing Amari Cooper takes this from an elite unit to just a good one. And we will get to a point in the NFL where everybody views the third wide receiver on the same level as the second defensive end, because you need to fill out the roster spot. And it's as important of a job. Like, if you need 2 defensive ends, you need 3 wide receivers. We're going to get to that point. We're not there yet. Some people are. I'm there, but not a lot of people aren't there yet, where it's just accepted. And when the Cowboys, whoever figures that out, the Rams figured it out. They have wide receivers everywhere. They were the champs. The Bucs figured it out. They had wide receivers everywhere. They were the champs the year before.
With top defenses on the other side.
They had great defenses.
Let's not conveniently leave that out.
They had great defenses. They had great quarterbacks. You got to have a lot of it. You got to have all that.
Devontae Adams, by the way, confirmed Green Bay did offer him more money than the Raiders. Wow. The Packers offered him more money, but he said, look, the choice for me was to come and raise my family on the West Coast, come out here and have some fun in the sun. So he loves Derek Carr. He's loved the Raiders. He wanted to be on the West Coast, and he chose the weather. So that was Devontae explaining, yep, Green Bay offered me more money, and I'm still going to the silver and black.
He wanted to be there. He wanted to be in Vegas. He wanted to be with his buddy,
family's
Derek
there
Carr.
too.
His family's there. He wanted to, you go back home, play to Fresno State. It's much, much closer to home. I get it. You can't compete with home. Compete with home is very difficult.
How much is the Packers offense going to drop off? Packers, Cowboys, Chiefs offenses. Which one drops the most in point total?
I will say,
because that's your quarterback theory being tested of, I don't know where you stand with the quarterback theory of having to have great receivers or the quarterback making the receivers now.
Look, both. I mean, the wide receiver has to get open. The wide receiver has to win his individual matchup. That's their job. Now, quarterback Rodgers does a great job of throwing his guys open, better than anybody, really. I will say
Green Bay last year scored 26.5 a game.
I don't see them dropping below that much. I will say Cowboys lose the most, then Green Bay, then Kansas City.
Kansas City loses the least.
Yeah.
They got some guys.
They still have an elite playmaker in Kelsey. And Mahomes will put up 50 enough. Man, it's a tough one. I think the Cowboys lose the most, though. I don't see them scoring 31 a game again.
Me neither. 877-881. We'll just turn around and hand it off. You can
there you go.
Make up the points.
There you go, right there.
877-881-10 to Tony Pollard on the truckwreck.com text line. Final hour of the show of the NBA Finals basically over tonight. An absolute must win. What does Vegas think? Pick Game 4 of the Finals. Final hour of Sean and RJ. Get ready for the fist pump on a Friday after this. But first, let me fist pump.
on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Final hour of the show for the week. Fist pump time on the Fan Cam, live on YouTube and live on Twitch. Thank you for being a part of this radio station. Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. Troy Hughes running things as always. Tonight, I think we both agree it's an absolute must-win. No way that the Warriors, even with that scoring firepower comeback from down 3-1, I am hoping what I want tonight is an all-time great, a legendary Steph performance. Because I feel like that's what it's going to take. Steph Curry is going to have to pull and channel the Michael Jordan ghosts in order to save the Warriors and try to go back home for Game 5 tied at 2. Boston is favored by 4, but otherwise, if the Celtics win tonight, which I'm going to predict them to do, then I will agree with RJ Choppy's original prediction that Boston wins in 6. If the Celtics win tonight, they eventually win in 6, and I don't know how I can pick the Warriors, even though I want them to win badly.
It'd be tough to pick them if Boston wins tonight. It would be a 3-1 lead. Boston would have another home game, and that would be Game 6 in an absolutely raucous environment. You think Draymond got FU'd the other night? Holy cow! Wait till you see what happens in Game 6 if Boston wins tonight. If it even gets to 6 games, Boston just seems like right now they're the team that is playing better, desires it more. Is playing faster. They just seem like they're just a better team. It really does. And we'll see if that comes to fruition tonight. Golden State has always had that third quarter in their bag, and if they don't have that third quarter, then they ain't going to win tonight either.
Who are you picking?
I'm going to pick Boston wins tonight. And they wrap it up at 6. They lose Game 5. They come back, wrap it up at 6.
Steph says that he is going to play. Vegas sent me some of the updated lines yesterday from Bet Online. Boston is minus 220 to win it. They opened at plus 140. So they opened 7-5 as the underdog. The Warriors were minus 160. The Warriors are now plus 190. So it's completely flipped in terms of the Celtics now being the favorites. Correct series score outcome, Celtics in 6, plus 200. Celtics in 5, plus 300. Warriors in 7, plus 300. Then Celtics in 7, Warriors in 6. Finals MVP, the favorite as of this morning is...
Brown.
No, 3-1.
Can't be Tatum.
It is Tatum. Feels weird, right?
Yeah.
They're just going to go with the highest scoring player on the winning team. It's Tatum at 10-11, then Steph 11-5, Jaylen Brown 3-1.
That seems like it would be that seems like it's laziness on the voters.
Would you have it be Jaylen Brown?
I think so.
Go look at his numbers. I like Jaylen Brown more. That's just me. At least I think he's played better in these games. Tatum is not shooting it well. 22, 8, and 6 are his numbers. 22, 8, and 6 with 1 steal, no blocks. What are Jaylen Brown's numbers?
Hang on. I do some math here.
Why? Just go to the website.
Because it has per game. It has each game stats. It's on Google without going to it. I didn't go to ESPN. I just went to Google real quick.
I'll do it.
So it's 22.5.
22.5 for Jaylen Brown.
Yeah.
So that's the same amount of points as Tatum. And then the other categories were 8 and 6. And he's got 7 and 4. So Tatum technically has better numbers, even though Jaylen Brown is shooting it better. And the steals and the blocks don't look too overwhelming. So it feels like I've been expecting and wanting more from Tatum, but he is the Finals MVP favorite. All right, see who you can guess after the big three. We know Tatum, Curry, Brown in some order. Now, it gets a little bit more difficult, and also lets you kind of know who's playing the best in the series. When we do these 1-7s with the Mavs and the Suns, and the Mavs and the Warriors, and the NBA Finals, who's got the best players in terms of the talent? Who's after the big three?
Okay. It's got to, I'm assuming it's going to be somebody on Boston. Am I right on that one?
Yes.
All right. Man, Horford had a really good game one, but he kind of fell off the map, so I'm not going to say Horford.
Good.
Would it be White?
It is not going to be White. You're forgetting someone else more obvious.
Is it Robert Williams?
No.
Okay, thank God.
Starter.
Okay.
Green hair.
Oh, gosh. Marcus Smart.
Marcus Smart.
I didn't even think of him.
Marcus Smart, 20-1. Horford, 33-1. Then Wiggins and Clay, 100-1. Draymond, Derek White, Jordan Poole. So those are the odds with the NBA Finals that will resume tonight. Troy, who do you want to win now? The hateability that's factored in. You got Draymond already. You got the Boston crowd.
See, that's the thing. Yeah. Man, who do I want to win? That's a good question. I'm glad you asked it like that, because when you ask me who am I rooting for, it's neither. But who do I want to win? I probably do want to see the Celtics, just because it's been, when was the last one?
08, 09, something like that.
So I like to see things that are new. So I would probably cheer more for Boston, but not necessarily for their fan base.
Tim McMahon was on Get Right last night. McMahon, Mavs insider, a very good NBA reporter, and they asked him, what has surprised you the most about the finals so far?
Probably the fact that Draymond Green has been the worst player on the floor in 2 of the 3 games. And listen, I'm not saying anything that he basically hasn't said himself on every platform known to man, because he's got a lot of platforms these days.
He does.
But he played 30-some-odd minutes last night and had more fouls than any other stat. And you can say, well, Draymond's a guy, you don't necessarily always judge his contribution based on the box score. The box score didn't lie in this one. And, you know, his job is to set a physical tone. His job is to basically make sure that the Warriors are winning the hustle battle. The Warriors are winning the brains battle. They've gotten dominated. He didn't play well defensively. He's a total minus offensively right now. And they got dominated on the glass when he grabbed only 4 rebounds. So I'm a Draymond, like, I really enjoy watching Draymond. I respect just how valuable and impactful he's been for the Warriors over the last, however long this run has been, 8 years. But he's stunk it up into these 3 games, and that does surprise me.
So there's Tim going in on Draymond, and you got something on that?
Isaiah went in on Draymond, too.
Old school Isaiah. Original Isaiah.
Yep.
Saying what?
He said to have that stat line of like 6, 4, and 2.
Because Draymond would have been a perfect Piston back in the day.
He said that is a grade school game. That is not an NBA Finals game.
I mean, it's not even that surprising. There's a stat up there for Pat Beverly to answer this morning back on TV. Will Draymond regain his rhythm? Draymond Green is a player. He doesn't have any rhythm. Draymond Green, rhythm is associated with offense. How many times do I have to keep saying it? I keep saying it over and over and over and over. And every game, it rings true. Look how uncomfortable, unless he can hot potato pass it within 2 seconds, which sometimes leads to an open 3 or a cutter for a layup. He don't want the ball in his hands. He's petrified. He's petrified. Someone needs to tell him, when you shoot, slow down a little bit. He can't shoot. He doesn't want to shoot. He can barely drive. He's there to facilitate and really not facilitate, but recollect.
He needs to get into the game flow, like get into the flow of the game. Playing on time, good defense, passing the ball well, but there's no rhythm or flow to his offensive game other than the passing aspect of it.
Right.
And that's big. There's no doubt that's a big part of his game. It's really the only offensive side of the game.
Yeah, Draymond Green, his best shot is when it comes from his mouth, as he fired one yesterday to C.J. McCollum, which was golden right there. C.J. McCollum on ESPN after Game 3 said, "I've got the Celtics win the finals. I just want you to hear it from me first before you hear me say it on TV." And then Draymond Green tells Yahoo Sports, "That's fine. Those Celtics will still be ringless, just like you."
Oh, okay. And then he took some more shots at the Boston crowd. He said, "I really don't pay attention to what they say. The loudness of it, though, I haven't heard it louder than Cleveland. Cleveland was way louder, and the fans also say something. Cleveland people are more reckless and ruthless. If the Celtics crowd bothered me, I wouldn't bring my son. But he has to know, because he may be in this position one day, and if so, I'm going to sit right in the stands and watch him, and I'm going to say F them right back." So that's what he says he's going to do with more of the Celtic taunts that come tonight, as Draymond is going to give it right back, as you'd expect. But he tried to undercut him a little bit by saying, "Y'all aren't the Cavs crowd."
Okay, I mean the Cavs crowd was, I don't remember the Cavs crowd, but like they also hadn't won a title since 1948,
and they face each other how many times in the finals, right?
Right, couple, right, 3 times.
This is still new.
It's still new. There's no doubt about it. The Boston crowd is live. It always has been, and part of that is making the other team uncomfortable, not fearful, uncomfortable.
Here's Tim McMahon on what has impressed him the most about Boston on the other side.
They're the best defensive team in the league by a wide margin. And, one thing I really respect about Boston is they've got 2 young stars. Tatum's a superstar. He's a first-team All-NBA guy. Brown is not quite a superstar, but a heck of a young player. And those 2 guys are as good defensively as they are offensively. And, you don't see too many guys at their age that are that impactful on both ends of the floor. And so, Tatum in game 1 shot it terribly. And he's had some of those games during the playoffs, but he shot it terribly, still had 13 assists, still was phenomenal defensively. And so for a guy at his age to be able to impact the game in so many ways, when he's that caliber of scorer is really impressive to me.
Thanks to TR, who is all over Twitter, one of our top Tolos. First, the Utah Jazz wanted to interview Sean Sweeney, and now the defensive coordinator, and now they're going to interview someone else, a former player here.
Okay, I saw this. First of all, you threw me off with Sean Sweeney because all I can think about is Sydney Sweeney.
Is that the girl you sent me yesterday about the way she was dressed?
Yeah, the miniskirt. She's getting body shamed for wearing a miniskirt because Is
she a household name? Like everyone knows her automatically?
If you're watching like Euphoria, that's a show I believe on HBO Max. You probably know her. She's a young actress.
Yeah. All right. So she's getting body shamed for wearing a miniskirt because people say, "Well, that's an unattainable physique." And I'm like, really? Okay. Who is it?
Jason Terry. Jazz have received permission to interview NBA G League Grand Rapids coach Jason Terry for their head coaching job. He is also under consideration for assistant positions with other teams, according to Shams. And Deshaun Stevenson sold the ring. He sold the championship ring. Did you see the price? $74K. So there you go. Someone bought Deshaun Stevenson's ring, $74K. Now, if they had given you your ring that many people get when they do work for the team, as you are a broadcaster,
I would have gotten a watch. That's what they gave the broadcaster. They gave him a watch.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
How nice did it look?
Very nice looking watch.
Okay,
very nice looking watch.
So no ring for you.
It would have been like a diamond watch. I could have lived with that.
Oh yeah,
I would have sold that ring though. I was trying to think if it was it's not Deshaun Stevenson's ring, but if you put up that championship ring up for bid, how much less would it bring back?
I would think considerably less. Although,
from 75 to what?
I mean, it depends on how, because I assume that, let's say it was a ring, it would have been much different than the players' rings. It would have been a fraction of the cost. But it would have held meaning. There's a Mav fan out there that with a gob of money that's a diehard that would have bought that.
I'm still surprised that like the NBA, NFL, NHL. I'm surprised they haven't like shut down any selling of championship rings. Like not allowed to be done. Like with the Grammys, if you win a Grammy, you cannot sell your Grammy.
No,
you are not allowed to by the Academy of Music and whatever.
How are they going to stop you?
Yeah, it's within whatever contract or whatever they sign. Whenever they get their award, that we're going to give this to you, but you can't sell it. If you want to sell it, you have to sell it back to the Academy for $1.
What?
Yeah, so you're not supposed to technically be able to sell your Grammy. So I'm surprised that hasn't been something shut down by various organizations and teams.
Would you rather have a championship ring or the Oscar?
Oh, the Oscar.
Not even close.
Not even close.
Yeah, because I carry that around everywhere I go.
Yeah, because I know a guy that bought a championship ring and he wears it. I'm like, dude, don't do that.
Does it work?
No. Well, people say like, oh, you won a championship. Oh, yeah, I was, with K-State back in the Big 12 days. So I was like, you can't wear that out, man.
All right, the Rangers are getting ready to take on the most discussed manager in the sport after what he did yesterday. Little Rangers Russa preview on your home of the Rangers with Sean and RJ next. But first, recession-proof your next vehicle by leasing with Autoflex Leasing.
102 segment this morning brought to you by the Khan Academy, also Frankel and Frankel. 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Now, wait a second.
They're going to intentionally walk him.
On 1 and 2?
Yep.
Can you explain that to me?
I would think you don't want Turner to do any more damage, and you want to take advantage of the lefty-lefty.
Typically at 2 strikes, the league batting average is quite low.
Oh, yeah. It is that.
When was the last time you saw somebody intentionally walked on 1 and 2?
Doesn't happen often.
And that was from NBC Sports Chicago. And you could tell how much they disagree with the decision of Tony. I love a-holes just getting laughed at. And the entire sports world is destroying Tony La Russa for what happened yesterday against the Dodgers. It was a 6-5 game. Freddie Freeman hit an RBI single in the 6th inning. Okay, so Freddie was on first. And then an 0-2 slider went for a wild pitch. Freeman took second. Trey Turner's up. Tony La Russa orders the intentional walk with a 1-2 count. 1-2 count. Max Muncy is the next guy up. Bam. 4th home run of the season, and the Dodgers end up winning the game. And Tony La Russa is just getting mocked and destroyed. Freddie Freeman was on second while it was happening, going, two strikes? You see him. 2 strikes. Muncy was dropping F-bombs when he was crossing home plate as well.
Yeah, like you walk him with 2 blanking strikes, blank him. I don't like the move. I disagree with the move. I didn't understand them, but I should say I didn't understand it. He's got his numbers. Tony La Russa's always gone by. He likes to think that he invented the lefty-righty. Where like he would stack a lineup with all right-handed hitters against the lefty. So he's always played into that. He's always bought into the lefty-righty matchups. I just think this was one of those situations where he outthought the room.
And then I just love how grouchy and defiant he is in going back and forth with a reporter who had the nerve to create something out of nothing and ask La Russa about it afterwards.
You explained the thought process on the intentional walk with
Turner?
Turner. At 1-2 on the count.
So let me ask you a question. Is there some question about whether that was a good move or not?
I guess at 1-2 is the question at the count.
Do you know what he hits against left-hand pitching with 1-0-1 or 2 strikes? Do you know what he hits? Well, do you know what Muncy hits with 2 strikes against left-hand pitcher? Is that really a question? Because it was 1 and 2? Turner was a strike left against a left-hander is not something you can avoid if you can. And we had an open base, and Muncy happened to be the guy behind him, and that's a better matchup. Here again, somebody disagrees. That's the beauty of this game. Welcome to it. But that wasn't a tough call.
So there's La Russa. Now look, Trey Turner is a .254 career hitter with a 1-2 count against lefties. This season, he's hitting .333, but it's 5 for 15. Is that a big enough sample size for Tony to be like, have you seen his numbers? Have you seen his numbers this year against lefties? He's got 5 hits.
I like to get above like 30 at bats, but you can't always do that.
Yeah,
you can't. Look, I think this was a bit.
And Muncy was hitting half of Turner's batting average, right, coming in 150 to 303. But Muncy has had 5 runs batted in since coming back after missing 11 games. So like. He's been driving guys in, but I just love that La Russa's getting laughed at.
Yeah, I think this was outthinking the room. I'm all for counterintuitive thinking and doing things a little bit differently. I think this went too far. This was a bit much. But he always had his reason.
But not as crazy as Joe Madden walking Seagull.
No, because he guaranteed a run. To me, guaranteeing a run, especially when they were already losing at the time.
Agreed.
Guaranteeing a run is far more egregious. That's malpractice.
Yeah.
This is okay, there's a chance it still works out.
So the Rangers are going to take on the White Sox tonight. They were off yesterday. And Chicago overall on the season, 3 games under 500. They're 5 games back in the Central.
Yeah, they've had some injuries as usual, which seems to be like they've gotten a little bit bit by that injury bug and that bad luck gene. But they're very talented, and they're one of those teams that you suspect will make a move at the deadline to get better because they are better than their record indicates. They're a much more talented baseball team. They just haven't put it together. 6:30 pregame, first pitch at 7 o'clock right here on 105.3 The Fan. And last year they were 24 games over 500 as they won the Central. So trying to get back to that this year with Tony La Russa at the helm. And now in the 2021 season, they're showing this the 2-count. The 2-strike count intentional walks. Seager and Trout had it last year. Seager was a 1-2 count. Trout was a 2-2 count when they were intentionally walked with 2 strikes.
All right, different way to look at baseball numbers these days.
Yeah, so with power numbers changing a little bit and the game changing, and we talked about this yesterday with Seager and Simeon's batting average being a couple of points apart in the 220s, 230s. And then asking batting average isn't important anymore. So ESPN I thought did a nice job detailing basically what you would consider a good season today. Like if you were to ask a baseball fan what a good season is, they would say 300 batting average. And while I like that, I still value batting average. I know the game doesn't anymore. The front offices don't. They value slugging percentage, on base percentage, OPS. So this kind of takes and other stats. So this kind of takes a look at the game. So, they used Alex Bregman as an example. He's batting .221 with 6 homers in 52 games. Now, that is not what we're used to seeing from him, and that's not really a great season from the historical context of baseball. If you said that somebody through 50 games has got a .221 average with 5 homers or 6 homers in 50 games, you'd be like, that dude's ready to get designated for assignment. But in today's game, what is it?
Wow.
Well, his OPS plus is 112. What does that mean? It means he's 12% better than the average hitter. You're not going to get rid of somebody 12% better than the average hitter. He's got an on base of 336. That's pretty good. That's above league average. His slugging percentage is right at league average, so he's a little bit better than everybody else. And then they've got the MVP. Then they go through the tiers of seasons. So like an MVP type season is an OPS plus of 170 or above. And currently, Aaron Judge is got an OPS plus of 201. That's rare territory. There have been just 12 seasons with that since 1970, and 6 of them came from Barry Bonds. All right? Yeah. Another from Juan Soto. And that was in the 2020 shortened season. George Brett had one as well. And Aaron Judge has one. So he is the favorite for that MVP. Jose Ramirez also has one over 170. So he's having a great year. You continue to go down the list. The 150 plus is a great season. That's something that A-Rod had. They brought up A-Rod when he was with the Rangers back in 2003. He was one of the 9 players who topped a 1,000 OPS in 2002 with the Rangers. But he benefited from a hitter-friendly park. He hit 323 that year with 34 homers while he just hitting at home, while hitting just 277 with 23 home runs on the road. And then you get to the Ranger players. And one of the guys that they mention with the Texas Rangers this year is Corey Seager. And they say that he is having a quote-unquote good season.
Good season.
So he is in the OPS plus of 110 or above. He's technically at 109, but they kind of grant him that. And here's the write-up on him. The historical context, the comparison actually, ironically, is Kyle Seager, his brother from 2017. Here's the write-up. The Rangers signed Corey Seager and are instead getting Kyle Seager. Corey's home run numbers are fine, but his batting average and on-base percentage are down from his usual standards, mostly a result of bad luck on balls in play. This year, he's batting .232 with balls on, batting average with balls on balls in play. His career mark is .336. So he is about 100 points less. So when he puts the ball in play, he's hitting about 100 points less. That could be bad luck or it could be weaker contact. You gotta dive a little bit deeper into that. So maybe he gets up to a higher OPS. Fun fact, Joey Gallo hit 206 with 40 homers for the Rangers in 2018. Struck out 207 times. He had the exact same OPS plus as Corey Seager.
There you go. Little baseball knowledge from RJ Choppy. Troy, go look at my Twitter account, what I just retweeted.
All right.
Someone just sent me this fight at the Garden last night.
On the ice?
No.
Oh, with the player, or the fans.
Oh, my God. Lightning take care of the Rangers. They're up 3-2, and it looks like this Ranger fan with a left hand took care of this Tampa fan. Here it is. They're walking. Oh, my God almighty. They're walking, down the, what do you call them, turnstiles.
Like the corridor. The
corridor.
The tunnel area of a stadium.
I don't know what this guy behind him did. He was probably talking. He had to have been talking. He didn't touch him physically. He didn't throw anything at him. And it looks like this Ranger fan turns around and, oh, my God, he knocks him out cold. This
guy's down.
It's night. Goodbye. See you later. As this has got 1.7 million views. 1053 SS on Twitter if you're looking for it.
This is walking towards the train station. So, like, Madison Square Garden is above Penn Station. It's funny. It's like it's level one, the ground level or the underneath level is the train station. Then you go up and there's I think it's the Paramount, and then you go up above and there's the arena. And this guy, oh my God, I can't believe this guy could have died.
Yeah, and by the way, really, really, really bad tweet when you tweet it out and say fight at MSG. No, that's a sucker punch. That's a true sucker punch right there from a true loser.
Yeah, I hope they get this guy. Now, I don't know what the other guy was doing. I don't know what the other guy said. I hope it wasn't Tampa in 5.
Yeah, go Lightning!
Go Lightning!
Yeah!
I hope it wasn't go Lightning and then night, see you later. But that is I'm
a minute 30 into this video and the dude hasn't moved.
Did you see the boxer that died the other day? There's a boxer again, and this is something you can preach when you become 40 and old like us. Before you get in the fight tonight, before you get in the bar fight, all it takes is someone's head hitting something the wrong way, and you got manslaughter. Someone's dead. All it takes is someone hitting the cement, the concrete. Again, I'm guilty of it. Back in the day, younger, emotions get the best of you. The alcohol's flowing. One head hits something at the wrong angle, and someone's dead, and your whole life is over.
This guy could have hit his head. I mean, he did probably on the ground. This was a sucker punch, man.
Yeah.
Awful.
The guy
Uncalled for.
was not expecting it whatsoever. Crosstalk with KMC. Looks like Mike Bassick is working on something in the kitchen to lead Crosstalk with KMC next.
Let's get some help in your life. Better.
Buyers Barricades, a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size from start to finish, the Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com. And here's your host, my 12th man this weekend.
Yes.
Mike Bassick.
First topic. We're going into Mike Likes It. Kevin and Corey, you cannot answer it or it ruins my 1240 segment. So I decided to splurge yesterday. I got the hotel. I got the tickets. I'm going to College Station.
Wouldn't you be the 10th man?
This weekend. Yeah, I guess I would be the 10th man.
You know, that does make sense.
Or maybe the 11th man because you do have a designated hitter. So you are playing 9 and then DHing 1. I'm going to go see the Super Regionals, Texas A&M, number 5 in the country, hosting Louisville.
Guess who's number 1?
Tennessee is 1. Stanford is 2. Miami is out. They were 3. Nope.
Troy. There we go.
All right, so I splurged there.
What does splurging look like at College Station?
Well,
where I don't want you to give away the hotel.
You buy all of the beers down in Northgate.
Just to give you an idea, I was looking at going to the Texas A&M Ole Miss game on October 29th. That's football. I was looking at hotels or in the College Station area, somewhat close to campus. You're looking at $500 to $1,000 a night for a hotel because they jack it up tremendously because they know they have a home game, especially an SEC home game. So you'd be looking at, if you wanted to spend the night there Friday night and Saturday night, you're looking at $1,000 to $2,000 on your hotel. And then you're looking at a ticket. If you want to sit way up in the upper deck, you're looking at $100 a ticket. If you want to sit in the lower bowl, you're looking at $300 to $1,500 a ticket. It just matters where you're at. If you're in the end zone, $300. If you want to be on the 50-yard line, you're looking at $1,500. And that's for Ole Miss, not for Alabama.
Wow.
So that gives you an idea if you want to splurge going to a A&M SEC football game. For baseball, I got a hotel for $150.
Hey.
So that's pretty good. And then it looks like tickets in the outfield will be about $75 a ticket.
So you're sitting on the grass.
Yeah, in the outfield, in like that right center field area. If you want to sit in the stands, probably $150 a ticket right now.
And it'll be packed.
It's sold out. It's sold out in 1 minute.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
okay.
Look, this has been, I think, the most I've ever heard of college baseball in 1 year has been this season. There's been so many, because now these teams are all doing stuff for the gram now, and they've got their home run chains and their home run fur coats, and my school's giving guys the middle fingers. They round first base.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe that. I'm surprised the NCAA might have not suspended him for the first game of the Super Regionals.
Well, yeah, I mean, it would have. Because we're the villain. We are the villains. We're the villains now.
You like that role, though, right?
Love that role.
Yeah.
Love that role. This team is so cocky, so raw.
And if y'all interested in the OU softball championship yesterday, sweeping Texas or no? Yeah. Corey Mike.
Oh, what a microphone.
Yeah, no, absolutely, man. We've been keeping track of this. I love the fact that after they lost to UCLA, they came back and just stomped everything on their way.
16-1 in that next game. It was their 40th run rule of the season.
They were mad, and they were like, we'll show you.
Sorry, Mike, back to you.
No, it's okay. I did not. Now, I was into it 3 years ago, if I have my years right, because my cousin Taylor Lynch was playing for Oklahoma State in the College World Series for softball.
Okay.
All right, so what do you splurge on? What is something that you might be the opposite? You might splurge on a lot. What do you go, no, we're having a budget for this? Because I know food is one of the things that you will spend a lot of money on.
Yeah, that's it. Cooking stuff, your restaurant experience, that's it.
What is something your wife will splurge on that you disagree with, but you go ahead and it happens?
She splurges on, she's one of those people who loves those organizational shows.
Oh, yeah.
So,
okay.
But I don't really get mad at it Because she's organizing
tidies at the house.
So so containers will show up and organizing and drawers.
Do you have a California closet?
I don't know what that is. I have an Oak Cliff closet. That's where she's from. That's where my guns are. But yeah.
Well, now I know.
Container.
And they're coming for those guns, Sean.
Container.
They're coming for
Stop it, RJ.
They are coming for those guns.
Container organizing stuff. She splurges on that, but she doesn't really go crazy. Shoes, purses, and everything.
Are you an organized person?
I'm not sloppy.
Kevin and Corey can't answer. That's at 12:40.
It's against the rules.
Choppy, what do you splurge on?
Oh man,
he doesn't. He gets everything given to him for free nowadays.
Right? I am very bad about spending. Like I overspend, and if you look at my credit card debt, you would see why I overspend.
But on what?
Yeah, but
everything. I have like no filter. But I would say,
is it golf?
Candles.
No, it's probably Lulu.
Yeah, I was about to say it's got to be the Lulu.
Clothes. I spend like if I see a shirt, like I've basically bought every shirt on Baseballism that they have. I walk into Lulu just to see if they have deals, and if something's on clearance, I buy it.
Okay.
Like it's just I'm stupid with my money, and I always have been, and I probably always will be.
And you?
For me, splurge. Well, I'm
your
saying
wife?
that
stethoscopes.
She is the one.
It's weird that you said that derogatorily too.
You know your heart-saving devices. Do you splurge on heart-saving devices?
Thermometers.
Look at this platinum tongue depressor.
Buildings, but that's a
two buildings. Oh my God.
So whenever you do DFW security and you talk about your two houses, you really code for your two buildings.
We only have one house, two buildings now.
All right.
So
but yours is
it's like Monopoly.
Yours is cards.
Cards, yeah. And I hope that they gain in value, even though the market is just crashing on cards. Because is the stock market?
Never mind. Mine would be the stock market.
Is the stock market? Would you say it's crashing right now or just dipping?
It's gonna crash.
Hello, Mr. Bear.
We're right there.
The card
next
market
to a recession
is similar. I wonder if the card market
I could see
does
that.
the exact same thing the stock market.
I don't think it always does, but I could see some similarities.
So
but why? Is it because of the
because
economy?
people I think people right now, I think the card market and probably the stock market are the same. Inflation has gone up so much on whether it's groceries, gas, your cost of living in general. If you are trying to move, for the most part, housing prices are 20% overvalued. And they'll go down eventually, but when will it go down?
Yeah.
I don't know. Will it go down in 6 months? Will it go down in 2 years? Where there's always highs and lows in every market. And right now there's a super high on if you're selling, great. If you're trying to buy, good luck.
Yeah.
Type of deal. And so I just, so a lot of people are looking at cards going, crap, I don't have the extra income to invest or to splurge on buying boxes of cards. So Deshaun Stevenson, real quick, I heard your guys' story, sold for approximately $75,000. I was going to kind of
a championship ring,
give you what your fees are when you give something to Heritage Auction, especially in their local. There's a whole bunch of websites you can try to get your big time ring or card or memorabilia marketed. Well, they usually take 15 to 20%. So it's like, if you want to sell here, great. We think we're going to get you more money than you would get selling it on your own. But because of that, we do take 15 to 20% seller fees. And then the government obviously says, it's great that you got $74,000. We will take 35% of that, so we can pay for all the great things that we pay for. So I was looking at it,
a great economy,
and doing math, and I think Deshaun Stevenson only will see about 35,000 of that 75,000 approximately after paying the taxes, after paying the website.
Yeah,
he's only going to see $35,000, and that's why people try to make cards and NFTs and all those things a cash business.
Did you see the Luka workout video?
Yeah,
baby.
Was that workout or rehab?
Premier conditioning, baby.
Is that where it was?
What?
Oh,
no, that's just what Scalabrini said that the other day on y'all's show that that's what he needed to do, and that's what he's working on.
Now, is that for Slovenia or is that for us?
That's for him.
Well, it is for Slovenia right now. Because here's the deal. If he quits, what I mean by that is after playing for Slovenia. He was in tremendous shape for the Olympics.
Yeah.
And then he said, you know what? I need a month.
Yeah.
And he said, I'm going to play video games and I'm going to drink and I'm going to eat. And then I'm going to show up to training camp and I'll get back into shape. In that 1 month, he put on, from what I understand, 15 to 25 pounds. So that's what his body does, right? I mean, nothing against you, Kevin, right? But if you sit on a couch, you're going to put on 30 pounds in a month.
For sure.
If not more.
For sure.
If Dirk Nowitzki sits on a couch for a month, he'll put on 10 pounds, right? I mean, our bodies are all different on what our bodies will then just soak in and keep on.
Sure.
So I think for Luka, this is awesome. And he's preparing to play for his national team. But after playing for his national team, if he's tired and he takes 3 weeks off, then he's going to put on 15 to 20 pounds. And so what we're seeing on Instagram right now will be worthless. So he has to keep going because he does have a body that wants to stack on fat.
Well said. Music.
Okay,
Wait, now? It's not your call.
We have
It's Mike's call.
20 seconds. We'll be 20
Jeez.
seconds late. Corey, what's coming up on the KNC
Oh
Masterpiece?
man,
I'm
it's
excited
going
to
to
hear
be.
our run sheet.
Well, we're gonna Forgiveness Friday at 11, Mike.
Okay, I know
will you
that.
forgive Tony La Russa for what he did? We got baseball nuggets at 10:40 and masterpiece of the week today.
I thought for sure you were going to list Mike likes it. So like
Mike likes it. Coming
Have you
up
ever
at
seen
12:40.
1 and 2 or 0 and 2 intentional walk?
No, it's a stupid decision. If you're going to walk them, walk them. What does it matter that first base is open?
Well, because you don't want to put the runner in scoring position.
He's that great of a hitter. If he's that great of a hitter on 1 and 2, I better not pitch to him at all. Like, you're a dumbass if you throw a pitch to him.
So you don't think Freeman advancing on the wild pitch factors in at all?
Well, it did factor into dumbass decision, but if you think a guy is that great at hitting, because you're telling me I got to walk a singles hitter, man. This guy's an unbelievable singles hitter.
Yeah.
So then put him on first base.
Right.
If Max Muncy's that bad, I need to face Max Muncy. I didn't like it when we had, in the second inning when I had a runner on first base and the 8-hole hitter up, and they're like, we're walking him so you can face the pitcher.
Right.
That's pretty much what you're saying. The only time that you used to do that. So anyways, I'll get into it in baseball nuggets.
Yeah.
Coming up next, the KNC Masterpiece. Have a great weekend. Gig 'em. Woo!
Yeah.
I like sticking that thumb up.
Screw you, Longhorns.
Yeah. They're going to Greenville, North Carolina. Let's go. Let's get 2 teams in the College World Series. Next.
We're in this together. 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Friday, so you know what that means. It's time for some shout-outs. 877-881-1053. We will be doing shout-outs all day long, at least one in every single segment. If you've got a shout-out that you want to send in, 877-881-1053. But to go along with that, we're going to start. It's going to feel like a hockey story, but don't worry, it's going to take a turn. So the sky cam was hanging broken over Madison Square Garden last night, and that turned out to be a poor omen for the New York Rangers.
Oh, man. They
lost to the Tampa Bay Lightning.
They missed a wide open netter.
I know, and they gave up 2 goals in, 2 minutes?
Yeah.
And so Tampa Bay's up 3-2. They're 5 wins away from being the first major North American team to three-peat in 20 years. But the question becomes then at 877-881-1053, what's the worst omen you've ever seen before a sporting event? Maybe it's one you were watching. Maybe it's one you were participating in. What's the worst omen that you've ever seen before a sporting event? Because immediately what jumped to my mind, Corey.
Oh, no. I know the story you're about to tell.
So I was covering a softball game, and the team went out there, and the gal who was going to the circle tripped on her way out to the field, like over the dirt. And I was like, oh, man, that's not good. And I don't think those things are necessarily connected, but that team did lose.
The starting pitcher trips just out of nowhere on her way out there.
She didn't trip. It wasn't like it wasn't like a baseball dugout where she ran up some steps and tripped. And you're like, well, we've all tripped over a step before. She was just running out on the field and just tripped over flat ground. And I was like, that's not good. And then they lost. So I'm not saying those two things are connected, but when you said that is immediately what I thought of.
That's I have exactly the same, but a friend of mine was getting ready to pitch, and when he was walking out, a teammate was taking a practice swing and hit him in the nose and broke his nose. That team lost that game. That was a bad, obviously he was a starting pitcher, and that was a bad thing for him.
Do you think he was more upset about the loss or the broken nose?
I think he was more upset about the broken nose, Kevin, because now he could never be a teen model. And that was his whole goal, was to be a teen model at some point. I often wonder, I've discussed, Mike, we just talked about this with Woody the other day. My kid's team, his coach was like, pray for rain. And so I drew a rain turtle, and I was like, this rain turtle will protect us. We need rain. We have a bunch of kids that are sick this week. Draw the rain turtle. And my kid, a lot of guys were like, I'd never heard of a rain turtle before. Woody this week was talking about a rain turtle. Yeah. It's not an omen, but that is definitely one of those things where you're like, if I can get this to happen and it rains, this is a positive thing for us. I do wonder a lot of times, though, if you show up at a stadium and things aren't the way that they're supposed to be, or if you show up in an arena and it's not the way that, athletes talk about this all the time, if it's not part of your routine, is that a bad omen for you? And are you like, crap? How stitious are you at that point,
I won't say it was a bad omen for my team, but I just remember in the playoffs, Bryan Adams showed up to Duncanville with a left-handed catcher. I was like,
man, that drives you crazy, doesn't it?
They're horrible. They don't even have a human being who's right-handed who can catch.
I don't remember a left-handed catcher, but that makes sense if you're looking at the team going, stupid lefty shortstop.
Has there been anything that has negatively affected you? I know in that scenario, Mike, you're like, we're definitely going to win.
I will always remember this. Adam Dunn, literally, every time I faced him, he hit a home run in the game. It doesn't mean every time he went up to bat, he hit a home run off of me, but every game I faced him, in one of his 2 or one of his 3 at-bats, he hit a home run. So a lot of times they'll say, go out and watch batting practice sometimes if you're struggling as a pitcher. Watch how many times the batting practice pitcher is intentionally laying it in there so that they can get hits. And watch how many times in these situations they still get out. They still hit a ground ball to the shortstop, or they still hit a fly ball that somebody catches in the outfield. So I went out, and Adam Dunn was taking early batting practice, and I watched him in Cincinnati, and he probably, out of the 20 swings I watched, hit 15 home runs. I walked back into the dugout, or I walked back into the clubhouse, and I thought to myself, that did not help at all. he literally was just hitting homer after homer. A couple of them he can hit, or when he was in his prime, he could hit them out of the new, I call it new Cincinnati ballpark. I know it's been around now for 20 years.
Yeah.
It's like he can hit them over the whole bleachers. Like that didn't help at all watching him take batting practice. So that was a bad omen. And guess what? Later in that game, you know what he did?
Hit a home run.
He hit a home run off of me.
Oh no!
You had to know that's how the story was going to end.
I thought that he was going to
only have
overcome
10
it.
wins in my MLB career, but that was a W for me that day.
You got the win.
Yeah.
But still gave up the home run.
Still, Adam Dunn hit a home run to dead center field. Yes.
Well, it stuck. I mean, it was consistent, and that's what I like. A lot of people are texting in the black cat at the Cowboys game. Cowboys were down like 9-3 and then came back to win the game against the Giants. I
don't know if I remember, because like I also
they won 37-18.
Wow.
At halftime, they were down 9-3, and they won 37-18.
So does that mean the black cat was a bad omen for the Giants?
Yeah, because
then?
I mean, it was their stadium.
That was their stadium. Yeah.
How did the cat get into the stadium? Was it somebody's cat? Did it just wander in? Why? How did it get to the field?
That's a fascinating question.
How does any cat get anywhere?
I lived in a duplex over off the M
Sometimes,
Streets.
I'll be honest with this, they do put cats inside stadiums.
Like to neutralize the rats? Or the mice?
So sometimes there are intentional cats underneath stadiums to take care of the rat situation.
I just want to let you know that the name of this podcast hour will be Intentional Cats.
Okay,
for sure,
intentional
as it
cats.
should be.
Yeah.
I had a duplex over off the M Streets in here in Dallas, and I was lived on the second floor, and I was taking a nap, and it was a nice day. Had the door open, woke up. There's a black cat sitting on the patio on the second floor. I have no clue how it climbed up there and got there, but that's a good question, Reggie. Cats just get places. That's just what they do.
And they're assholes. That's
Whoa! True. Dump that.
Yeah, you should dump that one for sure.
Well, they are jerks.
They are jerks.
Okay.
That's definite.
But cats are jerks.
Well, I guess now here's my new question. Is it a bad omen for our show today if we've already had to dump something in the opening segment?
And
I host my own show. There's I get it. We were in that time slot. Every single night, people were like, I'm pretty sure you're in safe harbor. You just let it fly. I get it. I understand.
I feel strongly about that take. Cats are jerks.
From the 817, I laughed hard when the Boomer Schooner flipped over and dumped out the riders. I don't remember if that was a bad omen, how that turned out for them. From the 760. Gavin,
you think this happened? I don't remember this.
Gavin didn't say pure gold as always, the show before the Cowboys played San Francisco in the playoffs.
Oh, wow.
Kevin, he says it every
time.
single time. You say the same thing. You say, gentlemen, how is you? Referring to the room.
Yeah.
And Gavin
Why do you
answers
say it
first
that way?
every time. Yeah, that's a good question.
Because the very first or second time we were doing crosstalk, I messed it up instead of saying, how are you? And it was something to the effect of, Doss was like, no, I like that. How is you? And I was like, you know what? We'll just keep saying that. This is because I didn't understand how to properly phrase a sentence in the English language. But on the flip side, at least I didn't get dumped. So there's that. From the 214.
Always a good day when you don't.
Arthur Come on.
The Oklahoma incident where the Boomer Schooner crashed, they were playing West Virginia, so they still won 52-14.
Okay, so that wasn't that bad of an omen.
Okay.
But they did give up 14 to a pretty bad team.
Yeah. And 52 against a West Virginia defense, that feels like about average.
It wasn't like they could have done better that day.
So it wasn't the best game that ever happened.
I've always heard that that rain on a wedding day is a positive, but doesn't that seem like a terrible thing? Like, doesn't it seem like it's supposed to be a good omen?
Okay, where have you heard that?
Outdoor wedding, it can't be good.
Yeah, because the only frame of reference I have is that Alanis Morissette song, and like I know that is not. Other than that, I don't have any. I've never had a conversation with somebody about like, oh, do you think it's good or bad luck to have rain on your wedding day? Let's literally never had that conversation.
If most things are indoors for your wedding, your reception, rain shouldn't bug you too much. But
shouldn't affect you
you're
at all.
Supposed to have an outdoor wedding or an outdoor reception. That has to stink.
Yes.
From the 682, it's a bad omen for the KNC show if Mike doesn't talk over Corey when he's trying to speak.
Thank you.
So yeah, it has to happen in order for the show to go correctly.
See, I was going to say it's a bad omen for crosstalk, not the show, but I hear what you're saying. From the 972, shout out to this person's granddaughter, Michaela, was named second team All-American in the NCCAA, the National Christian College Athletic Association, for softball. Congratulations. That's pretty awesome. All-American? Let's freaking go. Should I say shout out to my son who just finished school yesterday? Because
he had to do summer school?
No. It's still just regular school because Garland's like, let's have our wild intercession calendar.
Now, they're still going?
He finished school yesterday.
Yesterday was their last day of
Yesterday
school.
was legitimately his last day of school. And it was weird because I think one of my friends thought we were blowing them off. And because he asked us about like hanging out. And I was like, I'm sorry. We've been still working with Brandon for his last day of school. And he was like, didn't he get out of school like 2 weeks ago? I was like, no. Tomorrow is his last day of school. And so, yes, he just finished up school yesterday.
And now he can drive, right?
That is correct. He also got his driver's license
So now
on
you
Wednesday.
can send him to do errands and stuff.
Can I ask you a quick question about this? Because I had no idea that this was a real law, and I don't think the lady at the DPS was lying. She said that it is a law in Texas that if you're under the age of 18, you cannot have more than one person in your car also under the age of 18 that is not related to you.
I've heard that. I don't know that, but I've heard that.
She said that's the law, and we all were like, man, I know damn well Brandon has been in that car with multiple, like not him driving, but like with his friends driving with way more than just two of them.
I bet it's not enforced much.
Yeah, like, and the thought was like, couldn't you just say, oh, that's my cousin? Like, are they really checking into your background? So you're probably right, but I had no freaking clue.
I'm sure if you are out at 11 p.m. at night in a place where they have heard that something has gone down or something has happened bad, whether it's, knocking down mailboxes or egging houses, I know there can be worse things, but I'm just kind of giving just small things. And then a cop stops you, they would probably give you a ticket and question you on kind of stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if it's 8 a.m. in the morning and you have to pick up 2 or 3 of your buddies to take to school because they don't have a car, and it helps out families that they don't have to now take their kid to school, I bet the cop isn't going to be like, here's a ticket for driving people to school.
The other thing that I learned along the way that I feel like I knew this at one point, do you put your turn signal on when you're parallel parking?
No.
Sometimes.
Okay.
If there's a car
Usually,
behind me.
You want to know something? I get out of my car, let my wife then get in the driver's seat, and she can parallel park it. I can't parallel
I'm
park.
way
Y'all
better.
are the worst.
Between two cars. If I have a lot of
I'm way
space,
better
let's say
now.
if I parallel park and there's not a car in front of me or not a car behind me, no problem. I have all the room in the world. But if I'm trying to get in between 2 cars to hit that spot, I just get out and say, Sue, you can do it.
Yeah.
Or we're finding another spot.
Corey, I want to say I think you'll be proud of me. While I was teaching my son to drive, I went back and gave myself a crash course in parallel parking.
Nice.
So I could correctly teach it, and I am significantly better than terrible. I was terrible at it.
I wanted to do videos of watching him parallel park.
Wait, you've seen him parallel park?
Dude, there were times when there weren't even like cars around and he'd try to parallel park and he would still end up sideways in the middle of the street. And I'd be like, I don't know what you're doing.
It would be dead straight, perfect, in between the car, 2 feet off the curb. Like it just an unreasonable amount of way. And you're like, no. Like, it's nice that you got in between the cars.
It's like
but
once a year
that's what
you
I
have
think.
to do it.
Do you want to know
Do it all the
something
time.
crazy about his driving test? And this is what I think is wild, is when he took his driving test, parallel parking on the test, highway driving, not on the test. I was like, okay, yeah. What are you more likely to do? Parallel park or be on a highway? Come on.
From the 214, I will walk 5 miles before I parallel park anywhere.
I get it.
I disagree with you. Just park it, man. It's easy.
From the 214, we're going to have to outsource this today. Hold on. Are y'all explaining things from the show? Why does Kevin do the clicking thing with his mouth at the end of each show?
What do you call that, Mike?
Yeah, it drives me insane.
Click, click, horsey.
Click, click, horsey.
Click, click, horsey.
I don't remember.
Yeah, the horsey.
I do.
I hope that you will at least
if you
text
don't remember,
that
you have to
person.
stop.
I think it's for a kid. Like I think you did it for a kid.
Oh,
like as a signal of, hey, I'm acknowledging. Like there was a kid out there that needed some love.
Yes, actually, now that you say that,
it's been a consistent shout out.
I do actually remember that, and now I feel kind of bad for not remembering that to begin with. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, which one of these three is most likely to take over the NFL this season? Plus more shout-outs. All of it next right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about your home, your headquarters, your warehouse, your second home, whatever it is. Don't trust anybody to protect it. Get the best cameras and security.
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is also brought to you by Rubin and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to continue our shout-outs all day long, 877-881-1053. But our question right now is, which one of these three is most likely to take over the NFL this season? 877-881-1053. All right, so I have three candidates for you, and I want to see which direction you think will go.
Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons not on the list.
He should be on the list. He's about to take over the NFL.
Okay, well, we've already agreed.
Okay.
That's why we don't even have to debate.
In your face, people
done.
that don't agree.
It's already done.
Mike McCarthy.
Stop it.
What do you mean? He looks like he's slimmed down a little bit. Have y'all not seen that? Does he not look a little slimmer?
Okay, but what does that have to do with if he's going to take over the NFL?
He's in better shape. He's
better
more
shape
focused.
to call plays, yeah.
What?
What did you just say?
What?
He's not calling plays.
That's what you think.
Wow. Is Justin Jefferson ready to take over the NFL?
Is he not already?
How quickly did his name get surpassed by Jamar Chase?
Man, you're right.
Or was that just a product of the Bengals were winning?
Yeah.
Do you have to win? Because two seasons total, Justin Jefferson has 196 receptions, 3,016 yards, and 17 touchdowns.
That's a lot.
Yes!
That's good, Reggie, to answer your question.
What matters,
Thanks.
though?
I was going to ask.
As in, I'm not saying that doesn't matter. That matters. Playoffs matter.
Yep.
Your whole reputation, like it or not, fair or not. I'm not saying it's fair. If somebody wants to say that's not fair, you're right. Guess what? Life isn't fair.
It's not fair.
Nothing is pretty much fair in life. There's a lot of unfair things in life. And here's one of the things that is somewhat unfair. How did Justin Jefferson do last year in the playoffs?
He didn't.
How did he do the year before in the playoffs?
Not well.
How did Jamar Chase do in the playoffs?
They made it to the Super Bowl.
Amazing, right? I mean, it was. And then how did he do on the biggest stage right before the playoffs against the Chiefs? Didn't he go for like 200+ yards and 2 touchdowns?
He was amazing throughout the last half of the season.
When you look at that, why is Jamar Chase considered arguably the best receiver in the game today after his rookie year? Because of the postseason.
There was also I do remember this when Justin Jefferson got drafted in that year. Everybody was saying, yeah, but next year is the better receiver from LSU.
Yeah.
Like everybody was already on the Jamar Chase is going to be a better receiver. And then he gets there and is the better receiver in his rookie season than Justin Jefferson was. And I think, Mike, I guess it's real weird because you're saying, is he going to take over? I don't know what more he has to do to take over the NFL because the dude's a monster.
But I think that is interesting insight there from Mike then is maybe that is what he has to do.
And that's not, he can't save that team.
I know.
They have Kirk Cousins. Like he can't get them to the Super Bowl by himself. He's got to Kirk has to throw the damn ball. He actually yelled that at him. So like that's the other thing is the rest of that team not good enough. So
you know what's interesting is Jamar Chase's numbers weren't awesome in the playoffs, but they were for a rookie. 9 catches for 116 in the first round, 5 for 109 in the second round.
I'll take it.
And AFC Championship game, 6 for 54 and a touchdown, and then in the Super Bowl, 5 for 89. But right
should have had a touchdown to win the game.
As they were trying to make the playoffs, the big game right after New Year's Day, he goes 11 catches for 266 yards and 3 touchdowns against the Chiefs.
Yeah. So like that's Justin Jefferson is already at the top of the league.
But you think he's
right next to
out?
Right next to Jamar Chase, but with Kirk Cousins and that team, Mike's right. If they don't make the playoffs or go deep, it won't matter. He's only the receiver that can go out there and beat the guy in front of him or beat the safety as well. But that's it. That's all he can do. If his quarterback's not good enough, then they can't win.
If you guys were drafting a receiver today, who would you draft first overall?
Probably Chase.
Over Kupp, over Jefferson?
Probably. Yes.
So you're saying that he is better, than those guys. So it's not his environment. It's not his situation. I
think him working with Joe Burrow is absolutely part of it. But yeah, I would still take him first.
I think I might take Jefferson just because I like that. Like, and this is not to say that Jamar Chase will fall off this year or anything like that. But like Justin Jefferson had the greatest rookie season we ever saw, and then he was better the next year. So like I can already see that trajectory with Kirk Cousins, and I do feel like most people would tell you that Joe Burrow is better than Kirk Cousins.
You know how many catches and yards though Justin Jefferson had against the Cowboys and Trayvon Diggs?
I do not.
2 catches for 21 yards on 4 targets.
It's pretty amazing because he did have on the season 108 catches for 1,616 yards and 10 touchdowns.
That was his worst game of the year, was against the Cowboys.
Cooper Kupp had 191 targets.
Yes. No wonder he won the Triple Crown.
What?
Look at Mike's face right now. He can't believe it.
So if you look at the top 3 receivers in the NFL, Adams, Jefferson, and Kupp, if you look at their overall yards, 169 targets, 167 targets, 191 targets. I'm going to take this to the Dallas Cowboys. Is there any chance in the world Dak will target CeeDee Lamb 150 or more times this year?
I don't think so.
And that's a mistake by Dak Prescott, or that's a mistake by offensive coordinating? That's a mistake by head coach. That's a mistake by all 3.
I think it's too. I don't know how much I blame the head coach, other than he needs to step in and do something or decide to do something. I would blame the offensive coordinator and the quarterback together in here's how our offense is, and we're not just going to feed this guy. We're going to find the right open guy and let the defense depict what we decide to go with. And then Dak Prescott does not love to throw in. It's smart. It's good. It keeps your interceptions low. He doesn't throw in a double coverage a lot of times. There are times when he does. There are times, but he doesn't do it that often. And so whenever he sees an open guy, that's why you're going to see 90 targets for 5 different receivers on the Cowboys rather than one guy getting 170.
CeeDee Lamb had 120 targets last year, which was tied for 24th. There were 9 guys who had 150 or more targets, just to give you an idea. So if he got to 150 targets, he would move into most likely top 10 targeted receiver in the NFL.
Yes.
And I think he should. I think with looking at this offensive team, especially with not really having a number 2 receiver for most likely at least the first 2 weeks, if not the first 10 weeks.
I'm with you.
Somewhere between 2 and 10 weeks. Sorry to take it off topic, but I was just looking at CeeDee Lamb.
That's fine.
Looking at kind of the guys you're talking about, and then looking at, my God, 191 targets, which has to be the most targets in NFL history to one receiver.
I would probably be inclined to agree with that as well. Now, I'm interested by this one because we have talked about this person multiple times, and I still just don't believe it, no matter how good of a friends he and Devontae Adams are. Derek Carr.
You think Derek Carr's finally going to take over the league?
I don't. But the hype train is on him. It's on the Raiders. They're in a devastatingly difficult division.
This is he's the worst quarterback out of the 4.
Agreed.
In his own division, and he's not a bad quarterback.
No, not at all. That's just how good that division is.
You saw Devontae Adams say that him and Aaron Rodgers are similar, if he's being completely honest. And I don't know if I agree with that either. He's thrown for over 4,000 yards for the last 4 seasons. He's only thrown 30 touchdowns one time in his career, and he was 23-14 on touchdowns and interceptions last year. Is that good enough? No. 27-9 the year before. That's pretty good. That's really good. But this is a league where lots of quarterbacks are throwing for 40 touchdowns, 35 touchdowns, and he's only thrown for 32 one time in his career. I also understand this is a dude who has never had consistency on this team, and I'm not sure who his number 1 receiver consistently is either. Like he's got a bunch of guys that you just kind of throw in there, you know? So like Zay Jones, you're like, go do something with it. Hunter Renfrow, really good receiver. The 2 of them are connected on the same page. I'm not prepared to say that this is the year for it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he and Devontae Adams have something special this season specifically.
All right, so then I want to talk about the other team that all of the hype is on in that division, the Chargers. So Keenan Allen was talking about the Chargers. Every position has an all-pro, Super Bowl, superstar talent. In the betting odds to win the Super Bowl, they are 7th. Is now
That's too high,
the
right?
time. I mean, for a team that hasn't made the playoffs with this iteration, I think that does seem high. But the thought is that team is ascending. They added to that team. Do you think the Chargers are the most likely of this group then? Justin Jefferson, Derek Carr, and the Chargers. Do you think the Chargers are the most likely to take over the NFL? And do you think they are by far the most likely?
All right, so I'm looking at their additions, Kevin. They added Chase Daniel as the backup quarterback. How do you feel about that?
That one doesn't really do anything
All right,
for me.
they
But
added
if Herbert goes down, I think they're cooked.
J.C. Jackson.
That definitely
Khalil
works.
Mack to go along with Joey Bosa.
That could be huge.
They brought back Mike Williams. They agreed to a 3-year deal there. I don't know how much that's going to affect it. They added Sebastian Joseph Day at defensive tackle. They needed to beef up their defensive line because there were games where they just would get run over or they would get passed on and beat defensively rather than offensively, and that affected their offense. I'm not prepared to say that the Chargers are doing it this year, that they are taking over this year, especially in that division. Like, that division is going to be a blast to watch.
Yeah.
Every week you're going to have is it 6? Is that going to be 6 games or? Hold on, how many games are there? 4 out of 4 times 4, 16.
Okay.
There are going to be 16 games this year that are going to be. Is that the right number, Kevin?
Don't know if that is accurate.
All right, you can figure the math out.
12.
Either way,
There's
lots
gonna
of
be
football
12.
games that are going to be very fun to watch. I don't think that the Chargers are taking over until I see that either. I would say that of these 3 things, I would say Justin Jefferson number 1, Derek Carr and Devontae Adams number 2, and then the Chargers. That would be my ranking. of them.
Chargers number 1.
Okay, and do you feel like it's a definitive number 1? Yeah. Okay.
I think I'll go out on a limb here. Justin Herbert wins the MVP of the NFL.
Whoa! Let me look up those odds while y'all are going.
I think taking Zion Johnson, our guys loved him, right?
Yes,
Covering
they
the
did.
draft. They took an unbelievable offensive lineman
Last
the year before.
year,
So now they have, and who knows, Zion might be horrible. You know, he might be the Zion of the NBA going to the
Rashawn Slater's
NFL.
not, though. You're right.
Right, but
Rashawn Slater can play.
Slater's awesome. What if Zion Johnson is similar to Slater in his rookie year? I think Herbert is going to tear up the NFL this year.
You know what's interesting about that? And now that I think about it, I remember this from like a month and a half ago. One service did move Herbert all the way to the top of the list because they heard about the air assault from the Chargers this year. But in other places, he's kind of more towards 4th at about 7-8 to 1. But
There's my hot take.
I do think it's a hot take. I would be shocked
I had
if
Cardinals
he won MVP.
in the Super Bowl. That was wrong. And I'm going to have Herbert. I can't. The AFC is just too tough for me to pick who's going to come out of there. But I think that Herbert is going to win the MVP this
I got Kevin
with
on
Isaiah Spiller doing big things for him. You know?
Yeah, I like that.
I went to powerrankingsguru.com where we
Okay.
always look at our strength of schedule. The Chargers have the 14th toughest schedule in the NFL.
All right, so not
very reasonable.
Yeah.
They would put them in, right there in the middle, and the Broncos are at 13. Not surprising.
Interesting. Oh, man.
You know who has the toughest schedule this year? Rams.
Yeah, they'll buy their way out of it. Don't worry.
You know who has the easiest schedule?
Cowboys and the Giants.
Matt Ryan and the Colts.
Oh, man.
They're underestimating Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's at 30, so.
We're the Kansas City Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, let's talk about what I forgot next. But first, let's talk about
Relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet and get your classic deal today.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 346. Shout out to my son. He did 4 years in the Army and just got in Austin. First year at Texas. Proud dad right there.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congrats, man.
Now we're going to be doing those shout outs all day long. And now it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right, I had a great tease inside my head
forgot
that I
it.
totally forgot. But here's why the Rangers, in my opinion, and I've had this thought for a long time, back when I played with former teammate of mine, now manager of the Detroit Tigers, AJ Hinch. Never pay a pitcher big-time money. Here are the 10 highest paid pitcher salaries for 2022. And you tell me if they're getting their money's worth.
Okay.
Number 1, Max Scherzer, making $43.3 million this year. He is on a 3-year, $130 million contract. He's on the injured list.
Yeah.
He is on it for 6 to 8 weeks. He's been on it now for a few weeks, so he's coming back in, let's say, 3 to 6 weeks.
Can I ask you a quick question? And I don't want this to derail anything.
All right.
I don't know if you can give us your own insight or if you've ever seen it. If you've already got the big contract, does that change your injury recovery versus if you were on your 1-year deal or whatever?
Not really.
Okay.
Do you think it changes? Are you talking about for the player or for the team?
No, for the player. The team's like, okay, we gotta.
If you're at the end of your contract, sometimes you might fight through an injury, but it might be the worst thing you could do.
I can see that.
So I will say that. I mean, it can affect you, but not really. I'm not saying Max Scherzer's like, I got a 3-year, $130 million contract.
Neither am I. I was just curious.
I'm not coming back. You know, I just think that they're paying an older pitcher a whole bunch of money. Now, the owner of the Mets, Steve Cohen, has way more money than the Rangers do, or way more money. Heck, he might even have more money than the Yankees do, to be honest. Like, the Steinbrenner family has a lot of money, but that's it. They own the Yankees. You know, this dude, Steve Cohen, I'd need to research him a little bit more, but I mean, he has billions upon billions upon billions of dollars, not from baseball.
Yeah.
Where he's like, I don't care. I'm going to buy a championship. Right? I mean, he's pretty much saying, I don't care, with Francisco Lindor, Max Scherzer, other deals, other trades he's made. I don't care. I will buy a championship.
Right.
It's going to eventually work out. I will buy enough players to make us the best team.
Yeah.
So, Max Scherzer, let me ask you guys this. $43.3 million. Good investment, not good investment?
I mean, right now, you'd have to say no, right?
I would say no right now, but in the playoffs, I think that's going to pay off for him.
Okay.
Oh.
Having Max Scherzer on the mound's good.
Out of the next 3 years, do you think Max Scherzer pitches in 75 games?
Per year, or?
Well, no, that'd be impossible.
Oh, okay.
Unless he becomes a reliever. 25 starts per year.
Not.
Usually you get 32 to max 34 starts per year.
No.
I guess max would be 35.
But I don't, but I think he's pitching in the playoffs every year for the next 3 years.
All right.
Which could make it pay off, yeah.
Number 2, Garrett Cole, 9-year, $324 million contract. He's making $36 million this year.
How far into that deal is he?
This is his 3rd year, I believe.
Oh, dear.
If I have it right.
And how long are they going to not allow spider tack?
Wow.
He gave up 5 home runs yesterday. He is having a pretty good year. They won the game, but
he's had some crazy highs and lows too then.
Yeah, and so I kind of feel like and last year wasn't that great of a year for Garrett Cole, right? He didn't really lead them anywhere special, and he had a good year. He was good.
Yeah.
Was he $36 million good?
In 12 games.
I mean, you're getting 30 starts.
Yeah.
You're paying over $1 million. Every time he takes the mound is over $1 million per start.
In 12 games, he has 12 games started. He has 84 strikeouts. All right.
Okay.
So,
7. 7 a game.
Last year in 30 games, he had 243 strikeouts.
Ooh, this is less.
So he is on a different.
Eight a
And then a few years ago with Houston, he had 326 strikeouts in 33 games.
Oh man, almost 10 a game.
So like this is going to be a down year
Yeah.
for him for sure, unless he like really picks up the pace. I again will defer to Spider Tack and the like just knowing last year, Mike. As soon as that rule happened, everything changed for him.
Maybe that does hurt him. I know he's also getting a little bit older. Innings pile up, and usually, obviously, the Houston Astros have a magic touch. You get worse.
I wonder what that is.
Number 3, I'm pretty sure they're not getting their money's worth here. Trevor Bauer, $32 million. 3 years, $102 million. Now, he's not getting paid anymore. So, that being said, I guess it's not.
For now.
Right.
Like,
I mean,
he's appealing
Right,
that,
there's still
yeah.
a battle and everything, but obviously, that's a little bit of a different situation, I'll say. Obviously, that has nothing to do with performance on the field.
Yeah.
That has to do what he did off the field. Number 4, Zach Wheeler, 5 years, $118 million, $26 million a year. I will say this, even though it's not leading to division titles and everything,
He's doing well.
I think that's solid. But still, if you go look at his numbers, Corey, if you can pull him up real quick.
Got him.
It's not, oh my God, Zach Wheeler is unbelievable.
And also, that's 1 of 4 so far. If you're like being generous.
He's got a 2.31 ERA.
That's awesome.
67 strikeouts in 10 games. That's decent.
7, yeah.
And what else? His whip is 1.169.
Really good.
Last year it was 1.008.
Wow. He's performing
All
through
right.
the contract.
I'm
Very
in.
good. We
Yeah.
got it. We got one.
All right. 1.
Number 5.
Now,
this is going to be interesting because what he gave you last year was absolutely nothing, and the year before was absolutely nothing because of injury. Justin Verlander, 2-year, $50 million contract, $25 million.
I guess I am of the opinion that will
pay off,
but
the last 2 years didn't pay off on the other contract.
no, you're right. And that's the thing is like the fact that it's 2 years versus the Garrett Cole thing that you were talking about. I was like, I mean, I feel fine on a 2-year deal paying whatever.
You just said the last 2 years didn't pay off for Verlander?
Yeah, because he didn't pitch.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. Sorry. I was looking at his 18-19 numbers, and I was like, those are insane. What are you talking about? No, yeah, you're right, man.
20 and 21. Because think about it this way.
Wow.
Seager and Simeon in this contract, let's just say, I know they're not off to great starts. And obviously one's hot, one's not right now. What if at the end of their contract, they don't even play baseball? What would you think of that contract?
That it was a bad deal.
Right. So that's where I come in, Justin Verlander. I get it. I get that this year he might win the Cy Young, which is just, I can't believe that he could come back from that. Next one, also making $25 million this year, 3 years, $71 million contract, Marcus Stroman. Not even good. He's below average.
Did you think that was a bad deal like when it got handed out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. But they were hoping he would get back to 2016 Marcus
Yeah.
Stroman. And I think he's too busy trying to show everybody I don't have to do what everybody else does. I can have my shirt untucked. I can have my hat backwards. I can goof off. I'm going to do it so different than what 99% of people have done it. I am going to do it this way to show you don't have to do it this way.
Yeah.
That he's concentrating too much on things that don't make you good. It's like, hey, I get it. Like, yeah, tucking in your shirt. But I think he's trying so hard to do so many different things.
That it's hurting him.
That he's actually not concentrating on what really happens. Number 7, this is why the reason I brought up this topic, Steven Strasburg, 7 years, $245 million. This year, he's making $23.5 million. Coming back from injury, he gives up 7 runs yesterday, if I have that right. And I think he struck out 5. I'm in my head on what I remember seeing.
I hated that deal from the jump because that dude has been soft his entire career. He just happened to be outstanding right when his contract was coming up. I thought that was a terrible deal.
The highest paid left-handed pitcher is 8th, Patrick Corbin, 6 years, $140 million, $23 million a year.
How is he doing?
Not good. Number 8, Madison Bumgarner.
I'm noticing a trend.
5 years, $85 million. He's kind of done. $23 million this year. He's not done, but I mean, he's at best average.
Yeah.
At best. Number 10, last one I'll mention, Carlos Rendon, pitching for the Giants now from the White Sox. 2 years, $44 million. Honestly, I haven't looked up his numbers this year to see how he's doing for the Giants. But that gives you an idea of the top 10 highest paid pitchers in baseball. Here's the deal.
Are you telling me not to give a long-term deal out?
He's doing okay this year. He's got a 3.51 ERA and a 1.25 whip.
The most important thing that the Rangers can do to try to rebuild this thing into a contender. Think about when they were great. They were paying C.J. Wilson nothing.
Yeah.
They were paying Colby Lewis nothing. They were paying Derek Holland nothing. They were paying Matt Harrison nothing. Yes, they traded and got Cliff Lee, but then when it came time to pay, they didn't pay Cliff Lee. He ended up going to Philly, which he did not fulfill that contract at all. This is a history. This is not just this year.
Johan Santana, Mike Hampton.
Right.
Yeah.
Develop Leiter, develop Wynn, develop Owen White, develop, I know it's taken forever and maybe he is developing more and more, Cole Reagans. And then when they get to their 6th year, trade them.
What? Trade Jack Leiter, Mike?
Yes. And then trade Jack Leiter and go get other assets. Do not give them 5 years or 8 years at $30 million or more dollars or $25 million or more dollars because it's not going to work out. Doesn't mean they're not going to have great years in that contract.
No,
they're probably also
it.
going to have years where they can't pitch. They physically can't do it because they have Tommy John surgery or they need to sit out. Like, I know he's not even on this list, but think about a guy like 2-3 years ago. What would you have given Chris Sale to be on your team?
Yeah.
$1 billion.
Yeah.
He can't pitch anymore. His arm's done. So I just think when it comes to pitchers I wanted to make this point as the Rangers didn't play yesterday is somewhat.
You need them.
And they can last a while, but paying them long-term big contracts usually doesn't. Pay your position players. Develop your pitchers. And I'm not saying you need to develop position players too, but I'm okay with if you develop a dude and at 28 years old, he hits free agency, I'm okay with giving him 8 years and $30+ million a year. You can look at those contracts and those work out way more than giving a pitcher who you've developed and at 28 years old going, let's do a 6 to 8 year contract. They're going to get it from somebody desperate like the Mets. But when you're looking at the Rangers signing more players, hey, do the deals that sign pitchers to like 3 year, $45 million or less.
Looking at
Don't
you, Martin
do
Perez.
the big time contracts.
No, that makes sense. With the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Tony La Russa, the New Orleans Pelicans, and Outback Steakhouse. Do any of these entities deserve Forgiveness Friday? Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Sean Morash with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Ferguson. Trade pros. Save time in your workday. Use Pro Pickup. The Lightning's heart of a champion has come through for 3 straight games, putting the Rangers in another do-or-die game in this postseason. Can Igor Shesterkin work it? Flip the Lightning dynasty down and reverse it? Big Game 6 on Saturday night. I'm Sean Morash.
Trade pros. Whether you specialize in service or new construction, Ferguson knows firsthand how much work goes into a long day on the job, which is why we're committed to offering the products and solutions to get every job done right. With over 1,000 locations, an unmatched selection of specialty products, tools, and supplies, our Pro Pickup and same or next day delivery, you can trust that doing business with Ferguson will be the easiest part of your hard day's work. Visit Ferguson.com to find a counter location near you.
Dads want steaks, and with Father's Day around the corner, there isn't a better gift than Omaha Steaks. Visit omahasteaks.com, type sizzle in the search bar, and order the Dads Want Steaks package. Send Dad more than just a gift. Send him an experience he'll love and can share with you. Go to omahasteaks.com and type sizzle into the search bar and order the Dads Want Steaks package today. You'll get 16 entrees and 4 desserts, plus 8 free Omaha Steaks burgers with your order. That's omahasteaks.com, keyword sizzle.
Hey, it's Gavin
Gavin Dawson for my friends at Window Nation. You've seen it. Home prices keep on rising, which means the more improvements you make in your home now, the better the return on your investment. And I'm telling you, new windows from Window Nation is one of the best things you can do, especially now. During summer, demand is down, so Window Nation can make this incredible offer. Get 2 free windows for every 2 you buy, plus put no money down, make no payments, and pay no interest for 2 full years. Call 866-90Nation or go to windownation.com and tell them Gavin Dawson sent you at ease.
It's the summer's shortest homestand and one of the sweetest. Starting Monday, June 13th, our in-state rivals drop in for 3 games. The stars will be on display. Seeger, Garcia, Altuve, Alvarez. Some giveaways and dollar hot dogs are in the mix too. So get out to the ballpark to represent in this straight-up Texas showdown. Rangers, Astros. Be here. Tickets at texasrangers.com.
When you're an innovative business, every blinking cursor, every blank page is an opportunity. What will you do with it? Will you make something better or create something new? Our Dell Technologies advisors provide you with tools and expertise to do incredible things. Because we believe there's an innovator in all of us. For advice on smart PCs powered by Intel V Pro that's built for business, call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL.
Drive to the playoffs. Brought to you by Driveway.com.
Colorado's headed to their first Cup final since 2001. Their amazing series led them to sweep Edmonton in overtime during Game 4. Colorado fans felt this one was a long time coming and are ready for them to bring it home. They'll face the winner of the Eastern Conference Finals between New York and Tampa Bay.
Looking for a car? Go to Driveway.com, where you can get pre-qualified, buy a car, and get it delivered. Driveway.com. Car buying delivered on your terms and on your turf.
RJ Choppy here for Zero Res. It is that time of year again, boys and girls. That time when Zero Res gives you carpet cleaning and baseball. That's right. 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, sanitized with the RJ Choppy Fan Special, plus a pair of tickets to an upcoming Texas Rangers baseball game. You're going to get free dryer vent cleaning as well with your air ducts clean. All you got to do for that is use the promo code FREEVENT. But this is the best time of year. It's always a great time of year to get your carpets clean, but especially right now, the dirt, the dust, the allergens, they're in the air. They're trapped in your carpet fibers. You can get them cleaned up. You can get them taken out of there, and you can get your carpet looking and feeling brand new again. Fluffy under your toes, vibrant colors, not matted down, not worn out. All you got to do to get taken care of is give them a call. Ask for the RJ Choppy Fan Special. Real simple. 214-37-CLEAN, 214-37-CLEAN, 214-372-5326, or ZeroResDallas.com. Spell backwards or forwards. Spells the same. It's Zero Res.
Your turn it on, leave it on. Home of America's team is 105.3 The Fan. Hello, baby. KRLD FM and HD1, Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey station.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053. It's time for Forgiveness Friday. And based off the fan text, perhaps they want the Sports Minute to ask for forgiveness. It appears as though the Tolos were not super high on it. I'm not sure how the Tolos or the Yolos are feeling about it.
They feel the same way.
877-881-1053 if you need Forgiveness Friday. Now, I think we need to start this while people send in some of their thoughts with Tony La Russa. Now, we're going to go to cut number 9 here first, because La Russa's like, I don't see what the big deal was in the game yesterday against the Dodgers. He intentionally walked Trey Turner in the 6th inning when Trey Turner faced a 1-2 count. So let's go to cut number 9 and first get a sense about what the broadcasters thought about this move.
Now, wait a second.
They're going to intentionally walk him.
On 1-2?
Yep.
Can you explain that to me?
I would think you don't want Turner to do any more damage, and you want to take advantage of the lefty-lefty.
Typically, at 2 strikes, the league batting average is quite low.
Oh, yeah. It is that.
When was the last time you saw somebody intentionally walked on 1-2?
Doesn't happen often.
It's never happened, Steve Stone.
Never?
I don't know if it's never, but I mean, come on. 1 and 2? Why would you throw 3 pitches
I
to a
don't
guy?
know.
Now, maybe 2-1, 3-0, obviously. There's plenty of people you get to 3-0, you're like, we're not throwing another pitch. Or you get to 2-0, and you're like, we're not throwing another pitch. And sometimes there's unintentional walks where you kind of just throw balls, see if they'll swing at balls. But no, if that guy's so good, I mean, literally, if that guy's so good at hitting, you would never even throw 3 pitches to the guy.
Well,
I've decided. Oh, go ahead. I want to hear Tony La Russa.
Tony La Russa disagrees. We'll go to cut number 10.
He?
And he seems shocked that this is even a conversation.
You explained the thought process on the intentional walk with
Turner?
Turner. At 1-2 on the count.
So let me ask you a question. Is there some question about whether that was a good move or not?
I guess at 1-2 is the question at the count.
Do you know what he hits against left-hand pitching with 1-0-1 or 2 strikes? Do you know what he hits? Well, you know what Muncy hits with 2 strikes against left-hand pitcher? I mean, is that really a question? Because it was 1 and 2? Turner was a strike left against a left-hander is not something you can avoid if you can. And we had an open base, and Muncy happened to be the guy behind him, and that's a better matchup. Here again, somebody disagrees. That's the beauty of this game. Welcome to it. But that wasn't a tough call.
Was there a reason for waiting until 1-2 though? Not right away? Was there a reason to not do it right away and wait till 1-2?
Well, that's when the pitch got away.
Now, just real quick, the thing that he said,
saying the pitch got away is that's when Freddie Freeman advanced on a pitch to get to second.
You're right, but also what he said before that astonished me is he was like, well, if you get him 0-1 or 1-2, like that's a tough situation. And I'm like, what? So hold on. So if you're throwing strikes, you're like, you did bad. Against all other hitters in the history of the game, good job.
I'm going to say it. He should be fired. Get rid of him. He's lost it. He's done. He was, I will say that somewhat he was a great manager in Oakland when they won the championship with the Bash brothers. But I mean, I don't know. Was anybody going to manage bad with Ricky Henderson, Jose Canseco, the best player in the game, Mark McGwire, the best power hitter in the game, Terry Steinbach, an all-star catcher, Walt Weiss, a rookie of the year in 1988.
Yeah, but their pitching stunk.
Yeah. Oh, Dave Stewart, Bob Welsh, Dennis Eckersley, Hall of Fame closer. Like, I'm not saying that he wasn't a good manager back then. I was a kid back then. It wasn't like I was watching like I can watch now. He is not a very good manager. It was an interesting hire when they did it. They did have a good year. Remember last year how he kind of ran into issues with the team because of, hey, you're supposed to do it this way and not that way.
And he got a DUI.
And he's had that before too. It was a moronic decision. And I get it. Max Muncy's a bad hitter all year, but Max Muncy is an all-star hitter. Are you saying that Max Muncy's a pathetic hitter? Like, because he did hit a home run in that situation.
3-run
so
bomb,
if you're wondering, well, did it work out? No, he hit a home run. So Max Muncy, who's somewhat a perennial all-star with the LA Dodgers, Trey Turner, who when is healthy, he's good. But I have Trey Turner's numbers pulled up overall, not just 0-1 or 0-2 or 1-2 counts versus left-handed pitchers. 286 with 12 RBIs and 56 at-bats versus right 307 and 166 at-bats with 5 home runs and 34 RBIs. You should never throw a pitch to Trey Turner. If Tony La Russa believes this that much, if he believes Max Muncy is this bad and Trey Turner is this good, then why in the world did you ever throw a pitch to Trey Turner in the series?
I have two thoughts here. Don't forget that La Russa did beat us in the World Series.
I tried to forget that.
Why would you do that?
Secondly, I've decided that this is his middle finger to statistics. That he's saying
he brought him up as his defense.
But that's what he's doing, Mike. He's saying, "Hey, I have to buy in on these stats, otherwise this GM up here that I have is going to fire me." So you know what? I'm gonna show them what their analytics really tell us. All right, the analytics told me that I needed to go ahead and not pitch to this guy on a 1-2 count, and see what analytics got us today. And so that's his way of going after analytics. He had a conversation that morning. I'm sure of it. He had a conversation that morning, and they were like, hey, you need to stick to analytics, bud. And he was like, I'll show you, sport. And then he went after him.
Last year, just to show how stupid Tony La Russa is.
Oh, my God.
Last year, Max Muncy, because this year, he hasn't had a good year. But if we take his overall reputation, it'd be like, hey, let's pitch to Marcus Semien every time. Let's walk every human being to get to Marcus Semien because he's having a bad start to the year. He'd be like, I get he's having a bad start, but we know how good he is. Last year, Max Muncy versus left-handed pitching. 276 average with a 961 OPS. 11 home runs, 27 RBIs in his 134 at-bats. A 961 OPS versus left-handed pitching. Do you know how above league average that is? Like 200 points above league average. Probably 300 points above league average when it's lefty on lefty. That's how good Max Muncy is against left-handed pitching if you take Max Muncy's overall career, not his 2-month sample size where he hasn't been good this year. Tony La Russa's a moron and needs to be fired.
Woo! So I guess
and I think, you know what I think?
I guess we're not.
I think the White Sox win the division if they fire him.
Wow.
That's how good I think they are and how much better they can be without Tony La Russa.
All right.
Name my guy Joe McEwing the manager. He'll do it right.
There you go, Mike. Let's get
I even
Joe
have a
job.
solution.
I like it. But I guess we're not forgiving him is also.
The 2-on-4 Corey makes total sense. That old curmudgeon like La Russa would do something like that.
I just like the idea that he's doing performance art at this
Oh,
point.
yeah, for sure. That's a wild bit. Now,
I bet he doesn't know that. Does he know that he had a 961 OPS just last year? I get what he's doing right now. But Trey Turner right now isn't batting 400 against left-handed pitching with a 1.5 OP. Like, if that's the point, if he was batting 400 against lefties with like an OPS of 1.2, all right, I can kind of go with you. I still disagree when it's a 1-2 count. 2-1 count, I can understand.
Yeah.
A 1-2 count. Why in the world did you throw 3 pitches to that guy?
But Mike, now there's a runner in scoring position. Before there wasn't.
And which even is what you're saying is with a runner on first, I'm okay because I believe he's only a singles hitter. But now, my God, that single could really hurt us. You're walking a singles hitter. You've admitted to us that you're saying he's really not a doubles or home run guy. He's not Griffey Jr. He's not Barry Bonds. He's not McGuire in his prime. He's a singles hitter. And now I'm so worried about that single that I'm going to put in the batter's box a guy who's struggling this year, who last year and the year before and the year before that was an awesome hitter against lefties.
From the 469, we agreed, and she said for context, this was last year, that this lady's boyfriend was an idiot for thinking the draft doesn't matter. Well, we got married last weekend, so I might need forgiveness for that. So congratulations. And you are also forgiven. From the 817, forgive my buddy because he's having an outdoor wedding tomorrow when the high is 102 degrees.
Don't forgive that person.
Is it in a pool?
I'm going to be at College Station watching a baseball game outdoors.
In 102 degrees.
Yeah.
Would you attend a wedding in a pool?
Yes, absolutely. Of course I would. What do you mean? Oh, because you don't like being outside when it's wet.
Here's the tough thing.
That's true, but I also think you should
if a
dress
wedding's
up for a
outdoors,
and
in
we know how
June,
he feels
July,
about shorts.
August, even September in Texas, do I have to wear a coat and tie? Can I wear like a linen top? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like a collared linen shirt, like a nice
Miami Vice style.
I don't think I've ever imagined Mike in a linen shirt, and I
We need to see it
want that
with
to
those
happen
pants.
now.
Yeah, for
But
sure.
you have to almost ask your people going to your wedding,
looking like boys
that,
to men and water
hey,
runs dry.
or you have a tent over the whole thing,
Okay.
and there's fans.
I think you'll like this. Jess's cousin is getting married in September, and it is outdoors, but they said you can wear whatever you want. So That linen outfit. Like you're on the cover of an album? Is that what you're doing? Are you recreating?
Wait, is Mike's shirt unbuttoned in your...
Yeah, it is.
For sure.
I don't know if you ever saw the Boys to Men Let's Water Run Dry video, but they're at the white dunes and they're wearing white linen and they're just standing there and the wind's blowing their white linen around and their shirt's unbuttoned a little bit. I can totally see
I don't think
Mike.
you can wear all white because that's only for the bride. Because then you're saying I should be the bride.
You just wear off-white then. Just, a different color of white.
It feels like
eggshell. Eggshell.
But it's less frowned upon if a man wears all white, right, than if a woman wears all
Okay,
white.
you show up in a white tuxedo to somebody's wedding and see if you don't get the cross out.
Oh my gosh.
I want to now.
Or an all white, some sort of suit. Yeah, I think people would go, no. White is for the bride.
Okay.
Because she even intentionally dresses the bride's people.
Bridesmaids. I think Mike's being inclusive.
Yeah.
I like that.
He's
Bride
on it.
people.
He's on it.
I wasn't sure if you were being inclusive or forgot what they were called.
To be honest, I wasn't being inclusive, but it makes it sound better that I was.
Yes.
I was like, dang it, what's the last word on that? But you know what? Yeah, I think I see pictures now of, I guess you might all call them bridesmaids anyways. I don't know. But like I've seen guys on that side now. So yeah, maybe they should be called brides people, I guess.
Fascinating.
And the best person.
We'll see. The best person.
From the 469, forgive me because I spent $1,700 on 5 tires instead of patching one today on my boss's credit card because he made me mad this morning.
Will that not come back on you? Does he not read his statement?
Maybe he doesn't read the statement.
That's better for the job. I'm guessing this is the work truck or
Probably
whatever.
so, yeah.
That's better. Is having all new tires, good tread,
Yeah,
Like,
but instead of just patching the tire because boss made me mad, you know what? I'm not doing that work. I'm going to go ahead and get all new tires thrown on this sucker.
Okay.
Because I needed to. That's
All
what I'm going
right.
to tell boss.
I will forgive you. I hope your boss forgives you.
Also,
and-
how does the boss know that maybe that tire couldn't have been patched?
Yeah, they don't know.
Well, yeah, no.
Just tell them it blew out. They all exploded.
I get that,
Same
but
time.
Yeah, they were bubbling.
That's
all
the
tires
part
were
that I have.
bubbling.
I'm not disputing that the
the
one
Texas heat.
tire that needed to be patched, you needed a new tire. But when you go from, so I just got 5. Like,
well, did you want uneven tread like on all these tires? Now I'm gonna have to get other tires replaced later. It's just better for
You're gonna be
us,
driving in a circle because there's only one tire with tread. You want that?
Is Tony La Russa so dumb and old that he would that right now I believe Mike Trout is 3 for his last 30. Now he's 2 for his last 2 with a homer and single, and then he got hurt. But would he go, have you seen what Shohei's hitting against right-handed pitchers, and have you seen what Mike Trout has done in his last 30 at bats?
Yeah, he's out. Just right down the middle. I think he'll be fine. By the way, do the New Orleans Pelicans, and maybe more specifically David Griffin, need forgiveness because the vice president of basketball operations said it was an easy decision to offer Zion max money. He said it's not a big decision. It's a pretty easy decision. The kid's historically good when he plays. This is a max player easy. Now, people were quick to point out that in 3 years, he's played a total of 85 games. So he's played essentially 1 season out of 3 seasons. But it's an easy decision to give him max money.
Absolutely. It is an easy decision.
You would give him max money?
I mean, well, when you're going to trade him, don't you want that max money back? When you trade him to the Knicks.
I hate doing it, but I think I would if I'm New Orleans.
But wouldn't you?
It would be a tough decision, but I wouldn't admit it to the media.
Like, what did you get
I
back
guess
for
don't
Anthony
you lie?
Davis?
Yeah, I guess that's probably true. You can't be like, I don't know.
What did you get back for Anthony Davis? A whole team?
That's
right?
true.
So, I mean, even when you signed him and he was like, I'm tired of this place now, you still got Brandon Ingram back out of it. So it did work out in a little bit of a way.
And then real quick, does Outback Steakhouse need forgiveness because they're no longer the sponsors of the Outback Bowl and it's been changed to the Relia Quest Bowl?
What?
God, I haven't eaten an Outback in forever, but I do really like Outback.
Wait, so we're no longer getting like the Bloomin' Onion mascot person?
I like Bloomin' Onion. I like their salad. They have one of the best salads. I love it.
Why the hell haven't you been there then?
You could go more often,
The
Mike.
one closest to me is like in Lancaster Cedar Hill, I believe. There's not many Outbacks around anymore, are there?
I don't know. Let's go look
And then
on
I
the map.
like their chicken with the cheese and bacon on top. Oh, it's good.
Let's take an Outback tour. Let's see if we can get an
the
Outback.
steakhouse
Yeah, the
or-
steakhouse.
okay.
No, let's go to, there's 3.
in our
In the
Metroplex.
DFW area, yeah.
All of
They're all like on
DFW?
635 too, like all of them.
I thought there was one in Garland.
That'll make the tour easier.
Yeah.
Just
no, there's more. Never mind. There's like 12.
We're the KNC. What?
How did that happen?
Yeah.
I opened them. I expanded the map.
Okay. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Tell me about
we
it.
were answering some questions earlier about the show, and we kind of got the idea to maybe do an Ask Me Anything about the show. Plus, Rangers discount ticket packages. Why is this necessary? If you've had a burning question about the show, we'll try to answer it next right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Got something to say? Then text away. Hit up the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877.
by Texans Canned Cars for Kids, and it's brought to you by Frankel and Frankel. You think there will be less big trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, this is your opportunity. I guess it's kind of like a mini AMA for the K&C Masterpiece, because we were explaining earlier why we say, gentlemen, how is ya? And then somebody was like, hold on, are y'all answering questions? I have so many. And then people started sending in questions.
Yeah, and it's wild to think. This show's been on the air for how long?
15 years.
No.
What? Since 2011.
Yeah.
11?
Yeah, since 2011.
11 years is a long time, and there's a lot of people that have joined, including myself and Mike, over that course.
Yeah, and so here's the other thing, too. Kevin, I told you and Reggie the story just before we started the show this morning. Last night, I ran into a Tolo that just moved here from California. And he's like, look, y'all were the station that I found, and I started listening. I think y'all are really, really interesting. I think y'all are very talented. But his whole family moved here from California. So, Kevin, they've been here for 4 years. They may not know all the things that we've been discussing. Like somebody said, please explain the Steve DeBerg bit. And all I know, all right, all I can remember about the Steve DeBerg bit is that one night, Kevin said, who is this quarterback? Like, what quarterback did these things? And Colby said, Steve DeBerg. And I had never known that anybody else knew who Steve DeBerg was except for me. And at that moment, Colby and I had a moment together, which we had lots of hugs and moments like that in time. And so Steve DeBerg became our de facto. He's the best at everything because he was amazing at the play action pass. And then we found out even more crazy things about Steve DeBerg. Like he was drafted by the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
Nobody knew that. The man, I have a card that Kevin just gave me. I remember distinctly as a kid that he was describing why he had this huge cast on his pinky because he had pins installed in his pinky before he went out and played a football game. And then we found out everywhere Joe Montana went, he replaced Steve DeBerg. So Steve DeBerg is a fascinating quarterback, and it started a long time ago as he is the de facto. We just say Steve DeBerg as the best quarterback or the best athlete of all time.
He's like the best quarterback you never heard of.
Exactly,
right?
So that's the Steve DeBerg bit. So if you have never understood that, you just were always like, okay, I want to know. There it is.
And somebody did ask, are you guys allowed to talk about Colby? Well, I surely hope so.
We
or
do
else
a
we're
lot.
probably in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Colby left on good terms, I believe.
Whatever happened to him, he
best pitcher in the playoffs for Rangers.
Fact.
Colby Lewis. Absolutely. Now, Colby Sapp, he is doing great. His son, I believe, just graduated high school.
He's
ripped. He is ripped for sure, and he loves this show. He will have texts back and forth
all the time.
And then sometimes he'll be like, you guys are too corporate. But other times he's like, you guys are hilarious like before.
And he's still kind of working on the show because every once in a while I'll get a text and it'll just be like 11:15.
Yeah,
Kevin. And I'm like,
for
yep,
sure.
let me mark that down. Thanks, Colby.
For sure. Now, for the 469, I will field this question. Can you explain why Kevin does not talk about his sister anymore? That is because
that's my fault.
My mom called me and we had to have a conversation and she goes, Kevin Michael Hagelin, I would like to know why it is that your sister has, I don't know how many Facebook friend requests. And I was like, yeah, I was going to call you guys just in case. And I think Amy thought it was kind of weird, maybe kind of.
Did you just say her name on air? Over 100,000 watts in the middle of the day, Kevin? It was okay when you did that at night and you said her name and everybody went to Facebook and requested a friendship with her, which I'm sure isn't going to happen now.
Be cool, guys.
Yeah.
Don't do that
with Amy.
Why would you say it again?
He said it already. It's already out there.
She has a different last name.
I swear I did not mean to say her name. It's just like, she's my sister. So obviously that name just jumps right to mind. But yeah.
From another mister.
She didn't change her last name on Facebook.
Come on, dude.
Oh, crap.
My mom was not pleased about that. And
how's she going to be now?
I'm going to get another phone call.
Am I going to get a call this time?
I guarantee you. I'm going to direct that phone call to you. And she's going to be like, oh, well, we have your number.
I will be happy to talk to Susan about that.
But okay, what?
She's a great woman. I
the
love
hell
her.
are
I
you
think she's
doing?
amazing, and everybody needs to know her.
My wife will now ask me, she'll be like, do you know this person in real life? And I was like, oh, did you get a friend request? And so she'll ask, and she'll get like friend requests from people all the time. From the 817, what's the hardest part of doing the show? Is it live reads, stupid text, doing prep, getting interviews, or doing interviews? Now, for me, the hardest thing sometimes is not carrying what somebody says to you, like along during the show or after the show, or because like, and sometimes it's easier to dismiss, and they're like, people will text in like, F you stupid piece of trash, or like things way worse than that. Like I told you the story of what somebody said after we had the stuff with the miscarriages, and like just asinine stuff like that. It like that can be easier to blow off at times, but then people will like try to like misrepresent something that you said, or they will say something like super negative about your show that kind of hits home, because I don't know, I have my own concerns about the show from time to time, and you want it to be awesome and everything like that. And so I think sometimes some of the feedback it's kind of tough.
Yeah, no, and I mean, to the point where sometimes you don't want to look at the fan text. And I mean,
I get it.
Was it Tuesday, Monday, something, Wednesday? You
got really mad.
I don't typically let things like that get after me.
Yeah.
And Reggie, here's one thing I will say about Reggie. He will always call and check up on me. The other thing,
no, I won't. That's a lie.
Whenever a conversation is over, he will actually hang up instead of waiting for you to hang up. So I really appreciate that about Reggie. So yeah, no, it happens occasionally. And Kevin, I think you're right. Carrying it home, that's probably the most difficult part of this job. Other than that, it's a blast to walk in here and get to talk to Mike and get to talk to Kevin and Reggie all day long for 4 hours.
From the 972, can you please explain where the better came from, please? All right. So that actually, I did a college radio show.
Yes. Play right field. Yes.
God.
Are you better than me?
I miss that. We do need to bring that back sometimes. Maybe not every single day, but sometimes. So I did a college radio show for 1 year. And like everybody does birthdays and everything like that. And one of the things you learn is like, if you're going to do something that other people do, like find a way to put your own spin on it. And so I remember having a conversation.
And then do it better than them.
Exactly. With somebody in college. And we were talking about like birthdays, and they're like, oh, I love that person. I was like, oh, that person sucks. And it just got into like a conversation that you would assume, because obviously sometimes I can be really judgy. And so I was like, oh, whatever, I'm better than that person. And then the question got asked, how are you better than that person? What are the parameters of this? And I started to really think it over. And then that just turned into, I started doing Are You Better? And so it was like a limited thing when I was finishing up at UTD. And so when we started doing the show here,
we were looking for content.
Yeah, that was something that we wanted to do. And it just really like picked up, and still to this day. The whole reason we got involved with Kyle and the Dallas Card Show, and this is a fact. The first day I ever walked into his old shop in Wiley, they're in Allen now, is as soon as I walked in, because my son loves cards and we would go look at cards, somebody looked right over at me and they go, oh my God, better. And they just like yelled it at me. And then Kyle donated some stuff for Peace-a-thon coming up. And that's like kind of how all of that started to roll. Now we do live shows out at the Dallas Card Show and everything. So there you go.
They're going to have a show in Arlington next weekend.
That's right.
Not this weekend.
And I will add this. When we were in Houston, this is a one-time happening. We were in Houston for the Super Bowl, and we had a perfect game going. Kevin got vetoed one time after another and could not win a better. Like, even the people that we were talking about, he was like, holy crap, they are actually better than me. We had one person left. It was the lead singer of NoFX. And nobody had a veto left. Gavin Dawson walks up and he's like, what are you guys talking about? We're doing Are You Better, Gavin? And he goes, oh yeah, he's better than Kevin. Yeah! We ended up winning. Perfect game against Kevin, and that was a moment I think that Tolos really enjoyed.
That one stung because it's like he came up from the fog or something, just walking up there.
He was being what Gavin Dawson does. He was being a man of the station.
From the 903, and Mike, you can let me know if this bothers you. I don't appreciate the way Kevin dismisses Mike at the end of almost every segment when Mike says something. Do you think I'm dismissing you, or do you think I'm looking at the clock right above your head and I'm like, we're already 2 minutes past when we were supposed to go to break and we got to go?
I think your body language says it all.
Mike, I do not mean to dismiss you, but sometimes we have a clock and we have to go. And so I'm like, yes, I know that's how you feel.
You have 1 minute left.
From the 806. Wait. So DFW hasn't had a championship since y'all's show started?
Not true. Not true. Our show started when the Mavericks made their playoff run, so much so that Corey predicted that the Mavericks would sweep the Lakers, and I said, that's not going to happen, and if it does happen, I will tongue kiss this microphone.
Are you happy? UT scored 2 runs in the first inning, and now have given up 3 runs in the first inning to East Carolina.
Seems about right.
From the 972, fact, I love your show. I appreciate them using fact on that. I'm a sales rep and drive a lot. My only gripe is that you don't read my texts. You're welcome.
Oh,
you just
no gripes left. None
you can't
left.
even gripe anymore.
Swaggy Booties on the Twitch chat asks, why don't you guys spin the wheel anymore?
So
because we're adults.
Okay.
My body can't handle the stuff that we had to go through.
I think that's a fair question. The problem that we got into.
Are you really going to do this? You
yes.
very open about this right now?
That's what we have. That's the relationship we have with our listeners, okay?
And the problem that we got into is the things that we were doing were not enough anymore.
Oh my gosh, that was true.
Like I did a thing.
He stapled his hand.
Yeah, I stapled a dollar bill to my arm and somebody said, that's fake. We zoomed the camera up and said, there's the staple in my arm. And they were like, that's fake. You know what you need to do is one of you needs to get sent out of like a catapult. And just like everything everybody wanted to do was like, holy cow, like I'm not trying to be one of the new jackass people or whatever. And so we could not find like a happy medium, but I'm not against that ever coming back.
I will say this, the wheel is still there.
That's right.
It still exists. It's right behind us, looming over us at all times, and it has not been changed. Mike, it's still
in like 4 years.
It still exists with a K-Love sticker on it, but it's still there. It could come back at any point. It even has its own Twitter account.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, and so the Michael Thomas saga begins all over again. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Please pay attention as actor Ben Barnes shares an important message about price hikes.
Millions of AT&T and Verizon customers are suffering.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event no matter the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Buttermilk Biscuits 3-2 East Carolina over Texas, top of the second inning. Texas is the visiting team.
I was going to answer one more Ask Us Anything question. This comes from
the Twitch chat.
The Twitch chat is, why does Kevin wear his headphones almost like an eye patch?
Yeah, people have been fascinated with, one, the size of your headphones,
Sure.
and two, the particular way you wear them.
All right. Now, I can answer that because that goes back a long way. It's the old crappy, like, Sony headphones I used to have that were like $20 or whatever, is the left earphone crapped out on it. And so I just kept using them because this is at a time when, like, we only did this part-time and I was still working at the newspaper, and clearly newspaper is not like where you make all of the monies.
What?
And, I know.
It's in radio.
Yeah. Compared to newspaper, this is a gold mine. And so I just got used to not getting sound in the left earphone. And so eventually upgraded my headphone game. I was not prepared for how distracting it was to get sound coming in from both of the headphones while I was doing the show. Now, like, if I listen to music or whatever and, like, I can't hear my own voice, it doesn't bother me at all. But for whatever reason, that really bothered me. And so, like, one day I just took the left earphone off of my ear and I was like, okay, this doesn't bother me at all. And now I don't hear it in the other ear, and I much prefer this. So
good for you, buddy.
There's your answer.
In your face.
Let's go from, I don't know who that was for, but let's go from this story and how Corey is going to try to make it more preposterous. Seattle Seahawks head coach Pete Carroll has said that these are the crucial weeks ahead to work out a DK Metcalf extension because he has been a no-show at mandatory minicamp. Corey, you accept that as is and they'll keep trying to negotiate, or are you going to try to turn this into something that you know damn well isn't going to happen?
Did y'all hear what Rich Eisen said about DK Metcalf?
No.
He's going to do the second one.
All right. I am going to do the second one, Kevin. Rich Eisen on DK Metcalf. Mike, I think you're going to love this. Dallas should be on the phone to Seattle right now. How huge would DK Metcalf be with a star on the side of his helmet? I do appreciate his star ability.
Same size.
Hold on. I do appreciate his star ability to make himself.
Why he would get bigger and wearing our jersey.
Let him finish.
Remember the interrupting thing?
Are you good, Mike?
Where's Sean at? You need to let Sean have it for that one.
I don't hate Sean. I do appreciate his star ability to make himself a figurative star wherever he goes, but the star on the side of the helmet, Thanksgiving, Monday nights, Sunday nights, DK Metcalf, here it is, on the Dallas Cowboys is exactly the play that Jerry Jones would make, is exactly the play that Jerry Jones is built to make. Built Ford tough.
Come on. That's
I don't think he threw the Built Ford tough
gonna
thing at the end.
happen, right?
Dude, Jerry learned his lesson after trading for Joey Galloway. All right. After that, he was like never trading number one picks for a receiver ever again. Until Roy Williams came along. And then when that failed, Kevin, Jerry Jones learned his lesson about trading number one picks for wide receivers. Until Amari Cooper came along.
That one did work out.
That one actually did work out pretty well for us.
Giving him another contract,
but
didn't.
Yeah.
Jerry would never do that again, right? He wouldn't let 4 times in a row. Why is Rich Eisen even bringing this up? Why is he saying, hey, let's go ahead and let's go get DK Metcalf to the Cowboys? They got CeeDee Lamb. This is their opportunity. DK Metcalf does not want to be in Seattle, man. I guarantee. Drew Lock?
No, I agree with
Geno
that part.
Smith? Like, there's no way. So if I'm his agent, I am definitely leaking that to Rich Eisen and saying we want to go somewhere, and I'm using the Cowboys as leverage.
I haven't read the text messages yet, But I just saw my sister's name pop up on my phone.
Crud.
And it said image. And I was like, oh no.
There's got to be 1,000.
And then after that.
We told y'all to be cool.
Yeah,
we told y'all is awesome.
After that, it just says, and I haven't even read, and that's just what pops up at the top of your screen. You know, when you get your text. I have not read it yet, but y'all were not cool at all.
We told y'all not to be cool. Or we said be cool about this.
I forgot her name already.
Okay,
that's okay.
That's good.
What was it?
No.
I
please do not send her friend request.
I have a quota that I can meet, and I have already met the quota.
Yes.
Of saying her name.
God, my mom's gonna call me after the show.
Is there still a quota on friends on Facebook?
I think it's still capped at 5,000.
Oh, good.
I'm sorry. I did not mean it to be so dramatic.
Let's go ahead and get it up to 5.
No,
these are tough decisions.
All right, my wife's in. Do all of the kids make it?
I feel like you have to take you're my friend. You're my 5 friends for the month of June.
Yeah,
I'm going to take you guys out.
Yeah.
And then I have 5 friends for July.
Yeah. And what if you don't use all your friends? Do you get rollover friends?
No. Oh my God. Okay, look, we're going to have to discuss that at a different point because I'm really intrigued by that question. All right. Are we about to repeat the Michael Thomas injury saga? So as you remember, and we've talked about this a couple of times, he's not that many years removed from being like the best or one of the top 3 receivers in the game. He missed the entire 2021 season because of an ankle injury. And the Saints head coach has already said he is doubtful for mandatory minicamp because of his ankle. And Dennis Allen said, look, I'm good with where Michael Thomas is. I would much rather him be 100% healthy and out there and all those kind of things. But that's not where he's at right now. And then they said the buzzwords of significant progress, better every day, blah, 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 blah. Are you concerned that we're just going to do this whole thing again?
That he's not going to play this year?
Or it might be like 2020 where I think he played like half the season.
I don't know what motivates him, man. Like he was one of the best receivers in the league, and he didn't want to follow it up, or physically couldn't. There's something else going on, man, where I don't know if he loves the organization or the NFL, and I don't think that's a problem. Like, I'm not saying, this is a bad mark on him. It's just I think that's where he is, and it's like maybe this isn't the business I want to be in anymore. But he got the big contract, and that's frustrating as a fan and all those things. So I think there's something much bigger going on with him, and he's just kind of pushing things off there because I think he might be over. He might feel like he's overutilized. Maybe that's the thing. I don't know.
Yeah. By the way, you were talking about Devontae Adams earlier. Did you see his he just kind of threw it out, his quote. He goes, you guys have heard that Green Bay offered this, which is higher than what I was going to make with the Raiders and all of that. And yeah, I'll say it. It was true. Okay, it was true.
Oh, really?
I don't remember people actively talking about, hey, wasn't Devontae Adams going to get more money with the Packers? And he's like, you know how we've all been talking about that? And
maybe not nationally, but I imagine locally that
they
might have
been talking about. Okay, well, and he was like, yeah, no, it happened. And so he did say that he turned down more money from the Packers to be with the Raiders.
What was the real reason, though?
His best friend's with Derek Carr.
Well, I think it's because
he doesn't like Aaron.
Rodgers. No, it's not that he doesn't like Aaron. I think it's more of how close is he to be retiring.
Yeah, and he said that he said that uncertainty played a part in his decision.
He's like, do I really want to go play with Jordan Love for 6 years? No.
At one point, he talks about family and fun in the sun, and I just wondered, and I said this last night, I wonder how much Mrs. Devontae Adams was like, look, we've been good soldiers in Wisconsin.
Now's the time. We're wanted elsewhere. Let's go do that. All right, I'm going to warn you guys. We will enter the no joke zone for this cool deal for Darius Leonard. It is unbelievably sad that this is what it's for, but Darius Leonard has donated $15,000 for caskets for the Uvalde shooting victims. Now, like I said, obviously it is crushingly awful that this is what the money has to be for, but I did want to shout him out and say I do think it is very nice that he is donating the money to that cause. Let's go from that to, did you see, probably not, I don't know how much you care about Virginia state politics, but the Commonwealth's General Assembly tabled legislation that would have determined the amount of support offered by Virginia if the Washington Commanders were going to move. You know, we talked about how like they bought this new plot of land. They want to build a new stadium out there. How much public funding could they get and everything like that? They have tabled this bill for at least a year. And one of the reasons is the Senate Majority Leader in Virginia said there are too many issues that need to be resolved, including the franchise's off-field controversies.
Whoa!
So look at
like that.
Look at a government saying, hey, you need to fix up all this garbage in your organization before we have a discussion about stadium financing. Now, I don't know if the next play would be, fine, we'll move somewhere else, and they'll be like, okay, here's your money. But they're at least initially trying to take a stand on this.
How will they tax it, though?
Oh, they'll find a way.
With money.
I mean,
okay.
Percentages.
Yeah.
With bills?
For people who were wanting us to bring back percentages, I don't know.
That is it. Nice job, Mike.
If that counts.
In today's world, we call it analytics.
Yes.
Used to be stats.
Now, the Raiders and Hunter Renfrow agreed on a 2-year, $32 million extension with $21 million guaranteed. So when we were talking about Derek Carr earlier in the show, obviously not only Devontae Adams, but getting that extension locked down for Hunter Renfrow.
Given players, receivers money in Vegas, like that's the ultimate gambling right there, man. I love it. They're like, just go all in on this. Let's go.
Okay, so you're saying it's a gamble because are you trusting that person to not?
I just told you earlier about pitchers getting big contracts and then not living up to it. And so you're like, you know what? Let's give receivers big contracts too.
And I do want to say thank you to the person from the 817 and said, just so you know, I did not send a friend request. I appreciate that.
There are some other thoughts on
that
too,
I don't want to encourage any of that because that will just make these conversations after the show longer.
That's why I always sign low contracts. That way I always, listen, I lived up to this. And more.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
I outproduced myself.
I outproduced this contract.
Coming up next.
Gonna give you the same one?
Have you ever, or would you ever stop rooting for one of your favorite teams because of a specific player that they added? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All day, every day, bringing you insights and information. Odyssey style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, yes, I currently might be in trouble with multiple of the women in my life right now, and I am concerned about that. Thank you to all the listeners. At least I know that y'all are out there. So my question is, have you ever or would you ever stop rooting for one of your favorite teams because of a specific player that they added? Now, this clearly has something to do with the Cleveland Browns and Deshaun Watson. And I thought it was fascinating because the wrestler The Miz, who we've had on the show before, I know Sean and RJ have had him on before, he's a huge Cleveland sports fan. And the other day, TMZ caught up with him like outside the airport or whatever. And he said, yeah, I'm still a Cleveland Browns fan, but you're not going to see me wearing a Watson jersey. So I was kind of curious, like, because we went through this kind of a similar sort of situation years ago when the Cowboys brought on Greg Hardy. As I know some people were like, I'm done with the Cowboys. And then other people were like, well, I still love the Cowboys. I'm just not really supportive of him. So my question for y'all is, and everybody listening, is, have you ever ditched out on a team that you really loved? I'm not saying like, oh yeah, I kind of like this team. Like, it's your team and you're like, I can't. Because I told you, sorry, Corey, I told you years ago when they talked about like, oh, maybe, Urban Meyer or, whoever would go coach A&M or Art Briles. That's who it was, Art Briles. And I was like, I'm out. If they hire Art Briles, I'm done.
It's interesting. My wife was arranging books in our house, and she only put like 4 books on one shelf, and one of them was the Art Briles book. And I was like, hey, let's not put that book up there. That's not something I want representing our household. So let's just pull that one down and do something else. But there are a couple things in this that I wanted to discuss. One being, there are lots of companies that you buy things from out there that you have no clue what they do.
You're right.
But you support them. You're right. You buy anyway. So
selective morality we talked about the other day, right?
Are you a hypocrite, or is that just, that's society? And sometimes we buy things and bad things happen out there that we didn't even know about. The other part is, Kevin, I think what you're going to see more than anything else is you root for the laundry. Like I've been saying this for years. We root for laundry. We don't root. Not everybody roots for players as much as they root for their team and what they think is, these are my team colors. I am House Gryffindor, whatever it is. You
Did you say Gryffindor?
Yeah, is that not what it is?
I think it's Gryffindor.
All right, nerd.
Oh man!
But that's like
Walks you right into it.
That's what people like. They want to be represented by their team or whatever it is that they latch on to. It's like calling yourself a Tolo, right? Yeah. Like, and we've had different iterations of this station, but a lot of people, I tweeted it out just a few minutes ago, add in the majors on Twitter if y'all like to retweet it. Okay, why do you Tolo? And I'd love, if y'all want to go out there, if everyone wants to go tweet, tell us your story of why you've started or listening to the station. Was it because you heard Mike go on a rant and you're like, man, I'm totally a Tolo now. I have to hear every time he does something like that. Or was it something else? But you latch on to things. Look at Jimmy Buffett and the Parrot Heads, dude. Like, look at how many people follow him because they're part of something. So I think that you're going to see more of this on the fan text regarding that. And I did see somebody say for 20 years, I'm a fan of this one team because I can separate what happens on the field and what goes on the field.
Yeah.
I want to root for my team.
Yeah.
And the player doesn't matter that much. Now, I thought T.O. would be a turning point for me. Wasn't. Whenever I did one time, it was when the Rangers traded Alex Rodriguez away. Now, I didn't love Alex Rodriguez, okay? But I thought in my mind, in my heart, I was like, that team does not care to put a winner on the field for the Rangers fans. They just said it's okay for us to move on from maybe the best player in the league.
Didn't watch me in 04.
Mike, I had a lot to learn at that point. But, they end up doing some good things later down the road, but at that point I said, I'm boycotting them this year. And I did for 1 year. And then I eventually did come back. But
they got rid of Bassick.
I think more than anything,
that's what I took from that too.
More than anything, it is definitely you're rooting for the laundry. And you can say, I may not like that player, But if he helps my team win, I'm perfectly okay with him being on the team.
Yeah, no, and I think that seems to be the consensus so far from the 214. Hell no, I don't care who my team gets. And from the 214, as much as I despise Corey Perry and Terrell Owens, I stayed a Stars and Cowboys fan throughout their tenure here. And the part that they said that I'm not sure about is you're not a real fan if one player joins your team and you stop rooting for them. I think that would probably be like dependent on the incident. Because like as much as T.O. could be like kind of a jackass and the thing on the Star, like he wasn't never accused of like, also he sexually assaulted 4 people or anything like that. Like it was his personality that people didn't like. This is a different deal in terms of Deshaun Watson, or, you know, you can go down.
Dwayne Wade would have joined the Mavericks. There's no way I would have, I wouldn't have rooted against him. I'd have just been like, I can't do this. That would
be tough.
You can't put this guy on the Mavericks.
Yeah, and I saw somebody say they love the Mavs, but if it was Kyrie or LeBron. So it is interesting to see, like, some of them are for personal reasons, some of them are personality, and some of them are because of the kind of Deshaun Watson, Art Briles-esque thing that I brought up. And that's what we discussed. Everybody is so different, and what gets you is so different. But I do agree with what you said at the very beginning, Corey, is it's tough because you don't research all of the things, and some things get hyped up more than others, right? And so you're like, oh, did you hear about this? And you're like, that's the worst thing ever. And then somebody's like, hey, did you know this other exact same thing is happening? And you're like, oh, it is?
Yeah.
I did not know about that. And so sometimes you just don't know. Like there's been multiple occasions we've brought somebody up, like especially when we did Are You Better? And it was like, oh yeah, no, that person's better than me. And like and then people will text in and be like, hey, did you know?
Right.
And then they'll tell you something terrible.
Oh,
and
crap,
you're like,
I did not know that.
Yes, exactly. And so it's tough to say because I also feel like it's not my fault something that the Cowboys did. Like when the Cowboys brought on Greg Hardy, people were like, well, are you still going to support the Cowboys? Because if you do, does that mean you support domestic violence and everything like that? And I was like,
no, I don't.
I don't support domestic violence at all, but I also feel like I did not make this mistake. Like the Cowboys were part of like my mom's life, and she got to love them when she moved here from Chicago. And that's why I got to love them. My son loves the Cowboys because I love the Cowboys, and we watch the games together. And like, that's an important part of life. I know it's not the most important part, but like, I didn't feel like I should have to give that up because of nothing that I did wrong.
Yeah. And this is weird because it's not one person, but over time, I've lost a lot of interest in the Cowboys.
And I used to love
them to
Cowboys.
death, defend them. I mean, everything. Our whole family was built off of Cowboys Sundays, but now I'm just like, whatever. I remember last year when they were having such a great year, because they were having a great year, and there was a chance that they could go to the Super Bowl. I know it doesn't feel like it anymore after losing in the first round, but I remember going, the Cowboys are close to being the best team in the NFC, and I don't really care anymore. It just didn't have an impact on me anymore. So everything the Cowboys have done, not a certain player, not a certain just situation, just the overall just lack of success in the playoffs, whether it's Greg Hardy, whether it's the Jones family, whether it's Rich Dalrymple, whether it's all these things, just all these things have added up to just be like, just not much of a Cowboys fan anymore. Like I don't root against them, but they don't affect me nearly the way they did. If they win, it's kind of like, all right, they won.
I know it's for different reasons, but can you guys see the potential of that effect playing out in Cleveland? Like I know nothing has been.
I can't imagine right now rooting for Deshaun Watson. If Deshaun Watson became the Cowboys quarterback, who I do believe overall is better than Dak Prescott, not by a lot, but I think he's a little bit better than Dak Prescott. I would 100% be out. I would almost be like, hey, I don't know if I can do this job anymore because I don't think I'm going to watch.
It'd be that serious for you. Even if they were in like Super Bowl contention, you would be like,
last year the Cowboys didn't have Deshaun Watson, and I never really got that excited about 12-5. And I just told you, there's a real possibility that the Cowboys were going to go to the Super Bowl last year, which would have been a dream come true for me 5 to 10 years ago. And now it's just kind of like, all right, if they go, they go. I'm expecting them not to. So,
but to go along with that on the Deshaun Watson front, I was thinking about this.
I'll still watch him. I won't watch. If Deshaun Watson was the Cowboys quarterback, I wouldn't watch.
But how many people, let's go down that path for Cleveland, though you can obviously interpret it for Cowboys fans as well. Right now, it looks awful. Whether it's all the lawsuits that are filed, whether it's the New York Times in-depth report, whether it's whatever, it looks bad. But let's say that the NFL still comes back and just gives them a 6-game suspension. The nature of our society, the nature of sports is Cleveland goes, let's say, 2-4. Deshaun Watson comes back, lights that thing on fire. They go 10-1. So they're 12-5 going into the playoffs, and they make it to the Super Bowl. The story will be about the redemption and rise from the ashes of Deshaun Watson, regardless of if the cases haven't even taken place yet, because he was successful in sports. And that's why I wonder if everyone in Cleveland will be like, yeah, it sucks, but we've never won a Super Bowl, so...
Do you see how many quarterbacks are on the back of this jersey right here?
Yeah.
We need one to work.
And he is working, and we are in the Super Bowl, and I don't agree with what happened, but I'm going to go ahead and root. Like, I understand the complexities of kind of that.
Yeah, somebody did say Sean Avery. They still won't root for the Stars because the Stars went out and did that.
He is a very hateable person. And then I have seen some people take issue with the person who texted in and said, you're not a real fan. Sometimes I think people unfairly say, you're not a real fan if you do X, Y, and
God.
Z.
They have decided they've become the savior of the world. And they know all right from wrong, and all of their rights are right, and all of their wrongs are wrongs. They've drawn a line, and they've decided if you don't live at this line of right and wrong by my standards, then you're wrong. And so they've decided, I mean, we all do it at some point.
Oh, I fall into that. Like I said the other day, I fall into that.
When you say you're not a true fan, what you're saying is I am the God of all fans, and if you don't follow my rules of fandom, then you don't know what you're doing. You're a lost person, and you're not a real fan. Everybody's different. Everybody has different lines.
I don't know right now. I don't know a player that's in the game right now at any sport that I would say that about, aside from maybe Deshaun Watson's situation, which I'm still trying to navigate and learn and understand why he's like. I really want to know even more. When did this start? I know I can't ask questions about this because I can't ask questions, but did he start this in college? When did this start to happen for him where he was like, this is an okay thing? And what led to it? Like, what was it? A teammate showed him a trick and all of a sudden he's like, oh, I can do this all the time. There's a lot more to the mentality of this serial sexual predator, I alleged, that I want to know about so we can understand it better.
Okay, so
but I can't think of a player out there that I'm just like, nope, I can't have him on this team.
And specifically for what you said before that, I think that sometimes what you get away with is a lot like the evolution of what you can get away with your skill level as you move up through the ranks. So hear me out. Like, we'll use Vince Young as an example. Vince Young was awesome in high school. He was incredible in college. But eventually it caught up to him in the pros because people were like, well, either he doesn't take the time to learn the things, or maybe he doesn't properly interpret how to read defenses and everything like that. But he could get away with it up until he got to the pros. Sometimes I wonder if certain athletes can get away with things at the high school or college level because they are the king. They are the dominant factors. But for as good as Deshaun Watson is, you get into the rest of the world and you're like, that's not going to fly anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and I'm not saying that this happened at Clemson, but like, for example, when the thing with Jameis Winston happened and the police department was like, well, we're probably going to move beyond that.
Wait, which thing? Because it is worth noting that there's multiple things.
The rape accusation.
Okay.
Right? And there was thought that the victims were even like, I didn't even get questioned by that police department. Like, I got questioned by, I can't remember if it was the school or the city and which one did which, but she got questioned by one and then not the other one, and they had a hand in getting it dismissed. And that's when you're like, I could see how that's humbling to look at the system and be like, well, what am I supposed to do? I didn't even get questioned about this. And so sometimes I do wonder if people get away with things in high school and college because, like, the system is too, like, that person is too big in the system. But then once you get onto the real world, they're like, well, guess what? Now the system is ginormous and good luck. But then again, you could look across business and say, but you can get to a level where you can be as big as the system in the real world.
No, that's for sure. Do you have a player, Kevin? Like, and I know you said that it was Art Briles, and I know it was the coach, but is there a player that can move to the Mavericks that you'll be like, can't do that right now?
I don't...
if LeBron showed up, man, I know a lot of people don't like LeBron. I'd love it, man.
And
It'd be awesome.
The distinction that I draw with Art Briles is those people where I still thought of them as kids. Like, he tried to actively screw with and police investigation and blame the girl who said that she got raped. And he like literally in the transcripts, he was like, well, what can we dig up on her? And like, so he was actively trying to take down this college girl so she couldn't get her voice heard about getting raped. And like, these things happen as adults too. And I'm not saying that that is okay whatsoever, but I guess somewhere in that realm is probably where if you found out somebody was guilty of this and that I would have to rethink some of my stances. But it seems particularly egregious the younger you get. And like, I know college people are technically adults, but I don't know how many people you know in college that you truly view as an adult. And so that's why that bothered me more than like if LeBron came here or Kyrie or whatever. I was like, grown-ups are making grown-up decisions in this point. Not an adult was trying to hold down a child.
We had the real conversation with Mike a while back about Trevor Bauer.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of us were like, if you're that close to the World Series, would you do it? And a lot of people were like, yes.
And it's tough.
Win the World Series.
Because people are like, well, the criminal charges never got filed. And then other people push back. When we were just talking about the system is like, well, that's because he bought his way out of some of those things. And then you saw reporting about, hey, there might have been 3 women. And then you're like, well, crap. What do you do about that when the system says, because the system said Trevor Bauer is not guilty.
Right.
Thus far, the system has said Deshaun Watson is not yet guilty, but it's tough when some of that evidence mounts. So
and it's tough. Like, I found out through this, getting my card stolen, Detective Bray in North Richland Hills said, look, we can charge him and them on this criminally. Civilly, you have a better chance, but criminally, there has to be a little bit more evidence. We can get him on this, and there was a guilty on it, but it's like some of the other stuff that we know he's guilty on. Yeah. We can see how he's guilty on it, but in a criminal court of law, that's going to be tough to ultimately prove. In a civil court of law, that will be easier proof.
You're right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Thank you to everybody participating in this conversation. All kinds of feedback. Love y'all for that. Let's pick up some more with those shout outs then. Give a little bit back to you guys. Also, which Cowboys second-year player is primed to make the biggest leap in 2022? We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
We're taking over your smart speaker. Hope you don't mind. Tell it to
segment of the KNC Masterpiece on 105 through the Fan is also brought to you by Autoflex Leasing, and it's brought to you by Ruben and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders and get you to living life again. So call Mark right now at 1-800-LAWYERS.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan from the 469 as we do shout-outs on a Friday. Just left Curtis Colwell for the Rowlett High School graduation. Ken Hayden and the class of 2022 get a shout-out. Also, shout out to those good folks in that Garland area for just now finishing up school.
And the teachers for sticking it out. And a shout out to the 214.
That's a great point.
Apparently, shout out to the 214 whose wife, Jasmine, is working on becoming a certified paralegal. Shout out to you, Jasmine.
Ooh, very nicely done.
Lots of great things happen.
Absolutely. So you can keep those shout outs coming in. We'll continue to talk about them. Now, which Cowboys second-year player do you think is primed to make the biggest leap? Clearly, you would love for some semblance of a leap, kind of like we saw from Trayvon Diggs. That might seem a little bit too high.
Wait, another leap from Trayvon Diggs?
No. Like, I mean,
It had to be
yes.
Kelvin Joseph or Nashawn Wright, correct? Like you're saying second year.
Or would you think maybe Osa? Or, I mean,
no, I guess I was saying cornerback.
No. Of all your second-year players, because, like, Jabril Cox makes a lot of sense, but, like, I also don't know how much you can expect to get from him, seeing as how he has not played a meaningful snap of football yet. So I hope, but is it Kelvin Joseph, Nashawn Wright, Jabril Cox, Golston, Osa, like,
Josh Ball?
Terrence Steele?
Yeah, I guess.
Josh Ball did nothing.
I heard Josh
Whoa, that's
Ball's-
interesting.
Didn't our guy, Bobby Belt, say he's horrible without saying he's horrible? Josh Ball.
But compared to last year,
When
he must be
just
better.
literally could not play at all.
But in training camp, whatever they call it, the walkthroughs, he's horrible in the walkthroughs.
Yeah. Reggie's person is interesting to me.
I mean,
because that's not the second-year player, but he is getting
violation.
his okay. But
I forgot about the second
I
year
really
player
do
part,
like
sorry.
that because Terrence Steele, who was just on Sean and RJ recently, by the
Yes.
way, and he's phenomenal
Yes.
personality. Like he's going to take the leap into being the starter for the real starter for the second year and getting that opportunity. Last year, I thought was a good leap for him. This year, can he do it again? I like the thought,
but it's wrong.
It is unfortunately wrong, Reggie. I appreciate that. I think because of the drafting, and this sounds ridiculous, because of the drafting of John Ridgeway, the defensive tackle out of Arkansas, that I'm going to put more on Bohanna this year. I wanted Bohanna to be one of those guys last year that was like, all right, he plugs the hole. You know, like that. There it is. If you're trying to run in that area, or if it's a goal line situation, Bohanna's the big fat boy that's going to take up space in the middle there. And there were times where I was like, very good job. There were other times where he wasn't meaningful in the game. But now, after a full year in the NFL, getting to add strength to his body, which is already a big-bodied person, can he make that leap? That's the guy I'm hoping makes that leap. And I think the Ridgeway addition, because that's a guy who's athletic and tough, and and has this different kind of mentality that they wanted to change some of the attitude of the players. I think if he's back there trying to push and say, sorry, Bohanna, you're not getting these reps, I think that could be a very interesting watch to see. But Odigizua is interesting too because of what he did last year, man. He was good. He was better than you thought he would be, right?
Yeah.
Like he was performing a lot better than you thought he would, and then he kind of fell off later in the season. Being prepared for a real NFL season is a huge part. Like being physically capable of being prepared for it. Micah proved that he was already ready for the NFL out of college. Not everybody's Micah though.
Man, that's an interesting point because I guess we didn't even really use him as a particularly viable candidate.
Where would he leap to, Kevin?
That's the thing that I was thinking. If he won,
he would jump to conclusions.
If he won, okay. Text in if you know what movie that's from. Is if he won Defensive Player of the Year, I don't know if that's as big of a leap as some of these other players that we mentioned. And Kelvin Joseph gets brought up, and this kind of ties into the last segment that we had with the 940.
I don't have him. making a leap.
Check this out. Love how the Kelvin Joseph murder story just got swept under the rug. Dude has no business being on a roster here. And it is interesting, is like Steven even told us we're going to wait for the legal process to play out. And I still, as far as I know, never got charged with anything after being a person of interest in that. And he was apparently like at the scene when it took place, and nobody said anything for a month. And I'm surprised that nothing ever came of that.
Well, that's what happens with tape. Kevin, you're watching.
Well, didn't they arrest his friends?
Yeah. I mean, like nothing ever happened with him. No, you're right. You're right.
I mean, I think what happened was he went in for questioning. He said, I didn't do it, but I did see who did. Here's the two people who did.
Yeah, which is maybe he got some immunity for that, because I do think it's odd that like that murder took place a month ago and you didn't say anything, and they're like, but if you say something now, we'll let it go. But I guess that is the nature of immunity when it comes to these criminal trials and everything like that. So maybe that's why.
Good news for Kevin on a little bit of an update. East Carolina just goes deep and makes it 5-2 East Carolina over Texas right now in game 1 of the Super Regionals.
Some of those people were doing horns down. Vince Young is going to be displeased.
All right, so I would like to throw another potential option out there for this team. Not Nashawn Wright. I don't think any of the cornerbacks are making that leap this year, because the leap that Diggs made, like, that's immeasurable.
Yeah. If anybody got half that much better, I'd be like, wow.
You went from pretty good to 11 interceptions.
Yeah.
Wow. Like so it's going to be difficult to, I think, even get over Anthony Brown. I'm struggling. The dream would be, and I know Jordan Lewis will like tweet at me and yell at me for this, but the dream, I think, for them is for Kelvin Joseph to take the outside spot and for Anthony Brown to slide into the nickel and Jordan Lewis to be probably more of a dime guy. Maybe, you can use him here and there on safeties and stuff. I think that's what they would really like to do. But I don't know. I didn't see enough from Kelvin Joseph. It was always something with him last year where it was like, man, come on, dude, you need to get with the program. Get this thing going. And then Nashawn Wright, like he has a lot of other qualities that I like, but he's just not there yet. I think Simi Fehoko is an interesting guy for the leap in year 2, because you need a receiver.
Is he even going to be on your roster in year 2?
I don't know, man.
I think he is.
You need receivers with Michael Gallup out. So you got this guy in-house. Maybe this is his opportunity in a camp to go show, hey, I have an opportunity to do this while Michael Gallup's injured.
Well, your receiving core, the ones that are obvious are CeeDee Lamb, Michael Gallup, Tolbert, Justin Washington,
James.
I don't know why Justin came to mind. All right, so that's 4 right there.
Mm-hmm.
Is Noah Brown still on your team?
He is. Oh man, he's not on this depth chart right here.
So
he is. Yes, he is.
Is that what it comes
5?
down to, or do you take both of them?
Right, and maybe you end up keeping 6 wide receivers because Michael Gallup is missing time. But
maybe that's the thing, is like you better show out or do something in the first 2 weeks
preseason,
or however long.
Yeah, take advantage of
the league better start early. Otherwise, you might not have an opportunity. You don't have ground to jump off of.
Yeah, and Mike knows we watch all of the preseason games here in DFW, like to the very end of each game. So like, he's going to give us
3 now.
Yeah, exactly, all of them, man.
What about for Osa? Because Osa was, what would we say, the most productive of the non-Micah bunch? Like, obviously, they all fall by the wayside compared to that.
2 sacks last year.
But I have to go back and check.
His pressure rate was pretty good.
And he started, 3/4 of the season?
And I think the biggest factor is whenever he was on the field, the pocket moved. And that's what you need, right? Is you just need the quarterback to be uncomfortable. You need, if they're going to run a play a certain direction, that they run into a wall beforehand. Even if that tackle's not made there, now you've pushed it over and it's not going according to plan. And so I think those are the things that he did well. From the position, do you need 4 sacks? Do you need 6 sacks from that position? What is the leap for you for Osa coming from 2 sacks at a position where it's not premium to get sacked?
Believe it or not, I think and I do agree that some of those numbers are interesting. I need to go back and look at his scrimmage percentage win rate. I would like him to win more often at the point of attack. So maybe your tackling could improve, or even if your tackling didn't improve, it wouldn't be as costly. You know, like if you're getting closer to the line of scrimmage when you get that first contact, even if you don't get the tackle, maybe it doesn't hurt you like as much.
Will Jabril Cox be our starting weak side linebacker?
I mean,
did we bring up his name yet?
Kevin did. I think it's
going to be. Looking at the depth chart, and he has the best chance.
I think there's a shot for sure.
I think Leighton's still
Osa's
starting.
probably going to be a rotational guy, and I'm not saying Jabril won't be a rotational guy, but just looking at depth charts here,
for the most part, do you think they'll run Micah and Leighton together still?
Yeah.
And majority of the time it'll be two linebackers.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because my thought is, and I want Jabril Cox to be that dude that's like he and Micah, they team up. And it's, remember when Darren Woodson told George Teague, he was like, George, I'm going to go make a play. You take care of this. I'm going to go make a play. And like, I want that kind of communication between those two to where they're like, okay, I know what I have to do, instead of like, oh crap, I have never experienced this moment before. I want that for Jabril Cox. But when his injury came about last year, he had just gotten to be on third down and goal line situations. And Dan Quinn was telling us he's still got room to grow in and learn things to learn before we just trust putting him out there. So I think it's going to be a lot more Leighton, unless during this injury while he was rehabbing, his book work just went through the roof.
As we do shout outs on a Friday from the 214, shout out to me for finding a job as an IT technician for Sunnyvale ISD.
Nice.
And then this one is really incredible from the 214. Shout out to my wife and I. We lost our first baby in January due to an ectopic pregnancy. Those are awful. But we are now pregnant again, and the baby will be due early next year. Woohoo!
Nice.
Congratulations. That brings a huge smile to my face. Thank you very much for sharing. Coming up next, the segment that has been bringing smiles to people's faces all week long. It's Mike Likes It.
I splurged last night.
Oh, what?
I want to know, on like tickets to go to Texas A&M. I want to know what you're willing to splurge on and what is an absolute no in splurging next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it is Friday, 5:30, quitting time. What you drinking and what you thinking? Get those calls ready. Nation 2.
segment of the K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. At Classic Chevrolet, relax and enjoy the difference really means something. It's rooted in making buying easy and offering classic deals, like max value for your trade and never charging over MSRP. So find new roads at Classic Chevrolet. Get your classic deal today.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, first thing I like is randomly Texas A&M baseball, I guess. I mean, it was my worst recruiting trip that I went on.
Sorry about that, Mike.
But when it comes to my son, my 14-year-old loves Texas A&M, and his dream is to play baseball for Texas A&M. And they play tonight on ESPN. Now, there's a lot going on, right? I mean, you have the NBA Finals, Game 4 going on. Right now, Texas is playing at East Carolina. It's the top of the 5th inning, and East Carolina is winning 6-2. If you don't know, it is the best of 3 series. So you have to win 2 out of 3. And these are played at considered the better team's facilities or their campus, whatever, field. So Texas is ranked 5th in the country. Texas is ranked 9th in the country because in the bracket, the 8th best team in the country, East Carolina, won their 4-team regional. Texas had to go to Greenville, North Carolina to play in the series while Texas A&M won theirs.
They get to host.
So they're hosting number 12 in the country, Louisville, tonight, Saturday, and possibly Sunday if there needs to be a third game. So I ended up going, you know, what the heck? What a great time for my son. And he's not playing in Summer League. He is playing Summer League baseball, but not Summer League baseball that I think matters that much. And what I mean by that is when you become a sophomore and junior and even somewhat a senior in high school and you're good and you're playing on a select team, colleges are going to watch. And they're coming out to those tournaments. So it's really tough to miss a tournament when you're 15 to 18 years old, because if you're playing on a really good team, you're going on almost these college recruiting trips every weekend so that you can choose the college that you want to go to. And the college can also possibly choose you. So I thought this is a good time for us to go get him more motivated for college baseball, because as I said earlier yesterday, I wasn't motivated at all really to play college baseball. I grew up here in Duncanville, and my dad played for the Texas Rangers. My dad went to a smaller college in San Antonio, Trinity. They were a great baseball college at the time, but I didn't have much motivation to play college baseball. I had a motivation to play Major League Baseball, and I would like for my sons to play college baseball. I mean, I get it. If they're offered over $1 million, it'll be ultimately their decision, but it's tough to turn down $1 million. Somewhat going to college is you got to figure out how to make money. You're getting a degree on how to make money. Well, they just gave you a degree on how to make money. You got so good at baseball, they're giving you $1 million and a full college scholarship. If people don't know that, all the high school kids that sign professionally also get a 100% full ride to the school that they were going to go to. And you don't even have to go to that school.
Yeah.
If you're going to go to Texas A&M, you can later in life go to UTA because you're living in Dallas, Fort Worth, and that's the easier school to go to than moving your family to College Station to get that education. So that being said, I spent quite a bit of money on hotel.
I was surprised because in Mike Likes It, you were like, the other day, you were like, yeah, we probably won't do it.
Ticket prices have gone down. It's kind of like when it gets sold out in 1 minute. The people who bought them who don't want to go are like, I bought a ticket for $20. Yeah. Now it's $150. And then as you get closer to game time, those have gotten down to under $70 a ticket for your outfield seats, which is doable. So what do you guys go, man? Kevin and I thought of this. I'm thinking of you in this topic. You don't like spending money on anything. True. What will you spend money on that it's kind of, I don't care about the price. I want this or want to go to this, whatever it is.
So, and my wife will tell you that she'll say, like, you spend money just not on anything for yourself. Like, for example, our vacation this summer is going on Brandon's college tours and everything. What I spent a lot of money on that immediately jumped to mind was not this last one a couple months ago, but 5-6 years earlier when WrestleMania was here. I bought what I thought were pretty good seats for that. And then I indulge in, you know what I really like is Legos. And I buy like more than 100.
Death Star?
I haven't got that one
isn't
yet.
That $1,000 set? Or
It's like $800.
Okay.
But I do have multiple Lego sets, like multiple that are $150 to $200. And so I do really like Legos because we all like to do those as a family, and you can like turn off the TV and chat while you're doing everything like that. So I think I indulge quite a bit in Legos. Like I have Legos all over the house.
Or you can turn the TV on and still put Legos together.
No, you're right.
Wow.
It's just we get in a spot sometimes where like maybe turning the TV off is not the worst idea in the world, you know?
And gather around the warm glow of a radio.
I think you should
listen
open
to
up the
105.3
first
Fan.
package of Legos, because I know I've done tons of Legos where it's like there's 7 packages. Here's your first package to follow the instructions. You shouldn't. You should open up the first and go, I wonder how they want me to put these 75 first Legos together, and see how close you got.
You know what's really sad is I think about when I was a kid having like just the box of Legos or whatever that I would just go through at my grandparents, and it was just random whatever, and you just build your own things now. Because I do that with my nieces, and they're like, we have a bucket of Legos, and I'm like, where are the instructions? So I've definitely lost like some of that child wonderment of, oh, let's build this. I'm like, no, I need the instructions to tell me what to build.
Mike,
Texas is pitching like Garrett Cole, just giving
another home run on the board.
7-2 East Carolina.
I really wanted to see Texas and A&M
I do
at
too.
it later.
And it's just one game. I mean, Texas is probably going to lose game 1, but you can win the next 2.
I would say like things that I haven't cooked before. Or grilled before, and
so like Wagyu beef or something.
Yeah,
is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if there's something that I haven't had the opportunity to beat the dino ribs. I loved that I got that opportunity to do that and I actually did it right too. So I was pretty happy about that.
Good job.
You don't always nail it the first time, but sometimes you do. Like Mike, you get some recipes during Christmas, during the holidays, or you bring in some great baking stuff, and then like a fine bottle of whiskey. I do have a limit. Like I'm not a $500 spender on a bottle of whiskey, but I will go up to around $100. So I would say that would be something. But a lot of times it's something that is an experience that I think that everybody in the family can enjoy. But for me personally, it's probably whiskey and cooking, something that I get to cook.
Reggie, now what do you like to spend your money on? We're like, maybe not the best financial decision, but I like it.
I think I rotate it out a little bit, but mostly it's food. And it's not the same in the way that you were talking in crosstalk with Sean about splurging on food. It's completely different levels, but I will, because I'm like, I got to eat, right? And I will get things that I like, even if I'm like, that's probably over the budget, or that's probably not what I should be doing. I probably should be eating at home in this instance. But yeah, I think it's food for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or an opportunity to be around water. I love being near water. I can't be a lake person because I can't afford being a lake person, but I would totally do that.
Next question to the married men in here.
Not you, Reggie.
Yeah, not you, Reggie.
Not yet.
What?
Not yet, buddy.
You've been looking for that really great butt, and it just hasn't come along yet.
Facts.
Next 2 years.
All right.
Oh, wow.
What does your wife like splurging on, but I'm going to change the question a little bit, but you like shutting her down on, because you are like, that's not a good financial decision, because Kevin, I have a feeling that you do this a lot.
That's true. I will, in my defense, I will say I was eventually asked to like help with spending shoes and clothes. Now, clothes is a little different now since she's pregnant. We've been buying a lot of clothes more out of like necessity.
Is it perceived necessity? I know maternity clothes are going to be needed, but I'm also someone where I'm like, I mean, I need a new pair of shoes, so let's get the new pair of shoes. Even though it's like, under some people's definition, like your definition, I definitely don't need a new pair of shoes.
I think, okay, so I know this is not exactly the spirit of your question, Mike, but I think you'll enjoy this answer. What she does that drives me insane is, and she knows this, I have told her this, is when she's looking for, like, let's say a dress or two on Amazon.
And she buys 5.
Yes!
And then tries them on. And you're like, why did you even buy 5? No, Adrian does the same thing.
Yeah, no, she returns them, but like, She'd be like, oh, yeah, well, so we just put it on the debit card, and it's like, all right, so here's our checking account now. And it's like, well, we'll just get a refund for all of that stuff. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so, like, she just buys, like, all of these look like viable options. I'll take them all, and then we'll just return whatever. And she knows it drives me crazy.
Birthday decorations.
What?
Adrian, and you saw it. You guys saw it.
They were great decorations.
She goes.
Is she one of the reasons that this Earth is gonna fall to the ground?
What ground? What ground are we falling
Mike,
to?
I think you're
There
going to
has to
love
be a
this. This is Mike likes it. And this might be Mike loves it. The other day, Adrian was blowing up balloons for Lucy's birthday. And I said, Adrian, we can't do that. There's a helium shortage. And she said, I know. My dad told me that he heard you and Mike talking about it on the radio.
And she went ahead.
She did it anyways?
No, she got a air blower upper that did not use helium and hung everything with string. So she just hung all the balloons instead because she knew our passion for keeping the Earth afloat in space.
Thank you.
And so that was the
last part.
We're going to have one extra day of helium on this Earth because of her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is
awesome.
It is. She goes.
That one day is going to help.
She wants to go all out for everybody's birthdays, and I'm like, babe, we don't have to buy a present for all the people. Like we have some people we can get presents for, and not everybody's going to appreciate 7,000 balloons in the living room. So that is the one thing where I'm like, hey, take it easy a little bit.
That is Mike Likes It.
Excellent edition of Mike Likes It. It's pretty much all week. This has been on point.
I like Mike.
I do too. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Game 4 is tonight, and Steph, Clay, and Draymond are on the verge of a historic feat. But are they appropriately appreciated in NBA history? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877.
Roger that, Sally.
.53 The Fan. Do you think Steph, Clay, and Draymond are appropriately appreciated in NBA history? Now, one of the reasons I wanted to bring this up, I know obviously they are currently trailing the NBA Finals against the Celtics 2-1 with Game 4 set for tonight, is the Elias Sports Bureau said in the last 50 years, the trio of Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green have won 18 finals games together. That's one shy of any all-NBA trio in the last 50 years, only behind Parker, Duncan, and Ginobili, who won 19. So if they win tonight or if they win 2 more games, they'll have the most for any all-NBA trio in the last 50 years. So I got a couple of questions for you there. Is it because of the nature of it's hard to have that many all-NBA players for a consistent amount of time? Or do you think they are appropriately appreciated in NBA history, which is solid, but not some of them being all-time greats?
Yeah, I think that they are appropriately, I don't want to say not thought of, but not in that category. And part of it is Kevin Durant, who we're not mentioning. Kevin Durant became their best player for 3 of those years that they made the NBA Finals. Obviously, they didn't win one of them because literally everybody got hurt, once you got into that Toronto series. Because I think they were way better than Toronto if Durant's healthy, if Steph Curry's healthy, if they're a healthy team. Yeah. And obviously, Klay Thompson blew out in that series too. So, I mean, they literally were down to somewhat one healthy guy in Draymond Green in the NBA Finals. So, but when these guys are like, what about us? Well, it's not your fault, but it is your fault. You guys went and recruited Kevin Durant and he said yes. That kind of ruined it for, I think, a lot of people, right or wrong. But when we think of the Bulls, obviously we don't think of 3, we think of 2, even though, because Horace Grant was only there for 3 and Rodman was only there for 3. So it's really Jordan and Pippen. And if you add a third, it's Phil Jackson. And you think of Shaq and Kobe.
Exactly.
And you
then
think
Phil
of
Jackson again.
Right, and you kind of think of Magic and Kareem. Even though when you kind of read the story in the book, by the time you got to kind of 87, 88, Kareem was their 5th best player on their team. But he's still part of the 5 championships from 80 to 88. So in this weird thing, being these 3 guys, I get it. If you're a Golden State Warriors fan, if you're my buddy Ryan Drees, who I get it, man, he grew up in that area. He liked the Warriors when they were run TMC. He loves the Warriors now. I totally get how you're like, man, these guys don't get as much respect as they deserve, but they added arguably the best player and really the second best player in the game at the time to LeBron James. And then they're like, well, what about us? Well, you guys had to add the second best player in the league to then take it to another level, which is great. You guys won 2 more titles. You got to 3 more finals because of it, but it does take away.
Not that I believe this is going to happen. But let's say Golden State breaks out 3 straight wins, and then they end up winning next year as well. Or they end up winning, 3 and 4 years or whatever, and this contingent is still around. Does that change? Or
a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I think if they win this championship, and I'll say one more. I think it'll be very tough to win more than that. There's a lot of good teams in the NBA, but if they win this championship, and let's just say they win in 2024, I would say, wow, these 3 guys won a championship, had the best record in NBA history, ended up losing that title. Yep. And then later, after winning 2 more when they added Durant, won 2 more late in their career, I'd be like, my God, this is maybe the best run in our lifetime. And I get Jordan won 6 and 8 years, but I would then start changing my mind. But as of right now, they've won 1 title without Kevin Durant. If they win 1 more, it'll be nice. It'll be good. But I'll look at this group won 2 championships. That's a whole nother team.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant's a whole nother team.
Yeah.
That team won 2 championships, and the Steph Curry led / Big 3 Splash Brothers have won 1. And then if they win this one, it would be 2. And it's great. I mean, they're going to be remembered in NBA history.
Sure.
The Golden State Warriors are going to be one of those great teams people remember, but there's almost 2 Golden State Warriors teams to me.
Are you surprised that the ratings continue to be very blasé? Like Game 3, 11.5 million viewers. We talked about in Game 1, 11.9 viewers, a million viewers. And so they are on track to have the lowest rated finals in years and years and years. You'd have to go all the way back to 2007. So we're talking about non-pandemic years.
Yeah.
Obviously, the 2 pandemic years kind of changed the whole perception. But outside of that, this would be the lowest rated NBA finals in 15 years. And it feels like there's a decent amount of star power here.
Yeah, I think there's a great amount of star power here, honestly. And a historic team in the Boston Celtics, and a team that for almost a decade now has been a team.
Yes.
A lot of people buy their jerseys.
Yes.
They follow them. When Golden State comes into town, ticket prices are 2 to 4 times the ticket base price. So you want to go to the Golden State game? Hey, it's $40 to sit in the upper deck. Not tonight, it's $80. Type of deal. Like, I mean, that's just how much the ticket prices go up. You want to sit in a great seat? It's $200 a ticket. It's going to be $600 a ticket. And people pay that price to go see the Golden State Warriors. So that being said, they're a very popular team around the country in the NBA that people want to see them play regular season basketball in their town. And then I think watch them, but I think this goes to this. Ratings, I guess, are just so different now that you only have 1 game a week for football, and it works out so well that it's somewhat on a day that most people don't have to work.
Sure.
Usually on a Sunday. I get there's Thursday night and Monday night football, but I guess maybe ratings just are never going to be there anymore for the non-NFL sport.
Because of how fractured TV has become and how many options you have. I get it.
People still love the NBA. People still love Major League Baseball. Maybe we just will never see the ratings that we had, but because there's so many on-demand things and that you can watch a game in 15 minutes now on YouTube, the whole recap, or you can just kind of somewhat read about it and see highlights on the internet, that I guess we're never going to have basketball's never going to be football. Baseball's never going to be football. They're going to kind of compete with each other as the second tier type of deal. But yet, I don't know, like they still make, if people don't know this, baseball makes approximately $11 billion. Take out, obviously, there's a little bit of a lull because of COVID and 60-game season. Same thing with basketball. Basketball is getting closer to $11 billion, but it's just behind baseball by about $500 million per year now. And basketball has taken a big jump over a decade versus baseball, just a little bit of more steady growth. So they're still in the sport generating $10 billion or more of money. So even though the ratings are low, it still generates a huge amount of money. So when ratings were better, revenues were less. So it's kind of this weird thing of, okay, they're generating less interest if you look at viewers for the NBA Finals, viewers for the World Series, yet the money keeps pouring in both sports.
The interesting thing about, well, one specific thing that you were talking about when we were talking about the fragmenting of, I'll get it together, of TV viewership and like different options and everything like that. How many people out there are more excited for, let's say, the NBA Finals this weekend or Jurassic World? You know, because they're like wrapping up that whole thing. And then when the NBA Finals were starting, how many people were most excited for that versus Top Gun or Kenobi or Stranger Things? And like, I know movies have been around this entire time, so I'm not blaming just that. But then I think, but you can also stay at home. Like, you don't have to go out. You could stay at home, start watching Kenobi, start watching Stranger Things, whatever. And I think that's one of the things that really hurts them as well.
I agree with you. And then also this, look, I mean, the viewership for the Texas A&M baseball game tonight on ESPN is going to be very low. But 20 years ago, and I know probably 5-6 years ago when ratings were way better, when it was Golden State versus the LeBrons.
Yeah.
That was still college baseball. Regional finals or super regionals were on television. But when the ratings were through the roof, Michael Jordan's years, Bird versus Magic, you couldn't watch baseball till it got to the College World Series.
I do remember that.
There was no such thing as watching who's going to make the College World Series. There's no such thing as a college baseball game on television until you got to the College World Series. And I'm not saying it's taking away a majority of viewers, but if it just takes away a fraction here, and then the movie takes away a fraction there, and then I don't know what's going on in the world of soccer. I don't follow it, but if we take away a fraction there of just the people that like, I really enjoy soccer. And so I guess we just keep taking away these little fractions of movie watchers, of YouTube people, I still think
there was an outflow from COVID where some people were like, you know what, maybe I don't need as many sports. Yeah. Like, not that I don't need sports at all, but I do sometimes wonder if that factors into it.
Yeah, and then also, I mean, if we're going to do it, we're going to do it here. I think the NBA a few years ago taking a stand on certain things that people, not majority, I don't know, enough people that took a stand on, I'm not following the NBA anymore. They lost a fraction there.
There is history with that. Like, when you saw the Kaepernick saga, regardless of how you felt about it, some people said they wouldn't tune in because he wasn't being given a shot. Some people said they weren't going to tune in because they didn't want to see it. And like, you know, so regardless of what your stance is, like, that does play a factor in driving some people away. I wanted to ask you about this because this has been an issue that I know has happened for a while. From the 682, could the low ratings be due to the start time of the game? Now, Steve Kerr made a joke about that before Game 3. He goes, well, you know, the game will end about midnight, so I'm glad you guys are here and everything. But it started at 8 o'clock, 9 on East Coast.
I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
I thought for sure the game was at 7 p.m. our time.
Yeah.
Because it just didn't make sense to me that you would start a game at 9 p.m. tip in Boston.
Yes.
It's almost like we are so concerned about the West Coast, which, let's be honest, the West Coast cares about sports the least out of our whole country. If you're trying to just put a general statement on things, the West Coast cares about sports the least. Now, maybe obviously Laker fans, LA cares about basketball the most, but it's just interesting that they are we have to make sure that we're getting those West Coast fans at a 6 p.m. time instead of
because the East Coast cares the most, right?
The East Coast cares in a general statement. The East Coast cares the most about sports.
And so to the person who texted that in, maybe so. Like, when Steve Kerr is joking about it, I feel like this has been a problem forever. And I always try to think about it from the perspective of, I'm glad I live in the central time zone. Like, I cannot imagine, like, especially you think about like Sean and RJ well, those games would be wrapping up about midnight there, and they still have to be up and like ready to go. Not that it's not difficult enough now, but like if it was even an hour later, oh my gosh, that would be the worst. In terms of tonight's game, Boston put in as a 4-point favorite. Do you think they take a stranglehold of this series tonight, or do you think Golden State evens it up?
So my recency bias would say Celtics are going to take care of business tonight in a closer game than Game 3. But my pick is that it would be tied at 2 after 4 games. So I wouldn't want to bet on this game because Boston showed to me that they're better than Golden State. I think in through 3 games now, my belief is that Boston in this matchup is better than Golden State. Not by a lot, but by enough to win this 7-game series. Yeah. But then I've also seen Boston recently against Milwaukee and also against Miami just almost not show up in these very meaningful home games against those teams. So could that happen to Boston again tonight where you're watching this game and you're like, why isn't Boston playing good basketball? Why do they seem disjointed? Why do they seem, I know they're not uninterested, but why do they seem uninterested in this Miami game or in this Milwaukee game where they can, to your point, they can put a stranglehold on this or they can close out the series and they don't seem to be, they don't seem to be into this game. I think this game is bigger for Boston than it is for Golden State.
Fascinating.
Okay.
No,
I know this is, I've been thinking about this from last night and wanted to bring this up is if Boston loses this game, they go back to Golden State as the underdog. And they, let's just say, I mean, then it goes to like, hey, whoever wins game 5 is usually like a 75% chance of winning the series. I think if the Celtics win this game, they win the series. If they lose this game, I think they lose the series.
Wow.
So that's how important this game is because I think Golden State's going to go back home and win game 5.
Okay.
No matter what.
Now,
I guess if they get hurt, I should take that away. If Curry's ankle is jacked up and he's playing, they're saying he's going to play 40 minutes tonight. Don't worry about it. But if we watch Curry and he's limping around or doesn't look right, then I take it back. But right now, I would say I think Golden State's going to go home and win game 5. But if they win that game 5 and Boston's still up 3-2, I think Boston's still going to win the series. But if Boston loses this game and then they lose in Golden State, then I think Golden State's going to figure out how to win the series.
I'm going to stick with Golden State wins tonight because at the start of the series, I said Boston in 7, but I said they'd be split every spot along the way. They'd split in Golden State, split in Boston, and then 3-2 Golden State, 3-3 Boston, and Boston wins on the road because they've already won 8 road playoff games.
Yeah.
So
if you're a fan of basketball, why wouldn't you be watching this? To the point of we're not getting the viewers. If you're a fan of the Mavericks.
Somebody did text in and they said,
are they just a fan of the Mavericks and they don't care to watch any other basketball?
I don't know if it's just that because this person said, when my team season is over, I'm out. And I get that. But I wonder if some other people were like, we were so close. Like if you love basketball and the Mavericks didn't make the playoffs, I would watch the playoffs. But you could have been in this series.
Yeah, and I guess, and this is just me, you or you, right? I don't want to be the hypocrite and just told that person who said you're not a fan. If you don't fan exactly like I do. To me, this gives me a better education on what my team is missing and what my team needs. When people who are in love with Dwight Powell, this is my opinion, the people who are in love with Dwight Powell don't watch NBA basketball. Because if you're never comparing Dwight Powell to other teams and other depth charts, you're like, Dwight Powell's fine, man. Like, what are you complaining about? But it's like, wait, are you watching the Celtics versus the Warriors? Are you watching Milwaukee? Are you watching the other teams play? If you're only watching your team play in the regular season and you're not watching any other NBA basketball, then you don't really, in my opinion, have an idea of what your player brings or doesn't bring to an NBA team. And so when you're watching this and you're like, my God, Boston out-rebounds on average, out-rebounds this team by 10, and that team out-rebounded us on average by 13 or 14, then you start going, crap, how bad are we at rebounding?
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, will the Rangers have more than one All-Star next month? Plus, Masterpiece of the Week. It's the fast segment in all of radio. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up on The Fan, get ready to enlist in the nation. Awesome. The G-Bag Nation. Starting at 2 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan.
Mike Bassick here. Are you ready to change your life?
truckwreck.com. That's truckwreck.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. We'll get to Masterpiece of the Week in just 1 second. But first, will the Rangers have more than one All-Star next month? So I was flipping through, the All-Star ballots out. I saw Jim Bowden name who his All-Stars were, but one of the people he left off was Taylor Ward, the right fielder for the Angels, who currently has an OPS of 1.087. And his WAR is already above 2. So, I don't know. That would be a tough break for that kid if he did not get named to the All-Star team. So, we're going off the assumption here that Martin Perez is a no freaking brainer to be an All-Star. And I still think he's got a shot at being the starter. I realize sometimes it feels like politics go into that a little bit, but he's in the mix. He should be
also like
all-star.
When you pitch, as in
sure.
like at the end of it, if your arm's fresh to throw kind of 2 innings usually for the starting pitcher now.
If it was you, let's say you're Martin Perez,
right?
They could skip your turn in the lineup because the American League delegation has told you will be our starter, but you're planned to throw on, let's just say that Sunday, right before the All-Star game. Are you like, I want to pitch for my team, or because this feels like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hopefully Martin will be good for the next several years, but none of us would say like he'll probably be starting the All-Star game consistently.
It matters where we're at in the standings.
You're like in the midst of the wild card. Like you got a shot.
Pitch for my team.
Okay. I respect that.
Yeah, I think that you're going to be on the All-Star team.
Yes.
And I get that you'd love to pitch in the All-Star game. And you know what I'd say is I can still pitch 1 inning or to one lefty. I don't know. I don't think the
All-Star... Because it would be like a bullpen almost?
Yeah, I don't think the All-Star game has the you have to face 3 batters rule.
Not.
I'm assuming not. So I'd say, hey, I want to pitch on that Sunday. The All-Star game's on Tuesday usually?
Yes.
Yeah. It's your bullpen day. I'd say, look, I can still pitch on that day. But if we're 5 games back, which is, I think, realistic.
Yeah.
5 games back of the 3rd wild card spot and more like 9 to 10 games back of the 2nd wild card spot, that might change me a little bit.
Okay.
But if you're saying we're 2.5 games back of the wild card spot, I'll say, okay, start me and then start me back on game 1. The other thing, too, is you have to start getting more assurances that they're not just going to try to trade you. Does that make sense? Like your agent has to have an idea of like, how much do you want me in this organization? Because if they're kind of like, hey, trade rumors are the Rangers are exploring trades for Martin Perez. Well, how much are you excited about me being part of your team in the second half of this season? Because it sounds like you're going to move me and I'm not really part of even the future of the 2022 Texas Rangers. I might go, hey, I know it's that Sunday start, but I've made the All-Star team and I want to be the starting pitcher.
Yeah. No,
I'm kind of looking out for myself. You guys are looking out for yourself.
I do get that. Now, Martin Perez is in. That's a given. Yesterday, Peyton made the bold prediction that Marcus Semien will make the All-Star team. I know he's been on a tear, but he'll have to continue to be on a tear through the rest of this month.
I was looking at the second baseman in the American League. Altuve, I think, is the best, in my opinion, and will probably be the starting All-Star second baseman. Simeon's going to have to get really hot. I mean, he's going to have to stay this hot.
Yeah.
So if he can, by the time we get to the All-Star break or close to the All-Star voting for the reserves, be at 13 home runs, which would be 9 more home runs.
Okay.
Or more. Obviously, hitting more would be great.
Yeah.
Get his batting average to the 240 level and his OPS to the 800 mark.
Man, that's a long climb. But yeah,
I think he can.
Okay.
But it's going to be Seager. I was just looking. Seager has no chance. There's nothing he can do because there's too many good shortstops that are having better years than him.
What about Jonah Heim?
I think he can.
Have a shot?
I pulled this up. The problem is this. I'm going to throw this challenge out. Hey, start voting your butts off, Ranger fans, for Jonah Heim. He actually should be in the mix for the starting catcher on the All-Star team. I'm not saying he should be.
Bowden's got him 3rd on the list.
But if you look at this, only Salvador Perez has more home runs than he does, and it's 8-7. Now, there's Danny Jansen, Cal Raleigh, and Gary Sanchez that are tied at 7 home runs. RBIs, Salvador Perez has 25. Gary Sanchez is leading at 27. Sean Murphy does have 23. So there's 3 guys with more RBIs.
What about Alejandro Kirk, the Blue Jays guy?
Yeah, I know. He only has 5 home runs, but he is batting .322. He's also on a winning team. His OPS right now is 878 to 809 for Jonah Heim. So right now, if you're making me guess, I will guess Salvador Perez wins the vote because of popularity.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
And
that's what Bowden said too. Yeah.
And so even though he's having a much worse year, last year he had 48 home runs, I believe.
Yes.
So you look at what he's done. He's a possible future Hall of Famer. I think Salvador Perez wins the popular vote. But then you get to when you're talking about Alejandro Kirk, and he's on a winning team, batting over 300, which nobody's really coming close to that. Jonah Heim's batting .262, which is second best in the American League for batting average for catchers. If there's a third catcher on the All-Star team, and I can't remember how many catchers are usually on an All-Star team, then I would say Jonah Heim has a chance. But it would really help if Ranger fans really push Jonah Heim into the conversation.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
What's happening, gentlemen?
Hey, Reggie.
It's happening.
Not much. Excited to do Masterpiece of the Week with you, gentlemen.
And I apologize, I didn't read any really nice R&B jam lyrics today for Mike Likes It. We didn't get to it, but don't worry. Next week at some point,
oh my God,
I'll be jamming it.
5 more
What
shows.
the hell did you
probably
say?
shouldn't have stepped on that. I'm going to go ahead and write that down because that will be helpful for next week when we do Masterpiece of the Week, which is a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, or odd things that have been said on this very program. And you know what, Mike? What you just said just falls in line with a long line of things that you tend to do. This clip actually spans 2 segments, fellas.
What?
So you'll get the end of one segment and the beginning of another segment, and it just keeps going.
Well, I know it's not Kevin Likes It, because what are we doing?
Mock
NBA
draft.
mock draft.
Oh,
that's
yes.
right. 26.
What?
3 guys that I've pegged right now, plus who are your top 5 picks in mock drafts next?
And in one segment, here we go into another one.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we also heard that commercial and are trying to figure out, or tease and trying to figure out how many guys that Mike has pegged. We will see if we can get that figured out in Mike Likes It.
I've pegged plenty of guys. Some by accident, some intentional. But mostly by accident. I'd say, yeah. You accidentally hit people. It happens.
Sure.
But there's a few times where you're like, I think this guy needs to get pegged. And I hit him. So
For the baseball, right? Like as you're pitching, you're playing.
What we're talking about.
Y'all are
All right, guys.
Does
So
Mike know or does Mike not know?
look,
He doesn't know.
this is what I do with my free time. I'm either trying to figure out. I'm either trying to figure out Star
Peg
Wars.
guys. Yeah. My favorite was Reggie going, sure. That was tremendous.
What I got out of that is I put too much stuff into that tease. Today, I totally forgot my tease.
You
and
did!
Put nothing in it. And then that one, I had 17 different things. Way to go, Bassick. You're a moron. No wonder they pay you 5 figures.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. That could mean a lot of things, though. Because I also get paid 5
That's true.
figures, and it's different.
For the people that are worried, Corey had to go home. There's a water heater conundrum that just popped up. He's okay.
Is he?
I mean, I hope
I don't
so.
know.
Okay.
That was a good one. I might vote for that. That was a long one.
Since Corey's not here, maybe this is the reason he's also not on the show right now?
I have diarrhea.
Oh, no. Do you think he lied about the water heater thing?
I mean, it would be a really extensive lie. But, you know, some people can't go unless they're in, like, familiar confines.
Oh, I get that.
There's no way, if you have to go that you can make it to his house in Plano. What's
I
his
agree.
address?
I don't feel like we should be giving those out. I already got in enough trouble today.
Drive around Plano. You'll eventually find him.
What?
Plano's pretty big, isn't it?
And how do you know you'll eventually find it?
If you try hard enough.
I guess
that's true. I feel like if you dedicate an infinite amount of time, you would eventually
I haven't been to his new house, but his new house has a pool. So now you can take out all the houses in Plano that don't have a pool. And he used to he used to live on a corner house.
What? How is that relevant to this now?
I haven't asked. He probably doesn't live on a corner house anymore. So now you take out all the corner houses in Plano.
What?
You take out
don't
all
know that.
of the houses that don't have a pool.
That's helpful information.
And then I've just narrowed your search.
Also, we know that the new house is bigger than the old house. So we go to the old house, find out how big that one is. And then we
Find
can
out
roll
from
out
who?
all it.
You doing that square footage measuring? By the way, the population of Plano is almost 300,000.
Don't count out UT just
You
yet.
counted them out earlier.
They just hit another ding dong. 7-5 ECU.
Oh, they are really. All right. Anyways, let's continue on with Masterpiece of the Week.
Also, is that the accepted phrase for home run?
Didn't even want to touch that at all.
I bet you didn't.
Oh, goodness. All right. Speaking of things
You hang it,
probably
we
shouldn't-
bang it.
Oh, my God.
My goodness. Speaking of things you probably shouldn't touch, Mike Bassick.
Well, I mean, are there rules against changing your diaper at the poker table?
All right, that might be my new vote.
Mike, what were you talking about?
Very simple. He put on a UT football helmet after hitting it. I was talking about, well, there's that woman that she was a space cadet. She was a NASA person, whatever you call her.
Yeah.
And she got mad at something, so she wore a diaper to drive somewhere so she wouldn't have to take bathroom breaks. To get mad at her husband or something. I don't know.
That's right, because he was cheating.
So see, I've explained it well enough. You know
Buzz
what I'm
Aldrin,
talking
my
about.
favorite space cadet.
Then
That was not Buzz Aldrin that did this, for the record.
Lightyear, I think it was his last name.
That's right.
So then there was this person, I forget his name, but he's on all the poker things. And he couldn't play in the World Series of Poker because he had diarrhea.
That's right.
Phil Hellmuth, right?
Yeah. And so I was like, well, just wear a diaper during the tournament.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, because then Reggie was like, it would be uncomfortable if you diarrheaed in your diaper.
Oh,
and then
my
you had to
Lord.
sit in it.
No, it's true. It would
And
be
I was like,
uncomfortable.
well,
get
what's the
it,
rules on
but-
changing your diaper
Okay.
at the tournament?
That was excellently done, Mike.
Actually was shockingly well done.
Speaking of something that was well done, or maybe not well done, what is this, Kevin?
Hey, who's doing that? You know,
Why did you put on that affectation? What was that voice?
My voice is really high as is. I could have just kept it the same, honestly. Hey, who's doing that? That is when I poured
Sounds
the
like you're
soda
a person for Shrek.
on the kids. Oh yeah, the gingerbread man. I could have been that. I still think if they redo the Gremlins, that I could have been the Mogwai. Is Gizmo. I poured soda on a kid's head at a movie theater, but I didn't know it was going to go on his head. And, well, son of a gun. I just poured the soda down. I didn't know it was going to land on him, and I just wanted to give an appropriate retelling of what happened. But yeah, no, I regret that. And I'm pretty sure I did a similar thing yesterday or the day before when we were describing the backyardigans. So that'll probably come back to haunt
Wait, y'all
me at
talked
some
about
point.
the backyardigans.
Yes, we did. It was yesterday.
Unfortunate.
Oh, I forget this dude's nickname, but he has 30 dongs this year.
He's doing this on purpose now. He knows what he's doing.
That's what you call homers.
You know,
Earlier you said ding dongs,
I know,
and
I
now
thought-
you said dong.
They're patacayes. I mean, there's different phrases for home runs.
That was eclectic.
But you also
Dingers,
yesterday said
dongs.
guape diem.
I heard that. That was hilarious.
What's this dude's nickname? Tuolos. I'm going on. What's the guy
You
who
didn't
has
even say what his actual name was.
something? I forget.
Oh my God.
He leads the nation in homers.
Mike's so ready.
They're like,
to be
hey,
done.
there's a runner on first. Do you know how to pitch this guy? I don't know. Let me go to the book you wrote on my arm. He has like
What
17.
are you even complaining about
Yes,
anymore?
Look, he has 17 paragraphs on his wristband to try to figure out how to get hitters out.
Not my gumdrop button.
That's who you are. You're the gingerbread man.
Yes.
All right, what's
Who
next?
lives on Muffin
Yvonne Melendez.
There you go.
That's his real name. The Hispanic Titanic.
Oh, that is an awesome
That is a
nickname.
pretty good nickname. Kevin, do you know what show you work on? Because sometimes I wonder.
Coming up tomorrow on the
G-Bag Nation.
I did not realize that these things would be in play. I know
Blame Peyton, it's his fault.
I know what show I'm on. It's just sometimes either I change my mind or wacky shenanigans take place in this studio. Like if it sounds like we're having fun and laughing, that's what it's like off air as well. So I promise I'm going to call Peyton about this.
This is pretty awesome. The pitcher looked at his wristband before he stepped on the rubber, and then the Hispanic Titanic looked at his wristband before he stepped in the batter's box.
Wristband wars.
Yeah, this is wristband wars. Look, he's going to have to look. What does he do on 3 and 2? What do I do on 3 and 2? Look, see? It's amazing. The wristband.
Sometimes I'm amazed by the things that fascinate Mike.
Oh, my God, yes.
And finally, Mike said this.
Do me, Corey.
What is happening?
Holy crap. I did not think that y'all would be able to defeat diaper poker, but
I'm going with the diaper poker.
I'm going to vote for that, Mike. Somebody asked, why is Mike trying to dox Corey? That's a good point.
He's been doing this for months.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I'm going to vote for what you just played, where Mike tried to seduce Corey.
Do me, Corey.
What is happening?
Reggie knows this is wrong straight away.
I was imitating one of his 5.
Oh yeah,
Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah, where he thinks he can just have sex with that lady, and his wife's gonna be like, "That's fine."
What?
He does.
Yeah, he has a list that he's cool, that everybody's cool with. Yeah, right. I've seen the movie Indecent Proposal. It doesn't work out that well.
All right, so you're voting for poker diaper?
Yeah. Well, I mean, are there rules against changing your diaper at the poker table?
To be fair, I don't think there is.
I bet there's not.
You're probably right.
And I'm voting for Gumdrop Kevin.
Hey, who's doing that? All right. Gumdrop Kevin, poker diaper, or
who's hot water heater Corey voting for?
Mike seduces Corey. 877-881-1053. If you want to text in Twolos, let us know your vote as well. And coming up next, we will talk with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about this month of June. You can get incredible deals and savings on a brand new Jeep with Jeep.
the size from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rental, buyersbarricades.com.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, brought to you by D&N Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I am doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. Do you guys have, I want to ask all of y'all, any interest in the college baseball happenings? Because clearly we've been watching this Texas-East Carolina game. Mike is going down to College Station to watch the Super Regionals. Does college baseball do anything for y'all? Because I know for most people, probably not so much.
I think it's very interesting. When I've become invested in it in the past, like in the late 2000s, when Oregon State became good all of a sudden under, they call it a coach, Pat Casey.
Yeah, head coach.
In Corvallis, it like took over the region, and it was a major conversation on sports radio, so I paid attention to it. And then they won it again like 4 years ago.
Yeah.
So it's like
Adley Rushman.
It's like a tie to where I, the previous market that I worked, and I had interest in it from there. But now being down here, there are so many more good teams.
Yeah.
And I'm surprised it's not more popular because it is a major sport and there's some great players participating in this tournament.
I've gotten invested in some of the local teams, and it still bugs me that North Texas doesn't have baseball, because I really think that is a sport that we could excel at if we ever did get baseball at North Texas, because there's a lot of really good teams here locally in DFW.
SMU lost baseball too in the 80s.
Bizarre, because like DBU is good,
right?
So
DBU is very good.
I just don't understand why UNT wouldn't have a baseball program. And I've long heard rumors that Ren Baker and that's somewhere in the pipeline of development there. I just don't know whenever that's going to eventually happen, but it's not
been like a 15-year rumor.
Right, exactly. It's just like, will it ever happen? I don't know. But no, I can't say that I will follow it regularly. I'll kind of monitor what's happening with the local teams. Texas A&M, Tex had some good runs. Yeah. I was definitely following along when Arkansas botched it a couple of years ago. I think that was against Adley Rushman and Oregon State, maybe, if I remember correctly. So I can't say that I'm like a diehard fan of it, but I do think there's some fun stories that come from it.
I can say definitively I'm not a diehard fan of it.
And I felt the way you started that this was going to be a no.
If you catch me watching college baseball on a Saturday, something
There's
went
nothing else
clearly wrong with everything else that was going on with my plans. And honestly, my wife would kill me. She's like, I see you watching all these sports. Now you're going to bust another one on me? Are you serious? Like, this is supposed to be able to breathe for like a month here.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. Maybe masterpiece of the week. I'm sorry about that.
Reggie heard it.
G-Bag day.
Hey, don't even talk to me, Mr. Splurge over here. Mike likes it.
Yeah.
Gosh.
It's quality.
It was quality.
Well, I know the word sounds awkward to many people, but what is it that y'all splurge on?
Excuse me?
Never the
I'm glad he said what.
That's the correct word.
Were you hoping I'd come in today again with the gel?
You never know.
What is happening right now?
Walchuk and I had something about Merry Moment yesterday, and it allowed for Walchuk to have a great
what?
hair
You
day.
mean talking about it, right?
Yeah, like talking about it and watching it.
Let's
and
go
stuff.
to Dawson. He's the adult here. Dawson.
Wow!
Oh my gosh!
Holy cow!
I don't even know what happened over there.
He was like, you two chumps don't pay
I will
bills.
splurge going to a game and paying the extra money, paying for a hotel to have kind of a fun deal with my kids.
Yeah.
what will maybe you spend extra on that usually you're like, most people would say, I'm not spending that much money on that?
I don't know if I think other people do this, but I think I do way too much splurging on food deliveries now. It's just so easy.
Yeah.
And I find myself, I don't know, maybe doing it 3 or 4 times a week. You know?
get desensitized to the fees? Because their fees are ridiculous, but you eventually are like, that's fine.
I don't I can't believe I just spent another $50 to get, 2 meals from Chick-fil-A or something like that. So I think I do splurge on that, the convenience and not wanting to go up, and maybe it's only an extra $15 or $20 compared to driving myself up there, but it feels like a splurge.
I think Tuolo was at La Calladose I think he could have been picking it up himself for his own food, but I was walking in, I was eating by myself, but my wife had something to do. I'm like, I'm going to go to a restaurant and eat by myself, and I don't want anybody to bug me.
Oh, it's so fun. Is that not so? Oh my gosh!
If somebody walked up to y'all though, would you be like, "Hey,
this is
I'm
my
eating
time
by myself.
Yeah,
Please don't bug me.
This is me time."
I'm more looking at you, Mike. Eric, I think you'd be like, "Sure, what's up, buddy?" Mike's like, "Hey, you see this?"
No, Mike would say, "This is the fee for you to sit down."
Mike actually has
God.
a chance of people walking up to him and saying something to him, though. You know, like I can go sit anywhere and be no problem.
So recognizable.
Oh, I could go to. I love going to a movie by myself. Are you kidding me? Incredible.
You're not supposed to talk in the movies anyway. So
right? Yeah, that's
makes
true.
sense.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. They get like the first date to the movie theater is always like,
I don't talk in the movies. What are you pointing at me for?
You just seem like a talker.
I'm not a movie talker at all.
I've received a
What do
phone
you
call from
splurge on? That is
Chuck while he was in the
disrespectful.
movie.
I
It's
splurge
like,
on the
really, bro?
movies that I don't talk at. You freaking bleep hole.
My fiance
and
wife,
baby dolls.
she talks so much during the movies. I just put the subtitles up so I can read the whole movie. You know, I listen for like the scoring and the sound effects, and I read all the dialogue.
Do you answer her questions?
Not really.
Well, when does she stop asking you questions that you're not answering?
She's just talking. You know, I don't know. She's
Whether
talking with
he's
Abby.
there or not is irrelevant.
She's talking with Abby. She's talking with her mom. She's talking with my parents. She's talking on the phone. I don't know. It's just a lot of talking going on during the movies. I don't get it.
I like the idea
It's
that
caused
when
a few fights.
when the Academy Awards come around, you're only in on like sound effect editing and stuff like that. You're like, oh, I remember the sounds in that
That's
one.
what that actor sounds like.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking, Hagee. It is a Friday, 5:30. What you drinking and what you thinking? Get those phone calls lined up. If you're day drinking already, we want to hear from you in 3.5 hours. Maybe set an alarm so you don't miss it.
Woo! All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say, hey, who's doing that, Kevin?
Hey, who's doing that?
Do me, Corey.
What is happening?
Download the Odyssey app and keep us with you.
Everything you need.
Listen to your favorite shows, get podcasts, and much more.
Yes!
From DFW Sports Station, 105.3 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? Game 4 of the NBA.
in with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour one of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in on a Friday. General at your service. If you see me, bear me. N.A. Of course, it is a what you drinking, what you thinking situation. Coming up at 5:30, there he is, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo.
Yeah.
Always ready for a darty in the Pimp Cup. There he is, Lucius Alexander, ready for the weekend. And Carter Freeman's coordinating your video along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Truckwreck.com fan text is open. The Twolo Lounge is open on Twitch and YouTube. If you want to interact with the community on any of those platforms, have at it. But yeah, guys, welcome in on a Friday. Big show coming up. Looking forward to it. 4.5 hours of broadcasting.
Oh, what a beautiful time, boys.
Got the Friday vibes. I ended up seeing the new Jurassic World last night, fellas.
I'm sorry. I feel like I need to apologize on behalf of everyone who's seen that movie and said it was terrible.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I've completely forgot that I even had tickets to go and see this. Eric and I were chatting in the parking lot as we were leaving yesterday. Eric's like, oh, you got any plans tonight? I'm like, nope, just going to be alone. Solo dolo kind of night.
There was a play with yourself line that got dropped somewhere in the middle of that as well.
Somewhere along those lines. And then I realized when I got home, I got an update from the Cinemark app. Like, oh, reminder, you've got a ticket.
Oh, you and your buddy were going to it, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh. So a couple weeks ago, a few friends of mine had purchased the advanced tickets to this. And I was excited because we used to do this regularly. You know, the night of the release, we used to go and do this. Like,
dress up in your Star Wars gear like a nerd.
You know, dress up like a Jedi or whatever it is, you know, the night of. And we went and saw it. I will say, entertaining. Not the greatest movie of all time, but it was fun.
Another Jurassic Park. That's what all Jurassic Parks are to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, the story, what are you going to do? How many dinosaur taking
there's
over
an
the
island,
world like stories?
they're trying to kill the humans.
Right.
All these improbable escapes.
Kind of out of ideas. But Jeff Goldblum's in it, and he steals the show. So sign me up.
Yes.
He's so good.
So amazing.
He's made for that role. Like Walter White in Breaking Bad. You know, that's how good of a fit that is. Like a glove.
Just born for it, huh?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, at 5:20 every evening, we open up 35 minutes of uninterrupted content. That's coming to you at 5:20 to 5:55. Eric Nadell will join you there, get you primed for the Rangers. We will be doing what you're drinking and what you're thinking. And you will have LA Live to conclude that 5 o'clock hour every evening right here in the G-Bag Nation. It's a great opportunity to not only be entertained and hit some randos with Lucius, but you also get a recap of the G-Bag of the day, which is our daily segment we do coming up at 2:30, the best audio from the world of sports. So we are the home of the Cowboys. We are the home of the Rangers. We love to talk the NBA and the Mavericks, and we're down for the Stars and FC Dallas and all the sports and all that. And we give you this sports entertainment every afternoon for 4.5 hours, so thanks for making us part of your day. Let's talk about the finals, guys. And the Celtics are up 2-1, and they are favored by 4. Two stories are coming to mind if Boston gets the win tonight. Will the Celtics, be starting a dynasty? It's rare non-dynasty teams win championships. Usually if you win one, it's a sign you're going to win at least a couple of more over the course of the decade. Or are they going to be more like the Mavericks of 11 or the Pistons of 2003, I guess, where they get one? So I'm thinking of that. I'm also thinking it's exciting for the Mavericks that a team like this could win the championship. The Mavs have a better player than either Tatum and Brown. They have a very comparable roster when it comes to how good you are on paper. The Mavs could execute this. You're thinking, how far away are the Mavs from a championship? Oh, they need a second star. They need all these. No, they don't. They don't need major upgrades. They need a capable big man and maybe another perimeter guy who can defend and score a little bit, maybe handle the ball a little bit. You can do that with one trade and one signing this offseason quite easily.
Yeah, that's very, very doable. And that's what made this Maverick season so exciting was like, wow, the greatness of Luka and the dynamic of him and Kidd together is clearly like, okay, we can take a roster that no one really expects to do anything special, and we can get just a few games away from the actual finals round, which is pretty dang special. And it seems like the NBA has moved away from this super duper team, and it's kind of a 2-star deal, but I think it really is just a tribute to Luka's greatness, how wonderful he is, how he's able to make guys around him better, and then when you add in the defense and everything that Jason Kidd has brought to the table, it's like, okay, the formula is here. And so I think you're right. You have glaring holes at certain spots of your roster, but it's not like you need a premium player to fill that hole. You need a respectable guy that is, maybe a B player that Luka makes a B plus or whatever the case may be. A rim protector, that's what you're seeing that Boston has.
Yeah.
With Williams and then Horford at the same time. I think the Celtics are here to stick around for a while. They got a super young roster.
They do. They're set up to have a nice run. Although they've been about this good for 5 years or so. Like the 469 says comparable roster to the Celtics. Are you for real, man? Come on. Yeah, I'm for real. I think if you would grade on a scale of 1 to 10 the Mavs roster and the Celtics roster, it would be pretty dang close, Wolchuk.
The Celtics are definitely deeper, but you'd like to think an offseason with the Mavs going to work and really having, we're going to get to see what Nico can do here.
Yeah.
You'd like to think that they can build on the success of this year, maybe make some moves. And it's always just hard to predict because the NBA salary cap is just so bizarre. But there's always creative ways to find a way to add mid-level guys. And we saw last year they brought in a Reggie Bullock, and he was able to give you a lot of success and a lot of quality minutes in the playoffs. I mean, we were talking about down the stretch in that Golden State series, just him and Dorian Finney-Smith and how many minutes they had logged compared to everybody else. So if you're able to add another quality role player like a Reggie Bullock who's making $10 million a year to add to this team, that's another quality depth piece for you. I'm excited to see what the Mavs are able to do, but I think we brought up that point yesterday. You're talking about it's exciting to see what Boston can do for the Mavericks, because I do think if Boston's able to win this championship, it might move towards we're getting away from the super team kind of deal, right? Because it's a full championship team-oriented title. You've got your stud in Tatum. You've got another really good player in Brown, but it's really just a quality team, similar to the Raptors, who won it a few years ago, to Milwaukee last year. Mm-hmm. You had Giannis.
One great star.
You had Middleton, right?
Yeah.
So you've got that with Luka, and can you just keep building around him with quality pieces?
Yeah, I think they can win the championship. What happened in Brooklyn didn't work. LeBron got the one in Los Angeles, but that's kind of blowing up in his face. Maybe we're entering an era where the one superstar and a collection of really nice role players can get the job done. I believe the Mavs can be champions next year with the right off-season moves, and getting Tim Hardaway Jr. back is going to be a huge one.
Yeah, that's super big, and it's not like the Celtics have this 15-man team that is just this roster's insane. They have an 8-man rotation. They're playing 8 guys, and there's just not a huge drop-off from 3 to 8.
Yeah.
There's just not a huge one. So they got a lot of consistency from those guys, but it's find 8 guys, and the Mavs have a pretty good stable of players right now.
It's more about their chemistry and quality players in a position to optimize what they're capable of. But there's no all-stars. There's no guys where you're like, wow, we'd never be able to find a guy comparable to this in free agency. Other than Tatum and Brown, all of those players, all of that quality is very gettable if you just have a little bit of patience. Okay, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. What do we got here? General, love the optimism, but they lack the defensive presence like both Williams, and they don't have that second gun that gets his own shot when he wants. Well, I would say Jalen Brunson did a terrific job of that. I would say Maxi Kleber is one of those guys when you talk about the big man Williams, and you don't have to spend $20 million to get that kind of guy. The mid-level exception gets it. One trade gets it. The right pick at 26 or trading that pick gets you that kind of guy. It's very doable. The only problem with the Mavs was what they did with Porzingis. Otherwise, they might be champions already if they never made that stupid Porzingis trade. But what happened is it gave them a false sense of security at their big man positions. They didn't have any depth behind Porzingis, and they traded him at the deadline. They haven't had an opportunity to go find another big man in the market, but it's going to be very, very doable. Heck, all you need is a guy that plays with a little bit of athleticism, can block shots, and isn't a plodding stiff on the perimeter, so he can actually switch pick and rolls. And if you don't want a guy who's, going to score you 15, 20 points per game, if you're not insisting on a guy who can make 3-point shots, this is a $5 or $6 million player. It is so gettable. Boston has a really nice thing going. They're coached incredibly well, and they play great team defense, but the Mavs can do all of that. Okay, where does OU softball rank as the greatest college sports dynasty of our time? Perhaps second only to Alabama's Nick Saban outfit. Now back-to-back Women's College World Series champions after sweeping Texas. The Longhorns jumped out to a 2-0 lead, but the Sooners exploded for 4 runs in each the 5th and the 6th. They win the game 10-5. The Sooners have now won 2 straight and 4 of the last 7. It's a flipping dynasty up there. I didn't realize they'd been kicking this much butt, guys.
Yeah, they're really good. It certainly is. Lately, it's got to be, the only other one would be Bama football. I mean, Clemson was up there for a little while, but Alabama's had the consistency where they've made it through. You've had some other teams that have had their come up, and then they've kind of fallen. Is Clemson able to get back up there? I don't know. Clemson had their run with Deshaun Watson and then Trevor Lawrence. DJ Uiagalelei struggled last year. Is he going to be able to get Clemson back into the playoff conversation this year? I'm not sure. But Oklahoma's right up there with Alabama in terms of dominance over the last 2 decades.
I wonder how hard these girls are crushing on the NIL right now. Are they able to, are the softball girls doing some special things with the NIL when you think about how dominant they are? I mean, in that Oklahoma, that Norman sort of area, you would think. I wonder what the numbers look like for some of these girls.
Hopefully they're pulling 40, 50K or something,
Yeah.
Nice little cheese to party with on the weekend. Everybody needs a little bit of beer money.
Definitely, yeah. I think that'd be a pretty cool deal. I'm about to start looking this up because it just kind of popped in my head. I'm like, I wonder what type of NIL situation these girls are finding themselves in, because we hear so much about the football and then the men's college basketball. You'll see some cool stuff, but you don't. Some of the other sports, you're not really getting a feel for what those numbers look like. But a team this dominant, I wonder. Not like national, maybe huge brands, but little Norman local business actions probably going pretty hard with these chicks right now.
I think some of those gals are pretty dang photogenic, if I do say so myself.
Yeah?
Respectfully, of course. I'm not trying to objectify, but, that's the kind of appeal that businesses like to, attach their brand to. I could definitely see those gals bringing home some money. Brian Davis, Austin American Statesman, updating the story on the Sooners and Longhorns and their move to the SEC. A lot of people getting excited about that, anytime you have some success. Says one high-ranking source tells him 2024 is a more realistic target for Texas and OU to join the SEC. So maybe a couple more years of this, we'll check.
I'd be surprised if this does not happen in 2023. It's all about the money, and the AAC has they've made a deal where UCF, Cincinnati, and Houston are going to be able to join the Big 12 in 2023. If that's the case, I just think that the Big 12 is going to say OU and Texas, they're going to come to some kind of financial agreement and they will be able to go to the SEC. I would be surprised unless the SEC says hey, we're not ready for you for whatever reason, and then they end up staying. But I just think this happens sooner rather than later.
Just as we've seen with this Saudi deal with the golf, the money talks, man. You start getting the dollar signs involved and anything can sort of happen. And universities like Texas, they can afford to pretty much just sign on the dotted line however they so choose. So you start getting the money involved. If Texas and these schools, they want to get this thing sped up, I think it'll get there.
Yeah, so you're going to have $18 million paid to the American Athletic Conference over 14 years to depart the conference on July 1st, 2023 from those schools, UCF, Houston, and Cincinnati. So, I'm sure Texas and Oklahoma can dig into their pockets and say, okay, Big 12, we're going to find a way to pay you off on this.
Okay, the text is coming out to be pretty good. Do you guys think I'm insane for this? 713, you're losing your credibility if you're thinking the Mavs are comparable to the Celtics. The Mavs have Luka. The next 5 best players are Celtics. Come on. I'm not sure it gets to 5. I think Jalen Brunson gets in there pretty good.
So Jaylen Brown would be the next best player, without question. And then we're going Marcus Smart or Al Horford.
So you're going Luka,
probably Smart,
Tatum,
and Horford.
Luka, Tatum, Brown, Smart, Horford.
Horford.
To me, I think it's
old and inconsistent.
I think Robert Williams needs to be extremely high on this list, man. Robert Williams.
I might take all of those guys, if I'm being honest.
Before Jalen Brunson, even. Yeah. Well, I think Luke,
just right now,
it's not like they're even all stars after Brown, though. So
yeah, sure.
I
No,
mean,
you're right.
they play some great defense, but a lot of this roster has been together for a considerable amount of time. The Heat had them 3-2.
Well, and to your point, they went to a Game 7 against Milwaukee without Chris Middleton.
Yeah.
I think if Middleton's healthy, they lose that series to Milwaukee.
I think what we're getting wrapped up in is believing the Warriors were so much better than the Mavericks, and that just wasn't the case. Like, things broke against the Mavs with a 19-point lead frittered away, and maybe they weren't ready. Golden State was incredibly hot in those third quarters, but that should have been a series that goes 6 or 7 games, and I think Golden State is showing right now they're very close to what Boston is. It's not, a deal where Boston's even going to be the favorite to win the East again next year. They're maybe, third or fourth favorite?
Yeah, and I think to kind of enhance the argument even more is just to show like a handful of guys that are giving them solid minutes, a big part of their rotation. You have, I would say, 3 of their 8 guys. It looks like 3 of their 8 guys that they lean on pretty decently in their rotation. Grant Williams, Robert Williams, and Peyton Pritchard are all making under $4 million a year.
Yeah.
So you're talking about 3 key pieces to their rotation, 1 or 2 of which you can see starting from time to time. But especially Robert Williams is one of their starters. He's making $3.5 million a year. So it's like you have a couple of these guys. Almost 50% of the guys you're depending on are making $4 million or less.
Yeah. I think another thing that's happening, we saw it happen with Toronto, where guys like Fred VanVleet and Pascal Siakam got elevated to near superstar status because they were having good games in the finals. Just because a guy is having nice games in the spotlight doesn't, elevate him, beyond really what he's been his entire career, which are, a nice collection of players. I think you tip your cap to the coach, to the team chemistry, and everybody sacrificing to play amazing team defense. They still go ice cold for extended stretches. Sometimes the Boston offense is trash, and the Mavericks would run them off the floor like they did in March. Last time these teams got together. We got to run. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. When we return, we're about to get scientific on you. Chia Follow takes you inside science. And where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, good news and bad news. We got coffee and tall people next right here on the Fan.
Let's chat about Absolute Beauty Solutions before we do anything else, though, because I love them, and the weather is definitely heating up now. If you're looking for Let's go inside the science here with Eric Chiafalo. Segment's brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing, and it's brought to you by Ruben and Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders, get you to live in life again. Call Mark right now, 1-800-LAWYERS. All right, hit us with the science, Chief. What do we got?
All right, boys and girls, I do have a stat of the day for you very quickly. I hope your bodies are ready, because this guy was actually, somebody pointed out that Walchuk looks like this gentleman yesterday on the fan text. Not a chia pet, but
dang it, I was hoping so.
Local legend Post Malone, remember?
Oh, that's right.
I have a Post Malone stat of the day for you guys. Ready for this?
Uh-huh.
This is even surprising for me to hear this, but Post Malone said that he smokes 40 to 45 cigarettes a day.
Holy
and the
cow.
most he's ever smoked in a day was 80.
Jeez, bro.
80 in a day.
80 in a day, but on average, he's running through 40 or 45. Now, I don't know what a typical pack of smokes is bringing you.
26.
26. Okay,
Yeah.
Dawson was very quick with that.
I grew up in the 90s.
Okay, but were you a consistent cigarette smoker at any point?
I would say the most I ever smoked for consecutive would be like 2 months.
Yep.
And then I just started feeling unhealthy, and I could feel like my lungs weren't operating properly,
Yeah,
so
they
I would
started to
stop.
tar up on you.
So when I hear about a guy smoking 40 in a day, I just wasn't built to be a smoker, right? I would go back to the dip pretty quickly because I'm like, well, my lungs can't handle this crap.
Yeah,
you know?
man, that's a lot. That's a lot. So 40 to 45 cigarettes a day. Just wanted to
That's
throw
John
that
Daly
out there.
level right there.
That's stat of the day style. Yeah, that's John Daly. That is like, are you always on a golf course? Like, what is the deal? How much indoor smoking are you doing? How much, or are you consistently able to find an opportunity to go outside and smoke these things?
Is he a car smoker?
What's the deal? He's got to be a car. When you're doing 40 to 45 a day, I think you're an everything smoker.
Oh, yeah.
You're a bathroom smoker. You're a wake up in the morning brushing
It's a nice
my
smoke
teeth
there in the
smoker.
bathroom.
The bathroom smoke is a good smoke.
Well, I mean, I live with someone, my father, who does a similar deal to this.
40 to 45?
I wouldn't put it past him.
Holy cow.
And, you know,
Just
it's
eating ashtrays for breakfast.
I mean, it's pretty much constantly. You wake
Incredible.
up, boom, we're pulling one out and we're smoking one.
In bed?
You know, it's
it's constant.
In the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's going to make your coffee. It's in the car. It's if you go out to dinner, all right, I just ordered. I'm going to go outside real quick. I'll go into the bathroom. Not really, because you come back and we smell it on you.
Yeah.
Way to surprise us, Dad. We know exactly what you were doing.
Got to sneak a heater in between bites from time to time when you're out at the local restaurants. I get it, Papa Walchuk. You do you, big boy. All right, inside the science here, and scientifically, I can't imagine it's reflecting well on the potential lifespan of a 40 to 45 cigarette smoker per day, like Post Malone is. I do have some science for you on the coffee, boys and girls.
Let's go.
Ringy ding ding. I'm a black coffee drinker. Walchuk, you are as well.
Yes, sir.
That's why we have gone on to live happily ever after together. The newest study in the annals of internal medicine analyzed coffee consumption.
I wasn't sure what the hell you said.
Annals. ANNALS. Annals.
Yeah.
That's right.
Not really sure if you want to actually get Walter, give me a definition if you don't mind here momentarily. But they have analyzed coffee consumption habits of more than 170,000 people in the United Kingdom, ages 37 to 73, and followed them for an average of 7 years. Researchers found that those who drank between 1.5 to 3.5 cups of coffee per day were 16 to 21% less likely to die from all-cause cancer-related and cardiovascular disease-related mortality during the study period than non-coffee drinkers, boys and girls. Coffee is healthy.
It's terrific.
Get your hands on it. Get your lips on it. There is nothing better. Like, I've gotten to a point now where I wake up in the morning, my wife's frustrated because we just got... my gosh, my wife, this health nut, you know, and so it's like the way we drink our coffee now has to be like, you know, whatever the cleanest way possible. So she got this
what is the cleanest
French
way?
press thing.
Oh yeah, no plastic pods, none of that. Yeah.
Doing the French press, we're grinding our own beans, boys, at the Chief. Which I will say, it is totally worth it. It's kind of fun as well. You're spinning that thing around. Okay. It's kind of a fun deal. It only takes about 90 seconds. The pheromones, the aromas, it's beautiful. Highly recommend grinding your own beans, but I don't know how to like do it all. Like I know how to grind the beans, but I don't understand the French press, how to make it. So it's like immediately we wake up, I'm looking at my wife like, I need you to get on this now.
Can you start grinding and pressing?
Like we wake up and almost have like a little argument every morning because I'm like, why is the coffee not already inside me? Like, what is the problem here? But yeah, I'm a big coffee guy, so this just made me feel like $1 million. Like, okay, I guess because I'm consuming quite a bit, boys. These 5-hour shows, I'm mowing through black coffee.
You really are.
And it's, I guess,
we need to get you a G-bag mug, you know?
I do need to get a G-bag mug. Yeah. That's a good point.
We still need somebody to send in a doll, by the way, 877-881-1053, a clean doll, if you don't mind, so Eric can go and pay off this debt.
Not the circular mouth doll. We're not looking for that.
We just want like a cool,
it's inappropriate.
Okay, that's good. I was thinking the worst here. I thought you guys were going to stick me with one of the worst.
Just an appropriate doll that Eric can go take on a date.
A recently showered one.
Yes, a
good science, Chief.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then also, tall people are at greater risk of more than 100 health problems. So if you're over 5'9", we're all in the world of trouble, boys.
Tough break.
Sorry about that.
It's true.
It is time now for the G-Bag of the Day, curated by Lucius Alexander, a rather tall man himself.
Yeah.
A coffee drinker.
Yep, I like the black coffee. Black coffee, no sugar, no cream. It's brought to you by CBD American Shaman Shop, TexasCBD.com. It's the summer in Texas, so I like to throw some ice cubes in my coffee right now.
Really?
Yeah, chill it out a little bit.
Can't.
Man, I go that nitro cold brew at Starbucks. Yeah, bro.
Iced Americano with 2 pumps of vanilla.
Now we're talking. Now we're talking flavor.
I'll go into the convenience store back there, like the pre-made ones. That's basically like a coffee chocolate milk. That's the only way I do the chilled one. But that's like 300 calories.
Like a milkshake for breakfast?
Yes.
Why not? There's caffeine in it.
All right, where we last left off, a kid named Owen called into the Pat McAfee show with a little misdirection right here. And he is the G-Bag of the Day winner so far. Let's ride. Listen to it.
Owen, how old are you?
It's so different.
I am at 8.5.
Oh, this kid.
8.5. If you're telling us you're half age, you're too young.
That's a record.
Kid stinks.
What do you,
What's on your mind, pal?
what do you want to talk about, Owen?
I want to talk about how inspiring this show is and how you're inspiring this whole entire world with how you're talking about sports and how you're talking about your life experience.
Thank you, Owen.
Owen, thank you.
Love you, Owen.
Thank you, Owen. I'm taking her on
and
the
also Boston.
I love that kid, man.
That Boston? Is that what that was? Must have been a New York kid. Yeah. The kids and the cuss words, some parents are so aggressive with it. Like, this is funny. I'm going to let my kid cuss all they want. And, I don't know if I see anything wrong with it. As long as you teach them when to be appropriate, because a lot of kids that age are cussing anyway. They just hide it from their parents.
Oh, we had this discussion the other day. My wife dropped a little something. She's not going to be happy that I said this, but next thing I know, 2-year-old drops. There may have been an F-bomb dropped, and my wife immediately jumps to the coaching aspect of it. To me is just like, hey, you act like nothing was said. You don't make it a big deal. You change the subject immediately, and she doesn't even know that it's a big deal. When you start saying like, oh, no, you can't say that. These are big girl words or whatever.
Then she knows.
Then she's like, oh, okay.
I'm
you know
gonna
what
keep
I mean?
saying this.
So I'm like tapping my wife on the leg, like, hey, let me handle this real quick. We're gonna move on seamlessly. And guess what? No F-bombs in the last 48 hours.
Darn it. Abby was obsessed with saying poop for like 2 years just because of the charge of energy it would send into the room.
Yeah.
It just tickled her to no end.
It's a good word, man.
My friend named Song, he was from Vietnam. We were young in like elementary age, right? He would just cuss at his mom right there in front of me. Just cuss his mom out. It's like, say, man, don't do that when I'm here, okay? Please don't do that. She had no idea what he was saying.
Oh.
No idea.
Okay.
F you, mom. I'd be like, yo, not when I'm here, bro. Please.
It's uncomfortable.
My God.
Uncomfortable, man.
Yeah, but she had no idea. Shout out to Song for making me feel uncomfortable. Florida man right here tried to flee the police officers. I got this from a Tolo on the fan text. Shout out to you, sir. He tried to flee police officers on a jet ski.
Ooh.
Sounds fun, right?
Sounds doable, too.
Sounds great. Gonna make it to the other side of the river. He's trying to duck the cops.
They had a
but my
speedboat.
man can't swim.
Oh, no.
And the jet ski stalled out on him.
Oh.
So now he's just floating out there.
Right out of gas.
It looks awful, right? Bad situation. Listen to the audio.
Hey, guys, quick question.
Yes, sir.
We got a guy down here that's trying to steal a jet ski. He's on the jet ski in the river. Is there any way you could take a couple of us down there to him?
Sure.
Okay.
You want to take the boat? You can take it, come back.
He's willing to let us use the boat. Hey! Right here. Sheriff's office. Sheriff's office.
Show us your hands.
Put your hands up. Come over here. What?
Swim. So you're gonna take a jet ski and you don't know how to swim.
Yeah, line.
Yeah. That's a good excuse. You're going to have to come out here if you want to get me. I'm going to be here a while.
You're going to get me off this thing.
Yeah, better go get a warrant or something.
Poor
come
guy.
out here to the water.
Poor guy. He was just floating there, nervous, didn't know what to do. No, he couldn't swim.
Man.
He's just getting deeper and deeper out there into the lake,
Yeah.
to the river, I mean. Yeah, he's getting deep out there. Had no idea how to swim.
That must have been one hell of a getaway for a guy that didn't know how to swim to try to hop on a jet ski to get him. People that can't swim, they get terrified around the water.
They sure don't play. They do not play. Don't splash me.
It's like they're on top of they're on top of a 20-story building and don't want to get near the edge.
No, dude, the scariest things is how they're teaching these like baby babies to swim, and they're just like, you see these videos online, they're just throwing these like infants basically in the
We're about
water.
to do that. You know, we're about to do that. We can't get an appointment. They're all booked up. They're sold out.
Everybody's
Gavin's
ready to throw the baby
I put
in there.
9-month Remy in there. Yeah, we got a pool at the house. We got to get them survival ready.
Yeah,
You know what I'm
That's true.
saying?
You fall in.
As soon as you can walk, that's a potential, crisis
Hazardous
situation.
yeah,
So
no question.
we're on top of that. I know.
Scary videos,
We are
man.
those crazy parents. I know.
Oh.
It terrifies me too. I don't know if I can be there on the first appointment.
Oh, okay. Here we go. All right. Want to go to the next one? How about this? It's going to be over 100 degrees this weekend here in Dallas, Fort Worth. So I'll definitely be hitting the pool at some point.
Yeah,
we got a
hot
husband.
tub.
We got a husband right here. I'm not doing a hot tub.
Pool becomes a hot tub.
So it hasn't got hot enough over here at my pool for where the
good.
pool is like good and hot. It's still like crispy cold.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want a little shock when I jump in there.
Yeah, it's still
Get me
crispy
refreshed.
cold, man. All right, yeah. So we got a husband right here. Catches this old lady at the pool with another man. She was sitting on the side of the pool, had her feet in the pool, and the dude was just rubbing her toes.
Yo, so we rubbing on toes, huh? That's what we doing? Talk to me. What's this? You can't talk, man? Huh? Nah, my man, come get back on them toes. So you by the pool side. You at work, though? You at work, though?
How did you know?
You at work, though? This what you doing at work?
So if I'm at
Huh,
work,
you got the toe, look, you got the toes in the water. That's your people, huh? That's your man, huh? It's your new dude. This is sideline. That's what the sidelines is. This your bonus man, huh? That's your bonus man. What they doing? My man, where you going? Look at him. Look at him. Let's go. Get your ass.
Go
Let's
where? Go
So
where? Fix your
talk to me.
tone.
5 years. What we doing?
What are
What
we
we
doing?
You ready to throw it away for this? My man, he done disappeared. He done disappeared. Huh? My man, where you going? Where you going?
Oh, I don't know. Do you confront in that situation? How would you guys play that?
What? Do you confront? What do you mean?
I don't know. I might just use the jump of time to get back to the house and take all the valuables before she gets home.
Oh, okay.
Something like that. I don't know.
Make sure you just got your keys,
your
your bank card, all that stuff.
Get everything in line.
Yeah, get all
Figure
of that.
I got a couple of hours.
She's going to shut you down. Anything you left out, she's going to shut it down. Cell phone's going to be locked away in her bathroom.
I mean, sideline guy might be able to beat you up too, and he might be aggressive.
He
It might
dipped.
surprise him.
He dipped.
Yeah, he dipped. That was, I think, a good development there.
Yeah, it's where do I want to take this? Do I want to make things work, or am I done? Because if I'm done, I'm good. I'm going to run back. I'm going to do what Dawson's doing. But yeah, like Lucia said, cross your T's, dot your I's.
I'm getting the heck out of it.
because she's gonna get you figured out.
It matters what them toes look like too, though. I might fight.
You might fight for some toes.
Oh, you rubbing on them toes, huh? You know the spot, huh?
Yeah. Any other challengers, sir?
How about Brian Mitchell?
Okay.
He goes off on Jack Del Rio and Ron Rivera and the DC media. This is from 106.7 The Fan. Hold on.
Listen, man, we can sit up here and let people play these games all they want. It comes a time to call a spade a damn spade. And in this media, we cover the players as if the player's supposed to be perfect. I expect you all to cover his ass the same way you cover players from now on. Everybody in the media here in D.C. If Jack Del Rio is going to constantly say all this stupid stuff, you need to come at him the same way you would if a player was saying the same thing. Because right now, he can't keep playing that game. You have too much going on with this football team to have somebody that's running as a loose cannon. And you know what? I found out last night he was following me. Cool. Because I don't give a damn. Listen, I don't go on Twitter all the time, Jack. Everything I say right here, directly out of my damn mouth. And I would love to sit down one-on-one with your ass and see what you're really about. Because I am sick and tired of the people sitting up here. We treat players like they're supposed to be like the leaders of the world. You can't do this to older player. He can't believe it. These are young men that really don't have a lot of guys, a lot of experience in living life. But we judge them more harshly than we do grown-ass men in positions to lead them. So how do you expect anybody on that team to be straightforward when you got a guy like that in the defense coordinator position? And he has a coach above him who never says anything about what he says. But the players have to be walking a damn straight line. That is BS on my part.
A lot of scrutiny over player opinions constantly. Not so much with Jack Del Rio. He did issue an apology for that. That's our Odyssey broadcast partner, Brian Mitchell, by the way. You can get him on the Odyssey app if you're interested. Okay, we got the kid named Owen, one-time champ. Florida man trying to flee police. Couldn't swim. He was on a jet ski. Man pulls up on his girlfriend at the pool. Okay, I'm gonna vote for the man at the pool. Chief,
I like that. I think Owen still deserves some more run.
There's just
Brian Mitchell.
We're tied at 1. Chief, Wolchuk.
I'm gonna go with Owen.
We're by a score of 2-1, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. It's Owen calling in on the Pat McAfee Show. Krusty's Corner's coming up next. Wolchuk, where are we headed with that?
So Friday, I got the sports mix for you, fellas. We'll do that next on the Fan.
Coming up Monday morning on Sean and RJ, where do the NBA Finals stand after Game 5, and how did the Rangers do against Russa in Chicago? It's a Monday morning on the Fan.
Previous segment of the Fan was brought to you by the CDC.
You've heard the latest news, traffic, and weather, but there's something else you should hear. Consider getting a COVID-19 booster, as recommended by the CDC.
It's easy to think all money managers are pretty much the same, but at Fisher Investments, we're clearly different.
Different? How? You sell high commission investment products, right?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission-based investment products.
Well, you must earn commissions on trades.
Nope, never at Fisher. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in our client's best interest. It's the highest standard of care for a financial advisor.
How do you know what's in their best interest?
We get to know our clients and then tailor a portfolio.
105.3 The Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number one in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're number one, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Brian will return on Monday. I got to text and see if he'll join us for What You Drinking and What You Thinking. Who knows what his sleep schedule's like right now, though. Here's Zach Wolchuk with Brian's broadcast responsibilities.
Well, it's going to be a close call for him. It might be time for supper around there for the good old crusty Brian Broaddus, but we'll see if we can get him on the horn. All right, fellas, got a couple of questions for you. We'll go around the horn. I'll tee you up and you can answer them. We'll start off with a sports question, then we'll get into some fun Friday questions I have for you. We'll start off with this one. I saw a Dallas Morning News article, thought this was a fun one, and figured I'd get your thoughts. Out of the Cowboys, Stars, Mavs, or Rangers, who will be the next team to win a world championship for the city of Dallas, and why?
That'd be the Dallas Mavericks because they are the closest. They have a legitimate MVP candidate leading their team, unlike the other teams. Well, I don't know. Maybe you can make an argument for the Rangers if Seager, Simeon get it together. But the Rangers are far off. The Cowboys are way far off. The Stars, yeah, a lot of work to be done there. The Mavs are close. I mean, they were just in the semifinals. And I think with one trade and one mid-level exception signing, they'll be ready to rock. They might do it in 12 months' time, guys.
Yeah, this is the Mavericks. No-brainer. Why? Luka Dončić. That's pretty much all we need to know. And I'll give Jason Kidd some love, too.
Okay.
Great points.
All right. Fantastic. Short, sweet, to the
That's
point.
my analysis.
Next up here, and this is one of Lucius, I'm going to need your answer as well. With Broaddus going all the way to Saudi Arabia, who's the one fan host that you'd least like to have to room with on an overseas trip?
Overseas trip, least like to have to.
So we're talking the
room
whole
with.
time you're stuck with this one fan host. The flight, you're sitting next to him. You're rooming with them while there. The flight back, you're with them. So you are basically, it's a stuck on you situation this entire time.
I loved that movie, by the way.
I love RJ Choppy, but he's going to track germs everywhere.
Yeah, I feel like there's going to be a lot of farting and belching and like putting his socked foot.
His
in
allergies
places.
act up. He's going to like that with his hand and still just grab things that's around your room. You know, I love you, Chop. I promise you.
Choppy's a great guy.
Yeah, I love you.
He is.
I love you. I'll hang outside with you, but I won't be in a room with you locked in for a week. No.
Yeah, I'd love to hang out with Gaylord Choppy on a nice little vacation. I'm looking forward to hopefully getting to see him a little bit in Oxnard, even though that morning schedule in Oxnard's got to be insane. They're waking up at like 3 a.m. or whatever our time to be on the air on time there. But is Troy just going to be constantly doing his stadium anthems? Like, am I going to have to listen to stadium anthems all trip long if I'm with Troy Hughes? I don't want to do that.
He'd be pretty chill.
Yeah.
Troy's like the dad of the station, too. I feel like he'd take care of you.
Yeah, he'll hook you up.
He'll hook it up. Okay,
Yeah,
well
he'll hook you up.
then we'll hang on. I'll fight through the stadium.
He'll nudge you and you look down like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got to abstain from this answer. I can't be honest.
Why?
Also, I'm the only one out here that told my truth.
Well, I knew I could rely on
What type of
Lucius.
game is this?
Fell for it. I knew I could rely on you to give an honest answer. Why? Why can't you tell the truth?
Because it's somebody that frankly smells, Wolchuk.
Is it me?
Oh, no.
It's not you. It's not you.
We got a smeller.
Nobody on this
I'm
show.
honestly nervous that I do smell today, and I can divulge this maybe whenever we get a moment to tell the truth.
Yeah, that's right, Walchuk. Maybe that could be what you're thinking about later.
Yeah.
Because Walchuk's got a pee problem somewhere in his life.
Yeah, I do.
I will go. Okay, I will answer it. I will actually say
You
Hagee.
know who it is.
I will say Hagee. I don't want to room with Hagee because I'm going to be eating flavorless food and watching probably crappy movies. Maybe.
See, Hagee's just such a great conversationalist, though.
Yeah. Oh no, he is.
I think he's
We
very
can chat.
self-aware. You know, when maybe if it needed to be quiet, he'd be quiet. See, I almost said Sharif because he insists on talking so much. You know, I'm like, I need hours of silence at some point in my day, pretty much uninterrupted. And I think that would make Sean nervous. Within about 90 seconds, he'd bring up another topic.
See, I love Mike, but he asked me to do so many things. I'm just
He treats you like an intern
yeah,
still?
He's
Oh.
still. I'm
We
just
gotta talk to him about
like
that.
Mike has called me last week. We're at Cowboys OTAs. I get a call from Mike. He's like, "Hey, I need you to ask JD this question next time you guys have him on." It's still like lists of things to do from Mike.
Yeah, just tasks.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough.
Okay, next up here in the sports mix, what's the one sports team or athlete that you'd love to see a documentary made about? That hasn't been done yet.
Who's the guy that threw the no-hitter on LSD? Doc Ellis?
Doc Ellis sounds right.
Yeah.
Which is a fascinating story.
Yeah. I want a full backstory on this guy. Like, how much was he doing LSD? What other drugs was he on?
Yeah,
Was he-
that'd be good.
Was he partying on his off days? Did he ever pitch on any other substances, and how were those results?
Man, yeah, that is it's going to be a tough one to top there. I think just off the top of my head, I'm thinking about fun, interesting people, and Marshawn Lynch came to mind.
I like that.
One of those
Beast
Seattle
mode.
Seahawks,
Yeah.
Legion of Boom teams where they all kind of hate Russell Wilson, and Marshawn Lynch is taking shots of Hennessy before games. That might be kind of fun.
Yeah, I don't think I have one.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I have one like you guys just did on the last one to me.
No, that's good. You gave
Make me
such a good
reveal
answer
my
on the
choppy
last one.
situation, and y'all lie it
Feeling a
out.
little bit more guarded now.
Yeah.
Hey, you have the best answer so far in
It's
the
a weird
segment,
game.
though, Lucius. All right, here's the last one for you. I saw that we have a shortage on sriracha, which
We
is an
do?
issue. Yeah, there's an impending shortage of the beloved sriracha sauce. I think one of the chili peppers in Mexico, we're having an issue there, so just be prepared. One of the peppers is causing a shortage on sriracha. So what's the one food that you can't live without? And it can be a sauce. Like if you're someone that uses sauce on everything, and like Eric, I know you're a mustard guy, so maybe the answer would be mustard for you. But what's the one food or condiment that you just cannot live without?
Yeah, the condiment's going to be the mustard. Me and Lucius are mustard brothers together, which is a beautiful thing. I could put mustard on just about anything. There's no question that's going to be my condiment of choice. The food itself, what is going to sting the most? Maybe bacon, bro.
Ooh, bacon.
I think bacon is probably going to be the biggest challenge to remove from my life if the doctor recommends it at some point.
I'd probably say ketchup. I think for fries and burgers, ketchup is the one condiment I would not want to go without. I like a good jalapeno ketchup, but the sriracha ketchup is nice. By the way, it's got a nice balance to it. And can I just say barbecue in general? The food, barbecue? No, is that cheating?
Just meats.
Yeah, meats. I don't know. Pizza probably. Cookies.
A
lot of things.
100% the cookies for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Which is just going to answer for Gavin. It's the cookies, bud.
It's definitely the cookies.
I've worked with you long enough. It's the damn cookies.
He gave Lucius multiple choices. Like, hey, the barbecue, the pizza, or the cookies. He's like, okay, C's the right answer.
All right, Hugs and Hand Pounds, everybody. There we go.
I would go with the nectar of the gods, by the way. That is ranch dressing right there. Yeah, ranch dressing. There's no ranch dressing, I'll go crazy. So therefore, if there's no ranch dressing, there's no chicken wings. It goes together, So that would really just destroy my world.
Is Wingstop Ranch the best ranch?
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah,
And are you always thinking the buffalo sauce when you think of wings? Because that's what
all
combines
types, all types.
Okay, and they all go with ranch.
They all go with ranch.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, they do.
I was not aware of that.
Yep.
Okay, how are the Cowboys offensive coaches doing compared to one of the top offensive minds in football? We'll give you the answer to that and more coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Got something to say? Then text away. Hit up the truckwreck.com fan text line at 877-881-1053. Let your voice be heard. Yeah, I mean, your words be read on 105.3 The Fan.
This
In the game of football. Article in The Athletic here, talking with Mike Kafka, who's the new OC with the Giants. It's a really interesting article, for a lot of reasons. Obviously, it's a division rival, and it appears they've gotten a very significant upgrade in their coaching staff with Brian Daboll, the former Bills OC, and Mike Kafka jumping in there. So Kafka was just the Chiefs quarterbacks coach, and many insiders have been telling us he would be their OC if Eric Bieniemy had gotten a head coaching job. Almost to the extent that Andy Reid really wanted Bieniemy to get a head coaching job for a lot of reasons, but perhaps the biggest was he did not want to lose Kafka. Kafka and Reid did a lot of work together. So Kafka was asked in this article for thoughts on what makes Andy Reid so good as an offensive game planner and sometimes play caller and all that. And his answers are interesting. We'll talk about whether we think those qualities apply to the Cowboys coaches and where we believe they might improve. General at your service at ease. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo. I don't think Carter Freeman's here today.
Nope.
Is he coordinating remotely? Okay.
Man, he's got it right. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to spread out this vacation, and it's just going to be every Friday. I'm going to go 4 days a week, and we're just going to do this thing. And I know a lot of people, especially in the summer, do the 4x10 deal, where it's just four days a week, 10 hours a day.
All summer long?
4x10.
Use a couple of weeks of vacation up like that?
I don't know if they're using vacation for it, or if they're
they got to deal with their boss.
They got a deal like, hey, you stay a little bit longer each day. Friday is all yours.
I do 6 hours a day on Monday through Thursday to have Friday off.
I would do that too.
I probably would too.
Just move to the 4-day work week.
Yeah,
we got to get everybody there, so we're not missing out on any traffic opportunities. But this does put a little bit of hitch in my plans here. I was planning on ordering a Friday pizza a little bit later on, boys. And I know that might not impact you at all, Wolchuk. Well, we got to get it picked up.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Carter's the runner.
Well,
that's a good point.
Little Red Medford's over there doing TSN stuff. I don't know how late he's going to be here, but I'll tell you, he's usually a team player.
Medford is, like, for a slice of pizza, Medford will do just about anything. And he will. It's it's the truth, man. I don't mean to put his business out there like that.
Speak your truth. You know?
He's like 19.
As a college kid, anything for a slice of pizza. And he was voted on our show in the nighttime. Medford was the most likely at the station to have his nipples pierced.
I could see that for sure.
He does have them pierced.
He's pretty jacked too.
Yeah,
Medford will tear you up. I think he's like a little Wolverine over there or something.
And Jared got here. He is a Wolverine. That's actually a great description. Jared got here super early. He's not doing anything.
Yeah,
in there.
Jared could pick us up some pizza.
On. Okay, we're good to go still. All right. So the topic here: how do the Cowboys stack up in these areas? Mike Kafka saying, one thing I learned from Coach Reid that he did a great job at, he always had enough explosives and enough stuff to take advantage of a defense and really make them think about it, whether it was a formation, a shift, a motion, a play design. There was always something that the defense definitely hadn't seen in their breakdown that really would force the defense to communicate. And this is something we've been talking about in the G-Bag Nation for years. I'm sure you guys have as well in the nosebleed seats. But it's fascinating to me because confusing the defense right before the snap or right after the snap should be something that every offensive coach is planning to do week in and week out, drive in and drive out. And since the start of the 2019 season, when Kellen Moore became the OC, he gives us that sometimes. At the very beginning, he would do it at home, but not on the road. Last year they said, well, Kellen Moore couldn't get in his bag because we didn't build a lead. And it just seems so counterintuitive. Confusing the defense is something you do to build the lead. Not, we got to be in the lead to confuse the defense. It made absolutely no sense, which, if you listen to teams talk enough, eventually they get around to making absolutely no sense at all because they contradict themselves, and you're left scratching your head on why they negate something like this, such a golden opportunity. And it can be motion. It can be the jet sweep guy. There's all sorts of ways to provide this kind of confusion. But I would say I think Kellen Moore can do it, doesn't do it enough, Wolchuk. How about you?
I agree. I mean, I think that we've talked over the last several years, right, who end up being the best offenses in the sport. In all of them, what is something that they have in common? It's a heavy dose of pre-snap motion. And it doesn't seem like it's something that's that hard, right? I mean, it's just keeping the defense confused because you don't know who's getting the ball. Yeah. And it's just there's a lack of consistency when it comes to the Cowboys. It's like you're teased where we see it, to your point, and then it goes away. Or you see it, but it's kind of the same thing over and over and over again to where, okay, now teams have picked up on it.
Yes.
What else are you going to do?
Yeah,
show us something else.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, there's the one issue with Kellen Moore. We've seen some really good moments, and I think that he is a capable coach, but it's where's the adjustment? And that's the next step in his coaching evolution.
Okay, his next quote about what Andy Reid, what separates him, what makes him so great. This is Mike Kafka interviewing The Athletic. Chief, he says the next part is, he's always looking at his players, find his best players' best skills, and then put those guys in position to be successful. I feel like that's kind of hit or miss.
Well, I think defensively you have a guy doing that in Dan Quinn, and you saw it for, it was like, wow, okay, Jaron Kearse, Micah Parsons, we're putting these guys in positions to succeed here, and you can see that's pretty evident. Offensively, I don't think that's something that you see. Like Kellen Moore at the end of the year, and I know it's the time elapses and you forget things, and then you start trafficking in hope for the next season, and you forget about the stuff, but at the end of the season, it was like, man, Kellen Moore, should he be a guy that needs to be gone? Like, what is he really providing for you? It doesn't seem like a ton. And putting guys in position to succeed, if that was the case, you'd see more Tony Pollard. You'd be getting the ball in his hands a heck of a lot more. You'd see CeeDee Lamb in the slot getting easy things to let him go work and use the yards after catch ability that he showed in college. Like, all these different things would be happening. And to the pre-snap motion stuff, like, that is elementary level at this point. Like, that should be a no-brainer for these guys, these offensive coordinators. That should be a staple of everyone's offense. For Andy Reid and the Chiefs, they're consistently top 5, top 10 in the snap, the pre-snap motion and motion at the snap, where the ball's being snapped as a guy is already picking up full speed, and it just makes the defense, their eyes start wandering. We all got introduced to this in 2018 when we went to Los Angeles after beating the Seahawks in the playoffs.
Yep.
They show up, Jalen Smith and Leighton Vander Esch, they had a great year, and then McSex showed up, and it was like, oh, wait, we don't know what's going on. We don't know what's happening.
In quicksand.
Kellen Moore and the Cowboys, bottom third in the league when it comes to snap motion at the snap. What's the excuse?
And it's one of those things where you don't even necessarily have to use, it's not like Tony Pollard has to get the ball, but have him in the backfield. Just line him up so the threat is there. You're at least confusing the defense. And we're reading articles. Calvin Watkins just had a story up about, talking about Tony Pollard and using him as a receiver. It's year 4. We've been talking about this for 4 bleeping years about how that's a skill set of his and how he's a good route runner. And now Mike McCarthy's talking about his route tree. And I mean, where is this? Where has this been? Why now is it, okay, it's a contract year and we're finally doing this with Tony Pollard? It makes absolutely zero sense.
We'll talk a little bit more about it coming up next hour in a Cowboys Twitter segment that we have planned. But as frustrating as it is, it's also an amazing opportunity. If this light bulb comes on this year that, we need to be doing this 80% of the time instead of 15% of the time, maybe it unlocks a bunch of potential that we felt was there last year. My final takeaway on this article before we move on is how much better the Giants might be. And Kafka went on to talk about how much he likes Daniel Jones and how much he's going to put Daniel Jones in a position to succeed. But you get Daboll from Buffalo, who was dominant with Josh Allen. You get Kafka out of Kansas City, who was operating in a top 5 offense for the last 4 years with Patrick Mahomes. If they play to his strengths, you have Shepard, Tony, and Galladay, Saquon Barkley. We talk a lot about the Eagles. Maybe the Giants with this new coaching staff is the one that has the biggest potential for a big move up.
And they hit home runs in the draft, in my opinion. To get a guy in Thibodeau and then Neal with their first-round picks out of Alabama. Now they've got 2 bookend tackles in Thomas and Neal for their future, and their offensive line has been a massive issue. I'm with you, which is why it doesn't make sense. Yesterday we were talking about the Cowboys and how this year's been an offseason where it seems like they're taking a step back. It's just weird timing for me is my biggest issue with it, because I just don't know how long you're going to be looking around and thinking this is a bad division. If all of a sudden the Eagles and the Giants get their quarterback positions figured out, those are rosters that are getting pretty damn good. And all of a sudden, if they get quarterbacks, you're probably the 3rd best team in this division.
Yeah, the Giants have swung and missed with some new regimes over the last few years. They've been cycling through them at a big rate. Yeah. I think they have found something good here, and we haven't actually seen it come to fruition yet, obviously. But I mean, they're taking stuff from Buffalo, who's been one of the best organizations in the last few years, and they're kind of doing the same thing. They're getting one of their assistant GMs. Okay, you're our GM now. You're our front office guy. You're our team builder. And then he brings in the guy who's credited for changing Josh Allen to an extent in Daboll. And then they've just added a really good coaching staff. So I think the future, if I'm a Giants fan, I'm feeling pretty good about it right now. I don't think Daniel Jones is the guy, but I think if there was a coaching staff right now that I'd feel like could maybe get some pretty good things out of them, the Giants would be right around the top of that list. I think Kafka and these guys, it's sad. I hate to say it, but it seems like they got a coaching staff that's rocking and rolling. And the Eagles showed last year. Sirianni came out of nowhere.
First year. Yeah.
That's a pretty strong first year.
972, agree with you guys. I want to see Pollard more, but I'm questioning whether if he's used that much, will he be as effective and will he be breaking down? There is no evidence that smaller guys break down more. That's an old myth, but who knows? Maybe he just would not be able to handle. Had 130 carries last year, though, at 5.5 per carry. Oof. Zeke was at 4.2. That's a risk that any smart coaching staff would be very eager to take.
Yes, I'd like to find out if Tony Pollard will break down or not. I already know Zeke is broken down. You're in the midst of Zeke being broken down, and it can look better for the first month of a season. Hey, we're fresh, we're going, and then it quickly comes back to, oh yeah, this guy's got too many miles on him.
You need to keep him fresh. How do you do that?
More Tony?
Absolutely.
And I think that's another good side effect. But also, even if you wanted to run it the same, just getting Pollard like 5 targets in the passing game might open a ton of explosive plays and a major thing for the other team to worry about.
That could be an extension of your run. Just get. And we talked about yesterday. We saw a lot of short into the flats. That's not. If you do that with Tony Pollard, he's the kind of guy that can hit a home run from that. Just get the ball in his hands.
All righty. Got my eyes on a story here, guys. I'm wondering if you had a swimming pool, that was yours in your backyard. Would you be interested in renting it and your backyard out?
Yeah.
There's like an Uber of backyard situations going on right now. You seen this trend?
Yeah, you do a little day parties with that thing.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like, what is that thing when you rent somebody's house when they're not there?
Airbnb.
It's just like Airbnb for pools.
Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a new app, and it's specifically helping Texas residents. I bet they have them in Arizona and Texas and other big pool states as well. But the app is called Swimply. It works just like Airbnb. Instead of allowing people to rent out their homes, it gives homeowners a chance to make money by letting others use their swimming pools. Life is getting expensive these days, so why not bring in some extra income, says the Swimply user, Toby Ramey, who makes about $1,000 a month renting out his backyard pool. Any kind of supplemental income is fantastic, says Toby.
Yeah, man, I would like to know what these rates are. For $1,000 a month, how many people were allowed in your backyard, and for how much time were they allowed back there? What are the prices? Has inflation already affected this Wimply situation, where if I have a pool, I can really crush on this thing? Are we talking about $1,000 a month? And I just had one weekend where I was letting people come back here. I think it's a brilliant idea. I'll say that.
Even if it pays for your pool maintenance. Because that stuff adds up. Just paying for a pool cleaner.
Yeah.
You're going to need to shock that thing quite a bit, though. The amount of debauchery that's going to go on in your pool.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, it's all your rules. It's all your rules now.
That's fair.
Oh, you get to set the guidelines.
Heck yeah, man.
Okay. Then am I allowed to be home during this scenario? Am I sitting there am I babysitting
all
or
on you.
Peering through the blinds?
Wow.
It's all on you.
It looks like Lower Greenville Oasis here, $40 an hour, 12 guests, $60 an hour here. You got a heated pool, maybe if you want to party. Here's $65 an hour in Kessler Park with a resort style estate. I don't think that's enough.
Wear my robe.
Because you do get to make the rules, but there's nothing going to stop them from relieving themselves.
No.
They're taking leaks in there.
That's every
you
pool.
have to own that. Yeah.
Everyone's doing that.
Yeah.
It's the other thing I was a little worried about.
I mean, that's
Floaters?
I think the answer for me would be, at this point, I would probably be too grossed out because I'm using my pool almost every day with my kids.
Mm-hmm.
But once they're out of the house and the pool's just sitting back there and we're never going in like a lot of older people with pools have, at that point, it's wide open.
Yeah, because I'm kind of an anti-community pool guy. Like, I don't know what happened when I got out of high school. It just something hit me. Maybe it was working at apartment complexes in college, and I see what happens in these pools, and it's just utter disgust. I'm like, I don't really want anything to do with this. And then I'm turning my own pool in my backyard to basically a community pool. It becomes a cesspool of disgust.
I've seen what my friends do at other pools.
Yeah.
This is a hard no.
And I think that's $100 an hour at least for that kind of debauchery that's going to go down. Like $400 or $500 a Saturday or Sunday. Now I'm looking, at something that might make sense. But it absolutely starts with, if I'm ever getting in that pool again, I'm going to drain the whole thing and refill it.
There's going to be a massive cleaning.
Exactly.
Takes place.
Do the Mavs need a co-star? Tim McMahon on the Get Right last night. If you haven't heard that, it's a really fun listen with Reggie and KG, and they had the ESPN Basketball Insider on last night. We'll get you some highlights and Mavs discussion coming up next. I want to chat D&M Leasing. It is any local area code 35 lease. Get yourself hooked up with a brand new vehicle for the summer. You want something sweet, don't you? If it's a new truck, a new Jeep, a sports car, whatever it is, maybe you're Miami Marlins. He's running the bases over here.
Oh, is that Williams Astudillo?
Yeah, looks like that could be his name. Yeah.
It's one of the funniest videos on the internet right now.
That's better than Benji Molina getting around third. That's fun. All right, Jared Sandler, as always, the hardest working man in Major League Baseball. He has your pregame coming up in 3 hours. He's already been in here for like 2 hours prepping, learning about everything he needs to know to be a part of the greatest broadcast in Major League Baseball. That's what the Rangers team does. Okay, McMahon on the Mavs. Tim McMahon, he was on the Get Right last night with Reggie and KG. Segment's brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing. Did the Mavs need another co-star? He's going to answer that question in just a second. Segment's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you're hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, call the Frankels 214-333-3333 or go online to truckwreck.com. All right, here we go. Cut 4. Do they need another one?
Well, and here's the thing about this is I don't see a clear path to getting a co-star immediately, right? So, like, we can talk about it all you want. I don't see that. To me, if you're going to be able to get a co-star in here, you better have high-quality players on decent contracts, because the route to a co-star is going to be via trade. At some point, the hope is, hey, somebody would be a really good fit with Luka is going to tell their team, hey, get me out of here. I want to be traded to Dallas. The Mavericks need to be armed with picks, and they need to be armed with salary that matches and has value. And so my point is, just because they go, and I guess the short answer is I think it's going to be more of Luka and high-caliber role players. I think that's what we're going to see going into next season. But also understand that route can eventually be the path to a co-star. But if you, for example, let's say you don't pay Jalen Brunson leaves, you've got nothing to show for it. Well, all you've done there is lost not only production, but a potential asset in a trade.
Yeah, I think Tim McMahon knocked it out of the park, as he usually does. I don't think they need another superstar. I think it's exciting, like Luka and a bunch of high-quality role players. And as you're being patient and making smart decisions, accumulating those guys, not taking unnecessary risk, they will eventually be the pieces of a very compelling trade. I think the kicker here is the draft picks. I just want to know from you guys, are they already there? Wouldn't Brunson, Tim Hardaway Jr., and 2 draft picks be a pretty dang compelling offer for a team? Certainly there are teams out there that could beat it, but a star player is going to want to go to another contender. Those really bad teams with lottery picks, they're not in that trade conversation because the star player wants nothing to do with them.
Yeah, I think you're strapped with some good stuff there. I mean, it's part of the reason why it's a no-brainer that Jalen Brunson has to come back, just because he is an asset and he is obviously a good player for you. And it doesn't mean that you're gonna sign him and then immediately flip him, but then he's a guy that over the next year, over the course of the next season or two, you have a guy there that is being productive for you. And then at the drop of a hat, when a superstar says, "Okay, I'm out," then you're ready to go. And so I think you're going to be, I think you have enough stuff right now from an asset standpoint. Now the draft picks, I got to see where we're at with some of the draft pick stuff. But from a player standpoint, I think you have enough there with the assumption that Jalen Brunson's going to be coming back, that you can use that now. But now it's just a matter of waiting for that star to become available. Who is that guy? Is there somebody right now? If you say Donovan Mitchell, I'm probably going to say, I don't know that Utah's really going to be doing business with you. But other than that, who's the superstar that's ready to be traded that's saying right now? The point is just staying ready for that moment.
Hopefully Damian Lillard, when it comes to it.
Right.
Or somebody that good.
And again, I mean, as we've talked about it for the Mavericks, it might end up being that situation where you need the star to say, hey, that's the team that I want to go to. And the reason why I think we keep going back to Damian Lillard as maybe being that guy is we've heard about his relationship with Nico in the past. And maybe he does say, okay, I've got that relationship with Nico. I've seen what the Mavericks have been able to do to make now a deep playoff run. And Luka's that dude.
Yeah.
And Luka can also make me better as well.
And he wouldn't be seen as piggybacking a championship. You're still kind of making your own thing, even though you're teaming up with an MVP candidate. It's just different than what KD did.
Right. Now, the issue is Portland is rumored to be, they're looking into trying to be aggressive, to try and get a Zach LaVine.
They think they get an Ayton too.
Yeah, Ayton as well. They're the team that's rumored to try and be interested in the big names this offseason. But from a Mavericks standpoint, I mean, the guys that are the big names, the Levines, the Aytons, I don't think you're in play for DeAndre Ayton. I just don't think there's any way Phoenix would give him to you. And it does seem like Ayton's out in Phoenix from all reports. These things are fluid and they can change. Maybe, something happens, the organization talks to Ayton and they say, hey, we come to terms on a deal. But it seems like he's out there. Zach LaVine, I think, is very interesting. I'd love him. I think he would be a great fit with Luka Dončić, but can you make that deal work? I think later on in the show, there's another name we'll talk about that might be enticing as well.
That sounds fun, but yeah, I don't think you need that co-star to get there, and I think you already do have the ammo to trade. The key is to be patient and wait for it to get to you, right? Okay, cut 3. Most reasonable expectation for a big man to be added to the Mavs. Here's Tim McMahon with the get right.
Yeah, and I was the first to throw the Mavericks into the mix on Rudy Gobert mid-season, kind of projecting that the Jazz could be in blow-it-up mode. I can tell you, at the time, the Mavericks brain trust was all in on that. That's no longer the case. They've come to the kind of the realization of, hey, we don't necessarily want to be paying $40 million per year to a player who's not going to be a focal point offensively. And, simple fact is Brunson's going to be making $6 or $7 million a year more than they anticipated. When you start talking about luxury tax, that gets really tough. So what the Mavericks are trying to do is they're trying to find, say, 50% of Gobert's impact at 25 or 30% of the price, if that makes sense. And, of course, with Gobert, it's not just what you would have to pay him, but what you would have to give up to get him. Multiple picks, probably one or both of Bullock and Finney-Smith. It's too much. Now, Clint Capella, for example, is a guy who could be on the move this summer. I think the Hawks are certainly willing to discuss him. I do think, he's a guy who's making about half the money as Gobert. I think he's a guy who isn't as impactful, but does impact the game in a lot of similar ways. And, he got him and Trae Young hooked up on the most lobs in the league this season. If you're catching from Trae Young, I promise you can catch him from Luka Dončić. JaVale McGee is a name that I know interests the Mavericks. And whether he starts or not, he'd be more of that like 18 to 20 minute per game guy. But the other part of this is, obviously, the Mavs had a ton of success playing Maxi Kleber at center, going 5 out with all 3-point threats on the floor. They still want to play that way a lot, particularly in the playoffs. They just want to be able to have a guy who can really be impactful as a finisher, as a rim protector, as a rebounder when they play the more traditional style. And, Dwight Powell has been a really good soldier for the organization.
Yeah, but he's not an answer, as you clearly see in the playoffs where he averages like 3 points. Clint Capella would be amazing. I'm just ecstatic, guys. I love it that the Mavs are out on Gobert. That shows you how smart they are and how well they're processing what you need in the modern big man.
Yeah, they're understanding that like they're loud about the season ends and it's like we need rim protection, we need rebounding, we know we need that, but we're not going to go crazy and feel like we have to go get the most expensive and quote unquote best that there is. That's not the position you really need to do that. Like what Boston has found in Robert Williams is just incredible. You're paying him under $4 million a season to go be a rebounder and a rim protector, shot blocker, a guy that just is the anchor to your defense. And I'm not saying finding a guy that is as productive as Robert Williams is the easiest thing in the world to do, but you can go get a guy who's got the skill set to be the rim protector and the rebounder, and you don't have to pay him an insane amount of money. So I think it's very smart on that side as well. I'd be putting my money and my assets into guys that can really shoot the 3-ball, guys that can play the wing defenders.
The 3-and-Ds.
Yeah, the 3-and-D type guys, or shot, creators. That kind of deal. But the big man is kind of like the interior defensive tackle in the NFL. If you have a great one, awesome. It's awesome to have an Aaron Donald, but you can get away with a really productive dude who gets the job done at a much cheaper rate than $30 million for Aaron Donald.
Yeah, and the 6'8" like we need Miles Turner. If a Miles Turner or a John Collins in Atlanta or one of these guys become available that are young and have upside that can also shoot, then it's a different story. But I think you can find a cheap rim protector, a guy like Mo Bamba, who can also stretch the floor for you in Orlando. If there's a deal to be made there. Yeah. Kevon Looney's projected to make about $12.5 million. That's kind of a mid-level deal. It's a little expensive, but that's a name that might be rumored and circulated. But I agree. I think you can find a guy to come in and give you some good defense and rebounding help on a cheaper role than a Rudy Gobert that's going to break the bank. And honestly, he's been exposed plenty over the years in Utah when it comes to the playoffs.
I wonder how they look at Miles Turner, who, obviously has more offense, but is a slow-footed guy. Clint Capella's not going to stay in front of many players on the perimeter, even though he's a more athletic big man. John Collins is like your 6'10", but I move like a small forward or two guard type of guy. I really am curious about how the Mavs would rank those, individuals. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, Miles Turner is he's an injury guy. That's the problem there. Are you bringing yourself another Porzingis? I mean, you're talking about 42 games, 47 games.
A lot of these big guys are. Yeah.
And I think what we're going to find is if it's going to be that kind of slow-footed dude, they want it at like $8 million.
Mm-hmm.
Once you go to like 20 for Capella or John Collins is in that range. I don't know. Maybe John Collins is such a good offensive player that they'd say, no, that's the kind of big man we'll give $20 to $35 million a year to. Julius Randle, maybe not the classic great rim protector, rebounder, but they're giving you so much offensively that maybe it still works for them if when it comes to those bigger type of salaries. But I anticipate this role, the Rudy Gobert type of old school center, will be met under $10 million a year. That's what I think, and I think it's the right way to go. All right, if you haven't listened to our guys there at night, the Get Right, a lot of fun. Last night on my way home from soccer practice, they were talking about worst high school sports injuries.
Ooh.
Your guy, KG, was a shot put and discus guy.
I can see it.
After he wasn't allowed to play football?
Yes, his dad wouldn't let him play football. He was really good at baseball, and he ruined his one summer of baseball, I think, between his sophomore and junior year, because after track, he decided to give long jump a shot because he was a bigger guy, but he was, a pretty good athlete in high school. And he blew out his patella on his third attempt.
Oh.
Yeah. Just gut-wrenching. Injuries like that to young amateur athletes, that's just so sick.
Oh, I had the worst 18-month stretch of my entire life, which involved junior year ACL, almost a year to the day later, the other ACL, 6 months later, back surgery. It was 2 knee surgeries and a back surgery in 18 months.
This is like, dude.
Did you ever play another game?
No more.
Oh God, no. I did after the first knee injury. It's like, okay, all right, this sucks, but we're gonna bounce back. And then all of a sudden, 5 games into the next season, the other ACL goes out. And then I had a back issue, and it's a bad deal. High school injuries, man. I'm still paying the price.
Okay, it's tough, man. I dodged injuries in high school, but all my 20s, I've had my ankle operated on like 5 freaking times. It's brutal, but nothing that bad. Nothing catastrophic where, you got to be out for a year and a half. Biggest L, biggest dub, a Friday staple coming up next here in the G-Bag Nation.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM sports talk power and streaming 24/7 on the Odyssey app. This is DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan.
Previous segment of The Fan was brought to you by Mullen & Mullen.
Mullen & Mullen, personal injury law firm, has been representing North Texans for almost 4 decades. If you've been injured, call the attorney.
AbsoluteBeautySolutions.com.
This is your radio home for the Dallas Cowboys and Texas Rangers. DFW Sports Station is 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricade is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. It is the Texas Authority in Barricade Rentals. BuyersBarricades.com.
Well, thank you very much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. A lot of people texting in their biggest L's from past injuries in their high school days, and that is a major L. This is the biggest L and biggest dub featuring Eric Chiafalo, and here he is, the man himself, Chief.
Yes, sir. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten some personal victories? I'm taking an L from the 972 right now on the truckwreck.com fan text who says, which slow-talking, faked voice moron just lied about being in high school and having a back surgery?
Well, I co-sign on most of those things, but I just don't know who would lie and say that they had a back surgery.
That's strong right there.
Like, man, that's really... Oh, what a story. I got to lie and tell people I had a back surgery.
I would do anything to remove it. In high school, one of my buddies, and ever since, every time he sees me with my shirt off, because I have a little scar, like right in the dead center of, like, just above my tailbone, basically, and he just always asks me, hey, who stabbed you in the back? Who stabbed you in the back? And, like, he knows I had the surgery. He's just being a bleep hole.
That was a confession.
I appreciate the 972 slow talking. I'm usually told that I'm a fast talker, so I'll take the slow talking. I appreciate it, 972, even though you can go bleep yourself. And right now, it's time for this.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. Its biggest L, biggest dub.
Shout out to the 817. Biggest L recently had 5 underwear. Now I'm down to 2 because I can't hold my mud.
Ooh. Oh, that's disgusting.
Big dub,
Kinda
though.
funny how you said it, though.
1 year sober as of last Thursday.
And you still can't hold your mud? You would think if you were somebody who couldn't hold your mud and you were a perpetual alcohol guy, you would think there was something involved there. If I remove the constant alcohol, maybe I will not be crapping myself so often. But for this guy, he's just going on sober, pooping his pants on a consistent basis.
Side effects.
Feel for that guy.
He's a serial sharter.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. We've ran into many shartuations in our time, Wolchuk and myself. And it is not something I'm necessarily proud of, but it does get the best of me from time to time. Okay, so
I've only done it once.
Your whole
life. Yeah.
Really?
Well, since I got potty trained, but yeah.
That's the most impressive thing. Over under, I would like to know 877-881-1053. What's the average shartuation you find yourself in on a year-to-year basis? Because I think for me,
this is an annual occurrence.
Year-to-year basis.
A year-to-year basis? Is that insane? Like one a year is like insane?
I think you have colon issues.
Really?
Yeah,
no, I have trust issues.
No, you have a problem.
I trust these farts sometimes, and it's like, you know what? Shouldn't have trusted that one.
Look, you know me. I'm open. I'm down to be vulnerable, but I mean, I'm going on 6 years strong.
Liar!
No, that's true.
Really?
The last time I had bronchitis, I was at UNT. I was actually fantasy football drafting, and I was on a lot of medications.
And you were a little bit nervous for your pick, and so that happened?
I didn't trust it.
Lucius, could you have my back on this? Or
what are you talking about? Pulling on yourself?
Yeah,
I've done it a few times, yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm not saying a full-on grumper. I'm not saying like I'm treating my underwear like it's a toilet.
I didn't want it to, but it ended up being that way, yeah. One time at a video store, maybe like 3-4 years ago.
What kind of video store?
That's when I found out about celery juice for the first time. They do have that kind of videos in the back, but I was in the front.
You were in the front.
I was in the front, yeah. And it just hit me, and I thought it was just a little...
You went in the theater.
I looked around. I was like, "There's nobody around here. Let this little quick one go." Bam, boom, bam. I was like, "I gotta get out of here." Though.
Clincher.
It went all the way down to my socks.
Oh no!
It was
down to your socks.
Oh, it was soaky. It was juicy. I'm sorry if you're listening and you're grossed out. I apologize.
Oh, man,
but they did ask, and I'm gonna be honest. And then another time at El Chico's. This is a long time ago. And El Chico's was running through, and I left my underwear in the bathroom. It was the men's bathroom. Left it right there.
Yeah, you might as well just throw those bad boys
down
away.
to your socks.
Yeah, I've discarded before.
Oh, I had to.
That was jeans, no underwear. It was a rough little situation.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it was itchy back there.
Man. No, happy Free Ball Friday, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
So
I don't think
are
I've
you
announced that? Of course I am.
Free Ball Friday. What am I going to do?
I'm still free balling too.
Biggest up for me this week. I think I was right on the Celtics, and I think we're going to see further confirmation of that tonight.
Yeah,
3-1.
You're taking a victory for sure.
I'm not gonna admit it yet, but I'm starting to I'm getting a little bit queasy with the Warriors pick.
Getting a little sick.
It feels like must-win territory tonight, boys and girls.
Fogies.
Okay, let's see. Big dub here locally. It looks like the Bojangles Fried Chicken food chain is making a local appearance in Frisco, boys and girls.
Oh.
So if you need to get some Bojangles, you won't be waiting too much longer. We got a Frisco fried chicken popping up, and that's going to be a good thing. So that's a huge dub.
Speaking of chicken in Frisco, I like the Cowboy chicken a lot.
Oh, yes.
Cowboy chicken's delicious.
Rotisserie, their sides are amazing.
Love it,
It's
dude.
fantastic. Underrated spot.
Hey, sneaky good chicken enchiladas. If I could just throw that out there.
Really?
But yeah, I'm all about the whatever type of roasted chicken they're doing
Better
there.
than Pollo Regio.
It's a different kind of flavor. I don't know if I want to say better or not. Okay, Dawson's ready to say better. I will say it's kind of a coin flip for me. Both very delicious. Huge L to John Elway and his teeth. 1998, John Elway had a chance to buy 20% of the Denver Broncos for $36 million. He chose not to invest. Now the team has sold for almost $5 billion, and that 20% would be worth about $930 million. And so, John Elway, you are taking a massive L this week, putting the L in Elway very ceremoniously. Big dub for the 19-year-old Angel Alvarado, solved 3 Rubik's Cubes in just 4 minutes and 31 seconds while juggling.
No.
It's one of the most insane videos I've ever seen in my entire life.
While juggling.
He's juggling and he's doing the Rubik's Cube. It is one of the single most impressive things I have seen. And he's only 19 years old. So where do you go from here?
I don't know.
How much more talented
Mensa?
can you be?
You got to be using at least 20% of your brain if you're able to do all that.
Yeah, you're
just next level.
You don't have to be a genius to fill out the Rubik's Cube. It's just knowing how to do it, right?
Oh, there's a trick to it?
Yeah. I've seen Justin Bieber do this thing so many damn times. I was like, okay, he knows the trick.
Yeah, if he can do it, then anybody can do it kind of deal.
Growing up in the 80s, I would spend hours doing that.
Yeah, you got to know.
Let's see.
Did you play that game Simon, by the way? In the
Says?
80s? No, Simon. It'll light up. Beep.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah. I used to let it go too. That was random.
Man, I'm not familiar with that one, but Simon Says I still think could be fun. I haven't played it in forever, but I'd like to play a little Simon Says. I think
they had
we could have a good
4
time with
buttons that lit up different colors and it would give you different combinations, and you had to repeat the combination to keep going.
Okay, we have.
It was a fun game when the whack-a-mole.
Oh yeah. Thank you, Wilcho. Yeah. Thank you for that contribution. I appreciate that.
I just wanted to share that. I was texting or chatting with the Twolos. They were asking me if I had a situation back in Chick-fil-A. I might have, Eric, if you remember, in the drive-through line, if I had a mud
that's
booty.
Right. You couldn't hold your mud.
You had to keep working.
Yeah,
I think I might have had a scare.
He worked right through it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yeah.
All the time you got a mud butt.
Well, dude, you've seen that place when it gets busy. I can't leave the window. It's bad.
Even for poop in the pants, there's not an out
I don't
there.
think
There's not a clause in
actually-
the Chick-fil-A contract that says you can't leave the drive-through area unless, of course, you poop your pants.
No excuses. Play like a champion, baby.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, let's see. Shout out to the L taker, who is the cyclist. This gentleman, David Gatto, basically pulled up. He had the guaranteed victory. It's like Tour de France style. And he celebrates too soon. Somebody blows by him and steals the victory away from him. So I apologize to that dummy cyclist. Started celebrating before the finish line, blew the finish, and he's getting an L because of it. But the biggest of the week goes to the 29-year-old man who resides in Wales, and his name is Garrett Murphy. He gets to brag because he is now the Guinness World Record holder for a bar crawl. And he stopped by a record-setting number of pubs in a 24-hour time span. It's 54 pubs. He broke the record, so he boozed at 54 places in 24 hours time, and now he is the Guinness record holder.
I think we could take that down, assuming you don't have to drink a full pint, and you get 24 hours? Yeah. What are the rules on that?
Yeah, well, that's a good question. Let's see. Yeah, it's not about, like, Guinness does not require anyone trying to break this record to actually consume technically any alcohol, but they are permitted to add a tally to their total as long as they purchase and consume any type of drink.
Oxnard.
So
let's take it down.
Do we want to do this today in Oxnard? I could get behind that. It sounds good.
Big dub for me going to Florida for the next week for vacation, says the 817. Enjoy that. I heard Jared Sandler took a big L at a movie theater recently. I bet we'll hear about that a little bit later on in the show if you stay tuned. His pregame's coming up at 6:30. It's an award-winning Rangers pregame at 6:30 here as they take on the White Sox tonight. It's time now for some Cowboys Twitter. And the best place to harvest some optimism for 2022. Plus, did you see what Micah Parsons is up to, perhaps cementing himself as the top Cowboy fan favorite? That's coming up next year on 105.3 The Fan. I'd love to chat with you, though, about my friends at D&M Leasing. Oh, yeah, baby. It is the weekend. If it's time to get a new vehicle, and maybe you want one or maybe you need one,
right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. The pizza has been delivered, boys. It is a Pizza Friday here in the G-Bag Nation. And Jared Sandler, the hardest working man in Major League Baseball, who's already here getting ready for his pregame shows, agreed to go down there to the lobby to pick it up for us. So looking forward to enjoying some of that.
It's going to be so delicious. I can't wait to just get my nostrils around the scent of just the ooey gooey goodness.
Just another 6 months or so, right? Of the soda?
You're
looking
October,
fantastic.
September, October.
Okay. Good
Don't
job.
lie to my face like that.
No, you are. It's obvious.
I could sense the sarcasm in your voice.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
No, he looks less fat every time I see him.
You got it, buddy.
Thank
you got it.
guys. Thank you so much.
Let's jump into Cowboys Twitter here. Top tweets going viral about America's team from America's team. We go to the account of Micah Parsons, who was chatting with somebody about the insane gas prices. And yesterday, it really hit me for the first time. $117 fill-up is what I had. Oof. He replied to somebody, "You're right. Drop your cash apps. The people need gas." Moments later, Micah Parsons posting screenshots of sending $25 to various Cowboys fans. And he writes, "They're coming. Be patient." So I don't know how many people he is sending money to, but it looked to be at least like 15 or 20 people there with their different cash apps. And he is posting his history of sending all these folks $25. Micah Parsons, obviously an amazing football player. People are going to love him for that. But I think this is like the most generous thing I've heard from any Cowboys player since Des Bryant bought all those people PlayStation 4s at Walmart like 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, this is like really endearing himself to the fan base for not that much money. I mean, I don't know, $300 or $400 for a professional athlete. That is still a significant amount of money, but he is able, I think, to just totally endear himself to the fan base. And I would say right now, is Micah Parsons the number one fan favorite? You guys, is there?
I think so. I think he has to be. I mean, outside of
in the whole Metroplex, or just for the Cowboys?
For the Cowboys,
I mean,
for sure.
For the Cowboys, for sure. Yeah,
absolutely. But I mean,
top of the list.
I don't know. I think he might be in the Metroplex.
Him and Luka.
We've seen the Luka haters come through hard.
Yes.
On the text.
I guess there's not really any Micah haters.
I haven't seen anybody hate on Micah Parsons.
Not really any reason to hate on him.
It's a complicated formula. You got to be amazing. You got to be likable, which clearly Micah is. And is it only early in your career before you've had any disappointment that people like anonymously love you like this?
It's probably until you get paid, right? He's still on his rookie contract.
Oh, yes, the payment does it.
And as soon as you get paid and you make your massive contract, and then there's a ton of added responsibility and added expectation. Like Tank, I think everyone was loving on Tank.
Yeah.
As soon as he signs his big deal, it's like, oh, bleep Tank.
No, you're right.
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah, because then the expectations go up, and then there's the inevitable letdowns in between that happen where the season ends, and sooner than you want it to, and it's like, all right, this guy sucks. I do want to point out that Jared Sandler delivering in that pizza right there, he looks like a legit delivery pizza boy. Like he's got
backwards.
He's got the Texas Rangers t-shirt on. He's delivering pizzas. That doesn't look like the first time he's done this.
Oh, lover boy.
College job, Sands? Did you have a college job like delivering pizza? You did look very natural at that.
Never delivered pizza. I am the younger brother of a former pizza delivery guy.
Okay, so it's in your genes. It's in the DNA somewhere.
Clearly.
Yeah.
What was your college job?
I worked in the communication school, the student advisor. What was it called? Your advisors,
resident assistant, like the RA.
No. The every student has like their academic advisors.
Okay,
I worked in the academic advisor's office, and then
I
worked at.
How much did your dad have to
710.
donate to get you that gig?
What's that?
How much did your dad have to donate to get you that gig?
Yeah, Full House kid.
Big one. Oh, that was a sports scholarship gig, wasn't it? It was a cushy. Oh, let's get the athletes. Like the real easy job where you're basically sitting around an office.
Man,
you must have been a baller.
I did not last very long in that job. It was too boring for me. But that was my first one, and then I worked at 710 ESPN LA.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So did you ever do a regrettable job in hie school?
So I babysat.
He babysat.
I have one like horrible family. I know. I did a lot of babysitting, and there was one family I babysat for. It was a Friday night. I was hoping to make some good dough. They said they'd be 3 hours. They were 5. They didn't have cable or internet, and their kids were incredibly annoying. And after 5 hours, they handed me a 20.
Ooh.
Did you go off, bro? Did you go off? I don't see you being quiet about nothing.
Yeah, did you get upset by that? Lucius is wondering.
Lucius,
because I don't see you being quiet about anything, bro.
No. I didn't. So this guy, for political reasons, relationships with family and stuff, I didn't feel comfortable saying anything, but he asked me 2 or 3 times afterwards to babysit, and I was somehow never available.
Holy man, I got big plans coming up.
Sorry.
I mean, I could spend 5 hours and find 2,000 pennies, and it would honestly have been more enjoyable.
Well, you've done a nice job for us picking up the pizza.
Thanks, guys.
As payment.
Yeah.
Help yourself, buddy.
I appreciate it.
Dig
Thanks,
right
guys.
in. Lucius, Alec back there. We got pizza here in studio here. Thank you so much, Jared.
Alec, you stay right where you are.
I had a couple of I think I only had one really bad job. I was a fast food dishwasher.
Oh, it's a tough one.
Yeah.
Oh, you sweet man.
Fast food, like McDonald's or
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Okay, baby,
yeah. And I was bad at it. I was.
Yeah, I bet you were.
I was.
On purpose bad at it, or you just genuinely were bad at it?
It was like my first job, and I didn't take any initiative. So I was like always just waiting for people to tell me what to do. I was intimidated by the cooking of the chicken, so I had no vertical. I had no ability to grow.
You get thrown back.
You had a low ceiling, huh?
I did. Yes.
Seriously, you get thrown back there into the Chick-fil-A kitchen or a KFC kitchen, and you have a brand new appreciation.
Yeah.
I had to work the fries a couple of times, and it
takes a lot of attention to detail.
It's not exactly hard. Okay,
next week is the fries,
but you got to be fast.
Yeah,
you got to be quick. And
I didn't have what it took.
The salting to perfection.
Yes,
and people want to make sure that you have enough fry in the box. Don't be skimping on the fries.
Don't be skimping.
The weight needs to be done well, and if you start to get slow, because fries are with every order. So you can really slow down the entire process.
We'll get back to Cowboys Twitter here in 2 seconds, but I do want to say the one thing that any Chick-fil-A fry technician could do to really help the operation would be to go up the chain of command and tell them to get some real fries there.
It's never going to happen. The waffle is a staple.
You don't like the waffle?
Well, they get cold too quickly. Is that your biggest complaint?
All fries do.
But the
Eat
waffle
them in the car
fry,
like an adult. As soon as the bag comes in, boom.
Regular fries are just better.
I think the waffle fry gets cold faster than any other fry.
I think it should be an option. If you want to be the true king of fast food, you're going to want to offer, maybe a curly fry or just a regular fast food fry. I think the Tex would have my back on this.
Man,
it's not the worst.
No, gosh, no, it's not the worst. Honestly, it's hard for me to find a bad fry.
I was going to say that when you're saying it's not the worst. It was like, but Eric, what is the worst for you?
It's hard to screw up fries, man. Fries are where I feel like we can all come together and be united as a nation. It's like, yes, fries are one of the greatest creations of all time.
It's just, I think it's too much like an actual potato. That's kind of my complaint with In-N-Out. Like you get some potato skin on the big chunky side, and it's just it's kind of like an unbuttered baked potato a lot of times in the middle of those. They're monstrous.
Who's got the best fry then in your mind? Like, can you think of
Arby's?
Arby's because the curly
fried Arby's, or Jack in the Box does some nice work as well. Okay, the most exciting idea for this offense right now is building a little bit more momentum. We've talked about it quite a bit so far in this Cowboys offseason. Pat Doney tweeting, had a great conversation with running back Tony Pollard yesterday, and he emphasized to me that he continues to be very comfortable catching passes. He played wide receiver in college and is aware of the opportunities available in the pass game with Amari Cooper and Cedric Wilson no longer in Dallas. And, Pat Doney, our friend, he used to fill in here at 105 through the Fan quite a bit. He's a great sports anchor and reporter at NBC DFW over there with our buddy Newey Scruggs and them. But to me, this is really exciting because if the offense is going to be more consistent this year, it's probably going to take run after catch type of players. And with them wanting to dump down and check down so much, I think Tony Pollard is just the perfect candidate to be that guy that could break you some 80-yard touchdowns, could find you the 25-yard chunk plays that this team desperately needs when they find themselves in quicksand, which is way too often.
It's about damn time. And it's just, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to watch practice. Like when we've been out there, Eric and myself and Broadus and I know Pat's been out there. We were talking with Pat yesterday out there at practice about some of the high school football stuff as he was shooting for NBC5. And it's just obvious. Tony Pollard, when he's out there just running routes and he's mixing it up with the wide receiver drills, he just looks like such a natural. It's when we're talking about just getting your playmakers the football. And it was our biggest complaint at the end of last year. You look at some of the elite players in the NFL, and these teams find ways to get them the football. They force feed them the ball. We just don't see the Cowboys doing that, whether it's been with CeeDee Lamb or Amari in the past, or whoever their best player is. They need to do that more with Tony Pollard.
You're absolutely right, because if you don't, then you allow the defense to dictate that you give it to your least dangerous playmaker. That's what you're allowing to happen. We're going to go away from where the defensive pressure is. And if you don't have ways to spring your best players, they're focused on those guys. That's how Amari Cooper ends up having 3 catches or less in like 10 games last year, because the lack of imagination or execution being able to get to the ball to your best players.
I think that you're at a place now where there's just no more excuses for it. To like not have the ball in Tony Pollard's hands. There's not so much talent on the offense now that it's like, hey, there's only one ball and that kind of deal. It's like, hey, we're scratching and clawing for talent at the wide receiver position right now. Tony Pollard has that in him from his college days. I wonder if that was just a part of their whole plan. Like, hey, we can afford to let some of these wide receivers go and this kind of deal because, hey, we got Tony Pollard, who he's kind of a wide receiver if we want him to be. He's got that ability. He's got that skill set. So I wonder if that was like an intentional part of their plan or just one of those things where it's like, where they're kind of stumbling into it. And it's like, man, we were going to let these guys go anyway. Cedric Wilson, Amari Cooper, but I guess we can use this Pollard thing.
I think that's a great point.
Around.
That would be sick.
I wonder if it's kind of a combination of both, because they're probably looking and seeing the same thing we are at practice, where it's like, damn, we don't have Michael Gallup. We don't have James Washington. We didn't have Tolbert for the first couple of weeks. We need some help here. And then we're not going to have Michael Gallup most likely for the first couple of games of the season. And we're playing against really good offenses in Tampa Bay, in Cincinnati. We're going to have to keep up and score some points most likely. We're probably going to have to utilize TP here.
Well, I love that conversation, and that's why I build it as the number one source of optimism here with this Cowboys offense. And whether it is by stumbling into it or intentionally changing significantly how they go about attacking, my thought is, and I think you all agree based on what you've said, we don't believe that like refining what they did last year is going to take them to another level. You got to get the ball to Pollard. And it's so frustrating that he had 5.5 yards per carry in the same looks that Zeke was getting 4.2. And we can't just talk about him taking over the running game as the bell cow. That, for some reason, is just not on the table for Cowboys fans to imagine next year. So we have to go to, well, maybe we can get him in the passing game because they're going to keep giving it to Zeke. Okay, most unanimous fan favorite is boiling over here on the truckwreck.com fan text 469. Criticism of Luka is not unwarranted. He complains when he doesn't get the call while complaining his man has gone to the other end. Meanwhile, he's still crying, or rather, right or wrong, he doesn't play defense. Now I think he hogs the ball because people miss shots, so I won't hold that against him. But things like that keep him at the bottom of the superstar list. That's just incredible nitpicking, I think it's offensive to you for some other reason that Luka gets so much love that you want to be a contrarian. Like, you're really like digging deep to find reasons. You know what? I think a lot of people agree with you. And it's unfortunate when we get to times when you have actual superstars, and Dirk went through this as well. Not like wannabe superstars, but real superstars. And instead of enjoying what they do for a decade and a half, you start focusing on the tiny little things that are imperfections.
Does Luka complain too much? Absolutely. Does he whine to the refs and not get back on defense? 100%. But if you watched Game 3 of the NBA Finals, Steph was doing the same thing. Do people bitch about Steph Curry about it? Nope. Yeah. Jason Tatum was doing the same thing. Have I heard that narrative about Jason Tatum? Nope. Tonight, when you watch Game 4 of the NBA Finals, you're going to see them all do the same thing. So Luka ain't the only one.
Yeah, it's incredible. LeBron went through it. For whatever reason, LeBron James was just battered by the media for, it's probably going on like 15 years at this point, almost his entire career. But most unanimous fan favorite in DFW, I think it does go to Micah Parsons. If you missed the top of the segment, he's sending people Cash App $25 for gas.
That'll put something on it.
Oh, yeah, what's that?
That'll put something on it for me,
Yeah.
you know. Mine's 125, 140 to fill up that trunk.
Oh, my goodness.
That'll put something on it.
That's way too much. Yeah, I guess $25 to get you 4 gallons.
yeah. But right now, we'll take what we can get, right?
Yep. Okay, and speaking of taking what we can get, it's time to check in with the Woolly Bully, the top 10 at 420. Where are we headed with that, sir?
You got some options, 877-881-1053. Egg rolls or movie franchises? Let me know next.
All right, let's chat about Men's Tea Clinic before we do anything else, though, because if you want to be supercharged, if you want to get back to feeling like the
Roger that, Sally.
Rocks. It takes only 90 seconds to get you the information you need. Visit GetMortgageReady.com and tell them Kevin sent you.
Welcome back, Nation. Time now for Wolchuk and his top 10 at 420. Segment's brought to you by GetMortgageReady.com, and it's brought to you by Rubin & Associates. If you're struggling financially, facing foreclosure or repossession, have IRS credit card or medical debt, you don't have to face it alone. With one phone call, Mark Rubin can take the weight off your shoulders, get you to live in life again. Call him right now, 1-800-LAWYERS. Eric Nadell's coming up in 1 hour. What you drinking and what you thinking in about an hour and 10 minutes. So let's crack him if you got him. And make sure you call us for what you drinking, what you thinking at quitting time. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
Thank you very much, General. I do have some quick roster moves to tell you about regarding our Texas Rangers as we will get you set for Rangers pregame. We'll talk with our buddy Jared Sandler, who is in the room with us, and Jared is the man, the myth, the legend, that is the hardest working man in baseball, as we've talked about. But the Rangers have activated Brad Miller off the 10-day IL. They've also gone ahead and added Tyson Miller, the righty, as a replacement player from Round Rock because they've had to place Glenn Otto on the COVID-related IL. Now, Glenn Otto was supposed to start tonight, but he will no longer be starting, so we're waiting to see exactly what the Rangers' plan is for tonight's matchup in Chicago against the White Sox. Mitch Garver has also been placed on the COVID IL, and Andy Ibanez has been optioned to Round Rock. So when we catch up with Jared a little bit later, I'm sure he'll be able to give us a little bit more information on more of these roster moves.
I hate that COVID is like creeping back at times here, but I did miss that Cardi B.
I did too.
I missed that a little bit.
I really did as well. I asked the Tolos, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners, as well as the Twolos and the Tubers, what'd you want? Egg rolls, movies, egg rolls, movies. It seems like egg rolls is winning right now for the top 10 at 420.
Egg rolls should be winning. I have a newfound respect for egg rolls this year, man. I tried the cheesesteak egg roll.
Yeah. Okay. That's it. And the dipping sauce that goes with it, that is it. Cheesesteak egg rolls, bro. It's amazing.
I don't need anything else.
Shout out to Del Frisco's for putting me on.
Yes. That's where I did it. I'm like, if I ever go back to Del Frisco's again, I'm not getting an entree. I am just loading up on the cheesesteak egg rolls, and it's over.
That's my payday meal, dog.
I've never had them. I've got to get my mouth around those things, though, as soon as I'm on the maintenance plan from Soda. The cheeseburger egg rolls at Cheesecake Factory are also quite delicious.
Yeah, they've had a special place in your heart and your mouth for a long time, haven't they?
I love the Cheesecake Factory because the portions are so just crazy big.
And the menu.
Yeah, you had to go, the menu is insane. You flip it like 14 times to find out what you're looking for.
Always so overwhelmed, but yet enjoy.
I feel like
the
Coach McCartney
experience.
has that joint like memorized though. Oh yeah, page 4 is
We
where I
know
like to
Vince
go.
Young did. That's for sure.
Yeah, it still does. Was
Yes.
that a fat joke?
No, it's a great memory joke.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
right. That's right. Yeah, no, Walchuk would never fat shame.
No, that's not what I'm about. So we'll get into the top 10 best types of egg rolls.
Those don't sound like egg rolls to me. They sound like 7-Eleven menu items.
Well, I think that you can put a lot of things in egg rolls, which is why I feel like the egg roll is disrespected. You know, people will do a lot of things with quesadillas.
Here
people,
you go, Dawson.
People will do a lot of things.
At some point, it stops being an egg roll.
Here you go.
But it's not.
It's like a taquito.
Yeah, what makes an egg roll an egg roll? I think that's a fair question. That is a fair question.
Well, these are it's the egg roll. It's the portion of the outside. That's what makes it the egg roll. Yeah.
It's the tortilla of the taquito, basically. It's whatever that specific thing is. You can wedge anything into an egg roll and it be an egg roll. That's awesome.
I'd like to think so, but I mean, if you really are just going to be upset and frown upon it, then I mean, we can go movies.
Well, I'm not necessarily.
I don't want you to
upon
be
it.
upset about it.
Apparently, I was just closed-minded on what constitutes an egg roll.
I'll do a dual list. I've done it before.
And good fries.
You don't have the balls to do a dual
I've
list.
got the damn stamina to do a dual list. It's a Friday. I'm down to do it. You want to challenge me?
Walchuk's got this new body confidence where he's like, I can do anything. I got the energy. I got the stamina. I'm feeling like $1 million. I can talk egg rolls and give you some movie conversation at the same time.
Maybe I'll just go grab another slice of pizza and let you do your thing.
Why don't
or
you
is that
just-
an egg roll too? Is that an egg roll too over there?
If you roll it up in a certain way, you get a pizza egg roll. There are pizza egg rolls out there.
Because guess what? There's no egg roll crust over here. But I'm sure we could make a pizza egg roll. However, that wouldn't be on the list.
There's no pizza egg rolls on the list. Somebody's got to have a delicious pizza egg roll floating around somewhere.
We have underrated stuff here. But we're doing a dual list because I've been challenged and I'm going to do this now. So you can all just sit back, relax, and enjoy. I've got the top 10 best types of egg rolls on National Egg Roll Day, and it's National Movie Night Day. So if you don't have any plans on this Friday night, get ready, sit back, relax, and maybe enjoy your favorite movie franchise because I've got the top 10 movie franchises as voted by the people of America. Now, we just had the latest Jurassic Park, or should I say Jurassic World, release into theaters today, and I saw it last night. So did our buddy Jared Sandler. His experience, not the greatest, though, from what he was telling us in the pre-show meeting. And I don't know if Jared wants to save this for later or if he just wants to go ahead and share it right now, even though he's got a mouthful.
Yeah, he's wolfing down some
right.
pizza right here. He delivered the pizza and then is eating the pizza. It's a really good combination of things. Was it one of these, did you trust a fart that you shouldn't have in the theater yesterday, Jared? Is that what it was?
No. Sorry.
Okay.
He wasn't ready, bro.
All right, I'm ready. I'm
Getting
ready.
choked
I'm ready.
up right now.
I'm
Real
ready.
emotional.
It was an emotional experience. I love sharing the air with Lucius. It's just I offered him pizza earlier and I forgot he's got such a great body and I would hate to contribute to messing that up.
Yeah,
So.
be a good friend. And
Gonna need you to get into the story,
season.
Jared.
Oh, I'm
Really cutting into my segment here.
yeah. Sorry, Mr. Double List.
Thank you.
Bad quarterbacking on your part to do a double list and then ask me to tell him the story.
Well, you're sitting right here, and it kind of set up perfectly. So
Interesting.
Still, you're
okay.
vamping, and I don't like it.
I went to go see the movie with my wife and two buddies, and I'm pretty tolerant. I know that I have a reputation for going off on callers, but I haven't done that in like 4 years, and I'm a pretty calm person.
Yeah,
4 years.
Sure you are.
The row in front of us, there was a family, a husband and a wife. They had a stroller with a newborn. The baby was less than 8 months, if I had to guess. Not really good at guessing ages for babies, but the baby was in the stroller the entire time. They also had two kids who could not have been older than 5. The baby was crying. The one kid, the daughter, was coughing up phlegm like every 3 seconds.
Oh, no.
And both the kids who were not in the stroller were jumping up and down on the seats with their iPads. Like, the iPad was, like, right in our face the entire time. They were watching, like, was it PJ Masks or PJ Masks or something? I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
TJ Maxx.
4 ninjas, 4 little ninja
I don't-
kids. That's a cool cartoon.
Well, I don't know. I
Yeah.
mean, I was trying to watch the dinosaurs, but instead I was watching the whatever they were.
Sorry about that.
No, and they were, like, talking. It was It was incredible. It takes a lot for me to go to like a customer service person. It takes a lot for me in the middle of the movie to get up. I will not.
Because you can handle it yourself, right?
Well, I will literally like be in pain for the last 30 minutes of a movie because I got to go to the bathroom, but I will not leave. So I went. They sent a security guard in there to clearly like monitor the situation. The guy walks in. The little girl starts coughing up like her lungs for 20 seconds, and the guy just stands there. I think he just wanted to watch the movie. It was, but like, so we ended up, my wife and I and our friends ended up moving to the other side of the theater, worse seats, which whatever, but we got away from this family. But like, who brings a kid in a stroller to a dinosaur movie? Like any movie, first of all, but Jurassic World.
Well, certain dinosaur movies, maybe the animated ones, I get.
No, dude, it's parenting
but
malpractice.
Not Jurassic World.
Yeah, that's absolutely, yeah.
The theater's off limits, dude. Like I had to make this decision 2 years ago when I had my daughter. I have not been to a movie theater since. Like there's just no way to do it because you cannot bring into the movie theater. It doesn't matter what's on. They don't have the ability to sit still for that long. So they're going to run rampant. Like the audacity of these parents to say, let's load up the infant and the two toddlers and let's go try and enjoy a date night. Like how selfish are you, parents?
Well, and here's what I'd say. I get it. Childcare is not cheap. Maybe they're huge dinosaur fans. Maybe they're archaeologists.
Movie theater tickets aren't cheap.
Right. No, I get it. But like, maybe they wanted to figure out the next baddest dinosaur and they just couldn't wait. But like when you have a daughter who is like coughing up. I mean, literally, she sounded like she was like full on sick. And
Patient zero.
Probably shouldn't be out there.
Yeah, and then like I don't know. And then the crying baby.
That's weed.
I don't know. It was.
I'm sorry you had a bad experience.
About 4 or 5 years old, I'd think, is the absolute bare minimum, and that better be like a super kid movie.
Just make sure they can sit
like My
all
Little
the way
Pony.
through.
Yeah.
With attention on the film.
Like, you think that 5-year-old's appreciating Bryce Dallas Howard?
No
way.
Not at all.
No
but
way.
And those kids be the super spreaders too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those be the nasty ones. Respectfully.
Respectfully, of course.
Hey, my wife said something to the mom.
Oh, she did.
I have to keep my wife in a cage when it comes to like snapping at people for these things. My wife, as we were moving seats, said, "Excuse me, do you really think it was a good idea to have your sick child at this movie?"
Wow.
And the lady like didn't know what to say, and I was so embarrassed.
Women will say it, dog.
Listen,
Women will walk up and say it, dude.
My wife handles the customer service issues in our family.
Are you embarrassed?
She sends back your plate to the kitchen when it comes out wrong. She's like, "I'm sorry, he will not."
This is another segment. Her family. I think I've gone to 712 straight meals of their family where someone, her mom, her uncle, her grandmother have complained about something. It is so embarrassing.
Oh, it's tough.
No, it's one of those.
I have to like get up and walk away sometimes.
Yep.
I hope they're listening too.
I'm with you.
Because they need to know.
They sound incredible.
They're
though.
G-Bag Nationals.
I can't wait to go for dinner with them. All right, top 10 best types of egg rolls here. Number 10, we got the banana Nutella egg roll. Sounds absolutely delicious, and it looks delicious.
Okay, so there's a dessert element
That's
to
a
the
dessert
egg
egg
roll,
roll.
Dawson, that I
Now
think
I'm
would
in.
really. Yeah, I was about to say
Thank
this
you.
is
I
your
knew
pathway
you'd
to
be
the
in.
egg
Is
roll.
there-
Is there a cinnamon roll egg roll?
We can do a cinnamon roll egg roll for you. I think the opportunities are endless here.
Jeez,
Number
look at us.
9, the Philly cheesesteak.
Yeah.
Dude, that should be
I'm in.
number 1.
And maybe they haven't had the ones that you've had. Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't been a big egg roll guy because it's kind of like getting coleslaw in a.
There's a lot of
in a
different
wrap.
ways you can do this.
Apparently.
And I'm sticking with the egg rolls because the egg rolls have been going off here on the text. I mean, we got the pizza egg rolls are basically called Hot Pockets to answer your question. Jambalaya egg rolls.
Yeah, that's a pizza roll.
We got Reuben egg rolls that have been texted in. Basically, Reuben's in an egg roll. The Cuban egg roll at the State Fair, which I didn't try, but it sounds good.
Evans is like a Cuban sandwich rolled up egg roll style.
Sounds delicious. Number 8 is the sesame chicken egg roll. Delicious.
Yeah, I'm on board.
Number 7, not, healthy, but the veggie egg rolls.
See, yeah.
Whatever.
Isn't that the original egg rolls where you have like the cabbage in it and the rice paper and whatnot?
This is, I think, possibly, sure, because number 1 is going to end up being your basic egg roll.
Spoiler alert.
Your classic egg rolls, but the specific veggie is going to be your number 7. Number 6 is the classic chicken egg rolls.
Okay, so is that what we all kind of think of? Like, is that the traditional egg roll?
Those are the bigger ones that are a little bit darker.
A chicken taquito.
Okay. Number 5 is the breakfast egg roll.
Sounds wonderful.
Ooh, what's going on with the breakfast egg roll? We doing We doing sausage up in
You
there?
can put some sausage in it. It
Bacon,
looks like they got
cheese.
bacon and cheese in there. Yes, sir. Number 4, we've got avocado bacon egg rolls.
Hey, I'm a huge proponent of both of those things.
Number 3, Southern style egg rolls. So if you've ever gone to Chili's and you get those, the Southwestern egg rolls, delicious.
Is there like fried chicken in there or something?
No, there's no chicken in there.
Salsa.
It's like black beans.
Ooh,
okay.
promising.
A little bit of a Southwestern blend with some corn.
Like a burrito.
Yeah, very delicious. Number
Or
2.
chimichanga.
Number 2 is the cheeseburger egg rolls.
Okay, wow. So the cheeseburger beats the cheesesteak here. I need to try one of these cheeseburger ones, man.
The cheeseburgers are good, but number 1 is just the delicious classic egg roll, which I'm reading actually is filled with pork.
Is that right?
Yeah, I always think it's filled with leftovers. The stuff
see that.
Yeah, they
Throw it
just
in
roll it up
wraps.
and resell it to you. And you're like, oh my God, let me get 4.
And so there you go. There's the top 10 egg rolls.
A lot of people asking, is 5 years old too young? Because my wife and I took our 5-year-old to see Mavericks. She did really good. It's not necessarily an age. It's just how much they can focus and not shout. You know, can they just relax? And I think 5 years old is plenty old enough for most kids, but some still can't handle it.
Yeah, it's a case-by-case basis here.
940 said, y'all are a bunch of Karens. Karens interrupt people that are minding their own business and not doing anything wrong, right? This wouldn't be a Karen or Ken situation because these are people that are acting way outside of social norms.
Yeah.
And you're actually correcting their bad behavior. Yeah.
I think they were in line for telling them off here.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Those people were ruining the experience for others.
Sure. Anything else to add to that? Were you going to do a double list or?
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
Gonna, I decided to
Didn't have
rein
the
it back
balls.
on the.
Thank you.
I absolutely did, but Jared, as usual, just talked too much.
Let's go around the NFL. Coming up next in the G-Bag Nation, truer words were never spoken about, Jared. And right here, truer words will never be spoken about a vehicle acquisition. You're going to want to call D&M Leasing right now if you need a new one. Let's have an amazing weekend. What do you want to do? You just want to sit around and veg, or do you? Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Let's go around the NFL G-Bag style on 105.3 The Fan.
Here's Zach Wolchuk, first down.
Fellas, Aaron Rodgers is rumored to be dating a witch.
A witch?
Yep. This is the latest in his long line of weird dating stories.
There's a lot of them out there.
Witches?
Yeah.
Oh,
like
yeah.
legit ones?
Oh, yeah.
I think the movie The Craft turned them out in my generation. Then they all started being some type of witch.
Okay, that's what I was thinking because I was just talking with Gavin off air about this earlier. And Gavin was saying the same thing.
Yeah, in the 90s, I don't know what kicked it off. Maybe it was that movie, but all of a sudden, like, there were a lot of girls that were kind of, they call it Wiccan.
Yeah.
You know, one of our workers here at Odyssey Dallas, Alicia, she kind of rolls witch style.
Yeah, she's a witch.
Yeah.
She calls the studio her witch's brew, the stuff she makes. Yeah, you better watch her. She'll put a hex on you, too.
Does Sabrina the Teenage Witch get any credit for the witch craze?
Maybe.
Or was she late to the party?
I think she was a product of the interest in the witching.
Okay.
But she was like a nice witch. The Craft got creepy. I actually saw it when they had the pop-up drive-in theater that was across the street here on 75. I went, they had Halloween, I think it was 2 years ago now. They showed it there. I'd never seen the movie. The ex wanted to go see it. So we went and saw it at the drive-in there. And that movie is kind of freaky. A little dark.
Well, Rogers is into freaky deaky. His last girl, what wasn't she?
Shailene Woodley.
Yeah, Shailene Woodley. She ate clay and stuff.
She ate clay.
Not Matthews,
But
just
real clay.
Yeah.
And apparently the new girl that Rogers is with, her name is Blue of Earth.
Like spelled like the color blue?
BLU. Yeah.
Hey.
Her name is Blue of Earth. Yep, you heard that right.
It's her God-given name.
She
Sounds
claims,
like a Kanye West baby.
She claims that she is a witch and medicine woman, and she is a very interesting character, to say the least.
Blue of the Earth. Is she famous? Does she have is she an influencer?
She's the co-founder of Fluorescence Earth, according to her Instagram, which is a modern mystery school for women who reclaim the magical, radically authentic, wise, wild, unapologetic you.
Yeah.
With a Ouija board.
Yeah.
This makes all too much sense here. She's probably got like hair in her armpits and stuff like that.
I'm not seeing any hairy pits, but I don't see any photos of her with her arms up, so it's possible.
Yeah.
But she's not
probably
unattractive.
black nail polish.
Yeah.
Probably what you're looking at there.
Yeah.
If you're a Packers fan, are you excited about this? Like he's got a lady in his life that can do some sort of voodoo witchcraftery to make sure he's
I think you're just embarrassed by this whole dating
I would
deal.
be terrified.
Yeah, you're trying to ignore it.
His trajectory and track record is eventually this will not end well.
No.
And she's probably going to put some kind of bad negative spell on him.
Yeah.
And he's probably going to go downhill.
Well, I thought he was going in the right direction last offseason when he had his Hawaii trip and he had his fasting there with everything that was going on. I thought he was heading in a direction of good healing, you know. But this turn is, maybe makes me think that there's still a lot of unresolved issues.
What was that detox he did at the start of the offseason?
Oh,
where he was
he's
just eating
ayahuasca?
ghee. Yeah, he was doing ayahuasca. He was eating ghee.
He's
And he was
throwing
just
up.
Yes.
vomiting and pooing on himself for like 10 straight days.
Yeah, he had to,
So
get right with
weird.
spirituality or something.
I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't pass up that. So I felt like people needed to know about
Yeah,
it.
no, that's newsworthy, brother. You buried the lead.
He has the most weird romance and dating life, I think, in all of sport. Here's Chiafalo with second down.
All right, Raiders wide receiver situations, the first of which is the payday for Hunter Renfrow, 2 years, $32 million. They say in Vegas, it's not third and long or third down at all. It's third and Renfrow. That's what they call it because he's the third down security blanket for Mr. Derek Carr. He is he's a really good player, and it's weird because like there's always these side-by-side pictures of him, which just looks like your everyday dude, just skinny kind of white dude walking around.
He was balding in 6th grade.
Yeah, and then there's these pictures of DK Metcalf that are right next to it. It's like, what? These two guys play the same position, and they look like they look like they're from two completely different planets. And it's like, okay, this Hunter Renfrow guy, he is pretty dang good. There's no question about it. He's part of what makes the Raiders tops of the list when it comes to like offensive weaponry power rankings this offseason. Everybody's looking at Devontae Adams, Renfrow, Waller. Like they got things going there. 2 years, $32 million. I think that's kind of a steal there for the Raiders. So salute to him. He gets a little bit of money. But I also wanted to read you this quote where it's Devontae Adams, the new receiver in Vegas, teaming up with his college quarterback Derek Carr. And Devontae Adams compares Derek Carr to Aaron Rodgers, not with the witch dating and the ghee eating and stuff like that and the detoxing, but with ability. He says, quote, how about this for a lie, huh? As far as talent and ability, it's really similar, if I'm keeping it real, in regards to Derek Carr and Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it's very similar, except for the extra 20% of talent that Aaron Rodgers has. They're both throwing it. They're both right-handed. Not the tallest guy. Somewhat mobile. Pretty similar.
Pretty similar, if I'm keeping it real.
I mean, all pizza is similar.
Yeah, exactly.
Egg rolls as well.
Yeah.
Very similar to the taquito.
Oh, my gosh, Devontae Adams. Everybody's got to have a teammate like Devontae, though, man. Hype you up.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in because you've just been outed as not caring that much about winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You're not winning it with Derek Carr, right?
And he's having to sell, at least in his mind, I think Derek Carr is one of these guys. I'm doing this for winning, guys.
Yeah.
It's not for anything else.
Yeah. And I get it. Listen, I wouldn't want to be in Green Bay either. He's probably looking at Green Bay like, well, the Packers have been good, but this is not a sure thing either. I want to go closer to home. I want to be in a better city with better weather. And I like my guy, Derek Carr. Aaron Rodgers kind of a weirdo.
Yeah, I think we have a great chance at making the playoffs in the single most difficult division on paper that we've ever seen in the sport of football with the AFC West. I think we have a great chance to take down Pat Mahomes and Justin Herbert and Russell Wilson.
Guys, I don't have a football story here, although it is kind of. It's like a football fourth down, if you will.
Ooh.
I've been a little bit nervous today. Have you guys noticed?
I figured.
Absolutely not.
I thought it was the IRS accounting situation. That
I actually got a decent development on that. There might have been an erroneous report that there was an issuing of the check. Okay, it might still be back there in IRS land.
Somebody lied to you, get you off the phone.
Probably.
So we sent it to you. It's in the mail. Bye.
Yeah, leave us alone. Yeah. No, a man's in big trouble for helping others pirate games. And if you've been listening to us here at The Fan really since the tail end of the Mavericks season and through the playoff run, I've been thinking, you know what, I got to share the wisdom of what you can find on the internet with all the Tolos, and I help people get Bally's without necessarily having a subscription to said services. So I would like to announce I'll no longer be providing that info on how to pirate Bally's, as a criminal has been found guilty of supplying illegal streaming devices, providing unauthorized access to Premier League games, has been ordered to pay back £1 million to the public purse in the UK. This was after getting an 8.5-year prison sentence. Whew.
Okay,
so
this isn't worth it.
Now,
I was going to champion you and say, no, you're Robin Hood of the people. You need to keep doing this.
You're a good Samaritan.
I'm going to have to at least suspend those services of providing the pirate apps or suggesting maybe you should Google it on your own. I have not profited in any way. Apparently, this gentleman made a couple million pounds or euros, I don't know, off of it. But they're cracking down, trading under the names Dreambox and Digital Switchover. This gentleman provided illegal access to Premier League football to watch more than 1,000 games throughout England and Wales. I consider that heroic.
Yeah. And good business on his part, right up until it wasn't.
The laws have a very interesting way of protecting big businesses, and I don't want to find myself on the wrong side of that. Alrighty, when we come back, it is time.
But if they break into your house, you got to beg them to find the person.
Right?
Please!
Come on.
My grandmother gave me that.
I got video right here of the guy. If you just, please, no. Okay, we got to run. Hour number 4 of the nation is coming up next. What you drinking and what you thinking, set for 5:30. Eric Nadel, 5:20. We'll talk about what's been breaking in the top stories around the world of sport this afternoon, coming up next here on The Fan. Let's chat about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because if you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, the Frankels can be.
The FM and HD1 Dallas Fort Worth.
An Odyssey station.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about what's been breaking throughout your broadcast afternoon, talk about some of the top stories in the world of sport. Of course, what you drinking, what you thinking is coming up at 5:30, and if you want to line up your phone calls anytime between now and then, we would appreciate it. General at your service, Eddie's. There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Lucius with a fat stogie hanging out of his mouth.
Yeah, Friday vibes, you know.
Yeah.
Groovy Lou right now.
It's a
Groovy
good look, baby.
Yeah.
Good look. Weekend. Man, I watched the Ulysses S. Grant biography on like the History Channel. Wasn't that a cool story?
Yeah, he's sweet. I didn't see what you're talking about.
Okay.
But I know some of his stories. Yeah, he's sweet.
At some point, he became a cigar guy. And as he was whooping so much butt during the Civil War, like people that were his fans would send him boxes of cigars. He ultimately died of esophagus cancer.
Yeah, sure did.
But he was like constantly smoking cigars on the battlefield and just strutting around giving incredible directions.
Wow, look at that. He was the Post Malone before Post Malone.
I'm a stud.
It's like that's outstanding. That's what would be yours? Would yours be the Diet Coke? Like you're leading the country, and it's like, please inundate me with things. It'd be like, just hit me with as much Diet Coke as I can imagine.
Probably.
Let me just die happy.
Just a bunch of 2 liters and 12 packs.
We got a lot of different battles to win here, boys. We're gonna need a couple of kegs of the good stuff.
Yeah. Why do you think we keep winning? It's because I get my Diet Coke. Send it my way.
Okay, Game 3 of the finals is tonight. Steph Curry confirming he is going to be on the court. He was limping off during Game 3, rolled by Al Horford while diving for a loose ball. That's a huge story right there. The Warrior star, though, was reportedly walking just fine when reporters were able to see him last. So I don't expect that to be a huge factor tonight, but it absolutely could be because, a little roll can turn into another injury, as it did quite frequently earlier in Steph Curry's career. So if he can't play, obviously that would be over. But Boston up 2-1, and you got to figure tonight's a must-win situation for Golden State.
I feel that. I picked the Warriors, and I'm going, man, if we have any chance at making this thing happen, we're going to go ahead and have to win tonight because it's going to be an extremely difficult thing to do. I think the ankle injury matters a ton because right now it's Golden State. Like it's just Steph Curry, it feels like. It really feels that way. And that's why Boston's got such an advantage because they're hitting you from a multitude of different angles right now. And I was starting to think about but Boston had all these tough series and it was like they're going 7 games. And I think a lot of it honestly has to do, and I know we've said this guy's name a ton, and it's like, why are we keep saying this guy's name? But Robert Williams missed considerable time just all throughout the playoffs dealing with that knee injury that he suffered towards the end of the regular season. And I think that prolonged these series. Like, he really is, as much as it's headliners of Tatum and Brown and a Horford here and a Marcus Smart there, this Robert Williams is the glue that makes the Boston's defense be a historically dominant defense. Without him, they're not quite the same. And so I would imagine if I went back and looked at all the games that Boston has lost throughout these playoffs, Robert Williams either didn't play or left shortly, in the first few minutes of it because he tweaked the knee again. And right now Robert Williams seems like he's healthy, he's playing, and I think that makes all the difference in the world for Boston.
Well, he was battling. He definitely hurt that knee in Game 3 and then just played through it. So, he's battling through the injury. But, yeah, how significant is the foot injury for Steph? And, the ankles and the foot injuries have been something he's battled throughout his entire career. So, and look, Draymond's got to give them something tonight. He has to. He's been so bad this entire series. He's almost been the MVP for Boston. You can make the case. He's been such a liability offensively.
15 points, 15 fouls, 2
it's
foul outs.
Such a good stat of the day right there. Move over
brutal.
Post Malone and your 40 to 45 cigarettes a day. That's a good stat of the day right there. You have as many fouls in the playoffs as you do, and points count for 2, and fouls count for 1.
Yes.
You are terrible, Draymond Green. And then the worst part is you're getting at the microphone and your mother bleeping everybody.
Yeah.
And you're saying, no, Boston Boston's going to be ringless when this is all said and done, and Celtics fans, I'm living rent-free in their head. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Much better talker than player so far
he's
the
saying
last
whatever
week.
he's got to try and get himself going.
Yeah.
And we'll see if it ever happens.
It's not working for
Jordan
him.
Poole and or Gary Payton have to also maybe find a way to contribute.
Poole was big in game 2.
Yeah. And we mentioned that during the Dallas series. Like, Poole's not a guy where he's been way more comfortable at home for Golden State throughout the entire playoffs. Can he get a big game for them on the road?
Okay, what else has been breaking? There's a new story in the Morning News up written by Clarence Hill. The headline, Trayvon Diggs is out to be the NFL's best cornerback, no matter what some stats say. Cowboys defender led the NFL with 11 picks last year, tied a franchise record set in 85. He was asked about Bucky Brooks leaving him out of the top 5 of his current best cornerbacks in the NFL. That's his opinion, says Diggs in the story. Bucky feels like I'm not one of the top 5. That's what it is. He said I wasn't one of the top corners coming out of college too. And now look, I hope that Trayvon Diggs is a top 5 corner. I hope he's the best corner in the NFL. Based on what we've seen so far, he's more like one of these guys like Marcus Peters, who's one of the best 15 corners in the NFL. And if he's hot getting interceptions, then he can be an all-pro. But I hate to say that. I know the Bobby Belts of the world are going to kill me for it, and he's going to join us here in a couple of minutes. But I don't see it. And I know everybody wants to be a fan of Trayvon Diggs, but in order to be one of the best corners, you got to be locked down and get some picks or get a lot of picks and be pretty locked down. And I just don't see that from Trayvon Diggs' game at this point.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think that it's just really difficult to continuously get all those interceptions. If he's able to do it, then that allows for you to be able to give up some things. As you mentioned, like you don't have to be completely perfect if you're going to get double-digit turnovers forced. Jared Sandler, that's a party foul. He's got 9 computers, 14 phones. He leaves it here, and now it's ringing. That's a beautiful thing. But Trayvon Diggs, I think that he is somebody that is going to be recognized as one of the as a top 5 corner in the league. I really do, because I think that he just inherently, by the technique that he plays with and the wide receiver background that he's got, I think he's just a ball getter. I think he's a magnet for the ball. I don't think you're looking at 11 interceptions on a year-to-year basis, but I do think you're looking at a guy who will consistently be up in the upper echelon of the league from year to year of just like getting his hands on balls. And I think the other stuff, the refining of his game, as he's only been playing the corner position for like 4 or 5 years dating back to college, like I think that he still has room to improve, and we're all going to witness it in real time.
The text wants to know, is this the uninterrupted 35-minute segment? No, it's not. That's coming up at 5:20, but we're doing what's been breaking right here because Eric Nadell is going to join us for his Friday spot there at 5:20. Then we're going to get into what you're drinking and what you're thinking. One of the top high school quarterbacks in the country is going to Notre Dame. C.J. Carr, the grandson of former Michigan coach Lloyd Carr, 5-star recruit out of Michigan, chose to attend Notre Dame, and he is in the class of 2024, so I guess he could still change his mind, but he chose them over Michigan, Michigan State, Wisconsin, LSU, and Georgia, saying, I fell in love with the campus and the culture and everything with the Fighting Irish.
Is Jim Harbaugh at Michigan still doing his sleepovers with the recruits?
If I'm Lloyd Carr, I'm sick to my stomach. How did my grandson not go to the team that I coached for so long and wear the blue of the Michigan Wolverines?
It's his own path, right? Where did Archie Manning go to college? Did he go to Ole Miss, where Eli went?
Archie Manning, yes.
Okay, but where did Peyton go?
Well, Peyton went to Tennessee. Sure.
Right. So, I mean, it happens.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure there's lots of cases where it happens, but he's a Michigan kid. It's surprising.
I think certainly Michigan is very history rich, but for the last 20 years, really since the end of Lloyd Carr's tenure in Ann Arbor, it has been a program full of kids that probably wanted to go to Ohio State or Notre Dame instead, but ended up at Michigan. So maybe Lloyd's proud that his kid didn't have to go to Michigan.
Could be.
And continue the long line of crap quarterbacks that they put out. Rangers back in action tonight. Visit the White Sox pregame 6:30. Last night in the division, Angels snapped their 14-game losing streak, the longest ever by a team with the reigning MVP. Ohtani was the starter. He threw 7 innings of 1-run ball, and he hit a 2-run home run. Did you guys see the fight at the end of the Stanley Cup Finals game?
Yes.
5.
So that guy's now been banned from MSG. Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Because it was a sucker punch.
Yeah, it was horrible.
So it was a Rangers, for those that haven't seen it was a Rangers fan. The Rangers ended up losing to the Lightning. They've blown an opportunity. They were up 2-0 in the series. The Lightning have come back. They're now up 3-2, and it seems like the Lightning are going to end up advancing. They need one more win to play the Colorado Avalanche in the Stanley Cup Finals. And there's a Lightning fan that's walking behind a Rangers fan as they're all leaving Madison Square Garden. I don't know what he said, but a Rangers fan just turns around, one punch, boom. You're hitting me, he hits the floor, and he was out cold.
Complete knockout, yeah. It looked like it could have been a murder. Good hip turn there, and I'm told it's no surprise the assaulter was from Staten Island. As Bobby Bell joins us now right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, and a good evening, Bobby. How you doing?
What's popping?
You tell us, man, what's cracking with the Cowboys here as we head into this weekend?
We got rookie mini camp coming up Tuesday through Thursday next week, so that's going to be, the last real hurdle until we get to training camp. You're going to see the first little rev up here, and that'll be where you kind of look and go, okay, did Dalton Schultz actually show up? Is he hanging out? Is he going to be out there at the facility? Have they worked out this contract deal, or is he going to be incurring fines and taking a stand all the way up until this July 15th deadline? And so we'll see if the Cowboys call his bluff and if he's willing to set that time out. But I do take issue, General, with your Trayvon Diggs criticism.
I figured you would.
Yeah.
I figured you would. Tell me why I'm wrong on this.
Look, I understand, the raw numbers. Everybody likes to quote he gave up 1,000 yards. Ryan Clark likes to throw that one out all the time. But, you look at some of that 1,000 yards, a lot of times it's stuff that he didn't even have anything to do with. I always think of the Kendrick Bourne touchdown against New England, where that is something that all these outlets like PFF and places like that are sticking on Diggs, and that was 100% DeMonte KZ when you talk to people with the Cowboys. And there are instances like that where he's getting tacked with the yardage because he's the closest one. Does he get burned from time to time? Yes, he does. Does it happen as frequently as people say? No, absolutely not. And so when you couple that with he gets 11 interceptions, I think he's absolutely elite.
Well, I hate to do this, but I'll bet you he never makes another All-Pro team.
Ooh, okay. What do you want to bet?
Brisket sandwiches, of course.
Okay, all right, yeah, because I'm still owed brisket sandwiches from
That's
Game
right.
3 of Jazz Maps, man.
Yeah, that's right.
So-
I already owe you one, so we'll go double or triple or nothing or whatever you want on it. And I hate to do this.
It's got to be longer. But if we're talking about over the course of his career, because then I may not have to pay you out for a while or whatever else. Then it's got to be like a brisket buffet or something for the station.
And in a decade, these brisket sandwiches might be $250 at the rate we're going right now.
Yeah, the way this is climbing up.
Hey, what can you tell us about the passing of Don Perkins?
That is a guy who doesn't get nearly enough credit for being one of the early legends that the Cowboys had. He actually, when he retired, I believe he was 4th in NFL history in rushing yards. Wow. And so this is a guy who, had a really strong legacy, and a guy that I don't think gets enough credit for kind of shaping or being one of the first original stars that the Cowboys had there in the early to mid 60s. A big time contributor for them. A really dynamic player, and I believe along with Dorsett and Emmett, those three are make up that the Cowboys are the only team in NFL history that had 3 players in the top 5 all-time rushing at the time they retired. So Don Perkins was the very forerunner for all these other guys that came along after Dorsett, even some of the smaller guys, Robert Newhouse and players like that, Emmett up to Ezekiel Elliott. So that really rich franchise tradition of great running backs started with Don Perkins, a really great player and one that doesn't get remembered nearly enough.
We're talking about Tony Pollard, another running back, getting more involved in the passing game. Are you seeing or hearing reasons to believe that could actually happen?
I think it could. I don't know that it's going to be as much as, he's going to be out there being Marshall Faulk, catching 90 passes from the slot from Kurt Warner. But I think that he could be more involved in the passing game, and that you could see an uptick in that. Now, there's a difference between their rhetoric behind the scenes here in June and what they actually end up doing when they get to camp, and then what they actually end up doing when the season kicks off in September. So we'll see what they're willing to commit to and what they're working through. But I think that's a part of the offensive plan, is that they'd like to work him in more that way. I don't think it's going to be primary. I don't think you're going to see him out there all the time, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if you see an increase in him running routes this season.
All right, fantastic stuff. Is there any other Cowboy news before we let you go?
No, just that I love you all.
Right on, buddy.
Love you
have
too,
a great
Bobby.
one. Bobby Bell, have a good weekend. Sounding good here with you in the G-Bag Nation, our Cowboys Insider. We're going to step aside. We got Eric Nadel talking Rangers with you live from Chicago as they get set to take on the White Sox. And then at 5:30, what you drinking and what you thinking. And I'm hearing Broadus might lob a call in coming up in the next 15, 30 minutes here on 105.3 The Fan. And he is back on American soil from vacation.
Good.
All right, but let's talk Twin Peaks, though, because whether you want to watch hockey, baseball, basketball, it doesn't matter. Twin Peaks is your ultimate sports lodge with a menu to match.
DuckDuckGo. It's an all-in-one privacy app with a built-in private search engine, web browser, one-click data clearing, email protection, and more, all for free. Download the app today and get the most comprehensive privacy protection with the push of a button. DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
Sean and RJ here with the Texans Can Academy. Let's help change the lives of a local kid by donating your vehicle today, running or not, and giving them a second chance to earn their high school diploma.
972-274-KIDS or carsforkids.org. And remember, right off the car, not the kid.
At Boost Mobile, you get the power of the iPhone SE when you switch, which means the power to stream your favorite shows, download all the music, the power to FaceTime your ex.
It's over. Stop calling me.
On second thought, don't call your ex. Get an iPhone SE for just $19.99 when you switch. All on one of America's largest 5G networks. More power to save. Boost Mobile. Phone offer limited to new customers and one per line. Additional restrictions apply. 5G not available everywhere. See boostmobile.com for details. And stop calling your ex. She doesn't want to hear from you anymore.
You want 8 of the flutes and onyx.
Shira's hand-blown glassware blows right off her store's shelves.
Back for more indigo bowls.
She needs an inventory manager to help keep her stock on lock.
These are 100% borosilicate. Those aren't. Hey, can someone check the temp on the kiln?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by conducting interviews on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Navient tankless